It's
You're a cool hill man.
the Greg Hill Show.
We're up and at it, Greg. Don't worry about that.
Tick, tick, boom.
Starring the biggest foodie on the planet,
To me, food is the most important thing. White bread is succulent.
Greg Hill.
It does feel like an idyllic spot that has been stuck in time.
Yeah.
Sort of like you.
Yeah.
Featuring the parlay playboy himself,
This tickles my fanny. Does that math make math? I did not know that.
Wiggy,
I didn't realize that he was.
In the Doobie Brothers.
Yeah, I did not realize that. I kind of got.
Yeah. You're confused because his last name is not Doobie.
I know, right?
joined by Boston's #1 linguist,
Criminal mischief and arson have become this kind of tangent. Pete Buttigieg.
Courtney Cox.
Yeah, I saw the Viper when I was driving.
see
in.
it?
Yeah,
Let's
the red
go,
one,
you and
right?
me.
I'll do it.
10:15.
I'll do it.
We're on?
Absolutely.
All right, we'll get that on.
Greg,
We'll get
are
it on.
you in?
No, I'm afraid of roller
You'll be
coasters.
fine.
Heights. I
You'll
don't
be
know.
fine.
No.
And accompanied by two big brains behind the glass.
Don't put salmonella with your yams.
I'm on Shime Island.
Talk to me, Daddy.
You are both morons.
Curtis and Shime.
And number 2 is a big thing to celebrate, especially the white people. They can figure that out.
There's a graduation.
It's a graduation from diapers to
Graduation for
training
the
camp.
evacuation.
To training camp.
James first, number 2.
Now,
Let's get down to business.
it's time for the Greg Hill Morning Show.
Good morning.
Good hello, morning, everybody.
Hello, good morning.
Morning, everyone.
Morning.
Good morning, my neighbors.
On Boston Sports Original,
WEEI. Got my people.
WEEI.
When I say Greg Hill and you say show, Greg Hill. Greg Hill. Show. Greg Hill. Show. All right.
It's go, 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 go time.
The games begin.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Tick, tick, boom.
What's going on, everyone?
Good morning.
What up, man?
Monday morning, and we are all here. We survived Maine, and the problem with the Red Sox, Chris Curtis, is that they drag me back in every once in a while. They win a game like that game on Friday night, and I'm like, all right, well, I need to look at it with a sense of humor is what I need to do. I need to just laugh about it, not be upset about it.
Yeah, I listened to the pregame show, and they did a great job. Will Fleming sat down with Trace. And Trace, Will Fleming's like, it's been great. John Henry's really been around a lot. Like, what's that been like? And Trace goes, yeah, I think I've spoken to him maybe a handful of times. So how long has he been the manager? A month and a half now?
Yes.
So you've seen the owner 3 or 4 times? And it's like this great revelation?
Yeah.
I watched that game yesterday, and
Did Will ask him if he's ever seen a spreadsheet in the anywhere in the clubhouse at all?
No,
he did not.
no.
Okay.
There's,
All right.
by the way, IKF, not a great spot for a double play. By the way, but I don't know. They just stink. They're so bad.
No.
I don't know why you let them pull you back in.
Well,
I told you, don't get on board until they win 6 straight.
Well, part of it is the fact that the rest of the league is so bad. So, you win if they could just win a couple series, they'd be 2 games out of it. Like,
right. But that's not going to happen. And you could start to see it slowly, because the first and second wild card spot are starting to slowly, get out of their reach. And now you're only fighting technically for one wild card spot, like you said, with a bunch of different teams. And they can't win multiple series. So if you can't do that, and you can't go on a run, then I think, they might bring you in a little bit, but this team is probably going to be sellers when the trade deadline gets here.
It's just like if you're looking ahead and trying to have hope, what is their calling card? Because even when the rotation is strong, like yesterday with Ranger, then you thought for a while your 7, 8, 9, your bullpen was at least dependable,
right?
And it's just one meatball from Slayton, who's usually good,
right?
And boom, like the whole thing is blown wide open against a team like the Yankees because they have so much talent on the other side, and you're just trying to get by with a series here or there.
Right.
Like it's a completely different class to me when you watch those two teams.
Yeah, they can score and you can't score, so it's like even when you get a good outing by Suarez, or even if the bullpen does their job, you can only score a couple runs here and there. It's just, I think we're at this point now, and we talked to Kennedy, we talked to Bresbot, but we got to be at this point. I think they got to realize that, like, all right, there's no shot of us making the postseason. Who are we potentially selling off to make this team better for the future?
Yeah, well, there was some stuff that was floating around on social media yesterday, and I think Bob Nightingale is pretty credible, yes or no?
Yeah.
Yeah, about Aroldis Chapman being currently available and on the block, and then there's the other, and I think same guy, that the Red Sox may have a renewed interest in the Diamondbacks second baseman Marte, who is 32 years old, and apparently they had talked off-season wise about for Marcelo Meyer, and so that might be back apparently on the table at this point or something. Which is, this is going to also be another issue, is if Craig Breslow is feeling the warmth on the seat of the pants and he is just going to do these deals to try to save his job, not save it, and then get rid of valuable pieces that you may be somebody who wants him to hang on to those pieces.
Yeah, so I think Bresbot might be, after the season, he potentially is probably gonzo. And I think as far as the deals, John Henry's not, especially if this team knows that they're not going to be able to make any type of major push. I don't think John Henry's spending any money to bring guys in that it's going to cost him any. If anything, he's going to want to, alleviate some payroll and get rid of some guys.
Do you think that the way in which they have modeled their own broadcast package impacts their trade deadline?
What do you mean?
So it's month to month a la carte, as opposed to the part of the Comcast bill, $7 a month, that you get from every consumer.
Ooh, that would be very cynical. So I don't put it past them.
I just am like thinking out loud, because according to everything you read, John Henry is the one that doesn't want to throw in the towel. Whereas my guess is Breslow, or I don't know, but that others in the organization are trying to offer the honest assessment of the roster.
All right. Well, maybe he might be holding on hope, but I think if he's watching the games like we're watching them, I think he's going to get to a point in time to say, all right, this team can't get it done. Who believes, and I try to hold on as long as anybody else, but who believes that this team can realistically make a push and make a...
Bradfo. I heard Bradfo yesterday.
He don't believe that.
I heard Bradfo yesterday.
Is McFarland a sponsor of that show? I don't know.
Yes. Oh. I was listening on my way back from Maine yesterday, and those guys were talking about, and they were ever hopeful that they were going to win that game yesterday, so that changes things a little bit. But they were talking about winning the series against the Yankees and then having an opportunity to win the series against Tampa Bay and to be right back in it.
He don't believe that. He's just saying that. Let's be honest. He does not. No one believes that this team is good enough and can make a push to put themselves in a position where they're fighting for a wild card spot. No one believes that. And if they tell you that, they're literally lying to your face, because Bradfo follows enough baseball to know and watch this team to know that this team does not stand a chance.
This Marte guy, correct me if I'm wrong, Curtis, part of the reason that the Diamondbacks, they've been frustrated with him for a while, and they don't like that he's taking days off when Shohei is pitching on the other side?
Yeah. Exactly the kind of quality.
Perfect fit. Right. Perfect fit for this team.
He and Duran would be best buds.
Yeah. Well, apparently that's the latest thing that got them upset, was he decided he couldn't play when Shohei was pitching, and then he was available the next night. So, but
I wouldn't really want to face Shohei Ohtani if I'm being honest.
All right. Yeah. Well, anyway, we have got a lot to talk about this morning. Open for discussion. Patriots will get training camp going tomorrow, I believe. Am I right about that?
Is it
tomorrow.
Mandatory minicamp?
Mandatory
minicamp. Minicamp going tomorrow. You have got Game 3 when it comes to the NBA Finals.
Series is over. I told you that.
I know you're upset about that.
Yep.
I understand that, but that was a must
series
win.
Is donezo.
Must win for San Antonio.
Not since Chris Webber called the timeout that Michigan didn't have has a superstar made a bigger blunder in a bigger spot.
Oh, Wemby? Yeah.
What
It's a
the
very
hell
apt
was,
comparison.
yeah, like
I
what
think
the
that-
hell was that?
I think this is just the lights might be too bright for this young San Antonio team, and especially Wemby. And I told you, and Mego, you might have been on board. Defensively, the Knicks, they can slow Wemby down and make things difficult for him in the sense where, he's not just going to be able to do what he wants to do. And unless the Spurs have Wemby being that Wemby that we've seen before, they're going to struggle. I mean, they're going to struggle. They got a lot of young perimeter players, a lot of young guys, and they're just, they're running into a team like the Knicks that, they have a lot of the Knicks guys. I know they haven't been to the NBA Finals, but a lot of these guys, like Josh Hart is a veteran, Mikal Bridges is a veteran. So the moment isn't too bright for them. And I think that's ultimately because Wemby had a great shot at the end of the game to basically win the game, and he missed an elbow jumper.
But I think it goes back to these Spurs players don't even know what their roles are in this series, to the point that you got Wemby who's bringing the ball up, and Castle has his back to him because he's like, all right, I guess he's just going to bring the ball up because he's the superstar. He chucked it at him like it was dodgeball.
If you looked at that play because they were breaking it down, Castle's looking at him for about 2 or 3 seconds, kind of running past him.
In slow motion, maybe a second, and then he's up the court.
No, don't try to.
Because he realizes the coach isn't calling timeout, so they're like, push it.
He looked at him twice. He looked at him, started to run, looked at him again, and Wemby just continued to dribble, and then he's like, all right, I'm just going to fill the lane.
I'm not saying that it's not. That
was Wemby's fault.
On Wemby. It's totally on Wemby. But you have to ask yourself, why are you in that position? Is Wemby really who you want handling the ball at that time?
Call a timeout.
Or do you want an actual guard bringing it up? Yeah, the coach didn't want to call a timeout, so he's saying push, push. Wemby obviously doesn't want to be the ball handler there. He's so uncomfortable. He panics.
Yeah, but he's done it before. Wemby.
He has, but he shouldn't be the guy in that moment. He should be the guy that's the catch and shoot guy.
No, I get that point, but when you look at that situation, it wasn't like the Knicks were putting pressure on Wemby where he's like, I don't want to dribble the ball up. He had he probably could have just dribbled up, got over half court, gave it to Castle or figured out what he wants. And we've seen Wemby do it all the time where he just takes it and pushes it himself. And so I think that's what Castle thought. And when he looked at him, and then he looked back at him again and said, all right, let me just run the lane, run to a spot, and Wemby threw the ball.
All right, well, coming up, we'll get to leads. Shime, tease for your lead, if you have one.
Yeah, Greg, I believe nationally, especially the sports books, have made a massive error.
Oh, okay.
Correct him.
Oh, okay.
That's the
All
plan.
Right. We will get to leads coming up, and then they set it at about 7:20, 7:15, somewhere around there this morning. That will include what Chad Tracy said after really enjoying the loss yesterday. So Chad Tracy and other things during they said it. And the news with Mego at 8, Hill Notes at 9:20, and back with some of the leads in exactly 2 minutes.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital.
Law Injury Attorney Studios. No fee unless you win. We will get going with leads momentarily, but first, can we open the Window World of Boston weather window for our chief meteorologist this morning, Shime? All right, Curtis. Looks like we got a pretty good week on the way.
We do. A quick happy birthday to Jess, and 1 month away from James's birthday, so it's a big period.
Oh, happy birthday, Jess.
55 degrees in Boston, sunny skies, afternoon high of 74. Wellfleet looking great. Thursday, low to mid 70s. Friday morning, about 70 degrees. Could have a couple of showers, but that just makes everybody feel drunker. So that'll be great there. It's going to be a beautiful early summer / late spring week.
Now, on her birthday, does Jess get the day off from assembling furniture and things that you make her do at home? Is that
I just put on a new tire.
Okay. Excellent. Okay. Yeah, weather should be great for the road show this week, so we will be at the Beachcomber.
All right.
One of the OG road show spots.
Yes.
We will be there on Friday morning. We are doing pregame at a new spot. Chapin's, not new to the Cape, but new to us, so we will be at Chapin's in Dennisport on Thursday night with Miller Lite, and should be. Last week was awesome. Everybody who came out, Cowbell Thursday night, everybody who came out Friday morning on a beautiful morning at the Brunswick, it was fantastic. The cornhole tournament was awesome, even though the weather was, it was actually better, I think, for those that were playing cornhole, that it wasn't 90 degrees. And I guess, Curtis.
Did Mitch change at all, even after the dunk tank?
No, he did not change. He did not change at all.
What's going on?
Mitch was, I think, trying to win himself an alternate aimant. He had quite a weekend up there. He really enjoyed himself. He did very well.
Unless he got a closet full of the same outfit. You know what I mean? You never know.
I mean, it could be like Steve Jobs, where he has 15 black turtlenecks or something.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know I don't know how many changes of outfits that he brought, but he was in the same clothes for most of the entire weekend. But
when he goes into the dunk tank, does his Jimmy Neutron hair stay up?
he looks like Johnny Bravo or Jimmy Neutron, with the hair, but his hair did not stay up. It did not, unfortunately, stay up.
All right.
How'd he do in cornhole with his custom bags?
Yeah.
I think he won. He won his first two. He and his partner won his first two cornhole matches, and then we can check in with him later. But then they were eliminated because there's just really, really good teams there. So it was excellent. And Mrs. Veritek sent me in with gifts for everybody. If you guys want.
All right.
Ooh.
Okay.
Yeah.
See what the text got for us.
We have for Mrs. Wiggins.
Okay.
Silver Patron. That was the gift.
Appreciate that.
What do you think we have for Kego, for Wino? We have a bottle of wine for you.
All right.
Not bad.
That's a bottle of white wine from Mrs. Veritek. And for Curtis,
a pacifier.
No. Oh, hold on. This is something for Wiggy. I don't know if I'm allowed to mention on the federal airwaves what that is. That's for Wiggy.
Call those pre-rolls.
And then for Curtis,
just rolls.
This is a gift that the Red Sox give to all their people every year.
Yes.
It is the 2004 20th anniversary playlist to bring you back to an unforgettable year. You can stream it on Spotify. It's all the music of 2004.
Did Diana Rossini cultivate it?
I don't know about that.
Okay.
And
thank you, Mrs. Veritek.
And you also got an autographed TV guide.
Wow.
With a very young Jason Veritek on the cover.
That's pretty cool.
Curtis. I love that.
So,
thank you so much.
So there we have some gifts.
It's like Frank Costanza's TV guide.
Gifts for everybody.
So generous.
Yeah. And Shime, if we could, let's get going with some leads here this morning.
This is the Greg Hill Show. Time now for the lead.
Trying to take my They don't know my kind. They're after you with their promises.
Shime, great one. That is The Alarm and 68 Guns. One of two hits that The Alarm had. You can't possibly know that band.
No, Greg, of course not. I got that from the ever so popular Greg's List, obviously.
Oh, is Greg's List still broadcasting on the Odyssey app?
I believe so.
Okay. We might need to update the playlist over there. It's been quite some time.
Oh, yeah, you got to add some Noah in there.
Yeah. Okay. Subaru Summer is finally here. You can get details at SubaruofNewEngland.com. Shime, your lead today?
Yeah, Greg, good morning. So we mentioned earlier, mandatory minicamp starts tomorrow. New England Patriots, right around the corner, baby. Football season's less than 100 days away. I can't wait. And I believe there's a massive error on the sports books around the country here, whether it's FanDuel, Fanatics, DraftKings, whatever. It doesn't matter. They're all approximately the same. The Drake May passing yard total for this year, has anybody seen this number? Wiggy, it's only at 3,800.
Damn.
Drake May threw for 4,400 this past year, or 6 yards shy of 4,400. They just added A.J. Brown and Romeo Doubs. I don't know. Maybe it's like a health-related thing. I don't get it. It makes zero sense to me. This number is way too low. I strongly suggest anybody listening out there, anybody who likes the Patriots this year, I would take advantage of this number while you can. I think it's a mistake. This number should not be less than 4,000. It shouldn't. I don't think under any circumstances, if Drake May plays 17 games, he throws for less than 4,000 yards with A.J. Brown and Romeo Doubs on this roster compared to what was on the roster last year at receiver.
So do they feel like that he's going to, clearly they must feel like he's going to take a step back?
So Wiggy, and I think it's in line with a lot of we're seeing nationally, is just everybody assumes because the schedule's a little bit more difficult, like this team's going to be worse, which I just don't understand. In the offseason, roster-wise, this team is better than last year.
Right.
Much better. I would say hopefully the offensive line is better if they're healthy. The receiving core is way better. The defense is as good, if not better, as long as Christian Gonzalez is on the field. But, that's not going to necessarily impact Drake May's passing yards all that much. So I just don't understand why they are punishing teams like the Patriots and the Broncos with the schedule talk so much. These teams are good football teams. I just don't get it.
I would not expect a regression, especially you've got Josh McDaniels this very weekend talking about how familiar with the terminology Drake has become.
Yeah, he's just another year in this offense.
How far ahead he believes they are. So, yeah.
But isn't this people basically nationally outside of these states agreeing with Cam Newton?
Yes.
Like, I think that the Super Bowl left an indelible mark on a lot of the betting public. And they don't consider Drake's injury. They don't consider all the other factors. They just saw him play, and they were like, I knew he sucked. And I'm not saying they're right, but usually Vegas is onto something.
You can say that, but last year the number was way wrong too. Like, we looked at this, you yelled at me because I said, oh yeah, if he just eclipses those Vegas numbers, like that's a good season for him.
Right.
And last year he was 20 touchdown passes, and I want to say it was only like 3,300 passing yards, and he blew by those. And so this year though, the passing touchdowns number is in the high to mid 20s, whereas the yardage number is only 3,800. Those to me just don't equate.
Right, and to Shime's point, you're a much
runner-up on the MVP.
Right, you're a much better team where you are this year versus where you were last year at the same time because of, to your point, Greg, Drake May understanding the offense, a year, having another year under his belt, the addition of A.J. Brown, your defense getting better. That's why I say I don't know who comes up with these numbers or where they're getting this information from.
Well, but Curtis is right. You can't deny how bad they looked in the Super Bowl. You have to be honest with yourself.
Well, their offense did. Yeah, I won't deny that.
What we're talking about.
Yeah, I won't deny that. But I also have to factor in that Drake May had a shoulder injury and that Will Campbell had a knee injury.
And during the regular season, he was downright phenomenal, leading the league in completion percentage and what was number 2 in yards per attempt. He was insane, and you're adding A.J. Brown to that. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Okay, Shime, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
More leads coming. I think Mego is going to get to Diana Rossini, who is in the news today.
Yes, in the midst of an investigation still.
Okay, we will get to more leads coming up next. They said it coming up at 7:15, and that includes what Chad Tracy said after really enjoying the loss by the Boston Red Sox yesterday. So,
Such a great time.
He really had an excellent time, Chad Tracy. So we'll get to that a little bit later. Curtis, are you going to be okay? The Red Sox are frustrating you. I know.
It just sucks. Like I guess I've been wrong a million times, but I don't know if I've ever been more wrong than I was about this team.
I think you said World Series at one point.
I did. I was talking about this year.
Yeah, a long way from that.
Yeah, I am an idiot, but it sucks. They're very unlikable in every way.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. No way that you would have predicted where the team would be with Garrett Crochet. I'm guessing no way you would have predicted where we would be with Roman Anthony. And I guess no way that, well, maybe some would have predicted where they would be with Brian Bayo, but Brian Bayo showed up in Worcester yesterday. Our guy, Len Laird, was on the scene, and then I think he went on to call the game. I don't know if we have any. I don't know if we have any home run calls.
I got Tom working on it.
Okay.
And Ken, once again, the happiest moment of his week was the free breakfast buffet at Woo Sox.
Yeah,
he showed it off to everybody.
Well, I don't know when you're getting Roman Anthony back. I don't.
Doesn't even matter. Like
Chad Tracy was kind of dangling Romy out there, like Romy's 100% with his swing.
Right.
So you are gonna. I guess he's gonna get a couple rehab starts eventually, sooner than later, and maybe you can hope that somehow Romy Gonzalez helps his team at some point. I don't know. It's just. You're just desperate for help, and I don't know where it's coming from.
You're not getting help. And even if you get Roman Anthony back, how much help can he possibly give you? It's not like you're getting back this guy that you know is going to hit 40-plus home runs, is going to have, a batting average north of 300. It's like you're getting a guy back that, you have high expectations for, but he's still very young.
Yeah, I think you can get Roman back in 3 years for the next World Baseball Classic. That's sort of his.
Well, how many weeks has it been now that he's been out? Because I keep saying the stat of the last time that the Knicks lost a game,
it's been a minute.
Roman Anthony was healthy.
Yeah, it's been a minute.
Well, we were in South Carolina, right?
It was like May 7th, right? So we're up on a month now.
It's crazy.
All right. Curtis, your lead this morning.
So can I double up as a douche move ruling?
Yes.
In my lead?
Yes.
All right, Shimer. Let's see.
And now, another episode of Douche Move.
What a douche.
The president going to the game tonight is such a douche move.
This is coming from you.
Right. He's a Knicks fan.
Oh, great. Just like Barack Obama was a big White Sox fan. Like, I'm sorry. And it is conflicting because I love that New Yorkers are going to have to wait in 2-hour TSA-style screening lines. But the city of New York's been through a lot. They finally host this game tonight. And, by the way, ESPN, ABC love this. This is going to be a culture war. People that aren't into the NBA Finals are going to be watching to see the reaction on Donald Trump. The theater of it, they love it. But the fan that, you know, he and his dad have been waiting 40 years to go to a Knicks game to see if they can win a championship this week, it's just such a douche move. It's going to impact, I mean, anybody living within a square mile of Madison Square Garden's life is going to be halted today.
Yeah.
Because this guy wants to show up and act like he's a huge Knicks fan.
Well, the fans are really upset because they've canceled these watch parties, which, I mean, you can watch at home. They're not canceling every watch party in the entire city of New York, I'm assuming, but they are canceling the ones down by MSG, where I guess a lot of fans like to go and watch. So
good. Let the fans in New York suffer, because we're going to have to suffer for how long when they win the NBA Finals. So let them suffer. Let them have to sit in 7 hours of traffic, cancel all their watch parties. You know, hey, the guy and his son who haven't been able to get a ticket in 40 years, you know what? You're going to have to wait 41 years. So be it. We're going to have to deal with these obnoxious Knicks fans when they win this series, which they will, short of a miracle, unless Tim Duncan decides to come out of retirement and he's playing like he's 28 years old. The Spurs are cooked, so let the Knicks fans suffer, because we're going to have to suffer for how many years? How many years are they going to be riding this championship? We will suffer, so I don't have a problem at all. Trump, I am glad you're going to the game.
Would you, if there were a redraft currently in the NBA, would you prefer Jalen Brunson over Jason Tatum?
No.
Not at all.
Not at all.
Not at all?
I know, and I love Jalen Brunson. I think he's a tremendous player. But no.
I'm a big Jalen Brunson fan. Not a Knicks fan, just I like him. But Jason Tatum is a different tier of player.
Yeah.
Even post-injury, I expect him to be a totally different tier of player.
Yeah.
That Knicks team is like, they kind of remind me in the way that they're built and the way that they're playing of the 2004 Detroit Pistons.
Okay.
Where they're going to be like the biggest example of chemistry over superstardom. Because the biggest superstar, like Brunson, is kind of like a niche player. And then you have Karl Anthony Towns, who more like never has lived up to the billing when he was young in Minnesota.
That's a good comparison.
And so, like, I think when people look at the NBA and they're like, oh, if you just get the best player and you pair him with like a you know, Batman and Robin scenario, then you're gonna win the championship. But I think we see that it's a little bit more than that sometimes. Not every year, but you can win it with chemistry like this.
Well,
Knicks
just like
team.
the Detroit Pistons, you're talking about the Rasheed Wallace,
Ben
like Wallace, Chauncey Billups.
Everybody knows what their role is. On
But
the
that
team.
was 2004, like you said, and it's been a long time since you had another one in the team. Usually, you need that. You know, you need those superstars to win it. And I mean, I kind of agree to some point. I think Jalen Brunson is a little bit, he's on that kind of closer to the superstar level than back then when whether it was Rip Hamilton, whatever one of those Detroit Pistons guys you want to talk about. You know, Chauncey Billups was a good player, but I don't think he was even touching the level that Jalen Brunson's
But you look at these other teams with, like, you know, Luka, Jokic. I don't even throw SGA in there, even though that's a more complete team with him, like around him. It's like you think, okay, you have a real MVP candidate, and then you just need a supporting player and a good cast. The Knicks are not that.
Yeah. We were so wrong about the Knicks. Like, everybody was like, oh, the championship is the Spurs and OKC, or whoever comes out the West is going to dominate. I mean, it's like
they haven't lost.
No,
I mean, it's an unbelievable run.
I would bet everything I have, though, that Spurs win tonight.
You think so?
Absolutely.
I don't know. We said that about, what was that, Friday or Saturday night, whatever the hell.
Well, they're not going to win the series now. It's just a matter of saving face.
Right. If Wemby doesn't poop his pants, they win that game.
But the thing about this is
he threw the ball to a guy whose back was turned.
Right, but you still have to go down and score.
Billy Madison with the kids.
He had a great opportunity. He had a great look at the end of that game.
Even after that.
Right, but he choked it away.
Right.
So there's no guarantee, especially
I said he pooped his pants. That's the exact same thing.
Especially in New York. I think this series, the Spurs get swept.
You do?
Yeah. I think San Antonio right now, they're in New York. You know how that MSG is going to be. There's going to be, the president's going to be there. Every celebrity and their mama's going to be there.
Will Macron be there to help Wemby? That seems unfair.
I think, and when you look at these games, yeah, it looks like the Spurs, they get a little bit of lead in these games, but then the Knicks always come back and they do it we've been seeing them do is win it at the end. And I don't think the Spurs are good enough to be able to fight at the end of the games and they don't have that maturity yet.
It's not that over, according to Vegas. Like, the Spurs still to win the series are plus 385. That is not insane.
Vegas don't know their ass from their elbow. Did you hear Shime's lead where Vegas has
Thank you,
Drake
Wiki.
Drake may thrown for 3,000 yards? Come on.
All right. Curtis, nice lead
Thank
from
you.
you. Lead from Mego, lead from Wiggy, lead from me coming up on the Greg Hill Show at WEEI.
I can't raise my arm.
Curtis, Rays are struggling a little bit of late. Perfect time to pick off a series win and get yourself right back in it starting this evening.
Don't let us win today.
All right. You can leave a hill note on the Boston Red Sox or on any other topic on the Odyssey app, and we'll play the best ones back coming up at about 9:20 or 9:30 this morning. We are going to get to They Said It in about 25 minutes at 7:15. That will include what Chad Tracy said after really enjoying that loss yesterday. Humding-danger of a loss, and he really enjoyed it. So we'll get to They Said It, all of that coming up. But we got leads left, including this one from Mego. Good morning.
Good morning. Well, if you're wondering what's going on with the Diana Rossini New York Times /Athletic investigation. Oh, yeah. Remember, they're doing like an internal audit of what happened there after she resigned on April 14th. Seems like the staff there is still wondering as well. So the New York Post had this story last night, quote, "Some inside the New York Times building are beginning to wonder what's taking so long with the Diana Rossini investigation, we're told. But top editors have reiterated promises that it's coming, though they say a report is still weeks away." So apparently the Athletic had a routine all-hands-on-deck meeting with their staff, and Steven Ginsburg, who is the editor who originally came out in that Page 6 article and said that they supported Diana Rossini, he told the staff there's just a lot to go through with this audit and figuring out what the wrongdoing was. I'm curious what you guys think is going to come out of this investigation without having any inside knowledge of what's going on there. I just kind of assume that it's not going to mean anything for Vrabel, especially because I understand they're trying to like give the appearance of accountability, but do you really think that they're going to come out and say our top NFL insider from The Athletic was doing all of this stuff that was incredibly nefarious, so much worse than what you heard about in Page 6?
Are they doing the investigation themselves, or did they hire an outside law firm?
I could be wrong. I think they're doing it themselves.
Yeah, so I'm guessing they won't find very much. That they'll just happen to not be able to find anything that's really damning. When it comes to conflict of interest, Mego, you know, because you're a journalist, what are the crimes that she would have committed? I mean, is
voting for awards.
So voting for him as coach of the year, that's a problem.
I would say that's probably the only thing, right?
Okay,
what else? What else is there?
what
an issue
about
with?
The Jets stuff, making it seem like the Jets were all in on him, that she was reporting that wasn't maybe true.
Yeah, was there was a tweet about Morgan Moses or whatever, where he had the, basically the Patriots logo was in it, and
the pontoon boat was just awful.
Yeah, I mean.
Well, if there's
but I don't think that's anything people are gonna be like get their panties in the bunch for.
I would say, and this is like totally hyperbolic and hypothetical, if there's any appearance of like quid pro quo stuff from her to him or anybody else. So basically saying, like, I'll give you X if you give me the scoop.
Yeah, you would need that. I could see what you're saying on that.
That's the worst thing that could come out of it, is she's literally trading something for information.
Right. And other than that, I think people are going to be like, they're already under the assumption that there's already, whether it's Adam Schefter, or Ian Rappaport, or Jay Glazer, they're already under the impression that these dudes get stories based off of some type of shenanigans.
Yeah, like you can use my dad's boat.
Yeah, whatever. Like, so I think, what are they investigating that's going to come out and that's going to make us go, oh my God, that's so
They just
shocking.
want to show themselves to be accountable.
Who cares? It's over with.
She doesn't work there anymore, is my
Right.
feeling. So it's like, well, that was unfortunate for you guys from appearance's sake, especially because the Post got you on it,
Right.
and there is a real rivalry between
So
those two
stupid.
papers.
It's over with. So he stepped out potentially on his marriage.
Well, I don't-
and
what-
she did too.
I don't think
Who gives an F?
this isn't going to be about him though. It's
or
about
her.
her.
Who cares?
Yeah.
People do it every single day in the world,
And
not
Wiggy,
just America, the world.
The people that are mad are not the people that are mad about that. They are people that never got to the level that Diana was at the New York Times, making $1 million as one of the most respected newsbreakers in the most popular sport. And so the people that you've seen speak out the most about this have been the third or fourth tier journalists saying this is why women are being impacted, when the reality is they're just blaming someone else for why they don't have that job.
Listen, I agree that it sets women back a couple steps. I mean, I completely agree with that. When that one, I forget who the one reporter who said it was, like, now it kind of throws up all us in the same bucket, and it sets us back. Like, that part I agree with.
I disagree.
I know you don't. I know you don't agree with it, but
I don't think this reflects on me at all.
No. But what it does, it doesn't shed good light on female reporters out there. And if you say that you don't believe that, you're a little bit naive. I mean, I just got to keep it a
I
buck
definitely
with you.
am a little bit naive, but I just think that people can look at this and say, this is one person's way of doing things. It doesn't reflect on every female reporter.
I completely agree with
like,
that.
I give people more credit than that.
The majority, but come on, Megan.
What?
You live in
do.
2026. The majority of people are going to go, oh, that's probably how so-and-so got ahead, whether it's Joy Taylor, whether it's Aaron Andrews, or like
let's not like throw a whole bunch of names.
No, I'm just throwing
out there.
I'm throwing female reporters. Like,
Yeah.
let's not act like we live under a rock and that a woman who is attractive.
But Wiggy, though, people who fought that way, this is just confirming
I
a
love
bias that they already had. It's not. I don't believe
Mego, I
that
love you,
somebody
sis, but
goes,
you-
"Oh my God, now I think
No.
that everybody does."
No, I didn't say. But sis, you're living under a rock. I mean, like, you make it sound like that there aren't going to be a lot of people, especially males, that are going to look at female reporters differently because of this.
Well, in Iraq, they don't have this problem. 'Cause there are no female
And that's the
reporters.
only point that I'm making. So whether it's 2 steps or 3 steps back, it did set female reporters back a little bit. I understand that you are hoping and praying that in your mind you believe it's not that way, but come on.
Is she ever going to work again? That's my question.
Not as a reporter like that. She might do like as a personality on like a Stugat show or something.
And then
like
she
that.
talks about it?
Of course. She tells her story and
I think it would be very difficult for her to remain married and talk about it in
Yeah.
a public forum.
Why? People do that all the time.
Oh, not
I don't
really.
think
I
so.
mean, the
People that are like entertainers or who are on, shows, podcasts, they talk about their infidelities
You
or
thinking of like Will Smith and his wife?
No, I'm just talking about like, because you say if she gets on a Stugat show or a Barstool show,
I'm thinking about like
Will
who
Smith
famously
doesn't talk
sang-
about it. His wife does, though. She
That's what
talks
I
about
mean.
smashing
Yeah.
everybody,
You don't-
including her son's friend.
Right. You don't think if she got on like a bar stool or a Stugatz, they would ask her about it? And she's like, yeah, we had our issues. Like people, they might not get into depth,
Well, right. That's my point.
but people do talk about, hey, we had our issues. Here's what happened. So I think that's what she's going to do. She might not get into like exactly like what happened, full detail, but she'll talk a little bit about it. It's her truth.
Okay. Well, they want to know, staffers at the New York Times want to know when they're going to get a result of the months-long investigation. That's what the news is today.
What happens first? They conclude this investigation, or the LA mayor final tabulation comes in?
They will probably. How is Spencer Pratt
in
doing?
the world is this? Unbelievable.
Yeah. Well, they'll have it soon, Curtis.
It's not going to be a Pratt summer. I was all excited.
They'll have it soon. All right, Mego, thank you. Lead from Wiggy and a lead from me in 2 minutes next. various reports, if you want to call them that, floating around out there this morning that the Red Sox may be open to a couple sells, whether that is Chapman or Connor Wong or whomever. So you can talk about that all day long here on Boston Sports Original WEEI. Good morning and hello to those who are up and watching the show on Twitch or on YouTube. And we are brought to you every day on Twitch by Springer's Jewelers. And if you happen to be heading northward, because that's what many of us do during the summer months, then stop in and see the Springer's team in beautiful tax-free Portsmouth, New Hampshire, and they will help you find and buy a diamond that fits what you're looking for at Springer's. And Mego and I had a marvelous lunch on Friday afternoon in Portland with the Springer's people. Excellent,
fun.
Excellent lunch.
And I love Luke's Lobster. One of the best outdoor scenes to have lunch in Portland.
Yeah. I feel like you kind of ate like a little bird. Like you had a salad. I don't think you even finished yours.
We had so much food in the morning.
Okay.
We had so many generous food drops in the morning.
Okay.
All right, well,
Those
that's good.
pear fries.
Right.
Oh, my God.
I haven't been there in Portland in a long time, so they've got a good food scene over there.
Yes,
Yeah, I've been there forever.
definitely.
All right. Leads left, including this one from Wiggy. Wiggy, good morning.
All right, good morning. So everybody knows that I can't stand that the Knicks are going to win the NBA Finals, and I hate watching it. But you know what? I guess I have to watch it only because I have to see how far away that my Boston Celtics could be on winning another championship when I look at the New York Knicks. And I understand you have Jalen and Jason, and that's basically the foundation of the team. But when I start to look at the Knicks role players, and then I start to look at the Celtics role players, and I'm like, oh, man, they are way off. And to your point, Mego, can you win an NBA title with just Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown and a bunch of other guys? And if those other guys are not at a specific level, which I think that level needs to be really high, like, you know, when we saw Porzingis or we saw how Derek White was playing or even Al Horford at the time, it just I hope that Brad Stevens does something extremely big this offseason, because if you run it back with this Celtics team, I mean, I don't know if you're going to get by. Forget about the Knicks. I don't know if you're going to get by Cleveland or even Philadelphia in the postseason, just because I don't think this team's role players are in a position where they can play at a high level in the postseason. And when they're needed to be those guys, you know, when you got other guys and then Sam Hauser is just the guy that you need to come off and give you a couple spurts here and there, you can get away with it. But I don't think watching this Knicks series, and the Knicks look good, and I just think from a Celtics fan perspective, is it slipping away from us?
Well, Jason Tatum's going to be 100% healthy.
Yes.
So that changes things. He also coughed up a 3-1 lead. I mean, so
against the Sixers.
Yeah, but you were there. I mean, like, you should have closed that series out.
But you didn't.
Yeah.
But do you really think the NBA is decided by role players?
I kind of think in this new CBA, it's going to be a lot more important because, Curtis, you're not going to be able to put together the Warriors super teams with Kevin Durant and make a serious run.
You just have to get into a second apron.
Yeah, if you're not willing to spend money, then you need the role players that you're going to have to find are going to have to be guys. When we saw, like, your role players are going to have to be Porzingis and Derek White playing at an all-star level. It can't be, you know, Shireman, Hauser, you know, the way Cato was playing. Like, those guys cannot be the foundation of your role players.
If both Tatum and Brown play to their ability, do they beat the Sixers?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so. If Tatum's healthy and they are able to play to even just slightly above their average, as you would expect in playoffs.
You get past the Sixers.
Yeah.
All right.
And then you see the Knicks eventually.
So, I mean, they can win a series.
I feel so differently, Wiggy.
Right.
Where I feel like watching this Knicks team probably validates a lot of the ideas that the Celtics already have, which is we don't need to trade Jaylen Brown for Giannis and have this, like, guy that we bring in just to be a Wemby stopper, because look at that Spurs team has still got some work to do. Maybe it's different if you see them in the finals next year, but like that's a really young team and there's no guaranteeing they're getting back there. Like as I said before, I think they're probably looking at it and being like chemistry is going to be what makes sense for this team.
I'm not worried
They need to bring in a big for sure.
I'm not worried about the Spurs. Like I mean, I think the Spurs are a good basketball team, but you see how the new NBA is now. I don't necessarily think that the Spurs are going to be right back in the finals next year because of what you're seeing. I think Wemby is a great player. Who the hell knows how it's going to all play out? I'm just talking about the Celtics. Tatum, Brown, yes, are they, in my opinion, the best duo in the NBA? I would say yes. But I think it's more about those other guys because you're going to have games when you're going to need, like what we've seen the Knicks is some of these role players stepping up. And I just don't know if the role players that you got, if you're putting too much on the role players that you have.
Well, the problem is that you have two max guys. And that's when it comes to finances, that unless Bill Chisholm is willing to get into that second apron, you're going to have two guys that you're paying an absolute ton of money to.
Wiggy, what is Bill Chisholm and Mego, everybody? What does he have to do this offseason to make you feel like, okay, he's really winning is very important to him?
He needs to bring in a legit big.
Yeah, somebody that, like, if it's like Sabonis from Sacramento, somebody that when you go, oh, okay, he's going to move the needle. That guy is going to move the needle. It can't be a Gaza situation, or it can't be a Kata situation, or even, why am I drawing a blank on from the center from Chicago that they traded for?
Oh, Vucevic?
Yeah, it can't be like a Vucevic
situation. I was
going
to say Luke Longley.
It has to be somebody that you go, all right, they're really trying to do something right here.
I think the one thing, like if you really want to see the Celtics play style change from the three-pointers, if you're watching the Knicks right now, does that give you the indication that the Celtics are going to look at that and be like, yeah, our three-point math doesn't make sense? I mean, that's what the Knicks do well. They're a little bit more like they can go to other dimensions.
Karl Anthony Towns can score in the paint.
Right, but what is the story of this hot winning streak been?
It's been guys like Shamit and the kid Vincent,
role players.
Not Vincent McBride hitting a bunch of threes. So yeah, it's been those guys knocking. But it's their defense, man. Their defense has done an amazing job, not just against the whole Spurs team, but especially Karl Anthony Towns and Mitchell Robinson against Wemby. So,
right, Wiggy, thank you very much. This is Dan from Dover. Dan, good morning.
Good morning, everyone. How you doing?
What's up?
So I just want to comment on the whole Roman Anthony situation. What are the chances that he doesn't play for the Red Sox again? I think that there's different, Anthony saying, yes, it's a sprain fracture. The organization saying no. I have a feeling that, there's I want to say a good chance, but there's a possibility that he could possibly get traded at the trade deadline, and if not at the trade deadline, at the end of the season. And maybe they're holding out to keep him as healthy as possible so that if a team does inquire about him, that, he's as healthy as he could be.
Yeah, I mean, Curtis brought it up last week. Was that, I can't remember if that was Thursday or Friday, where you said you feel like there's a chance he doesn't play the rest of the season, Curtis.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's already June 8th. He's been out for over a month. Do you think he's coming back?
I think he is.
I think he would. I mean, I do think it's amazing to me how long he has been out based on what the injury is. And I don't know how much of that is a response to the Red Sox downplaying it and a guy who is annoyed and pissed off about that and not going to rush back if that's the way they're going to do it publicly. I don't know.
I don't see his personality being that type of person who would be like, oh, you want to go petty, I'm even going to go pettier.
What do you make of his comments to Bradford?
Oh, no,
he was trying to set the record straight of I'm not a soft player.
Yeah,
right.
And so I don't think
he was defiant.
Yeah, well, but there's a difference between being like, oh, I could play, but because they were acting a fool, I'm not going to play. I'm going to go lower. I think when you look at the Roman Anthony situation, I think he has to play because he must be also saying, I got to prove that I'm this guy that everybody talks about, right? He's not going to want – it's not like he's I don't know, Bryce Harper, and it has had a great career or 4 or 5 years where you go, wow, this kid is the face of the league. He hasn't really done anything. So if you're Roman Anthony, don't you want to get out there and play to prove not only to yourself, the organization, but even the fans, like, I'm that guy that you talked about?
It would be cutting off his nose to spite his face.
Right.
If he was like, I'm holding out now because of the way that you made me look with this injury report.
Because people are going to, you know how they are around here in Boston, especially some Red Sox fans, they're going to turn on him real quick.
Oh, it already has happened to some extent. Like, there was a picture I saw floating around over the weekend that he's just out taking a picture with a fan that runs into him somewhere. And people are like, what's he doing? Why is he always out?
Yeah.
Why is he socializing?
He was in the North End at my mother's Cutlets or whatever.
Right.
Excellent spot, by the way.
Yeah.
Curtis, you like a good cutlet?
I don't think there's many things I like more.
Vodka sauce?
Hold on, I can't have that.
Oh, you can't have the vodka sauce. Well, you just go with the regular marinara. That's fine.
Yeah, that'll work.
Oh, I love
Extra cheese?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
I didn't know you could order chicken parm with extra cheese. I've never heard that.
Oh, yeah.
What do you mean? You can order anything with extra cheese.
Well, Shime was born with extra cheese.
I always go extra cheese.
Have you seen the places it goes viral where they make the chicken parm, they prepare the chicken, and then they prepare the sauce and the cheese in a separate pan, melt it together, and then let it slide all over the chicken parm?
I've never
Have
seen
you happened
this.
to see that? Oh, it looks so good.
Did they have that at the Bentley Boston event?
No, but that was an excellent event last
Looked
night.
lovely.
I went to that because the missus had a work thing. I mean, it was
Did you buy one?
I did not buy a Bentley. No.
Well, you could have if your son didn't go to Bentley.
I'm stuck with the red turtle. All right. So I will get to my lead coming up. Then we will get to They Said It in exactly 2 minutes on the Greg Hill Show at WEEI.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is
Wise Law Injury Attorney Studios. No fee unless you win. We will get to They Said It and what Chad Tracy said about really enjoying that loss yesterday coming up momentarily. At 8, News with Mego. That includes Florida, not like the rest of us, and a man who was watering the lawn in Florida, Curtis, with a hose in each hand, if you know what I'm saying.
Oh, God.
So we'll get to that in a little bit. My lead, and by the way, we have some news about a coworker this morning. I found out before the show started. Sadly, one of our beloved coworkers is now freshly available and on the market, ladies, if anybody is interested. So, unfortunately, real life Tom and his short-lived relationship has ended.
Oh, God.
And so he's out there and available. Maybe we'll get an update later from him if you want. But my lead is related to that because there is a new trend out there with Gen Zers like Tom, which is called practice dating. And it involves apparently going on dates with people that you aren't attracted to so that you take the pressure off. And if you're dating somebody who isn't your type, it can help lower expectations, and you can basically practice how you interact with other people. It helps you build confidence, improve your conversation skills, and get more used to meeting new people. So,
I like this, like preseason dating.
Yeah.
Where it's like, all right, this is not the person I even want.
Yes.
I'm just going to work on the things that I feel like will make me better when I do go on the real dates.
Right, like a scout team.
I actually love this.
Well, no, but all I hear,
it's a great idea.
No, but all I hear from this generation is how, and they're right, how expensive it is to go on dates.
Right.
You're wasting a practice date on somebody that you don't even like.
No, your practice dates are all free places where it costs you no money. Walks in the park, maybe picnics or something along those lines where you just, grab a few things from the supermarket. But I think what it does is it allows you to work on some different things. You ever hear guys that say, oh, yeah, this preseason, this offseason, I'm really going to work on this to see, pitches, I want to work this pitch in spring training. Yeah, so I think it's actually a pretty good idea.
Does the other person on the date know that it's a mock date?
No, because you have to mimic the real-life scenario.
Yes.
Well,
Right.
that's not nice.
No, that's not nice.
Because if you're in agreement, I don't know how you would do that if it was like a speed dating setup almost.
No, you don't
But
tell
you're playing
her or
with
she don't
somebody
tell him.
else's feelings.
Listen, don't women play with men's feelings every single day?
As they should.
Let's keep it a buck. So it's just like, hey, you know what? I'm not going to say it's a practice date for me, and I'm going to work on all the stuff that I could. I think Tom should rip off a few of these.
You think you should?
Yeah, because clearly
a few practice dates.
He'll catch feelings.
Yeah.
He kind of.
The practice turns into
you calling
game all
Tom
of
a
a sudden.
softie?
Yeah,
Catching
he might
feelings
be a little bit.
I think he has a very open heart.
Yeah, he might be because he's been crushed. I'm not going to say the second time.
Well, we don't know yet.
We don't know. But if I had to bet on it, she probably ended it for whatever reason.
Oh, Wiggy. I have no confidence in our guy, Tom.
Yikes.
Maybe
No.
he's the one who ended it.
No, because see, Tom was like, he likes this girl. So he was like interested in her.
Maybe something changed, though, in the couple weeks since he's been on.
You
Because he
believe
was
that?
behind the glass for a while doing a lot of work. And
All right, I can't
we
wait.
haven't checked in yet.
I can't wait to talk to him. But I believe, and I think he's a great guy, for whatever reason, she decided she wasn't ready. Or there was an issue coming from her.
Well, anyway, that is the trend that is going on with Gen Z singles, and it is called practice dating. So get out there and get your practice in. And Shime, if we could, let's get to it.
They said it. It's time for They Said It. They Said It.
You know, some of these rats around here.
We scored 16 at Yankee Stadium. Suck on it.
Blue ball.
Humbly, one of the best basketball players in the world.
They Said It.
The Greg Hill Show.
They They said it, brought to you by Catches Law. And at Catches, they are ready to stand beside you during your toughest moments. So if you've been hurt at work, hurt at a business, reach out to Catches. Just go to catcheslaw.com. Sean, what are we listening to first today?
Well, Greg, you teased it already this morning. We got to hear from Trace. Chad Tracy, after the loss yesterday, was asked about if this felt like it was more of the same, being unable to grab momentum after the win Friday night. Here is what Trace said after the loss yesterday.
Not necessarily. It's still a good baseball game. You maybe feel that way if you feel like you went out and laid an egg, but you played a really good baseball game and they get a run in the bottom of the eighth and a couple runs in the bottom of the eighth, obviously. But no, I don't think it feels that way. You still have to, in our position, look at like we're going to go get on a plane, get to Tampa and try to win a series and look at it and say it's a good road trip against a tough AL East stretch. Like that's how you have to look at it. So that's what we'll do.
Oh man, he's trying to
Just
stay
a
on
couple
the
of runs in the eighth.
trying to stay on the sunny side of the street with
He
that
is
one.
trying. He's trying not to completely lose the clubhouse.
Well, they just lose games, so what's the difference?
It almost felt like a victory when it got washed out Saturday. And it was like, well, at least you can look to split.
Right.
I was wondering when they were beginning yesterday's game after a rain delay if it was going to be considered a sweep if you only played one game and you won it. But honestly, even Yankee Stadium didn't feel like there was no buzz.
Everybody was all about the Knicks.
Yeah, everybody's waiting for the Knicks, man. Everybody's
not
waiting
their time right now.
Yeah, everybody's waiting for the night.
And the Knicks, the Yankees don't even have Aaron Judge.
No.
The best offensive player in the sport.
No, but you got no offense, so it really doesn't matter whether they got Aaron Judge or not. Because you have zero offense.
Like what he's saying there is essentially, I think he's trying to probably give credit to Ranger and be like, it was really good. We kept it 1-1. And then there was really one bad pitch from Slayton that blew it all open.
Right.
But it's like, that's kind of how your team has been all year.
Yeah,
Either you go down early and you can't respond because you have no offense, or all it takes is one kind of disaster.
Well, you've been saying it for a while, Mego, is that their margin of error is extremely small. Their window is very tiny. When you get an outing like that from Ranger Suarez, that's a game that you have to win. But if your bats are not going the direction that they're supposed to be going, then ultimately you're going to lose those games. When your pitchers are pitching well and if you haven't scored 4 runs, you're going to lose.
Does Breslow survive the whole season?
No.
Yes. You really think so?
Wiggy said earlier that he thinks he does.
Mm-hmm.
You don't think he does, Curtis?
No. What would be the redeeming quality of having him around for a year to do nothing when the team's done nothing?
Well, it's just a half a season.
Well, then why are you letting him do anything ahead of the trade deadline?
Right.
If you already feel like his expiration date is before the end of the season.
Because then that would make it seem too obvious they may have fired the wrong person, so Henry's getting a little bit of space between the two moves.
Do you think that's why John Henry is everywhere with the team? I
think that's why he's been saying that they're not going to sell, because John Henry doesn't want to capitulate or have the opinion be that he's capitulated. That he wants... I think if we're up to Breslow, Chapman would be gone, Duran would be gone,
Connor Wong,
the reliever that's coming back from the injury, Whitlock would be gone. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Aroldis Chapman would be worth a ton right now. But John Henry doesn't want to do that because the guy you're getting isn't going to be playing for 2 years.
Well, that's why I guess we'll have to. It's going to be very interesting come the trade deadline at the end of July. I believe they're going to be sellers because at that point, Greg, you might have said they'll probably be, 17 games under 500, but
they're 9 under right now.
Right. And you double that come the end of July, and they're going to be so far out of the last wild card spot. I think ultimately it would only be beneficial for you as a team to trade off pieces that the return will help you in the future.
Think about where you'd be if you got a max deal for Sonny Gray, Aroldis Chapman, Whitlock, Duran. You could legitimately restock your entire organization.
Yeah, and I think ultimately that is, if they're smart, that's what they'll do. I don't know why you would hang on to Duran. I don't know why you would hang on to Chapman. I don't know why you'd hang on even Sonny Gray, like guys that are not going to be part of your future.
All right, we're going to take a break. More of They Said It coming up next. Kayshon Boutte has spoken about whether or not he is going to come to work tomorrow. So we'll get to that and the rest of They Said It next.
WEEI.
the end of this week for another road show. Thursday night, we will be with Miller Lite at Chapin's in Dennisport, 6:30 to 8:30. I hope you'll come out for that. And on Friday morning, we are back at the Beachcomber, one of the OG roadshow locations, and cannot wait to be there with you on Thursday. And on Friday, you can get full roadshow schedule details on the social medias of this show, whether it be whatever your favorite is, Instagram, X. Curtis is still actively using Facebook. So
it's a great marketplace.
So maybe Tom should go there, see if he can find a friendly on Facebook. Anyway, we were in the middle of They Said It, Chime. What is next?
Well, Greg, Kayshon Boutte has officially spoken. We've been curious if he'll be holding out with the acquisitions of A.J. Brown and Romeo Dobbs and him falling kind of down the depth chart a little bit. Here was what Kayshon Boutte said about appearing at work this week.
And are you going to be at practice Tuesday?
Yeah, yes, sir.
What's a lot of questions about your future? Obviously, if you don't want to talk about them now, that's cool. But what do you make of all the rumors out there? What do you think about your future here in New England?
I try not to buy into it. At the end of the day, I can control what I can control. As long as I'm doing what I'm supposed to do off the field, everything else will play out.
All right.
Okay.
Showing up to mandatory minicamp. That's when them fines start hitting.
Yeah, I mean, he seems like he's the odd man out. I also, over the weekend, I saw more and more talk about those who think Steph Diggs will be back with this team.
Yeah, I've been hearing that too. Not hearing, but people asking. Hey,
well, people are saying that if he is willing to take a bit of a discount, then they would be willing to have him back again. And so, what?
Well, so Mego and I on the Big Dog Marathon show on Saturday talked about this a little bit, and I feel like the only avenue for this to come through is if, like, Diggs is at the point in his career where he's not as concerned about the contract right now and really wants a Super Bowl.
Yeah, he's got too many kids. I'm not being flippant. Like, you need the money.
He's making plenty of money. Like, it's not like he's going to be playing for pennies. But
if you have the amount of kids he has, there's never too much money.
He's honestly less than Nick Cannon and Antonio Cromartie.
But when it comes to the latest one, I'm assuming that he probably gets support from Cardi B.
Oh, yeah,
It's probably the other way around. He really doesn't have to
What
pay.
about the others?
I don't think
she's got more money.
Yeah, I don't think he needs to be cutting her a check for child support every month. She's probably good, if anything. The other, I think he's got 4 total, and the other 3, obviously it's gonna, nowadays it cost you a pretty penny. So you want to play? I mean,
they have 6.
Who has 6?
Steph Diggs.
He has 6 kids. Oh, I only knew 4.
Would he be okay with a reduced role, like whatever that role is?
Yeah.
Here,
I don't know, Wiggy, because he's like got this on this weird cusp that I feel like you could speak to better than anybody. Where it's like, is he trying to go get a 2 to 3 year contract somewhere?
He'd probably like that.
Or does he accept that he's maybe at the point now where he has to go year to year with every team that he signs with? Because if he feels like he's at that point, then I think the Patriots are in play. But if he's looking for security anywhere, then he's going to go anywhere else.
Well, yeah, I agree with you, Mego, to that point. And he probably wants, a 2 to 3 year deal. He's probably going to want a little bit more than that rather than go year to year. But I think if and maybe you're right. Maybe the Patriots are probably like, all right, we'll do a fake 2-year deal, but it's really a 1-year deal, and here's where your number is going to be. He might be like, well, can I get that? Can I get a better deal from somebody else? But the problem is when are we going to see that, right? And so you start to run out of options, and you start to get desperate. And if you're a guy that, and I don't know what he's done with his money. Maybe he's done great with his money, and yeah, he has a bunch of kids, but
I think it's odd that he hasn't signed anywhere yet.
Yeah. And that is because you're thinking like, all right, all the teams kind of figure out where they are right now and that he hasn't signed. So is it because...
And there's not even whispers of him signing with other teams or even talking to other teams.
I don't know.
Well, so there was with the Commanders, and that's about it.
I mean, if we're talking, I don't know what level, if you want to say like the Schefter level of him putting stuff out there versus if you want whispers, you can find that in any social media.
But to your point, what do you think his asking price is that he's telling these teams.
More guaranteed than he got with the Patriots. So $26 million was the deal with the Patriots, and my guess is he wants $30 million guaranteed.
What?
No way he's getting that.
What?
That's insane.
No way.
That is
He had a better
insane
season,
contract.
and he was healthy.
No, he's
he
not
was coming
looking
off
for
an
that.
ACL or whatever the injury he had.
Didn't Jawan Jennings just sign like a month ago for $8 million?
I think he was the only one.
If the Patriots could get Diggs for $10 million,
yep, I bet he'll probably be getting somewhere between 10 and 15 million.
I think he's looking up a little bit more from 10.
Yeah, I think he's somewhere in the world of where I think ideally he'd love to be between 15 and 20. But I wonder if the league sees him as somewhere between 12 and 16.
I know, but Wiggs, before this, you thought he was going to be getting more of what's the guy in the Bucks?
Mike Evans?
Mike Evans.
When he went to the 49ers?
Yeah, and I think Mike Evans might have got like 20.
I think it was $45 million, but it was only like 16 guaranteed.
Yeah.
As long as we're talking about the NFL, the Bears are one step closer to moving to Indiana.
Hate it.
What a great Madden jinx, though. Have you seen that going around?
Yes.
Yeah.
Where Caleb Williams is.
But I can't believe they're going to leave Chicago.
Have you seen the way that city's run? It makes Boston look like we're, the old Rome. Like, it's...
It just sucks. It sucks to take a team out of their city. Like, it sucks anytime that you do it. You can
So
say
what do
you're
they
building
want,
this
the Bears?
big new
They want a
beautiful
guarantee in
stadium and
property
you're going to have
tax.
like all this stuff around it for people to go to. It sucks to have to get on a train or get in an Uber for 45 minutes to go to the game.
And so the Bears want a guarantee in property tax?
They want to have an understanding now of what they're going to owe the city and the state before they agree to break ground with their stadium because they want cost certainty, which is what Indiana's providing them. So they're trying to leverage Chicago. But on that, Greg, I was talking to Ashley's amazing husband, Matt, who grew up a big Bills fan.
Yeah.
And he was telling me, and this is so despicable, and it's why the Crafts, despite issues you may have with them, the lack of public funding for Gillette Stadium is a huge reason to support what they do. The Pagula-led Bills build this monstrosity of a stadium in Buffalo and get taxpayer funding for most of the cost. Matt's parents have been season ticket holders for over 50 years. Blood, sweat, and tears. The true heart and soul of that organization are those fans. Per ticket, $20,000, $40K for the seat licenses so they could keep their seats in the new stadium.
Damn.
So you have to have 40 grand lying around.
And he's like, they're on a fixed income. Like,
right.
It's so disgusting. It really is. Like, nobody in the NFL, given the amount of money they make annually, just on the TV deals alone, should have public funding for a freaking football stadium. But that's what the Bears are doing. They're doing what the Crafts did with Connecticut. They're trying to leverage another city or state to get Chicago to do what they should do because the Bears should not play outside of Chicago.
All right. More of They Said It coming up next.
If you are in the market for a diamond for any
the Yankees over the weekend. You can talk about that all day long here on Boston Sports Original WEEI. Patriots get minicamp going tomorrow. You can talk about that as well. And Game 3 NBA Finals this evening. You can talk about that as well all day long here on Boston Sports Original WEEI. Or you can just leave a Hill note on any of those topics or on anything that is on your mind on the Odyssey app, and we will hear what you have to say at about 9:20 or 9:30 this morning when we get to Hill notes. Shime, what is left when it comes to They Said It?
Well, Greg, we talked about Kayshon Boutte. Let's go to a different receiver in a different conference. A guy who hasn't really played much football over the last year or so. That would be Brandon Ayuk. He was seen on Instagram kind of crashing out a little bit this weekend. We could hear some of his Instagram video. Here was Brandon Ayuk.
We dealing with, like them kids when they don't get picked for the basketball game at the court, but they the ones that brought the ball. So they like, all right, y'all don't want to pick me? I'm taking my ball. I'm going home. Little boys, or like when your kid, he got this one toy, but he don't really know how to use it correctly. So somebody else about to pick it up and play with it. And they're like, oh yeah, this shit lit. And they're like, wait, hold on, that's my toy. Man, stop running from the belt. The belt coming. You scared. They scared. The truth is they scared. They know how I get. They gonna say, oh yeah, BA did this, BA did that. BA did, that allegedly. But what they not gonna say is BA suck at football because they know how I get. And they running from that belt that's on the way. It's inevitable. It's coming.
Yo,
Okay.
he talk about crashing out.
Yeah, I don't
He's
know.
on another level.
Could you translate that for us? or
It seems like you don't want to, whatever it is, I'm taking my ball and going
Okay,
away.
So he's taking his ball. He's already done that.
Yeah,
He's
I got
already
the
taken-
belt,
Okay.
and I'm ready to whoop some ass.
Okay, all right.
I mean, that's kind of what I got out of it. Man, I tell you what, the Pats dodged the bullet because I remember we were like, man, we should go get Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah, that is true for a while.
Also, what bill is he referring to, Iggy? He got paid 2 years ago.
Listen, I don't know what he talking about, man. Can't
Great
help you
news.
on that one.
He was wearing a Commander's hat taking selfies, so that's really good news for me.
All right. Well, I mean, he better figure it out because the league gonna forget about him real quick.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He hasn't played in what? A good year and a half, 2 years almost,
Yeah.
right? Because wasn't he dealing with an injury before?
Yeah, he got the knee injury, I think, in 2024, like after he had gotten the contract.
I feel
And
like
then
I
don't-
got an injury listening to that.
And then I don't think he played last year.
Yeah, no, he didn't play last year. So, yeah, he better figure it out. Or he better. Is he saying that the 49ers don't want to trade him or release him?
I don't know what he's saying, Wiggy. I really can't decipher any
No.
of that.
How are you feeling about your Commanders this season?
For me, it's all about Jaden and staying healthy, and I want him to be able to prove the naysayers wrong who watched him in his rookie season and just kept waiting for him to have a serious injury. And then he was so injured at different points last year. I'm like, come on, for all us skinny folk, get out there, put on a little weight.
Yeah, but
just
the
stay
elbow injury, that
durable.
was like, there's not, no matter how much weights you lift, there's not going to help you with the dislocated
I know,
elbow.
but that's like, I think that's the only real knock that people can find against him is
Mhm.
like the body type. They're
Oh,
like,
yeah,
okay,
yeah.
is he going to be able to hold up long term?
And he did it's crazy because obviously, all eyes are on him because we seen him from the Drake May draft class.
Right.
And he did an unbelievable job his rookie year, but the second year dealing with injuries and that kind of thing. So, those three guys are always going to be, we're always going to be looking at what Caleb Williams does, what Jaden Daniels does, and what Drake May does because of the way.
To your point about Brandon Ayuk, like the way that people talked about quarterbacks at the beginning of this offseason and doing their early rankings and everything, it was
Mhm.
like Jaden Daniels doesn't even exist anymore.
Right.
And I do think that, like, Shime, do you think, let's say by the time we get to first weekend in December, do you think that Drake May will be considered from a national perspective a top 5 quarterback?
Yes.
I don't know.
Oh, you don't think so?
I think around here locally, it'll be similar to last year where we're like pushing and we're like, you guys don't understand he's doing this and that. And if his numbers take just a like slight regression from last year in any way, I think that people are going to be just looking at everybody who's coming back from injuries and saying like,
But it
okay,
can't be
But if you add A.J. Brown and
Right.
he regresses, that's an epic fail.
Yeah, it can't be a slight. When you say a slight regression, like if he, well, what do you have? 31 touchdowns this year.
31 passing touchdowns. Correct.
31 passing touchdowns and
so if he has like 27.
28, I think he's still viewed as one of the top quarterbacks in the league.
What is more likely, that Drake May plays well this year and is as good or better than Mahomes, Burrow, Lamar, those guys, or that he takes a slight regression and they take over the league again?
I think that
he's better.
That he's better.
I think the only question you brought up earlier is the difficulty of schedule.
What about the offensive line?
Yeah, that's a huge issue.
Yeah, but people.
It wasn't an issue in the regular season last year.
It wasn't. Like we got to stop with the offensive line. There was
Wait,
no.
you don't think that there's any potential for the offensive line to be a problem?
No, there wasn't an issue last year. Unless you're saying injuries.
There's a big issue in the playoffs.
Only when they played
because of
really good
injuries.
pass rushers was there an issue.
Because of injuries.
Well, there's always going to be an issue when it's Myles Garrett on the other
Well,
side.
did he have 6 sacks every week? Did he have
Pretty
60?
much. Yeah, pretty much he did, damn near. But other than
He had nowhere near 60 sacks.
No. But if you look at Myles Garrett, he
had 47.
Yeah, he dominated everybody.
Well, wait.
So I give you the pass on Myles Garrett.
Curtis, what do you think is more likely? Because you asked the question, but
I
you
think
didn't
it's
answer
more
it.
likely that Mahomes and Burrow reclaim the top spot in the NFL.
I kind of agree. I just think it changes really quickly year to year.
I'm kind of over the whole Joe Burrow experience. Like 2 years ago, he played a full season. He never plays full seasons, by the way. I think he's been in the league 6 years. He's played 3 full seasons or something like that. 2 years ago, he played a full season and they didn't even make the playoffs. Like, I'm
But
kind
also,
of over
he's
the
in
whole
a-
Not
he's
because of him, though.
But he's in a similar situation. If you believe that Drake doesn't have the O-line, Joe Burrow's been in that similar situation basically since he got there.
But
he's never had
He
a line.
plays for like one of the worst organizations
Yeah,
in the
and
NFL.
I don't knock it, but he also has the best, one
One,
of
two.
the best
Yeah.
receiver combo in football.
Yeah, I mean, Jamar Chase, you can make the argument he could be the best wide receiver in the game.
Chisholm's going to have a breakout year.
I just look at this, right?
He is.
I look at it like this. The offensive line, we continue to talk about it, and the only reason why we talked about it last year is because Will Campbell got hurt. If Will Campbell didn't get hurt, I don't think we're having this conversation. So that's why I'm not really I'm not going down the offensive line road like anybody else. The only road that I was concerned
I'm not
about
either because it's boring.
Well, we were
the wide receiver
we
room.
were talking about, to be fair, we were talking about it at times during the regular season when Drake would get hit or when Drake would fumble, and
That's on him, though. A lot of the ball security's on him.
Wait, did you say that Myles Garrett had 47 sacks?
No, Drake May
37.
got sacked 47.
Oh, okay.
Myles
Like-
Garrett had 23.
Right,
So I think
and he
it's
had 5 sacks against Will Campbell. He
Yeah.
had never had another game last year where he had more than 4.
Right, but it's Myles Garrett. Okay, so if Myles Garrett has 5 sacks, we're talking about the best defensive player in the National
He
Football.
had his best
Hopefully
game
it's not
against
in the
their
Super
left
Bowl.
tackle.
Well, he wasn't lined up against Will Campbell on every down.
Yeah, all
I
five
did the
of-
all 22.
No,
crew.
yeah, all 5 of those sacks didn't come off Will Campbell, and so that's why I said it's Myles Garrett. I'll give you a pass on that one, bro. It's Myles Garrett. Other than that, nobody had issues with the offensive line prior to the injury. Not one person. No, we had
Then
issues.
why did they use their first round pick on a tackle?
That's a great question.
Yeah.
That's why I got mad about the
Yeah,
first
I
round
mean,
pick because that
Well, 'cause
tackle's
maybe
not going
they
to play.
think it's a bigger concern than you do.
Yeah,
Well-
but that tackle's not going to play.
Yeah, so I mean, if they
They're
think
still
it's-
starting Will Campbell.
right.
Oh.
So I think that part of them drafting the kid, which I didn't agree with, you're taking him there, is my mind more of a Morgan Moses replacement after this season. So they're going, all right, we can lock down both our tackles with young guys. I didn't agree with it. I'm like, you could have got the tackle in the second round. But anyways, when you look at them last year, up until the injury, the offensive line was not an issue. We didn't complain about Bradbury at center. We weren't really complaining about Michael Onwenu. We weren't really complaining about Wilson and Campbell. At times, we were like, all right, they're young, they're rookies, they're dealing with some stuff, but it wasn't like panic button. When Will Campbell came back and throughout the playoffs, yes. But how much of that was the injury? Ball security stuff, some of them were on Drake May with him not taking care of it, and some of them were offensive line things. I think a little bit more with him not taking care of the ball than it was actually offensive line.
What do you think of PFF?
I don't.
It's
I don't
really
know.
imperfect. I
Yeah.
understand. It's like, how else are
Some
you
dude
gonna...
in his mother's basement.
No, it's like, how else are you going to grade this stuff out? But I think the PFF is like, guys, the all 22 crew watching
Yeah, exactly.
it.
Some
They don't
guy in
really-
his mother's basement
They don't
going
always-
through all the film and going, oh, I'm going to give him a grade of this. Sean could work for
The
PFF.
Substackers. Yeah,
Yeah,
yes, I
exactly.
could.
So if we're going to sit
Make
here
a
and
lot more money.
well, if we're going to sit here and clown on the Substackers, we can't then go to
PFF
PFF.
says this, so it must be right.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's
I think like coaches say they don't always know what is supposed to be going on in the play that they're watching, so it's hard for them to say whether a single guy's role was successful or not.
Right. But
All right, they said it. We are going to get to Mego and today's news, including the dumbest of the day, why a European flight had to return to the airport due to what somebody was doing with their phone, and the rest of the news in 2 minutes on the Greg Hill Show at WEEI.
Did you know?
This is a guy. I said, is he a male model or what? He's a handsome guy, like a beautiful guy. And
The news.
I didn't know he was doing it, but he's potentially a great quarterback. He's a young boy. He had just really started.
With your host, Courtney Cox.
And it just passed Uranus.
Sponsored by Northeast Men's Health, the experts in treating men's sexual health issues with 7 New England locations. Learn more at northeastmenshealth.com on WEEI.
What do you think they would say if I stood up?
All right, time for Mego in today's news.
All right, let's get started. Fire crews from multiple communities were called to a multi-alarm house fire in Winthrop on Sunday that left 2 people hospitalized and 4 families displaced. Crews responding to the fire on River Road found heavy flames ripping through the lower level of one home and spreading to another. 2 people, including a pregnant woman, were taken to the hospital with undisclosed injuries. Fire officials say an electric car parked between the 2 buildings caused the fire to spread.
Those things just spontaneously burst into flames every once in a while. It's
Like
a little,
all the time.
A little alarming.
I feel like we should look into that a little bit more when we're asking our different states to adopt like total electric car usage.
Oh, dump that.
WHDH interviewed one resident.
My little brother grew up in this house. I basically did too, since I was 5 years old, and so much memories. And from what I can see, my room was probably one of the main place that got burned.
Chime, you still driving electric?
Oh yeah, you know it, baby.
Okay. not worried about it at all?
No, I'm not not concerned in the least.
Okay.
Okay.
Needham chairman of Parks and Recreation, Christopher Gerstle, was arrested Friday amid accusations of stealing from Little League families.
What an a-hole.
He's facing 17 federal charges, including wire fraud. Gerstle is accused of stealing over $214,000 from the Needham baseball and softball program, the town's Little League nonprofit. Gerstle was in charge of paying umpires for games using a website called Arbiter Pay. Instead of wiring the money to the umps, federal investigators said he wired funds to his personal bank account more than 200 times, totaling, as I said before, over $214,000. WBZ spoke with Needham resident Tina Falcioni.
It's crazy. It's people that you would be trusting, and they're stealing for themselves and not worrying about the kids. It's sad. Like I said, you think he's doing it for the kids, and it's really for himself. That's the sad part.
So what do they have to do now? They have to go back to the families and get more money from them to pay the umps and everybody who already did the games?
I know. Somebody's gonna they're gonna have to get their money somehow, some way.
Jackass.
Yeah. Man, poor kids
And he got $200,000 before they caught him?
Yeah, $214,000.
Jesus.
Right.
Did it over 200 times.
Yeah, but I think the answer we should do is just keep taxing people more, not actually get rid of the grift that goes on all over the place in our country.
Denver Broncos linebacker Jonathan Cooper was arrested on 2 counts of domestic violence over the weekend. His girlfriend was also arrested. Investigators say the 2 had a fight over phones and allegations of Cooper cheating. This is where it gets bizarre. Police say Cooper's girlfriend threw his phone, and as a response, he put her phone in his mouth, damaging it.
Tried to eat it? He was trying to eat the phone.
What is that
That's
move?
bizarre. I don't know what that one is.
That's
munching on a phone.
There were disturbing details about like the physical altercation between them. I don't want to make light of that, but what is the putting the phone in your mouth?
I don't know. I feel like it's going to be very difficult to bite down on an iPhone.
I would
feel like those things are like,
Yeah, and I've had a phone with water damage. That's the worst. So.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably...
Put it in a bowl of rice?
Yeah, you should have probably just
I ate the rice.
put it in a toilet or something.
It's really weird. The 3 a.m. drinking bill advances through the State House today. We've been talking about this. The Massachusetts State Senate will consider the bill that was already passed by the House, and it would allow bars to stay open until 3 a.m. this summer while Foxborough hosts the World Cup. It would allow for some designated public drinking districts as well. It will need Governor Healey's approval if it's passed by the State Senate.
Now, this cluster F that is the World Cup begins this weekend. Am I correct about
Saturday night at 9 p.m.
Friday night, because there's a harp event.
Yeah, that is right.
Okay.
Oh.
Friday night, we turning up.
Well, the games I think officially start Thursday, but the games at Gillette start Saturday.
The first game at Gillette is Saturday.
Correct.
Locally.
I'm just a American.
You're
so
just so excited. You're just jumping
Following
in.
USA.
I have to tell you though, for the first time, I have felt the international onslaught.
Oh yeah.
What does that mean?
Like the pancakes. No, at the Sully's over the weekend, there were all these people who had rented bikes.
Mm-hmm.
They were not. They looked Scottish or sounded Scottish.
Are they wearing kilts on the bikes?
No, the people are
They were
out.
just
A
hammered.
breeze comes through.
I mean,
that could get real dicey.
No, Curtis is right. The people out, like the Cape Verdean people, they have taken over.
Really?
Oh yeah, I think that there has just been like massive, like everybody's excited about this, and people are flooding to Boston from all over the world. So you're going to see, especially now, you'll start this. That's why I think this 3 a.m. thing is going to be cool, because a lot of people are going to come here to hang out. You might not see it in your little bubble that you live in, but they are out and about.
What is my little bubble?
Well, I'm just saying, people in general, your little bubble.
Why'd you look at me and say I live in a little bubble?
Well, because if you haven't heard of all the
Bubble Boy,
of all the
I
all the
was
stuff
in Maine
that,
this weekend, so I haven't
well, there you go.
seen much
That's
yet.
probably why you're in your bubble in Maine.
why does it take so long? Like, why can't they just vote today? Like, why has this been a 2-month slog to get to 3 a.m. drinking?
Well, one of the big concerns and some of the backlash is from bartenders and servers who are concerned that the Euros don't tip. And so they want them to consider making it a part of the bill where you add in a minimum tip. Because I guess they're not, Curtis, you would know this because you lived in London for a while.
I don't like to talk about it.
And apparently they are not used to tipping over there when it comes to service.
Well, then maybe they put a bunch of signs out on the door. You're in America, we tip. So you come into this bar or this restaurant, like that's how we do things in America. We tip here, and that's what helps, the service. So maybe we let them know.
Do you think that would work? I mean,
I don't know.
Why not with this bill you institute or implement a 15% tax on drinks for tips?
Yeah, I got no problem with that.
For this
We've never
period.
been in favor of any kind of tax ever.
But it goes to the server, not to the state.
But then there's a concern that they would then use that going forward as something that we would all have to pay.
If you're going to buy a drink and you're not going to tip 15% on it, you probably should just get a 6-pack and bring it home.
15%? That's
20.
15 is like you hate the bartender.
20 is easy because you just double it. You take the first number and double it.
That's
That's
it.
why I always go 20. 30 sometimes maybe.
Yeah, but I think maybe that's they just got to put up a lot of signs, especially all these bars locally. Just hey, we tip here in America, and let them know. So I mean, doesn't mean they're going to do it, but the only alternatives, like Curtis said, is you gotta put a tax bill in, or wear a fee. But then you're right. Then those people gonna be like, well, why can't we just keep this fee when everybody leaves America?
Yeah. Well, I do think it's interesting. There are people who know the soccer fans, like the Scottish fans, and they say that they will all just go to the Boston Stadium area.
Thank you.
And try to get themselves somehow into the game or whatever. Like it's going to be absolute.
What are they, like locusts?
I don't know.
I mean, it seems like based off of just like I've never been to a soccer game, but I've seen them on television, and I know with the FIFA and the World Cup, these fans gonna turn up. They're gonna try to get in that stadium any type of way they can. But it'll be a good for the city. It'll be good in the area for money, bringing in bread.
Yeah, I find soccer a sport that you have to be bombed to enjoy. Like, it's just dull.
Well, the game starts at 9 on Saturday night?
That's why they want this 3 a.m. curfew.
Yeah.
Well, what time is it over wherever the game
Katy,
that's on?
Scotland?
Yeah, what time is it in Scotland?
5 hours later.
Yeah, so it's 4 a.m. No, 3 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, so
of course.
Yeah, that don't make sense then. 9 p.m. Yeah, I would thought it was because you were trying to get the people
Oh,
in.
you would think it would be like a 6 p.m. start.
Yeah,
They're not going to make it back to Boston by 3 a.m. if the game
No,
starts at 9.
I don't understand.
So I don't know why it's at 9 p.m.
Because of the TV rights in America. Because that people here are going to watch it at 9 p.m.
No, okay.
Why are people on the East Coast going to watch it at 9 p.m.?
I don't know. Why are they going to watch Timothy Chalamet?
They have games at like 10 a.m. Or 10 p.m. Like the Thursday night South Korea Czechia game is at 10 p.m. and that's in Mexico.
There's got to be a reason for these that we're not.
The
thinking
late night
of.
games, because you would think the perfect time in America to start would be like a 7:38.
It must be conducive to whoever the biggest audience is going to be.
Right. So 9 p.m. you get the East Coast and the West Coast.
There's a midnight game
I'm
on
thinking
Sunday.
like worldwide.
Yeah, that's what I would be thinking.
There is?
There's a midnight game. It's because it's being played in Vancouver, so technically it'll be like 9 p.m. there.
Right.
But here, East Coast, there's a game that kicks off at midnight.
So I guess this somebody in Twitch is pointing out that it's so the entire world can watch.
Yeah, that's
but
what I would figure.
That's what I'm saying. Like, what time zone worldwide benefits the most from a 9 p.m. game?
Yeah.
But I feel like in Scotland, if it's at 3 a.m. or 3 p.m., the whole country is going to be watching it anyway.
I'll be watching the
At
Sox.
3 a.m.?
I'll be
Yes.
watching the Sox, Curtis,
That's
on
bizarre.
NESN. I can't.
Literally, when the Scottish team or the British team is playing in a World Cup match, you can't order food.
Yeah, everybody's going to be
like the chefs are out of the kitchen; they're watching the match.
All right, I'd be like, so maybe 3 a.m., like you said, everybody will be watching in Scotland.
Matchbox 20 rejoin.
Okay. Oh, we did it last week, I believe.
That's a great song, though.
All right. Rest of the news with Mego coming up in 2 minutes.
You know that big bargain to...
Jones and Keith coming up at 10, and not only can you listen to them, but you can watch them on Twitch or on YouTube, and we are brought to you on Twitch by Springer's Jewelers. If you're taking a ride northward, then make sure you stop in to Springer's in beautiful tax-free Portsmouth, New Hampshire, and their team will help you buy a diamond that fits what you are looking for. This is, before we get back to the news, this is Dave from Andover. Hey, Dave.
Hey, how's it going, Greg? I just called about two things there. One was about the World Cup. I was just over in Japan, and they put up all these pop-up stores selling all the Japanese players' numbers and shirts and all that stuff. It was pretty cool.
Yes, there is one of those in my courtyard outside of my building. They put up a store that sells jerseys.
Next to the Ralph Lauren coffee truck?
It's near the Ralph Lauren. It's right next to Van Leeuwen, actually.
Okay.
So that's how I happen to see it. Made a quick trip over to Van Leeuwen the other day. But yes, go ahead. What else?
The other thing was my first time trying a bidet.
Oh.
And it was interesting. Every place over there is all bidets, every single toilet. And at first, I'm like, Wiggy is so fraudulent. This thing's not working right. But once you figure out how to use it properly, does a nice job. Every seat is heated.
Yeah.
And, It's very.
It's the best thing for you. Keeps all about hygiene.
What is the trial and error of learning how to use a bidet?
I think maybe because it was probably like the bidet spout,
Pressure of the jet.
pressure, different locations where it's trying to be able to hone in on where's your sweet spot.
And clearly that's just a rookie not knowing how to use a bidet.
That's all it
'cause
is.
Once he did figure it out,
He figured it out.
Let's get back to soccer.
Some of them come with blow dryers where they actually
That's very healthy.
yes, the best
Got to keep that area dry.
bidets are EBJs. Ernie Bach Jr.'s got the best bidets. Hands down.
Oftentimes, you use a bidet when you don't even have to go to the bathroom, which is kind,
Nothing wrong with
weird,
that.
kind of a weird thing.
Want to be
Just to
clean?
freshen up.
Want to be stay fresh.
Yeah.
What else can I say? I'm so fresh and so clean.
They were singing about bidets.
Yes, they were.
Can we get back to the rest of the news, please?
Unfortunately, we can. Let's get into a case of Florida, not like the rest of us.
And now,
It's one of those only in Florida type of stories.
another edition of
Come to Miami.
Florida. Not like the rest of us.
The people of Polk County like guns. They have guns. I encourage them to own guns.
On WEEI.
Oh, they don't close Florida.
I'm going to have to be careful with how I word this story. A 79-year-old Florida man was arrested after watering his lawn in front of a group of teenage girls. You might say, what's wrong with that? Just an elderly gentleman watering his lawn. And the issue is he was holding his other hose in front of them. Gets worse. The incident took place on a street called Sunnywood Circle in Polk County.
I see. Was it an accident or was it intentional? Or
It was. I would hazard to guess it's quite intentional because the man, who is identified as Gary Golter, has a history of vulgar and inappropriate behavior.
I see.
We can hear from the local sheriff.
I want to point out that this event happened at the suspect's house on Sunnywood Circle. You got that? This is Gary Golter. It was sunny, and he was watering his grass with a hose in his right hand, and he had his crank in his left hand. I don't even know how to say this, but he was doing this in front of 16 and 13-year-old girls, and we don't like it, so we arrested him.
That sheriff is very
That's
blunt.
Grady Judd, famous sheriff that we play on the show a lot. He's
he don't play down there.
He
do not play.
No, he does not.
Buck naked.
Old
I
man
don't
freak.
know if she was like 2 fries short of a Happy Meal. Now, I just don't believe I'd want any finger-licking good chicken that she touched. Just saying.
Where is Polk County? I'm sure we've discussed that. What part of Florida is this?
I have no idea.
I have no idea, Curtis.
I will Google.
Maybe Jupiter is in Polk County.
No, that's
no.
It's near Orlando.
Okay.
Checks out.
Oh, there's a Legoland there.
There's a Legoland everywhere now.
That's true.
Like, really? When did Legoland start to have such a spread across the whole country?
Legos have become wildly popular, it feels like, in the last few years.
They have, yeah.
I've never been a big Lego guy, but if you like them, good for you.
Yeah. They've taken over the puzzle game.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Currently starting the Millennium Falcon Lego set.
Greg, those Lego sets are not cheap.
Yeah.
By the way, they're like a few $100s.
Are you a Star Wars guy?
No, I enjoy Star Wars, but I'm not some hardcore Star Wars guy.
Is that like Pokemon for you?
Yeah, no. Speaking of Pokemon, by the way, there was a Pokemon Go Fest in Chicago this week. Thousands of people were just in the park, in Grant Park in Chicago, just like staring up at their phones.
People or just men?
Nope, no, people.
Oh, there were women. There were actually women there.
Did you tell in the costumes they were in?
They weren't in costume. Pokemon isn't a costume thing, Megan.
That's the
Come on.
furry
Yeah,
events
very
he goes
different.
to.
You arrive at Chicago, you're doing some sightseeing, and you get surrounded by those people.
That's what happened to
God.
my brother. My brother and my dad were there for the World Cup friendly game, and they went to the park, and it was just overrun by people playing Pokemon.
My guess is there's probably a big crossover between Pokemon and soccer fan.
I don't think so.
Was there some kind of a rare Pokemon? Were they playing Pokemon Go? Is that
Yeah, so it's Pokemon Go Fest. So,
I
like,
see.
it's a special event that they hold in location. Like, certain locations you go, you can get special Pokemon and items and stuff like that.
I would do Pokemon Go Away Fest. That would be what I would
Pokemon
call
Go's
it.
a blast.
Big
I
money.
got the Bulbasaur.
Yeah. There's big money for that.
Hey.
Big money for the Bulbasaur.
It's Pokemon's 30th anniversary, too, Wicks. Big year.
Oh, yeah. Big money.
Shoot me in the head.
I was too old for the Pokemon rage.
Yeah, it's cool.
You know?
I get it.
I was there for the first wave.
Oh, you were there? Yes,
Yeah, I had
was
the
too old.
binder.
I was too old for that.
All right, what else, Mego?
Sharon Osbourne is outraged by the reaction that she's hearing from fans about their plan for an AI Aussie live concert event, which you had as a lead
Yes.
a couple weeks ago.
I was upset about it. I said it was a cash grab by the Osbourne family. Now, Sharon Osbourne is responding.
She is hearing all of these complaints from Aussie fans, and she sat down with her son, Jack. If you remember from the Osbournes, you're familiar with Jack. The McRib is back. Here are the two of them reacting.
Cash grab. I'm not asking you to come. I don't want your money. I don't need your money. For somebody to turn around to me and say I'm doing a cash grab. For 10 years, we have been exploring it. Yeah. And the thing is, I don't have to justify. What do they think we're going to do? I'm going to hawk my husband around selling weed killer on an ad or selling cigarettes or beer? Do you think I'm going to do that? No.
Listen, I told you, I'm all for it. Here's what I would ask you, Greg, right? There are people that go to see cover bands of specific groups. I always talk about Filipino Journey. There are people who go see that.
Yeah.
So I don't, to be able, if you can do it in the way that it looks really good, which they probably can in today's world, you're not telling me you as a Ozzy Osbourne fan would go there. Not you in general. I'm just saying there would be a lot of people who would go to see hologram Ozzy perform.
AI Ozzy is not Ozzy. I want to see a real human being in concert.
But you'll go see like
I know. I just don't. It's. And she's talking about how they don't need the money. If you don't need the money, why are you doing it?
To be fair, you saw Morgan Wallen, who's a real human being, and didn't love him because all he did was say, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. And he now he's losing. You seen him losing it on stage lately?
No. Is he going nuts again?
Some woman was filming.
This is a guy who threw a chair off of the roof of a
he doesn't
bar.
want, he has a rage problem. Like, he doesn't want people filming his show, so there was a poor woman who was there with her camera up. He went and grabbed her phone and threw it as far as he could. In the arena.
Oh, like a comedy sketch, dude.
like
you
a
do the
real
same
jerk.
set every day.
Yeah. But I understand that you made a lot of money. Like, just let Ozzy lie. Like, I just
But they want to have his legacy continue on, his music. People love Ozzy. If they would pay to go see a fake Ozzy cover band, so I guess to the Osbourne, Sharon and the son are like, we could do this. We're going to do a classy. You know, I guarantee, what's the group? I know, why do I want to say ABBA? Could I be wrong?
Yeah, ABBA does that.
They've done it with ABBA.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah.
So I feel like people would go.
I mean, that's Dancing Queen. You can't get enough of that.
Yeah, but it's shot. And listen, it's
Mamma Mia.
It's Ozzy
Here we
Osbourne.
go again.
It's nothing better than Bach at the Moon.
But we have that with Ozzy. We have all of his records.
I know, but the people want to still be able to go out and see the hologram Ozzy.
Okay.
I remember they did it with Tupac. They brought him out on stage. People loved it.
Do you think it's because it's so close to his death? He died, 2 years ago?
Yes.
Do you think it would be
A
different?
year ago. I think it was only a year ago.
Okay, a year ago.
Yeah.
So do you think if they were doing this 10 years after his passing, that it would feel a little different for you, Greg?
You want to know what it is?
What?
In one word only?
Classless.
It's classless. That's what it is. Classless.
It's a good point,
All right.
Michael, though. Maybe 10 years.
Rest of the news, including the dumbest of the day, coming up next.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Ratliff, Engineering Director at Nissan. We know some things are important to hear.
know if you trust Bob Nightingale, Red Sox listening to offers when it comes to Chapman and maybe to Connor Wong. And so I'm guessing that's not a full sell. That's a sell to get a bat and see if we can somehow get ourselves back in the thing or whatever. You can talk about that all day long here on Boston Sports Original WEEI. But our very own GM here, Chris Curtis, has been on moving Chapman for quite some time anyway. So
if they don't sell off parts, you are looking at a redo of the Heimblum disaster, where they traded Christian Vasquez and the players were mad, and then they stopped and they middled it. And Sam Kennedy, in the aftermath of that deadline, said it was a mistake, said they have to go in a direction. And here we are, and you have the owner worried about whatever, finances, doesn't want to quit on the season at this stage for whatever reason. And if they don't sell, what a disaster.
You still believe there shall be a lockout next season, correct?
I mean, does anybody think the players' union will accept a salary cap?
I mean, I don't think so. I don't think so. So I do look at, I ultimately think they're going to be full-on sellers. Because
at deadline time.
At trade deadline time, because I think that second wild card spot is starting to get further and further away from them. I think they're going to realize, all right, so we're basically chasing one wild card spot with a bunch of other teams. We're so inconsistent. And I think John Henry goes, all right, if there is a potential lockout, let's move on from guys and maybe alleviate some of the financial burden for guys that will affect us now that we know won't be here potentially in 2028.
Wiggy, do you have any concern that Breslow's front office can properly execute those trades, even if that's the marching orders? Because there was the report last week that in-house, I think it was Jarren Duran, that they rate so much more highly than other people around the league. So like, if they're even trying to sell, are they going to be able to execute those, or is it going to just turn into a cluster F?
I think that ultimately you got to know what the value of the player is around the rest of the league. Even though you might be trying to set yourself, higher for that, I think the league will tell you what the market is on that player, right? If there are multiple teams that are interested, they're going to probably have a similar package. If you're way above that package, I think you got to kind of have a little bit of reality check and say, all right, we're not going to get that. You got to be willing to move on from Duran, which I think they probably are. To Curtis's point, Chapman will get you a haul back. Then there's the question of, all right, how do you view Sonny Gray and Wilson Contreras in your future? Right? If you feel like they might, and potentially the lockout being in 2027, so maybe not till 2028. If you don't see them as them in your future, then you sell off those pieces because they'll bring you even more back that will help you in the future.
The young guys are safe, right?
Yeah, the young guys, I think
Roman, Marcelo.
Well, not necessarily. Marcelo was a part of that Marte discussion.
Right, but I think he's not one of the...
That would really tick off Roman Anthony.
Yeah.
Right?
But I don't think Meyer was one of those guys that when Bresbot said, there are a few guys that we look at that we're going to build the team around.
Who are those guys then?
I would say that's probably...
Obviously Roman.
Crochet, Roman, Sonny Gray, William Abreu, maybe Rafaela.
That would be...
I'd say probably those five guys.
Think about this. Where we started the season, let's say not this spring training, but last spring training, hearing about the trio of Roman Anthony, Marcelo Meyer, Christian Campbell. This is going to be like Mookie, Xander, and Devers. Like, that's what the line kind of was. And now if Marcelo is in possible trade packages, Roman Anthony can't get out of the splint or whatever he has on his hand, and Christian Campbell is completely disappeared down to Worcester forever.
Right.
I mean, that is a crazy turn of events.
Yeah, and that's what it's kind of looking like, because even with the Meyer thing, it's been a few years with with Marcelo Meyer, right? Think about his name has been kind of been talked about for several years. Oh, this one of these guys down a AAA ball, one of their young superstars, expectations. He's never really panned out.
Ever since he was late to Jones and Keefe, if we're being honest, he hasn't been. And I would also say this is why you trade prospects. About 30% of them come and actually do what you hope they'll do. And you get, if you were to have traded Marcelo Meyer 2 years ago, you get a legitimate Major League player. We don't know if Meyer's going to be a legitimate ball player yet.
No.
He's been awful.
I mean, if you, after everything, to Greg's point, everything that's gone on with Roman, and then Marcelo's out of town after you didn't bring back Bregman, it's just a very tough start for Roman and his relationship with the team.
But if you need, if they trade your boy and that affects you, and you're a young player yourself, you need a pacifier. You need another grown man to get you up every day and take you to the batting cages.
I mean, look at what Brady did when they traded Mankins. He lost his mind.
I mean, honestly, though, serious conversation, you need a guy to get, I get you learn from the veteran, but once they move on from him, you take those things, and if you're still telling me, now if they trade Meyer, his other buddy, he's going to go into a shell, I'm more concerned about that play. Then I'm like the caller. Maybe we should be looking into trading Roman Anthony.
What?
If you're telling me he needs all these grown men to get him to perform.
Do you think that the conversations that they had with Roman were hey, once you get up to Boston, things change really quickly. Who knows what'll happen? Or do you think that they were sitting there going, it's going to be you, it's going to be Marcelo, it's going to be Christian. Just wait. You guys are the core of the next World Series team that we're building. And now he's up here and nothing has gone the way that he expected.
But that's not on them. He's got to be he's got to be
Christian Campbell's not on the Red Sox?
No, Christian.
I mean, he's not. But what happened to him is not on the Red Sox?
No. Christian Campbell had an opportunity. He was their opening day starting second baseman last year. Had an opportunity, couldn't get the job done. So they said, you know what? Here's what we're going to do. We're going to ship him down to the minors. You had Marcelo Meyer, who was here before Roman Anthony got here and has been in this system for a while, and they've been waiting for him to kind of that light to click on. It hasn't. So if you're Roman Anthony, and we might be selling you here, this is the core that we're looking at, Roman Anthony needs to worry about one person and one person only. That's himself. If those other two guys ain't panning out, then guess what? You're bringing other guys that they'll see as your core. And that's the way that it's starting to look.
I think it's just you would know better. Well, you would know much better than me, Wiggy. Don't you think it could be easy for him to get disillusioned with what it's like
I
here?
would know this. As somebody who played professional, I used the veterans to learn as much information as I could. I was a sponge. I kept my mouth shut and I listened to everybody, whether it was Eric Green, whether it was Richie Anderson, Keyshawn Johnson, Testaverde, Jumbo Elliott, and the names go on and on and on. I learned from these guys and I said, okay, here's what I need to do. But I didn't need grown men saying, hey, you want me to call you in the morning? Do you need to, do you need to make sure you're at workouts afterwards?
He didn't need Alex Bregman to call him.
No, I'm just saying that's what Mego was saying.
No.
These are his binkies.
But Roman Anthony shared with us that Alex Bregman taught him that to get there early, to be the first one in the morning.
And I feel
that's an admirable thing.
Right, and I feel like in spring training, Roman was that guy. So if you're saying, and Mego, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, what if they do trade Meyer? Here's another guy that this is Roman's boy. How's that going to affect him? I'm like, that's what I'm talking about. If it's affecting you that they're trading Marcelo Meyer because he's your homeboy, then I have to ask questions about you and your mental makeup.
My question is, why is Chad Tracy here if not to reach the guys that we're talking about? It's shocking to me. He's here because he was their manager. They respected him. Don't you think that Roman Anthony was excited when Chad Tracy was hired?
Of course.
And yet nothing's changed.
Well,
they
because
haven't played better.
Yeah, I mean, Tracy wasn't going to be the savior. The problem is you had to go with somebody. You completely blew out Alex Cora and everybody that he had. And so it was either, who can we get? Do we elevate Andrew Bailey or we elevate the manager of the Worcester, and that's ultimately what they did. It's not like you're going to get anybody at that point in time in the season.
I mean, Breslow fired Alex Cora to buy himself some time.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
totally
what,
agree.
That's what it is, right?
Yeah.
Well, because they were not at all in the same direction.
No.
Like there was a
Right,
massive...
but he probably sold John Henry on this is the problem.
Right.
And so I'm going to make this move, and I don't know that he did himself any favors because now it's squarely on him.
But don't you think Cora probably got into this sort of peeing match and was like, there's no way they're going to take him over me?
Yeah, I think Cora definitely believed that, and they ultimately chose the side of going with Bresbot. But I think you're 100% right, Greg, to buy himself some time. And he probably said, and this is what I would say if I was Bresbot, hey, it might not go as well as we plan now because we did fire Cora and there's going to be a lot going on. But once I hire my guy, that will change everything.
So then he's buying himself another year,
right?
And another year with the lockout or strike or whatever it's going to happen.
To hire his guy.
And he doesn't want Roman Anthony back now because then that's a good excuse.
That's right, yeah. All right. Little bit of disarray with your Boston Red Sox currently, and you can leave a Hill note on that. We will play the best Hill notes back coming up at 9:20, so leave one for us on the Odyssey app.
When it comes to student loans, families have more choice.
Well, guess who walked in during the break? Real Life Tom for a quick update on the romantic situation. Good morning. Hello. How are you?
I'm doing good, Mr. Hill. Good morning.
You said this morning when I walked in that you were single and then gave no further details. So I am wondering what happened because it looked very promising with this new girl.
It did. It looked very promising. She's a super good girl, super nice. All 3 dates went great. It was just after the 3rd date, I just didn't feel that, what's the word, like the spark, the oomph. And that's something I'm looking for in a relationship.
Wow.
I don't want to just date somebody to date somebody. I'm, looking for a real connection, if you would say that.
So you pulled plug.
I did pull the plug.
Wow.
I was wrong.
Wow.
Take that, coach.
How'd you do it?
Yeah, how'd you do it?
No, I gave her a call.
You don't get together in person with her?
Well, I was going to say, hey, let's get together again for 10 minutes so I can, not that we were like officially dating, but to be like, hey, let's break up.
You didn't want to do the Aaron Rodgers where you flew in to get fired.
Yeah, pretty much.
What was it? Because based on talking to you, the other dates were great dates. So where should you know if you have a spark with somebody like after the first date?
Yeah, I don't know. It was just we got to the 3rd date. We went to the restaurant, pulled the gift cards, no problems. And I was just leaving and I was like, man, this just isn't the same that it was the first 2 times.
She ordered something that you didn't like?
Right.
No.
Did she say something? There has to be something.
Right.
Yeah.
Did you try and get
You were very high on this girl
Right.
early
What
on.
did she say that all of a sudden you went, ooh, hit the brakes?
So I really can't pinpoint. I'm not just being closed off on the radio. I really can't just pinpoint a moment. There was just, at one point in time, I was like, man, this doesn't feel like the
Were you
first 2
talking
dates.
about like your futures? Were you talking about your jobs? Was there an attempt to be amorous that was declined?
Right.
I mean, we were talking a little Red Sox, and she was a little too high on the team, maybe. But no, there really wasn't a moment. We, generic, how was work, this and that. We didn't do a ton of relationship type talk. What do you want going ahead? Which is fine. It was only the 3rd date, but something felt off. And
was this why you were concussed?
Right.
Yeah, I was concussed. This was the day. This was the day. 2 days after, I still had a little bit of a headache, and she was like, "We can reschedule." I was like, "No, we're gonna go get food."
Because to Mego's point, you was super high on this girl. So did she say like, "Oh, I want like 6 kids"? And you're like, "Whoa, wait a second."
No,
that's a lot of my
I
pocket.
Did she have to go to the gym?
No, she didn't. I did not have to go to the gym. I was taking a few days off. And
How did she take it?
She was like, "Hey, I appreciate you just being upfront, honest with me, and we have mutual friends." So I was like, I would love to stay friendly-ish, but I've been on the other side of that. So I was like, if you don't ever want to talk to me again, I understand. I'm not gonna be upset about that.
Okay. So you're back on the market.
Back in the game.
Should we get the blind dating game going? I mean,
But we need to really zero in more on this to figure out this. Because if there had to have been, you're being evasive. There had to have been a specific moment where you're like, okay.
You got the ick, didn't you?
I mean, something gave me the ick. And
yeah. Well, she probably said, I'm going to wait till marriage.
No, it was.
Ick. Because Curtis's point, you were so high on this girl, and then all of a sudden, you're like, you're not.
You're going out for a free meal. It's not even cash is an issue.
You're like, the first 2 dates were amazing. We had great conversation, blah, 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 blah,
How about this? In the next partner that you're seeking to date, did you learn something about what you need from that person?
I'm not a big texter, I'm realizing. And she was
spammed
not
you.
spamming, but it was very I felt like if I wasn't responding fast enough, I would feel bad. But sometimes it was just I don't want to be
Stage 5 clinger.
That's what it sounds like.
I wouldn't say clinger, but
you can say something, man.
Right.
I mean, if you're saying all right, she was like a stage 5 clinger, and if we were to date, it'd be like, where you going? Who you going with? What time you gonna be back? What's going on?
What are you doing? Good morning.
How many times was she texting you a day?
I think it was more of just it was every day at the exact same time. It was not that I don't love a good morning text, but it was every single day, hope this is going well on that, which is
that's a nice thing.
It's awesome. But something about that is okay, now I have to respond. And I'm not
good
big
morning?
on
You say, hey, good morning. How are you?
I'm not big on the just texting to text. Let's have a conversation if there's a conversation to have.
She's just being polite.
No, I'm aware. It's me. I'm very aware.
You know what we need?
It's not you, it's me.
Yeah. Sounds like we need her number to call her right now and get her side of the story.
Ooh, I like it.
Because If she's just saying like, "Hey, hello, good morning, have a great day," that's just somebody who's.
It wasn't that your complaint with the other girl was that she wasn't responsive?
Right.
The complaint was that she had to go to the gym, and I was like,
Right.
let's go grab some food. That was the big complaint.
So
there.
this girl became annoying to you because she was texting you too much.
Right. And there was no payoff, if you know what I mean.
Right, because you said the first thing you said when you sat down is you want to find love. You want to find somebody. So if she's into you, that's
she said good morning. I'm out.
That's
another one.
I feel like
Have
you
a
want
good day.
Why do you always send those in the morning?
Right. I feel like you'd want to pursue somebody who's really into you if you're looking for love. But if you're just looking for another notch under your belt, you really don't want a stage 5 clinger.
Right.
No, I think it was cool at first to have. It was like, oh my God, she really cares about me. But then when that spark wasn't there and it was kind of disappearing, it was like, okay, this is becoming, I don't want to say tiresome, but it became like, okay. Here's the it became a burden. Thank you. Shine with the assist. Thank you, big dog.
Was the spark not there?
But it's not a burden if you're attracted to her.
Yeah.
But I had then become unattracted to her, so it became a burden.
Were you physically attracted?
Wait, that's a thing? You can become unattracted because somebody is texting too much?
Well, I think it was, you add that onto it, it became like a perfect storm.
He's
like the Red
worried
Sox.
if she's texting too much. He's not worried about the moment. He's worried about she's gonna be one of those people that wants to know my every whereabouts. She's gonna be hounding me. So I mean, that's at least what I'm getting from what he's not telling me. Because were you physically attracted to her?
Yeah, she was cute.
What?
Cute.
Cute, okay.
That's
This
not
is I'm not
How big of a rowboat?
I think cute is perfectly fine word.
Yeah, no.
That is not a good word.
No. When you're like, yeah, she was cute.
Don't look at me. I'm not helping you.
Yeah. Michael, how would you feel if a guy said, if I said, hey, was she physically?
How would you feel if a guy said you were frumpy? Oh, wait, your coworker did.
Yeah.
But I'm not talking about her looks. We're talking about something else. A guy that was interested in her said, hey, she's cute.
I think I get that a lot. So
I'm talking about a guy who's interested in you.
I think that there's different levels of cute. If they're like, she's cute, she's sexy. Like
Well, those
you
are
can't
sexy's
be
different.
You can't be cute alone because it's like, you
Cute
know,
and
a
sexy.
puppy's cute.
That's different, though. Sexy at the end of it is different.
That's what I'm saying.
But
Like
you can say that.
If you say cute, I want something else to go along with that.
Are you coming to any road shows?
I'm going to try to make the one in New Hampshire.
Do you want to do the blind dating game at Bernie's?
Yeah, I'm game.
Okay. So we'll set it up. We'll get you three potential soulmates, and we'll do the blind dating game in person at Bernie's at the road show.
All right.
All right.
A very strict no good morning rule is in place.
So you can say
Yeah.
good morning.
We don't want anybody who wants to communicate with me at all.
Does
at any
age
time.
matter to you? Because we could have some cougs that could come out.
That's fine.
Yeah, I'm saying,
I
does
don't-
age matter to
wait,
him?
What's the oldest you would date?
What, I'm going to be 23 in a few weeks, so I don't know, 26, 27.
Oh, dang. You ain't ready to dip your toe into that like 60 world?
No.
They don't text as much.
That is an upside. But,
They
I
don't
don't
text.
but I don't want it to be, hey, how do I use this thing called the phone to text you?
Like,
Wow, ouch.
that feeling of getting that text in the morning was like the greatest when you were starting a
It
relationship.
was,
Like,
and then it got old, Curtis. I don't know how to explain it.
but it got old. It's like a week old.
That was quick.
Guys have gone on 3 dates.
Yeah, he don't like that.
Something happened. You're not.
Then it was
being
a
totally
sign that it wasn't going to
forthcoming.
work out.
You just didn't like her. And when someone is texting you all the time and you don't like them, you're like, ugh, enough.
Thank you, Megan.
But
Get
I
a
liked her
life.
so much from jump.
Right.
You got the ick.
You got the ick.
So it's back to these youngins today where like, oh, she's chasing me too much.
Yeah.
It's bothersome, that you're that interested into me. Back off.
You don't want your significant other to annoy you until you're at least like 2.5 years in. And then it's like,
I hope Chris isn't listening
then
right now.
he knows when he's annoying me.
knows.
Yeah, he knows when he's like when I see him sitting on the couch and he's eating pizza and he wipes his hand on the blanket. And I'm like, that's not a towel.
Well, that's annoying, though. I don't get in the world that real life Tom is in a good morning text or a good night text. It's just that person showing you interest. I don't get why that's like a big deal for you guys.
Well, I think it was more, once I knew I was losing interest, it became more and more of a burden, as Shime would say.
Yeah, that's not going to make or break it. Like, if you really, really are into somebody, it doesn't, those small things don't really matter.
It's like, oh my God, this broad again. How's my day going? She just texted me 6 hours ago. How's my morning?
All right. Well, single and ready to mingle. And we'll see what we can do when it comes to a blind dating game for you. All right. That's Real Life Tom. And we are back in just 2 minutes.
And are you going to be at practice Tuesday?
Yeah, yes, sir.
What's a lot of questions about your future? Obviously, if you don't want to talk about them now, that's cool. But what do you make of all the rumors out there? What do you think about your future here in New England?
I try not to buy into it. At the end of the day, I can control what I can control. As long as I'm doing what I'm supposed to do off the field, everything else will play out.
It just depends on how long the time is left for you. I've had the highest mountains, I've had the deepest river. You can have it all, but now keep moving.
Okay, Sean Booty with WBZ over the weekend. He will be at work tomorrow. Good on him for that. And it seems like we discussed earlier, it seems like he may be the odd man out, but I don't know. There were a lot of people who at times last season really liked his connection with Shime's guy Drake May. So maybe can they find room for him, Wiggy? And
Well, generally most teams keep 5 wide receivers on the 53-man roster, right? Because if it's a team that likes to use 2 tight ends, maybe you only keep 4, but we know that most teams keep 5, and I think the Patriots kept 5 last year. It's just, I don't really know if you're looking at Romeo Doubs, you're looking at A.J. Brown, you're looking at Mac Hollins. Pop Douglas is probably a slot guy.
Still have Kyle Williams.
Still got Kyle
Chisholm
Williams.
around.
And Chisholm's a slot guy. It's Booty is mainly a guy that we saw line up outside on the numbers. Well,
and Booty's also the reason Tom didn't text back, if we're being honest.
and so what's my role potentially going to look like? Am I going to be a guy who's basically healthy scratches or limited to just special teams? And Booty's probably looking at it, well, why can't you trade me someplace where I can actually go and have a real opportunity to play because I'm probably not going to play here?
What's a reasonable expectation that you get back for him?
6th
if you're lucky.
Pick swap.
Yeah. I mean, what was he drafted in the 5th or the 6th round himself?
Yep, I believe so, yes.
Yeah, so maybe a 6th or a 7th round pick. If not, if I'm Booty, I'd say, hey, listen, trade me or just cut me. Don't keep me around because they're not helping him. And the organization, and that's the one thing I don't like. If you know you're going to cut a guy, don't just keep him around for a camp body and then cut him during training camp. Cut him now. Let him go someplace where he can learn potentially a new playbook and have a real opportunity to make that team.
And Christian Gonzalez, in your mind, not participating at all, camp-wise? No.
I would not, even though it might cost you, a little bit over $100,000, whatever the fines are nowadays for missing minicamp, I do not care. I do not. If I'm his agent, don't go out there and don't do anything. You can be at practice. You can be in the meeting rooms. Don't do anything when it comes to physically having to run, doing any routes or not routes, but any type of practicing. I would not. I'd tell him don't do anything.
Yeah, I think he'll be at minicamp, and then he'll go on down to the lower field or whatever, where you assume people are rehabbing injuries, and it'll be that hold-in scenario.
What I would do. I would not, and we always have this conversation. I don't know what the Patriots are waiting for.
But what if the Patriots are worried if in training camp someone goes down and you have Booty here who knows the offense? And, what's more valuable?
Yeah, but now he's a camp body. So all you're doing is hurting Booty.
What?
He's a camp body.
Well, Booty doesn't have a choice. I mean, he can.
Yeah, right.
Show
But
up.
that I think sucks for a player, right?
If you're going to do solid by the player.
Yeah, if you're
well,
not,
he didn't do solid by you. He was in Miami Beach.
Yeah, but because he knows
it was voluntary.
Yeah, and he knows
Matt
that
Collins wasn't there
yeah,
either.
And
he doesn't wear shoes.
And he knows that you want to move on from him, right? He knows that he's not going to have a real opportunity.
But if somebody goes down, he'll have an opportunity.
Right, but what if somebody doesn't go down?
I don't care about Booty's feelings. I care about the Patriots being good. And I think the best thing for them to do is just hold on to him. I don't care about a 6th-round pick.
Yeah, see, I think that it's wrong, and I think it's wrong for you to do that to a player.
They did it with Kendrick Bourne, with Jalen Polk. They did this with a bunch of receivers last year, too. They just released them at the end of training camp.
Yeah, and I don't like that. I think if you know that you don't want this guy, let him go so he has an opportunity to get with another team before training camp and realistically have a real chance of making that team.
But if somebody gets hurt and you reach out to him on the phone, what would that be called?
A booty call.
Yes, okay, correct.
Well, that's different.
Thank you.
That would be – you have Kyle Williams there. So if somebody gets hurt, Kyle Williams next man up. You got – there's other guys that you probably assigning as, undrafted free agents because they didn't draft anybody, Shime, right, as a wide receiver?
No, they did
so
not.
They
draft
probably signed a couple undrafted free agent guys. So there are guys there now. If somebody gets hurt, you elevate them. What? Because do you think Booty, if he stays all the way through training camp, think he's making this team?
I don't know.
If you had a bet on it.
Probably unlikely.
Right.
Well, where's he lining up?
Let's say he's lining up outside the numbers. So he's probably not going to make the team.
The X, the Z, vertical route.
And if I'm Mike Vrabel, as a guy who played and understood what that life was like,
yeah,
I would be like, here, Keyshawn, we're going to try to trade you. If we can't, we're going to release you.
It's hilarious to me that prior to the A.J. Brown trade, I remember very early in the offseason, people were like, yeah, don't worry, Booty's going to be like a 1,200-yard receiver playing opposite Romeo Doubs next year. And now he's probably not even going to be on the team. Multiple people on the text line during our weekend shows.
Oh, well,
text line, Twitch
the pack
chat,
needs to bring it up a different level than that because that's crazy.
Insane.
And I understand Booty.
He did make some great catches when you needed him
Absolutely.
last season.
He had his moments,
Like
but
that,
he's
that
not.
catch in the Texans game in the playoffs.
He's
that
like a
was
600-yard receiver.
Right.
Yeah, he's not. He's a Matt Collins type. Like,
And
he's
don't
just
you think,
a
in
piece.
his mind, he would be perfect on another team where he could really show his skills and show that he could do it?
But do you think he's helping himself this offseason? And if he does indeed want to play ball and try and get to a team that's not the Patriots, why wouldn't you show up to voluntary workouts?
Because they're voluntary?
Yeah,
I mean,
'cause
if he
they're
shows up
voluntary.
tomorrow, that's all that matters.
Yeah.
That means
and
he showed up
says
for
he will.
practice.
Yeah.
Do you think they could package him with something else to get another tight end in?
That'd be nice.
I mean, you probably could. I would
Need one of those.
I would package him, and I think Sean made this point last week. Package him with a couple draft picks to the Giants for like Kayvon Thibodeau. Right? The Giants, they signed Odell Beckham Jr., who's been out of the league for like maybe 2 years. Malik Neighbors is still coming off that injury.
So lost Wandale Robinson.
Yeah,
free
so
agency.
I mean, you might.
Jackson Dart is tearing apart the locker room.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I would do.
Joke.
I know that was a joke, but that's what I would do. I just think that, Vrabel, he would know better as a former player, and he would be like, "All right, we're gonna try to trade you, or we'll cut you by this date."
All right, we are going to get to today's Hill Notes in exactly 2 minutes.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Partners.
From the Catches Law Injury Attorneys Studios, no fee unless you win. We will get to Hill Notes. Jones and Keith coming up at 10. This is Michelle from... Michelle. I went to Michelle and Michelle hung up. She was calling from California. What about David? You want David in the car? David, good morning.
Good morning. So I hope all is well with everyone.
Yeah.
So I'm with Wiggy on Booty. I mean, it's a shame if they let him go. I think he had a good connection with Drake May, and if you're going to let him go, you let him go now. You don't drag him out through the training camp and then cut him loose, because that's just not doing justice for him. Let him go somewhere else. Let him shine. And also, if I may comment on Mego's comment earlier about Drake May being a top 5. Around here in New England, he's a top 5 for us. There's no question. But nationwide, he's not, and he should not be just because he went to the Super Bowl. Brady wasn't a top 5 after going to the Super Bowl the first year. It took him a while to get there. So I think we need to pump our brakes a little bit on that as well.
Yeah, it's not just because he went to the Super Bowl, though. He was the runner-up for the MVP. Like, this is not...
He was. But what happens if he doesn't make the playoffs this year? If they don't make the playoffs, which I don't think that would happen. I do believe they have the team to do it. But the thing is, I think top 5 is a little, put him in the top 10, most definite. 6, 7, but not a top 5 yet.
See, I don't know. Lamar Jackson missed the playoffs last year, and people are going to continue to put him in the top 5.
And you hate Joe Burrow.
Joe Burrow's missed the playoffs multiple times. They continue to put him in the top 5.
Right, but I think it's simple. The top 5 is basically the top 4, and then who's that 5th guy? If we're going top 5, we're all going to go Josh Allen, Mahomes, Lamar, and Joe Burrow. They're in a whole category of their own. The question becomes, who would you put at number 5?
So accepting Joe Burrow in this exercise, Shime, because I know that you would argue against that.
Yep.
I feel like the guys looking for that space are Drake May and then a bunch of people who need some kind of redemption story. Like Drake has to prove that he is still the guy that he was last year, and that wasn't a fluke. Other guys looking for that spot are like
Dak Prescott,
Herbert, who is a choke artist, but all 22 hardos are like, no, you don't know what you're watching with Herbert, the stuff that he does. Same thing with Dak Prescott. Jaden Daniels, somebody who looked like he was dancing around the top 5 spot after his rookie season, then was so hurt last year, he's not even in the conversation now.
Stafford.
Oh, yeah, we didn't mention Stafford.
Yeah. I'm
so
sorry.
take Burrow out. Maybe put Burrow in that redemption category.
Well, maybe you throw Stafford into that category with the rest of them, because I think it's
he's the reigning MVP.
No, that's what I'm saying. I think he's in the category with Lamar, Josh.
1 through 4.
Yeah, so maybe it would be like 4A and 4B. But I'm with you. That next guy up, and this is where the conversation of Drake May, where I could easily see him, because you'd ask the question, right? Look, you brought up Dak Prescott, perfect example. Always is going to have the numbers during the regular season, but what's he going to look like in the postseason? Same with Justin Herbert. But if you had to pick between, let's say, Justin Herbert and Drake May, what do you think nationally people would do?
Drake May.
Right. I would agree with that.
I don't know, because Mego's right. There are people who are, for some reason, obsessed with Herbert.
I love Herbert. I'm one of those people who is like relatively obsessed with Justin Herbert, but I'm not stupid enough to tell you that Justin Herbert is way better than Drake May or something. And on top of that, Drake May's much younger. Like, you have those extra years on top of that.
One game, you have a choice among Justin Herbert, Drake May, and Joe Burrow. Shime, we know what your answer is going to be.
Simple.
Who would you go with to win the game?
One game?
One game.
Oh, give me Joe Burrow.
Yeah.
Is it a playoff game? Because Justin Herbert hasn't won one yet.
Yeah, I would say Joe Burrow has a pretty good playoff game record.
Right. And then that's the thing, like I said, then there's guys like Jalen Hurts, there's guys like Trevor Lawrence, Caleb Williams. And I feel like all of those guys are fighting for that.
Jordan Love.
Yeah, Jordan Love, fighting for, okay, who is that, 5th guy or 6th guy?
They're like upper middle class.
Yeah, see, those are the guys fighting to be in the top 10. Like, I think it's fair to say that, like, it's a discussion between May, Burrow, Herbert for that 5 spot. Like, I think it's fair, but I don't think you could say May is any lower than 7.
Would you
I
have
don't think you can.
Prescott ahead? Would you put Prescott in that category?
No, I think Prescott is one of those guys fighting for a top 10 spot. Probably has an advantage over those other guys, but he is probably in that 8, 9, 10 area.
Prescott's going to be 33 this season.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jeez.
This is Michelle from California. Hey, Michelle.
Hey, good morning. I just want to say that we should hang on to Kayshon Boutte. I am the California girl. He was great for the Niners when he played for them as a number 3, and I believe he will be the number 3 for the Patriots because they're gonna cover Dobbs, they're gonna cover AJ Brown and Kayshon Boutte.
You're thinking of Kendrick Bourne.
Yeah, he never played for San Francisco.
I think she's thinking of
Kayshon Boutte's been with the
Kendrick
Patriots
Bourne.
his entire career.
You're right, but I'm still good on Boutte. But you're absolutely right. My bad. Like
all right.
you know, like the names.
all
But
right.
Kayshon, he's gonna do it.
Both KBs, you're good.
Thank you. I appreciate you. And finally, I don't think that Drake can just get the credit until he proves it this year. I know nobody wants to talk about the strength of schedule, but they did have the weakest schedule. The NFC West obviously is my go-to. Seattle was going to kick anybody's butt that was in the Super Bowl, including the Patriots. No disrespect on the Patriots, great season. But this year when they play a tougher schedule, Drake May will get the respect that he deserves, and he's winning the MVP.
Okay. Yeah. Where are you on Spencer Pratt for mayor?
You know, I don't care. They all suck.
Okay.
You guys, hey, have a great day. I love your show. I will call back when I get another one that I want to have a hot take from my surely live in Californianess.
I love it.
All right.
Well, sounds like she's a 49ers fan. Where is Pratt running? He's running L.A., right?
Yes.
Yeah.
She in the Bay Area, so let's see.
The Bay Area and back down.
Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, I think the Kayshon Boutte is a solid player, but he unfortunately he's probably just going to be odd man out here, right? They'll probably keep somebody else in a position that they might feel like, all right, we need that guy to be more valuable because that position doesn't have as much depth.
But I do think Curtis has a point. If you have any question at all about the knee of A.J. Brown, then you probably need to keep him around during training camp.
I mean, I get that point. I understand that. I get it. Yeah. But why did you go get A.J. Brown if you had issues with the knee?
Also, why are there concerns about the issues with his knee? It's not like he's ever missed more than 5 games in a season.
Because the stories about him getting the knees drained.
Because if you
just player wear and tear, guys have that happen all the
because
time.
there was only one team interested in him. That's probably why.
That's a good point, too.
If you got,
he only wanted to go to a couple
Oh
teams.
my god!
He had like 4 teams on his list that he
Shine,
wanted
if
to go
this
to.
doesn't work with A.J. Brown, what's the reason it wouldn't work? Like this season.
If it doesn't work, it's because he gets hurt. But that's it. Like otherwise,
You don't think there's
he's gonna
any
be great.
possibility that there's a ton of wear and tear on him? To your
No.
point, he doesn't miss a ton of games, but he has a lot of miles.
No, and I think the Patriots.
He reads during games.
And I think the Patriots proved to you the way in which they handled Stephon Diggs, the way in which they handled Milton Williams, are very good at kind of trying to avoid those long-term injuries that nag. Like they allow the guys to take time off, like rest. They're not forcing the issue, especially in the regular season.
do you think that he's going to have 1,000 yards this season?
Yeah.
AJ Brown?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
I think he's going to have more than he's had the last 2 seasons
Right.
in Philly.
So to me,
That's not resting a lot, by the way. If he's going to have over 1,000.
I mean, Stephon Diggs had 1,000 yards, and he
Right.
played like 55% of the offensive snaps.
So-
like that's what I mean by managing it.
right, and that's a successful season. I think he's going to double Diggs' touchdowns. Diggs had 4. I think A.J. Brown's going to be north of 8 touchdowns, which is ultimately going to make Drake May a better quarterback. I think A.J. Brown is going to go over 1,000 yards. He went over 1,000 yards in Philly last year, and guess what? He had the same knees in Philly that he did last year. He's going to have those same knees in New England. So my expectations are he'll be more of a focal point in the offense here than he was in Philly last year, and that's why I expect him to be north of 1,000 yards, north of 8 touchdowns. I have high expectations for A.J. Brown. I'm with Shime. This whole knee thing, I don't know where the hell it came from. Like, when we were
It
talking...
came from the Eagles medical staff.
Right, and so...
Well, first it came from the Titans because that was the reason that they gave for
Right.
moving on from him.
Right, but what I'm saying is...
And that worked out great for them.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, until the Patriots were interested in A.J. Brown, I had never heard, like, oh, knee issues, knee
He
problems.
went back to Tennessee.
Huh?
I'm saying it went back to Tennessee 4
Right,
years
right,
ago.
but that's what I'm saying. So it wasn't a big thing because we would have been heard about this. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Do you think other teams were scared away because of his knee?
No.
So
You
then
think they
why
were
was
s-
only one team interested in him?
But do you think they were scared
I think the
away
price
by?
for them was too
do you
high.
think they were scared away by his age, and a little bit of a regression when it comes to speed.
No, I think they were scared of maybe his age and price tag on what it was going to cost you to get him. I think teams are like, all right, we think he's good, but he's going to be, 29 or 30. Do we really want to give up a first-round pick for somebody like that? I think that was the issue. I don't think it has anything to do with his knees or anything along those lines. Do we want to pay this guy X amount of dollars, give up a first-round draft pick, or do we feel like we can get somebody else younger to do it for us?
Yeah. All right. Quick break, and then Hill Notes next.
WEEI. WEEI.
Keefe coming up at 10. Can we open the Window World of Boston weather window for Curtis, though, with a beautiful day going on outside? Curtis, nice week coming?
Gorgeous. Right now it's 65. Beautiful day in Boston. Afternoon high of 75. Your sunset in Boston, 8:19, which is great unless you have a small child. And the rest of the week is looking great. Tomorrow, sunny 84. Down in Wellfleet Thursday as we go to Chapin's in Dennisport.
Yes.
Sponsored by our friends at Miller Lite. It will be in the mid-70s. Then Friday morning, for me, the highlight of the year, every year, the Beachcomber Show. Absolutely spectacular spot. It's going to be nice, right around 70 degrees.
You could get a whole house full of windows installed for just $99 a month. Energy efficient new windows from Window World of Boston. Go to windowworldofboston.com. We will be joined Thursday night at Chapin's by Brian Hoyer.
Okay.
Who Curtis talked about.
Right.
At one point on the old show.
I slurred about.
He has good insight on the quarterback position, especially like Drake May. I've heard him talk about Drake May.
Yeah.
Brian Hoyer, the quarterback of the Cleveland Browns.
But no, he does. I think he's in the Shine camp as well. Like he sees a high ceiling for Drake May.
And I think Ty was planning on joining us.
Really?
If he feels better. Ty has been sick. The great Ty Law.
Yeah, everybody asked for Ty.
Yeah, so looking like a fun pregame on Thursday night at Chapin's. Shime, let's get the Hill Notes.
Hill Notes is brought to you by Coleman Electric, Kuhlman. A bunch of really good electricians helping homeowners like you not get electrocuted. Remember,
it's electric.
Wrap this year up, put it in a bag, send it back to Breslow, and tell him to call it a day.
Well, there are a lot of people who are in that mode right now, which is sell. Go ahead and sell the whole thing. So, I don't know.
I mean, nobody believes in them. No more. No one believes. I know you.
Well, Bradfo does.
And that's cap. No one I don't even believe that they can make a legitimate push for that last wild card spot.
If they win this series with the Rays, does your mind change?
No. I told you, I'm going to need to see them win 6 straight. That means sweeping 2 series, right? Or put them in a position where they can win 6 in a row. I just don't believe that they can do that. And until they can prove to me that they can do that, then how can we expect this team to really make a real push? You know, I just don't see it. Right?
But do you think that they're waiting on the return of Crochet, which is what, a couple weeks away?
Mm-hmm.
Return of Roman Anthony, and they feel like they can just hobble it together and get there, and then it's anybody's to win.
No, because like the Crochet thing, you want him to come back as soon as possible, but you've been able to survive without Crochet, right? Roman Anthony, you don't know before he got hurt, he wasn't doing anything. So just by getting him back doesn't mean you're getting this unbelievable bat back. I could see if he ripped off 7, 8, 9 home runs before his injury and he was hitting the ball all over the place. But you're getting a guy where before the injury, he had 1 home run.
If he looked like Wilson Contreras before the injury,
yes,
and you're bringing him back and you're saying we're hanging on to Wilson Contreras, then you'd look at it and go, okay, like we got something that we can work with here.
Right. But he wasn't even as good as Jarren Duran. So it's kind of like, what are we doing here? Like, that's the biggest thing.
Anybody doing the Pete Alonso, Wilson Contreras talk this morning after this weekend? I mean, just curious.
I mean, Wilson. I would do Pete Alonso.
I would. I mean,
Wilson's been great.
I'm
Pete
glad they
Alonso
did
is
Wilson.
what's he got? 13 home runs now.
Wow.
Yeah, so he turned that on relatively quickly. So he's got a bunch of dongs for the Orioles. But what's your expectations on Roman Anthony?
Wilson Contreras also has 13 home runs, and he's hitting 300.
And he's better defensively.
Yep.
What's your expectations on Roman Anthony when he comes back? Are they high?
Not really.
Right.
My expectation is like, can he come back? like we're sitting here. It's been over a month now.
You mean can he come back physically, or
no?
is
Like
it just
when is that going to happen? When he comes back, what's his confidence going to be like? Like this is turning into something that is an injury that has really sideswiped his whole season. And he already came off of his rookie season where he had oblique stuff and had to shut it down. So now you got to ask yourself the question of like, beyond what does his swing look like? Is he able to generate some power for the lineup?
Right.
You start asking yourself mentally, where is he at? Because it's like the confidence can't be high coming off an injury.
No. And especially like you said, Mego, when you're not performing well before the injury.
What's that face, Greg?
No, I listen, he's probably going to have to go to Worcester for at least a couple games, right?
Right.
I mean,
You're big in Worcester.
you're going to be somebody said I've been doing way too much courtesy giggling for you this morning, Curtis. By the way.
No.
So I mean, it's a way we're a ways away from him coming back.
But even to Mego's point, when he does, we're still a ways away to see what he really looks like, you know, because when you come back, right, what's the confidence level going to be like? And I know we talked to Bresbot about this, and we asked him, the confidence level for Roman, it has to be and I'm not saying maybe shaken a little bit, but there's got to be a little bit about, well, the organization said this about me. I wasn't performing at the level I should have been performing before the injury. How do they view me? How do I view myself? Like, these are all the fans have already, like, there's been a section of fans that are like, all this guy does is hang out with Bean Shooter and party in the North End or the Seaport. So he's got to be hearing these little whispers.
Did you say earlier off air that Carabas says that Breslow doesn't make the deadline?
Carabas, I just saw this on his Section 10 podcast. I was looking on X. He was saying that something along the lines of, not sure if he makes it through the trade deadline.
He's plugged
about
in.
Craig Breslow.
If Carabas says that, you know, my ears perk up because he's plugged.
Games are getting canceled due to weather. Even God doesn't want to watch this team.
Did a guy really just call in regarding his experience with a bidet?
Yeah, that was bumpy.
It's a great experience.
Do you have one at home, Wiki?
I do. I have a bidet attachment.
Same.
2 of them.
An attachment?
Yeah, well, I
Is
can't.
the attachment like kind of?
No,
is that the real thing?
No.
We've
made fun of him for it. He got it
Yeah,
like the
that's what I
dollar store.
thought.
No,
Don't let them make fun of you.
Yeah, it's
life
not.
The attachment.
It's
is,
not a real. He doesn't
Do
have
you
a
have
real
a hose
bidet.
hooked
Yes,
up?
that's
It's
what
like
I'm
a garden
We've
hose?
covered this.
Yeah.
You weren't here for
Yeah.
it, but we
Okay.
covered it.
It's not the real thing because the actual
it's a poor
toilet.
man's bidet
Yes.
is what they call it.
Does it portable? Can you bring it into other rooms so you can use it for other things?
And
No,
Greg, not all of us have Greg Hill money.
It
that
gets
we can
the
just throw
job
around
done.
on
I'm not
bidets
saying
in the world.
I don't own a bidet.
You
I'm
should.
just saying you should just invest in the actual bidet.
No, because I rent, so I wouldn't be able to change the actual toilet.
Oh, okay.
And the bidets, the
You have to get
actual
landlord's permission on that.
yeah, and the toilets are
But why
pretty.
don't you demand that the landlord put one in for you?
Well, no,
Right.
you know what? That's because some great genius out there decided to say, hey, listen, for all you people that can't actually get the bidet toilet, we've made the bidet attachment. Same.
Bidet Junior.
Yeah, you might not get, you're obviously not going to get the blow dryer and the heated seats of that thing, but you're still
You
going
can
to be.
hook up your blow dryer right next to it.
Well, no, I
Probably
don't
not
think.
near the water. I wouldn't recommend.
Yeah, I think some of them have.
One of those little fans that runs on battery.
I think some of the attachments have a little blow dryer concept to it, because I know some of them do hot and cold.
Yeah.
So, and
Now,
listen,
does the water come right out of the sink, or how does that work?
oh, it's the same water that comes out of goes into the toilet.
Okay, so the attachment just goes on top of the toilet seat.
No, it goes right underneath the toilet seat,
underneath
and
the
then you
toilet
hook
seat.
it up to the water hose that comes in from the piping. Have you ever tried one?
No, I haven't.
Or you should try
Is
one.
there a
It'll change your
situation
life.
where you'd want really cold water?
Well,
If it's hot out.
Yeah,
Or if you have
know.
Mexican food.
Early in the morning, it'll wake you up.
Yeah. And if you want to
We're talking about pooping.
if you want to be clean, you'll do it. Why do you think everybody gets dude wipes? To really get
Yeah, because the paper's not getting it done.
I'm a huge
Right,
dude white person.
You're a huge dude, right? So what the bidet does, it now you could potentially eliminate the dude wipes because you're able to really get a good deep cleaning.
Real life, Tom. You need to get yourself a cougar. She will show you her world, and it'll be like a magic carpet ride. And every girl after that will thank you.
Oh, my.
I mean, you ain't lying.
I don't know. I don't know if Tom can handle that.
I mean, maybe that's what
To
he
be
needs.
honest.
Because guess what? Like you said, the Cougar's not going to text him every morning.
No, she's not.
No.
Cougar's going to text him, well, if we're talking morning, maybe 2 a.m.
Yeah.
Maybe 3 a.m. She'll say, hun, they extended the bar hours, but I'm out now.
And I figured it out. Ever since Real Life Tom took his shirt off doing the update on the Bradfo show, he must have heard from some hotter babes.
That's probably it.
He put the kibosh.
Can somebody please keep the All-State catcher Wiggy in check when he starts to say that Sonny Gray is one of the people that he would build upon? He's 36 years old. He's basically on a one-year contract. Come on, Wiggy. At least say Early or Tolley. For God's sake.
But I never said that Sonny Gray was one.
You did, yeah, you did earlier.
No, I didn't. Why
Yes,
would
you
I
did.
say he's 36 years
I know.
old?
You did say that.
I said he would be one of the guys that you would be looking to trade.
Yeah, I do. I want to, I would love to jump on Wiggy's back here, but he said that he's a guy you'd want to trade.
Yeah, if anything, maybe I said the guys that you want to build around would be, there's 5 guys, and I named all 5 of them. Crochet, Abreu, Roman Anthony, Ranger Suarez, and probably Cedon Rafaela. Those are the 5 guys that they might go, okay, these are the guys that we're going to build on. Sonny Gray, I said Sonny Gray and Contreras, those are 2 guys that you potentially would want to sell off because they're not part of your...
I mean, if you're selling off either Tolley or Early, I want Tolley. I go ahead and get rid of
but you better
Connolly
get
early.
something really good if you're getting rid of one of those guys.
And I don't
Those
think
guys
you'll
are
get...
good and young pitchers.
And those guys are probably...
But that's what they're doing, Shime. I mean, if they're selling off, they're getting good things.
Right, but you think they're selling...
Ideally, but if you're just trading Tolley or Early to get more prospects, it becomes you're missing the point. It's like
I don't want to trade either of those guys.
Yeah, same.
And I would also, if I ran Nesson, I would mic up Tolley every night he doesn't start. That's actually entertaining. Can you do something? One run yesterday, the team is just horrible to watch.
Right. And they're probably...
Actually, Chad Tracy kind of enjoyed that game yesterday.
It was a good day.
And
imagine a Red Sox manager 20 years ago saying they lose to the Yankees and it's a good day.
He's like, I went to McSorley's. It was nice.
Have you had the pastrami here?
Is that it? We're up against
That'll do it today,
All
Greg.
right. That is Hill Notes, brought to you by Coleman Electric. If you need an electrician, call Coleman.
It's electric! Men, this is Dale for Northeast Men's Health, where we provide advanced medical science.
Gotta be real with it. Yeah. Kiki, do you love me? Are you riding? Say you never ever leave from beside me. Cause I want you.
Jones and Keefe coming up momentarily. Wiggy, must win 2.0 for the Spurs tonight. You had it on Friday.
Yeah.
Must win.
No, this series is over, in my opinion.
It's over.
I
It's
think
done.
the Knicks, unfortunately, are going to sweep the Spurs. And, if they sweep the Spurs, forget about it.
Does Donald Trump do the T-shirt bazooka to the fans?
First sitting president ever to attend the NBA Finals. I believe Gerald Ford, Curtis, was the first sitting president to attend an NBA game in 1974. But
And he wasn't elected, so it doesn't count.
And he's in a
true.
suite?
Well,
Probably, right?
I don't know if
Must
he's. I would
be,
assume he's
right?
going to be in a suite, not sitting courtside. I mean, I don't know.
Well, they have that thing when he goes to the Army-Navy game that's like the, looks sort of like the out of the Pope mobile.
Yes.
Bulletproof glass.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's a sweep. This series is done.
Such a douche move, though. Such a douche. Like, you got to make people wait for 2 hours to get into the arena.
Good. Nobody likes New Yorkers anyways. I wish they could wait 4 hours.
You think the Spurs get this one tonight, though, right?
I think the Spurs can get this one tonight. They have to split at MSG. They have to. If not, that's embarrassing.
Well, and I'd like to win the lottery
in the
tonight.
finals, that is so bad.
That's what it's headed for.
That I do think there's a chance if Spurs can split, and especially if they split tonight, they win tonight rather, and then they lose game 4, and then it goes back to San Antonio. They're down 3-1. Can they get game 5 there, and then they at least make it a 6-game series, and they save some face that way?
It's not happening.
They need at least a gentleman's sweep, but I think with 6 games, you can at least say, like, okay, that Spurs team is still ultra legit. They're not just super young. The lights were so bright.
They lost both games in San Antonio, and New York's best player had 2 bad games in Jalen Brunson. And New York
He had an amazing fourth quarter in
fourth
game
quarter,
1.
right? But the first 3 quarters weren't very good. And the other thing New York does extremely well that they did not do on the road, which I don't think is going to follow them to back to MSG, is their 3-pointers weren't falling for them. So I think they're going to fall. Their 3-pointers will fall at home. Jalen Brunson will have a great game. This series is over, man.
Okay. Well, sorry. I know that upsets you.
So bad. Oh, man.
Load them up. The
we
Knicks
gotta hear
are
from
going to lose tonight.
Yeah,
Wiggy, I love you. You're
Yeah,
wrong.
all right. Well, we'll be watching.
All right. Jones and Keefe next in 2 minutes. Thank you.
Now the time has come for leaving. Fear now we shall return.
bullpen implosion.
Oh,
Keith.
yes, I am, Jones. Yes, I am. Only a matter of time, really. Red Sox got rocked. Sox had a few issues this year, it seems like. And so when you have a couple things going well, you're like, well, it's only really a matter of time until that also falls apart. So here we are. They didn't lose the series.
No, they did not lose the series. I have not waved the white flag on the season yet. This is my thing on Friday, Keith. I'm like, if they get swept, especially, and if they lose the series, it might be time on Monday for me to bend the knee.
But you're still in.
I know you've long since done that.
Oh, yeah. No, it was the Twins series. That was a long time ago. The Twins series marked the death of the Red Sox, in my humble opinion.
Yeah.
So I've been done with them. All these other trade rumors and stuff we can get to. But you need them to lose another series? And so this splitting with the Yankees doesn't count.
I told you. Something like 10 games below 500, 5 games out. That's about my breaking point. The AL's so bad.
You're teetering.
The AL's so bad.
The AL is so bad, but so are the Red Sox.
Fine. That's fair. The Red Sox were in a similar spot a year ago. In fact, their playoff odds are way higher this year than they were at this time last year because the American League's so bad. So I'm not giving up on the season, but I can't tell you I feel great about it. And yesterday, to me, was an opportunity. You go in, you get the win on Friday, good win.
Oh, yeah, vibes were high.
You get the rain out Saturday, which
Also
honestly,
good sign.
I was like, at least they didn't lose, but I'm like, it all comes down to Schlittler on Sunday. Yeah. And I don't like how that's going to go.
No.
Maybe I'm crazy.
Okay.
I thought their approach against Schlittler yesterday was not bad. They had him out in the 6th inning.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that you can do much
better than
that.
before.
They scratched out a run against him. They had him gone by the 6th.
It was a big run.
I'm like,
Yeah.
and Suarez matched them. I'm like, okay, I actually thought they were in a decent spot in that game.
Well, they were until they weren't.
Suarez comes out to start the 7th. They bring in Guerrero. He's pumping 103. I'm like, wow, they're going to go Slayton, Chapman. They just got to get a run here in the next couple innings. And then, if not, it's a coin flip and extras. Wrong.
Slayton's picked a bad time.
Slayton punches out the first two.
Yeah.
He gives up the home run to Bellinger. He gives up an additional run. He's charged with more, but those came from something called La Sorsa. We talked about him on Friday.
What is La Sorsa Spanish for?
I said it's Italian for
He
Worcester.
sucks. Oh, Italian for Worcester.
Yeah, no, it's not great.
La Sorsa for, back to Worcester.
Another great deal by my guy, Craig.
No.
So we're going to need that guy off the team.
No, didn't need that guy. Slayton didn't have it. And that's the problem with the Yankees, especially when you play in Yankee Stadium, is just you are a second away from one of those guys just smacking one in the seats. And so that's what they play for. That's what they wait for. So you're right. I guess Schlittler didn't even go 6, so that you could take a small victory. He didn't strike out 12 guys. They had a better approach. They scored 1 run, so I'm not going to throw them a parade, but it was a little bit better than that. And Suarez was actually the better pitcher. So they won the pitching matchup, as slight as it was. Turn it over to the bullpen. Slayton, just the whole thing fell apart.
Speaking of Slayton, we might as well hear from him. I think he summarized pretty well what went down on the Bellinger home run. What was that there, Justin Slayton?
Pitch. Simple as that. Just didn't locate the cutter where I wanted to. I got hit hard.
Is this a fill in the blank?
Crappy pitch.
No, you know what he said? This is a La Sorsa of pitches because that wasn't it. And obviously he missed time with the injury, but even still, he has not had the season that we were expecting. He's had the 2 blow-ups, right? So one of those blow-ups he had was in the aforementioned Twins series. When they lost that game where it was set up to win, then they ended up getting swept in the series. That was it.
I think he's only given up runs in 2 games this year.
Yeah, it makes sense.
It was
that one, but
the
it's
Twins
like a lot.
blow-up and yesterday's blow-up. I think that's the only time he's given up runs all year.
I think you're
it was
right.
4 runs both times.
4 runs in
He has
2
11
outs.
scoreless outings and a 6 ERA.
Yeah. Right.
Two out. He punched 2 guys out.
Yeah.
So was it Rice who was batting in front of Bellinger? Somebody had a good at bat where they went 10, 11 at bat pitches, whatever it was. And Slayton probably lost it a little bit there.
Yeah, it was.
So that was a really good at bat prior to the home run to Bellinger. But a crappy pitch.
But also, going into the series, you're like, all right, no Aaron Judge, right? Judge is on the shelf for a month and a half.
They're
on
on the road, which is where they like to play.
Right,
So
the Road Warriors get Legion of Doom into Yankee Stadium with no Judge.
Actually
Not bad.
thought they had an okay shot at winning the series. They didn't lose it, but they didn't win
I
it.
was going to say, is it good or bad that they punted the game to August? Because at that point, who knows who's even going to be employed by the Red Sox?
Yeah, good point.
Would you rather have – because the Yankees are good, right? They have a good pitching staff, but you're not facing Judge, and they haven't waved the white flag yet. So, they probably would have been better off if they played the game. I mean, assuming if they win. If you take 2 out of 3 from the Yankees, maybe you're kind of talking yourself into it a little bit. But then what I was also thinking about was last year, around Father's Day, they sweep the Yankees, then traded Devers.
Yep.
Right? So you never know. And, even this year, they beat the Orioles 17-1, fire Cora. So it's they might have
honestly, the way the Red Sox are going, they might have swept the Yankees, traded Chapman. I don't know what they're gonna do.
We'll get to that Chapman decision because a lot of mixed reporting on it over the weekend. Plus your phone calls, 617-779-7937. That was about Chapman, or that's about my guy Breslow? Both.
Well, yeah, that could apply to both.
Both very well could be gone.
Yeah.
So you can discuss it here today on Jones and Keefe. Split with the Yankees. Was it good enough? Is it time to throw in the towel on the season? Maybe you already have. Unlike myself, I know Keefe did a long time ago. You can interact Twitter and Instagram at Jones and Keefe. Watch along and chat, twitch.tv/Boston WEEI. Always, and I mean always, a healthy chat going on Twitch. Do the same on YouTube. You can watch there. You can chat there. Just subscribe to WEEI. We got more updates on Brian Bayo getting sent down to Worcester. We finally hear from him. I thought he might go AWOL. He actually showed up.
He reported to Worcester.
He did.
All right.
We got more updates on the Chapman situation, Breslow's relationship with Theo Epstein as well, plus thoughts on the NBA Finals and Patriots minicamp getting underway tomorrow in Foxborough. Keishon Booty's going to be there.
I heard.
Will Christian Gonzalez be there? We're going to find out, again, with all your phone calls here coming up. Is it time to give up on the Red Sox, Keefe?
Yes.
Rob Bradford wrote about this over the weekend. He said, according to a major league source, teams in need of a high-leverage bullpen arm have been told not to currently, I got words doing a lot of work.
Yeah.
Currently bother asking about Slayton, who would after yesterday.
I was going to say,
Whitlock, he's hurt, and Chapman. That would suggest the Red Sox understand the opportunity that presents itself. He says, but what if this roller coaster trend continues all the way into July? This is a Red Sox team that since returning home on May 7th after sweeping Detroit has gone 11-15. During that stretch, the Red Sox have had 2 winning streaks. One of 3 games.
Nice.
The other back-to-back wins over Cleveland.
That's
so pathetic.
Is that a streak? I feel like we've argued this in the past. Is 2 games a streak, or is it just winning back-to-back games?
So pathetic. In a month and a half, or a little over a month, they have 2 winning streaks. One's 3, the other's 2. It probably goes win 1, lose 2, win 1, lose 1, win 2, lose 1. Like, that's what they've been doing now for a while.
They have a 4-game losing streak in that span as
Hell
well.
yeah. The Red Sox, he says, were in a similar spot record-wise at this time last year. Heading into May 7th, they were 30-35. They won 10 out of 12. Then, after a brief post-Devers trade hiccup, you were just referencing that, they ran off a stretch of 13 wins in 15 games. Bradfo says it can happen, but will it? With this group, it currently seems like a trickier proposition. So that's where they're at.
So when Trevor Story went down, that was actually sort of a good thing, right? Like overall, because he was a really bad player. He was not a good hitter. He was their worst fielder. And so they were like forced to make a move. They finally pulled the plug on Brian Bayo. So if you're looking at, can they go on a streak, as unfathomable as that sounds, not having him either screw up the start or screw up the opener or just kind of punt on a game maybe gives you a little bit of a chance. Now, I'm already of the sell side of it, but just to try to play it out, you got a little bit of a spark when guys like Gasper came up and like when, Sogard, like you got like a few of these guys that played kind of well. I wonder if you can maybe get some of that same thing pitching-wise because, Suarez gave you another good one. Sonny Gray was good enough in the game that he pitched. Tolle and Early, we like when those guys pitch. So it's like you have that part of it, and now maybe whoever ends up taking the Bayo spot, maybe you have 5 quality starts in a row.
And with the rain out, they may not need a 5th starter
for a little bit, right? So that
meantime.
actually ended up working out for him a little bit. So you'll get good starting pitching, but again, it all goes back to the same question: are you going to score enough runs? And you'll get the occasional guy that's kind of swinging a hot bat, but then everybody else is falling apart, or like it just that I don't think you can rely on with the current roster that you have.
Well, the good news is the Red Sox get Tampa Bay, still the best team by percentage points in the American League for 3 at the Trop, right? They're back at the Trop now.
Yeah.
So we get
Road Warriors.
We get actual games at Tropicana Field, which we haven't had for a few years. Red Sox go Early, Tolle, and Gray in this series. Is it time to throw in the towel and give up on this Red Sox team after a split with the Yankees that I would tell you is not good enough? 617-779-7937. Let's get to what the Red Sox are planning on doing here over the next coming days and weeks. In just 2 minutes, Keefe. 2 minutes.
2.
We'll be right back to discuss whether or not they're preparing to sell. That's again in 2 minutes.
weekend, grabbed Friday, almost, could have had the abbreviated sweep, and then it just falls apart.
Not necessarily. It's still a good baseball game. You maybe feel that way if you feel like you went out and laid an egg, but you played a really good baseball game, and they get a run in the bottom of the eighth and a couple runs in the bottom of the eighth, obviously. But no, I don't think it feels that way. You still have to, in our position, look at, like, we're going to go get on a plane, get to Tampa, and try to win a series, and look at it and say it's a good road trip against a tough AL East stretch. Like, that's how you have to look at it. So that's what we'll do.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Look, I can't defend, at one point, a top 5 Tracy, Chad Tracy. He's immediately bumped out.
Oh, he didn't last very long on that list.
No, he did not. Tracy Bingham, who would last a long time, quite frankly. But he was bumped right out of the top 5. I have started to notice this with my guy Trace Keefe.
Yeah, what's that?
He is a little too AAA when it comes to, like, rah-rah good stuff. He's like, still a good baseball game yesterday.
Yeah, we had a lot of fun.
He goes, we gave up a run. I guess a couple runs in the 8th.
Sure
a
did.
couple? Yeah, you get your brains bashed in the 8th. What do you mean?
We're going to do this. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah, I'm starting to think he ain't it. And that's okay, right? We all have different strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah.
I don't think his strength is managing a big league club.
I like the guy.
Yeah.
Probably good positivity.
Oh, there's some of that.
In everyday life. I just don't know that is cut out to be manager of the Boston Red Sox.
Right.
He has been, just empirically, better and more helpful than Alex Cora this year. That hasn't changed.
No.
That, by the way, doesn't make him good.
No, I was going to say, if we're just comparing him to Cora all the time, that's one thing. He can maybe win that. But if you're comparing him to, like, a successful major league manager, I would say no. And that's not even to say, remember all his great injury discussion where he was trying to tell us, it's not a setback. He just can't pitch when we said he was going to pitch. What would you call that?
Wait, was that Crochet?
No, that was
or was
Crochet.
Oh, I thought it was
he was
Anthony.
wrong about Anthony, too.
Yeah.
He's like, Anthony will be ready after 10 days.
Yeah.
What's that? 10 days from what? 10 days from when?
He can't swing.
10 times 10?
He can't play T-ball?
No.
No.
Well, he can't swing. He could be like, what's like a DH version of a left fielder? Where you only play the field.
All-time fielder.
He could throw all-time fielder.
All-time left field. Yeah,
he could maybe do that.
He could maybe.
So I don't think Tracy was put in like the best situation possible.
First off, I wouldn't call it a setback.
But he can't go when we said he was going to go.
What
is that?
I wouldn't call this weekend progress, but
No.
I also wouldn't call it a setback for the Red Sox.
No, I mean, we had fun.
Neutral.
There was a good game. We took the
They
field.
technically won twice because they'd have to play on Saturday.
Good point.
Yeah, you
They
chalk that
kind-
up as a W?
Good point, Nick. They kind of won the series if you want to spin it that way.
You could talk yourself into that.
Yeah.
That they won the series, and so now a lot of positivity remains. They got Tampa. The good news is, though, for real, that they are on the road. Now, unfortunately, after that, there's 6 home games.
You don't want that.
Oh, house of horrors.
Yeah, you do not want the Red Sox at home. Now, the question is, will Aroldis Chapman still be on the Red Sox by then?
No.
We read from Rob Bradford, who says right now, and he's very clear, right now is what he tweeted in print. It was currently is what he wrote. So those words are doing a lot of work.
Okay.
But right now, teams are told not to ask about Chapman, about Whitlock, about Slayton, which, again, after the blow-up yesterday, who would?
Right.
But Bob Nightingale did write this weekend. Aroldis Chapman is expected to join his 8th different team and potentially be in the postseason with his 6th different team. He is the top reliever available on every contender's target list. So Bob Nightingale's not saying it's happening tomorrow, but he's saying the expectation is by the trade deadline, Chapman's on the move, which means the Red Sox are selling, right? Is there no other way to interpret that?
If you trade your closer, who's awesome and would be your only all-star representative in all likelihood, yeah, that's a classic sell, right? Because every team, because one of the rumors like a month ago was the Padres were interested. That's one of the few teams in the league that actually has a closer better than Chapman. And if they're interested, then every single team is interested. And so that's great news for the Red Sox if you are of the mindset that they should be selling and moving on, because I would assume he's going to go for a haul. Someone is going to overpay because they think this guy might put us over the top, not just to make the playoffs, but to win the World Series. And if Chapman just takes whatever he's doing this year, which, by the way, 0.46 ERA, like the guy's got way more strikeouts than innings pitched. He's been awesome. I don't know how he's doing it. 38 years old. He's playing his best pitcher, or best season of his career.
He's hobbling around like a 90-year-old out there.
Yeah.
You see that at the end of the game on Friday?
Oh, you might. He's a little ginger.
Like, what the hell?
He's moving gingerly.
Like, did that all start in Atlanta a few weeks ago when he had that weird play at the end of the game where he's sliding? Like, when did that start?
Maybe. There was the game, remember, where he, like, got himself into a jam and then out of it? Was that Atlanta? Where he had, like,
I think that was the Atlanta game where he made that, like, sliding play over to first.
Right. Yeah,
I think he was grabbing at his back sometime last week.
Okay, people are saying
him yesterday.
People are saying this is a hamstring injury. Tracy said it after the game that it's a hamstring injury. Well,
trade him.
This happens when he's 39 years old.
This is what I'm wondering. Like, can you trade him with a bad hammy right now? Or are you worried that it's only going to get worse and like next thing you know he's going to go on the shelf?
Well, I think it depends on if you really feel like you're getting good value. Now, this also comes back to what are the Red Sox value on all their players, because if one of the reasons why I think Jarren Durant's still here is because they think he's way better than all these other teams, do they see it similarly with Chapman? Are they like, yeah, we'll trade him, but we need like X, Y, and Z, and teams are like, oh, the guy's 38 and he's limping off the mound after every save.
Well,
so I don't know.
I would say the good thing, maybe not for Breslow, but for the Red Sox, the good thing is they have it's a mutual option on Chapman next year. They have something on the books.
Yeah,
for
I
him
think it
next
is a
year.
mutual option.
So they don't have to move him if you're not getting met with your asking price. You don't have to do that with Aroldis Chapman. But I think the idea is contenders are always looking for relief arms. There may not be a lot of relief arms out there, as Jeff Passan wrote last week. The Red Sox can control that market if they want to with some of the options they have. And so I imagine you'll be getting a haul for him, which if the Red Sox are out of it, I'd be on board with. I still don't think they're out of it. I don't think 4 games is out of it in the American League.
So you would say, conversely, they are in it? I would say there are 6 teams ahead of them.
Yeah.
So they're only 4 out. But I feel like the number of games.
What would you say about all those teams? They're all in it or they all should sell? I'd say all those teams are in it.
Well, I mean, Texas is literally in it, meaning like they are the 3rd wild card team.
Blue
so they
Jays are
probably
a half
shouldn't
game
sell.
out. A's are a game out. Orioles are a game and a half out. Twins, Astro. Like if I'm all those teams, I'm buying. I'm not selling.
Yeah, but those teams are also in it for the division also,
Fair.
not just the wild card.
There's multiple avenues. That's fair.
Yeah. No, I just feel like the Red Sox you just need too many teams to tank it or to all sell. Like, they're not all going to sell, to your point. Like, they are higher in the standings. To Nick's point, some of them have 2 different paths to getting into the playoffs. And so if nobody does a single thing, it seems like the Red Sox are going to miss. If they all end up being like half buyers or whatever, all right, let's say they all get slightly better, then like I don't see the Red Sox passing that many teams by. If you told me, hey, they need to pass just the Twins and Orioles, all right, I can wrap my head around that. But it's like also the Astros and the A's and the Blue Jays and the Rangers. I just think it's too much. And it's too much of a sample right now where you're like, all right, this team as it's constructed isn't good enough. If you tell me, like, I still haven't heard, like, when Bradford came in and said Yordan Alvarez, I was like, wow. Like, that's like a big-time name.
That's
a
a
real
move.
player. That at least has to give people like me that wants them to sell, that'd give you, like, a little pause. But if you're like, well, maybe, like, Matt Chapman's available, I'm like, keep him. Like, maybe, give me another guy like that. I'd be like, that's not enough of an ad for me.
Do you put any stock in Henry being there this weekend?
Oh, no, not really. He's been in a lot of games this year.
He has, and I'm sure he has a place in New York, and it's probably not that rare for Henry to be at games in New York. It's Red Sox, Yankees, for God's sakes.
Yeah.
But I just wonder if his presence represents something. That might be Breslow out.
No, I was gonna say,
that might be a big move coming.
That might be even more Breslow, because I mean, he was around a lot this year, and the next thing you know, Cora was gone. So if he's still lingering around, I don't know. That could be Breslow.
617-779-7937. Mike is in Framingham. Get us started today, Mike.
Hi, Mike.
Thanks for taking my call. I'm a season ticket holder who's given up on the Red Sox, and my wife won't go to any more games.
I understand. I respect it.
Let's talk about the trade deadline.
Yes, sure.
Do the Red Sox really need more prospects? Look at the Red Sox prospects and how they've done. I wouldn't trade any major leaguer on the Red Sox roster right now just for prospects.
Okay, I think the idea would be.
You think he was taking a left or a right?
I don't know.
Okay.
I think maybe he had the hazards on.
Oh, maybe.
I think that sounded like hazards.
Oh, he pulled over to make the call?
Yeah,
I think maybe a left, because if it was a right, he could have gone.
He could have just gone. Good point, Nick. Yeah,
I think he pulled over and I think it was his hazards.
Hazards, yeah.
Safety first.
Yeah.
I'm making a call. hands-free.
You don't want to get a ticket for that. So I'm guessing they're going to want prospects for the next guy. Not for Breslow, because the caller's right. Like, what's he going to do developing these prospects? Christian Campbell, Marcelo Meyer, Roman Anthony, I think, is in a different bucket. The pitchers have developed quite well, by the way.
Yeah, but
totally in early.
The spin on that would be, like, what about other people's prospects then, and how quickly they became pretty good? And trust me, I was right there with everybody else. I was like, what are you doing when Chaim Bloom traded Christian Vasquez, but then kept a bunch of his other players? He kind of middled it. But he traded Vasquez and got Willie Abreu. If he was allowed to trade Xander Bogaerts and Devers back then or whoever else, like, who knows what he would have gotten in return? And I'm not trading guys like Roman Anthony away or even like Cedar Rafaela. Like, I'm barring some crazy trade.
Right.
Like, guys that you think are a part of your future, I'm hanging on to. If Chapman might only be on the team for another half season, I'm trading him away. Sonny Gray is in his late 30s, too. I'd trade him away.
Well, and I think, and this is a good point by the Twitch chat, with the potential lockout looming, too.
Also that.
Gray, Contreras, who I think has another year on his deal, Chapman, like, if
and
there
Chapman automatically vests his option if he hits 40 innings pitched this year.
Okay, so, but I'm saying, like,
I would trade all those guys.
Are any of those guys pitching if there's no baseball or playing if there's no baseball next year? If you're out of it, I'm with you. I'm selling.
Yeah.
We just disagree on whether or not they're out of it yet.
You say 10 games under 500. So if they lose tonight,
they're right there. 10. I'm saying 10-5 is that's about my cutoff for
All
what
right.
I can tolerate.
So if they, tonight, if they're tomorrow morning, if they're 10-5,
listen to what I'm saying. It's the cutoff for what I can tolerate. Anything more than that.
Oh, so now it's
tomorrow.
11-6.
They've already been 10-5 this year.
All right, so it's 11-6. I'm trying to get the number, or 5.5.
10-5. Anything over that, I think I'm ready to sell.
10.5 and 5.5.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that could happen this week.
I thought it was going to happen this weekend.
I know.
We survived at least a weekend. 617-779-7937. I don't like much about the Red Sox these days, but I do love that Brian Bayo is no longer a part of this team. He was always dubbed Baby Pedro, Keith.
Not by me.
He is acting like a giant baby. Perhaps that's what they meant. We can get to that with your phone calls coming up next.
For many men,
Craig Breslow over the weekend discussing the decision to send Brian Bayo down to Worcester. Thank God that finally happened.
Yeah.
We talked about it a little on Friday while you were out, Keith, and it's Jones and Keith live from the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios. No fee unless you win. Your thoughts on Bayo and Worcester?
So, overdue, sending him down to Worcester. Now, you know me. We talked about it last week before his start. I just wouldn't have started him. But I understand why they're like, enough is enough. We were putting these quote-unquote openers in a bad spot. They only tried 2 openers, though. I would have tried more openers. But Bayo should be a starter.
This
You're paying him to be
Lasorsa
a
guy,
starter.
you would have gone with this Lasorsa guy?
No, I would have gone.
I'd be a lefty in front of Bayo.
Weissert. I'm telling you, the plan's Weissert. You don't want him on with runners on anyway, so you start him in the first inning. But regardless, I think ultimately it was the right decision. Their record in games that he played was staggeringly bad, right? Whether he started, whether he was a bulk guy and pitched well, didn't matter. They were already trailing.
The openers we've used don't work. Then try another one.
Hogdale agrees with you.
I'm with Hog.
Yeah.
I would have gone
Yeah.
Weissert in the last game. I thought that was a mistake. And it was day baseball, Bayo. Like, hey, read a book. This guy can't pitch during the day and he can't start games.
But I think they accomplished something greater than just that one game.
Getting him out of
He's
there.
off the team.
So here's the other
He's
thing.
off the team, which is better than
Yes.
let's
Yes.
tiptoe through with an opener. And the thing is, Bayo screws you either way. They lost whether he relieved or started. The team lost either way.
But in those games, he at least gave you 6 scoreless in games that he came in the second inning. It's weird. I don't think there's anything you can compare it to.
Let's say way back Weissert, tiptoe through the first. This is a bet we're never going to know. I bet that if it was a scoreless first, Bayo would have come out and got bombed in the second.
Yeah,
I
it's
bet he wouldn't have kept that thing going.
It is just
because he can't handle. He's too mentally fragile to handle it. I think.
Well, clearly, it's the strangest thing because he's coming off his best year, but he also sucked in the playoffs last year. Right, his first playoff appearance, he sucked then when the lights were bright, and then now he's been atrocious. And the other part too is he's not just a bad pitcher; he really was a bad teammate. I mean, obviously there was the thing where Tracy takes him out of the game and he's showing up Tracy. This was before. And then this last game, he's shaking off the catcher. He's throwing his hands up
and after the
just an
game, he's
a-hole.
why are we asking me about starting or
I'm
relieving?
a starter. It's not really.
I'm a starter. Why are you asking me about starting or relieving? I'm
Because you're only good as a reliever. I feel like it's a pretty fair question.
the whole story with you. What do you mean? Why? Stop asking about that. Why are you asking about that?
It is weird. It's
I think I know that I can turn her around.
That guy choked on his tongue. The
No,
translator.
that guy I thought did really well. I thought that guy handled it. He's like Bayo when he's forced to start. That's what that guy sounded like. Yeah,
I can't take the first question in a press conference.
Somebody else.
Somebody else come in for the first question. I can take questions 2 through 7.
Pinch hitter for I need an opener for the interpreter.
An opening interpreter is what he needs.
No, he was so bad, but it's really one of the strangest things. I've never been a huge Bayo fan. I know there's a ton of expectation for him, the whole Baby Pedro crap, all that stuff. People loved him.
That's Nick. Nick loves him.
Nick loves him.
I'm sorry, loved. Even you're out even on him now, but you were a Bayo guy.
It took a long time, but I eventually got there.
But even those first few years, I was always like, he's fine, not a big strikeout guy, and that always makes me a little leery about how dominant you can be.
Especially with his stuff, it's not like he throws 92.
No.
He has excellent stuff, great movement, great velocity.
He does.
And he never punched anybody out.
No, and so you're like, I think that sort of lowered the ceiling. I'm like, all right, maybe you can be like a number 3, and maybe you get through a whole season like in 2025 where you're like, all right. He threw 166 innings. He had a 3.35 ERA. You're like, that's good. But you needed Crochet. You needed Giolito. You needed other guys in there. And so that's why when they went out there and just loaded up on starters, it was like, all right, they don't have any power bats. However, if you start the year with Bayo as your 4th or 5th starter, that should be good, right? That should be good for him too.
I don't blame him at all.
Turns
for how
out
they,
it was not
how they approached the year. And there was time where we're like, well, you have Early and you have Tolley. And you have Suarez and Gray, and you have Crochet. This is going into the year. We thought Bayo might be dealt in a trade, but short of a trade, I had no problem opening the year in the rotation. I never expected this. I don't think anybody expected this.
I don't know how you could. I feel like this is a pretty unique situation, isn't it? We've seen players get the yips, but usually it is Chuck Knobloch or it's Rick Ankiel or remember Lester couldn't throw to first. It's something like that.
The inning doesn't matter to them. It's just they can't do it. Bayo could do it. He just couldn't do it in the first.
Right. It's one thing if he just had a bad season and was bad no matter how they used him. They tried him in the pen and he sucked there. You're like, I don't know what it is, but the guy lost it. He didn't lose. It was there. He had 4 bulk appearances where his ERA was under 1. Then he had 8 starts where he's getting his face ripped off every single time. It's the strangest thing. So now what? So what's the plan?
Well,
does he start in Worcester? And let's say he has a couple of scoreless first innings, which I don't think is going to happen necessarily. Let's say he does. And let's say there's another injury or something to the Red Sox rotation. Does he come back up and start in the first inning?
Well, the question is, Keith, you're talking too much about the stats and the performance and everything else. This is more about Brian Bayo. Okay, so Breslow talked about this as well.
Oh, good.
Over the weekend, what Brian Bayo needs to prioritize now that he is a Woo Sox.
How did Brian take it?
He took it very professionally, very respectfully. Obviously he's frustrated and disappointed in his performance. He wants to do everything he possibly can to contribute to this team at the major league level. We're confident that he can and that he will. But one of the things that we messaged to him was, when I first got here, he was a guy that had this big personality, always had a smile on his face, was, interacting with his teammates, and you could tell just loved to compete and loved to pitch. And I think we lost that a little bit, where he was putting a ton of pressure on himself to go out and perform. And so, one of the things that we asked him to do was kind of to fall in love with baseball all over again, to go down, to compete. He's going to work hard. We know that. But to kind of remember why he loved playing this game.
So he doesn't love baseball.
But he should love it in Worcester. They have like 8 mascots running around. They have a nice park.
It's a great place to go fall in love with the game, Keith. I'm with you
I would
on
say
that.
so. How could you not go through Worcester and not fall in love with the game again?
Love Polar Park.
Yeah.
There's 10, 12, 20 mascots down there.
Everywhere. Place was ripe with mascots.
I couldn't believe the amount of mascots.
Too
there.
many mascots, maybe.
But a great place to go watch a game. Perhaps that is a place to rekindle your love for the sport.
So he and Braden Ward and the fellas can go out on a little bit of a streak down there in Worcester. I guess that's the plan.
Better chance to fall in love with it down here than Fenway.
Yeah, no, it's a house of horrors. You don't want to be at Fenway Park.
That's
not
true.
this year.
So
not for a Red Sox.
You bring up a good question though. Like what is the
What's
long-term plan? Do you think
what's the end game?
Let's start with this. Do you think we see him in Boston again this year?
Yes.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, probably. It's a lot of money. I don't think he's just going to pitch in
Crochet ever going to pitch again this year?
No.
Jake Bennett's not going to fill in the rest of the season.
Dude, Jake Bennett gives you a better chance than Brian Bayo right
if
now.
Crochet doesn't pitch again this year, which I do not agree with. I think he's going to pitch. I don't know how well, and I don't know how soon, but I think he'll pitch again.
But like Ranger Suarez, he's been really good. He goes on the IL every year.
Correct.
He misses 6 starts every year. You can set your watch to it. So at some point, he's going to go down. And then what? You clearly don't have anybody who can be an opener because you tried that, right? So it's not like you can even do bullpen game. Bullpen game doesn't work.
Nope.
And so maybe it is Jake Bennett for a little bit, but how long? And then is Suarez going to make every start the rest of the way? Probably not. They're paying Bayo too much money, I think, to just leave him down there. And so, yeah, I bet we do see him again.
Text line is comparing him to Buchholz.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Like, Buchholz was definitely a guy that...
way better.
Yeah, but he also had some blow-ups where you're like, dude, what is this guy?
That's not
he was
a bad,
frustrating because he was good.
That's not a bad analogy because, and again, Buchholz is a much better pitcher than this guy. I think Buchholz is a 2-time All-Star, threw a no-hitter.
That's wild.
Like
2-time All-Star.
Yeah, right? I have that right.
No,
right?
you are right.
I don't
But
know
then
if
he also had a year...
Were they both in Boston or was one elsewhere? I don't remember.
No, they were both here.
Okay, they were
both here. So in 2013, he was an all-star. He had a 1.74 ERA. Now, he only had 16 starts because he also got hurt all the time.
Yeah.
So that was even a little bit different than Bayo. The next year, he made 28 starts and had an ERA over 5.
No, but he is like Buchholz in that way where it's like,
what version are you going to get?
Yeah, you just don't know what you're going to get with him. And, Brian Bayo early in his career wasn't great. Low 4s ERA, mid 4s ERA, but that is
serviceable.
That's a serviceable American League East starter.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, he's fine.
And then last year he had his best year by far.
Right.
Top 10 ERA in the American League. Like, I don't know that that's great, but I think it was easily his best season as a big leaguer.
Yeah, he was good.
And now all of a sudden he just doesn't have it. That is somewhat Buchholz-esque.
I think so. Yeah, I think that's fair. But you thought you'd be able to get through with it. Again, if you're not expecting him to carry the rotation, and not that this is a problem that they have right now, but like if they made the playoffs, he'd probably get squeezed from the playoff rotation.
Oh, definitely.
You know what I'm saying? Like, even like best case scenario, like all 5 guys pitched well, like I don't think he'd be starting in the playoffs, but I don't think any of them are going to be starting in the playoffs.
No.
No,
I don't think
Suarez,
the way they're
Tully,
going
early.
I think they're all going to be watching the playoffs.
Most likely.
I do think that's going to be the case.
Unless somebody gets traded. Maybe Sonny Gray might be pitching in the playoffs for somebody else.
Good point. Chapman will be watching the playoffs.
Will for sure be closing games, probably.
Closing out games in the World Series or something like that.
I think so.
617-779-7937. More of your phone calls here on Jones and Keith. Meanwhile, something that popped up last week is that Craig Breslow not only might be losing his job, he lost Theo Epstein, it appears.
Oh, no.
So good job by Bradfo. Got a one-on-one with Breslow in the Bronx this weekend. How does Craig Breslow describe his relationship with Theo? We'll get to that with all your phone calls coming up next.
Tonight, Sox and Rays.
actually in New York for the series.
You did the face. What are you doing? What are you doing right now?
What?
Yeah. What are you saying?
What do you mean? Speak up.
Wham!
I don't know. I don't know what you mean. By the way, John Henry was only in New York because it's family.
Section 10 pod. Amid all the grunting in there.
You can read a lot through a couple of hems and haws and ums and ahs.
So
I'm picking up what he's putting down.
Talking about Breslow and whether or not he'll be there at the deadline and whether or not you let him run the deadline. And Jared Carrabis goes, well, what if he's not here by the deadline?
And they go, excuse me? And he goes,
Which everybody else seems shocked by. I'm like the biggest Breslow person there is. I wouldn't be shocked at all.
Oh, no. Last week, enough came out where you're like, oh, Breslow is feeling it right now.
100%.
Yeah.
John Henry's paper. John Henry's comments to David Ortiz.
Yeah.
He's worried about the Red Sox. On top of that, his relationship with Theo. Like, all of that, I'm like, I wouldn't necessarily move on from him, but I get it the way it's going. I think the writing on the wall is horrendous. I would, even before Carrabis said that, I wouldn't be surprised if we didn't make it to the deadline.
No, the Boston Globe said he needs an interpreter for other English-speaking people. Like, this is not a good sign for him. And just because if you believe that he needs to make the playoffs to save his job, but then on the other side, you think that they need to be sellers, why would you let the guy sell who's not going to be here at the end of the year? Right? So it's like...
So can I play devil's advocate? Because, like, the MLB draft is coming up. So, like, don't you have to let your GM draft? Like, can you fire your GM before the draft? You're not even going to have a new guy in place to run the draft. So do you give him through the draft? Do you then give him the deadline, but with some restrictions like we were talking about with Bloom? Like, I'm not saying that's great business, but I'm just saying that might be an answer for John Henry to be like, well, we have too much stuff coming up on the baseball calendar.
But you also have a bunch of scouts and a bunch of other people. Like, can you keep some of those guys still intact? Like, I know that's probably not the best transition in the world, but if you want to move on from Breslow, I feel like him being fired before the deadline makes more sense to me than just at the end of the season. I still think maybe like him being here beyond this year is more likely than him being fired just at the very end of the season.
Do you think the Red Sox, and I understand that point, especially, again, with the potential lockout looming.
Oh.
Do you think if, this is a big if for you, I know, but if the Red Sox made the postseason this year, third wild card they sneak in, do you think that saves his job?
Yes.
Me too. So I would say conversely.
But there's a lot of time between now and July 31st.
But this is what I'm saying. But if by the deadline they have no shot, like they're way out of it. Like I don't think they're way out of it right now. You do. I don't. I think they're still in it. I don't think I don't think 4 games is way out of it. But if they're 7, 8 games out of it and they're 15 games under 500 or whatever it is in a terrible American league, they're not going to make the playoffs. They might as well fire him then. Like, what's the point of holding on? You know, you can see where it's going. He's not going to save his job with the playoff run. So fire him when they're like really officially out of it. I get that.
I think John Henry really does not want to fire him. I think for all the reasons we've talked about before about how Breslow himself was like the 13th candidate. I think all these outside GMs or prospective GMs are like, wait a minute, what happened to Dombrowski, Bloom, and now Breslow? Like, you give these guys 2 years, and if they don't make miracles happen, they're gone. Or even in the case of Dombrowski, you can win the World Series and get fired like a year later. So why would I want that job? It just seems like I'm going to be the scapegoat. And so I think, if anything, Henry wants to keep this guy in this position for as long as possible because it makes the whole organization look more stable. And so when they fire Cora and half the coaching staff, I think they were hoping for 2 things. I hope they were obviously hoping for a turnaround on the field. I think they were hoping, though, that maybe from the outside people would say, wow, they're taking this really seriously. Like, look how much they care about it. They're willing to fire a guy that we all thought they loved and early in the season like this. Neither have really happened. Like, they play a little bit better, but not enough to go on any kind of a run. I would say more fans were annoyed by the move, or even if they were like, okay, firing Cora, everyone was like, well, why not Breslow too?
No,
right? Like, that was sort of the predominant feeling afterwards.
This was like, we've made this analogy a bunch. This is like firing Jim Montgomery or Cassidy or something like that.
Oh, yeah,
and then people being like,
okay,
why are Sweeney and Neely still here? It's the same idea.
Yep.
So no, I get all that. If you're really out of it, and Breslow's not, I think the only way Breslow's saving his job, I'm with you, is a playoff run. And it doesn't look like they're doing that today. So I definitely don't think he's safe. I'm not shocked at all. Jared is willing to go there.
But I wonder
and say,
if,
he might not make it because look at the tea leaves of last week.
Yeah.
Look at what was going on in John Henry's paper.
Yeah.
Where also tucked in that story in the Globe was more about his relationship with Theo, which I want to get to, but you were going to say something.
Well, I was just going to say, because it still comes back to me where you're like, all right, if Breslow has a real opportunity to, in one swoop, save his job and the season, but it's something like such an overpay, like Franklin Arias and Marcelo Meyer for like Alvarez, or like, you know what I'm saying? Like, is he allowed to go that crazy? Because
I bet not.
Probably not.
I bet
because
not.
One of the reasons why he and Bloom were here in the first place was to build up the farm system. So if on his like last gasp is like trade all the minor leaguers for like a couple of established guys, he's probably not allowed to do that. And if you're not allowed to do that, what are you doing? Like, what's your job then if you're not allowed to make moves? So then that would lead into maybe he loses his job before the season even ends.
Okay. I certainly could see it going that way. I do put stock. I know Jared didn't. I do put stock in Henry being there. I know it's a family trip. You think John Henry goes on every time they have a family trip? You think John Henry does everything the players do every single time?
Was he saying he has like a place in New York?
I thought he was saying it's the family trip is what he was saying, which is part of why Bayo was so pissed he didn't get to go to New York. He wanted to go on the family trip.
Yeah, of course.
So I do put stock in Henry being there.
Okay.
I think anytime Henry's around, there's potential for something to be up, but I would note that he was dismissive of that.
Okay.
Breslow sat down with Rob Bradford over the weekend and discussed his relationship with Theo Epstein. Good get by Bradfo.
Yeah.
He says, I have a great relationship with Theo.
The best. He's my best friend.
A long-standing relationship with him. Well, that part's true.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Obviously, a ton of respect for what he's accomplished in his role. And also, we have the type of relationship where I don't make a ton out of media reports because I know if Theo thinks there's something we can do better. If we need to strike a better balance and need to recalibrate, he's going to pick up the phone and call and have that conversation directly. Bradfo asked, so does that mean Breslow currently has a healthy dynamic between he and Theo? He said, absolutely, yeah.
Okay, that's what he says.
That's what he says.
From your lips to God's ears.
He doesn't believe any of these media reports because he talks to Theo.
All the time.
And
If Theo thought I was being too
analytical, whatever. He's already told me that, is what he's saying.
Maybe.
While the former Cubs president and two-time world champion general manager with the Red Sox certainly isn't involved in the day-to-day operations and decision-making with the Red Sox, he has been present alongside Breslow during key moments such as winter meetings and the trade deadline, when, again, they do nothing yearly. Quote, I think there are a few different types of conversations we have, Breslow told Bradfo. Some about specific players, profiles, evaluations, some more about leadership approaches and strategies, and how he might handle certain situations, and he has handled situations a lot, like the ones I've faced. I lean on him for a lot of things, and I appreciate the perspective and expertise that he supplies. Breslow finished the conversation by reiterating he sensed no disconnect or frustration between the pair. He said, not from me. No. Not from me.
No, not from me.
So,
and then he said, go Sox. A couple of text messages. Why not fire Breslow and let Theo take over until they find someone?
So I personally think that's in play. Do I think Theo's going to be the long-term GM?
Definitely not.
Nope.
I think he's going to be the commissioner, like everybody says.
Do I think he might
take over for a little bit? I mean, he is here, and he's overqualified.
Interim GM to steer the ship when they fire Breslow in a couple of weeks, and somebody has to finish out the year before they get real candidates. I personally think that's in play. I know not everyone does. People think that's beneath him. For a few months to do a solid for John Henry, especially when he recommended bringing this guy in the first place, Breslow. Yeah, I can see Theo doing that in the interim. Not long-term, but in the interim.
Another text says, here's my conspiracy. The Red Sox are going to ride with Breslow through the end of the season no matter what the record is. Then if they don't make the playoffs, he and Tracy are done. That way the new GM can hire the new manager. You know what? That may have been another reason why that job wasn't coveted at all, was because it's like, you got Cora.
You're attached to Cora.
You don't
get to pick your manager.
Yeah, which most GMs would obviously want to do in every sport.
I 100% think that.
So it might be a little bit more appetizing, but it's still a short shelf life for these guys.
Cora had the power to run up the backstairs and influence the owner.
Yeah.
So, normally you wouldn't want to inherit another manager.
So maybe it's a little bit more.
Maybe.
Yeah.
But then they also fired that manager coming off a playoff experience, in fairness to Cora.
Yep.
They fired Breslow off a playoff appearance. So, in that scenario, people are like, what the hell do you have to do? They fired Dombrowski after he won a World Series.
No, I know.
They fire all these guys after they win World Series.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I wonder. Text line here. I don't understand why Jones wants to bend himself into a pretzel to play one extra game in October. They're not going to win that game, never mind advance.
Well, I mean,
you disagree with that.
I think baseball is the ultimate crapshoot. You get into the baseball playoffs with 86 wins, you could win the whole thing.
The team with Bloom a few years ago snuck in on the final weekend of the year. They backed their ass in on the final weekend of the year against the Washington Nationals. And then they won a one-game play-in, and next thing you know, they were in the ALCS.
Like, I assume everyone's just going to lose to the Dodgers because that's kind of how it goes. But everybody else, like, it's wide open. And if you go out there and, like, I know it's a dream scenario, but if it's like Crochet, Suarez, Early, Tolley, like, I don't know, that's pretty good. Assuming you still have Chapman, like, I don't like.
You can lose 1-0. That's good.
Yeah, maybe. No, maybe. It's a good game though. Tracy would say, "Hey, good game."
Also, it's not a one game. It's not a one-game play-in.
No, it's not. It's not a one-game play-in. If it was, they would have advanced last year.
That's a good point.
Yeah, it should have been. Go back to that.
I mean, if it was a one-game play-in, they would have advanced.
Yeah.
If they had a third base coach that was a little more aggressive, maybe not as aggressive as the guy they currently have.
This guy's hyper aggressive. He's on the field, for God's sakes, making plays.
He
was lucky Volpe was throwing yesterday.
I was just going to say, yesterday, honestly, that guy.
Volpe had the ball as Rafaela was touching third base.
It was Rafaela. Rafaela probably should have been out by 10 feet, too. It was
wants
a horrible
to send
throw.
him in. The guy just wants to score runs so
Some
bad.
balance between those two third base coaches. They would have advanced last year. I know. 617-779-7937. More your thoughts here on Breslow, his future, his relationship with Theo, and what the Red Sox should be doing after a split that was pretty underwhelming this weekend in the Bronx. Again, 617-779-7937. We'll get to the Patriots coming up in a little bit. Mini camp underway in Foxborough starting tomorrow. But, Keith, in just 2 minutes, a quick deuce of commercials, as it were.
Right.
Are the New York Knicks actually going to pull this out and win their first championship in 50-plus years? Again, we're back in 2 minutes on the NBA Finals.
What if you could have the most...
On him, 4 seconds. Fox to Wembanyama, pulls up, jumper, won't go. Rebound taken by Vassell. It's over. It's over. The Knicks survive. This magic carpet ride continues. 13 straight victories, and they lead 2-0 here in these NBA Finals.
The feed is brought to you by the 99 Restaurants. That was the call from ABC of the Knicks' Game 2 win over the Spurs on Friday night. The NBA Finals now shift to New York for tonight's Game 3. Tip-off from MSG is at 8:30. Dig into the 99 Restaurants $14.99 big deal meals, available all day, every day. Save on the big hottie favorites like grilled teriyaki chicken at just $14.99. That's a big deal. You gotta love the nines. I'm Billy Lanny, and that's what's in our feed on WEEI.
Jones and Keith.
Jones and Keith on WEEI.
Get Boston Sports Original on the go wherever you go. Just download the Odyssey app.
Hour 2, Jones and Keith here on WEEI. You heard Billy Lanny in the feed. NBA Finals Game 3 tonight. Knicks and Spurs at MSG. And Keith.
Yes.
Somehow, some way, perhaps because I put the auto lock Spurs by double digits in Game 2, somehow, some way, New York leads the NBA Finals 2-0. They still haven't lost a game, Keith. This stat came up while you were out on Friday.
Yeah.
Since Chad Tracy replaced Alex Cora. Like the last time the Knicks lost a playoff game, Alex Cora was still the Red Sox manager. It was in the middle of the NFL draft.
Yeah.
We didn't know if Mike Vrabel was going to keep his job, for God's sakes. That's the last time the Knicks have lost a playoff game.
And it's all going to come to an end tonight.
You think so?
Yeah, I picked against them, I think, this whole time, and so I've been so spot on. I even had a Knicks fan over the weekend tweet me, and he was like,
keep picking against them.
Yes, please do.
Yeah,
please keep picking against the Knicks, because I've been doing it nonstop, and I've been so wrong the entire time. This is going to be insane tonight. So before the season or before the series started, it was already like $5,000 to get in there to the game tonight, and they could have been down 0-2 for all we know. Now it's like over $10,000 to get in to see the game.
Get in price, correct?
The get in price,
and then some of those like courtside seats are way beyond that.
Although here's my conspiracy. So you know how Trump's going to the game tonight. Mm-hmm. And so they have to change how they do security. They're changing how they're doing like watch parties. They're doing all this stuff.
Yeah, they've canceled the watch party wherever they have it outside MSG.
Yeah.
I don't know where they have it, but the outdoor watch party they've canceled that.
I feel like already Knicks fans probably not loving it.
No.
And if you mess with a streak like this and you end up losing, if they lose tonight, I feel like he may get blamed for it.
Mm-hmm.
And then people are going to be really, really upset. And then that might even turn the whole series.
Well, it could. It certainly could.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, he'll get blamed for it for sure.
Are you ruling out the Spurs winning the series? I am not.
Ruling it out, no.
I am not.
Would I pick the Spurs to win the series?
No. I wonder if Wembayama is just going to be...
Okay, so but to answer your question, rule it out, no. Pick, also no. Like, at this point, I think you have to pick the Knicks. I am.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I guess.
I mean,
the 2-0 lead's pretty
I'm looking
pretty
up
serious.
2-0, and they won both games in San Antonio. And Wemby looks like crap.
Wemby does look like crap. And so can he snap out of it?
Maybe.
Or is this just what he is? Because there's a long line of great players.
Spurs are plus, if you want them, they're plus 380 to win the series.
Okay. Like LeBron lost his first trip to the finals. Kevin Durant lost his first trip to the finals. Talking to Wiggy before the show, like Shaquille O'Neal lost his first trip to the NBA finals. So like
Tatum.
A lot of these guys, right, they get there and they just don't play great, and they sort of need that experience. And then when they come back, they're capable of winning 4 or 5, but which I still think is in the cards for Wemby. But maybe this one, I mean, bad turnovers, missed shots when you're wide open, like he has not played great. He needs to play great. Credit to the Knicks, though.
He had the bad turnover that led to them losing the game, the Brunson free throw, and then he missed the potential game winner. Like
it's a bad series of events.
Where he and he was horrible, I thought, in game 1. He was better in game 2, but just that end sequence was horrible for Wemby.
Yeah.
No, and a lot of people were critical of where he took the shot from. It's like you're 7'5".
7'5".
You got to take an elbow jumper.
7'5" last time they measured you. He might be 7'6", 7'7" by now.
Good point.
A young guy.
So, yeah, it's going to be wild there tonight. Politics aside, do you think it's cool there's a sitting president at an NBA Finals game?
Yeah, why not?
I think that's kind of cool.
Yeah, why not?
I do.
Remember Bill Clinton used to go to all the Arkansas Razorbacks games?
Yeah, and I actually heard Greg and Mego and everyone talking about this last week on the Greg Hill Show. I guess there have been other presidents, I mean, certainly at NBA games.
Yeah.
And maybe even NBA Finals games, but not sitting presidents. So,
right. A lot of former presidents.
So I think that's kind of cool tonight. Now,
will he be sitting like with Chalamet, or who's he sitting with?
I don't know. Mixing it up with Chalamet?
Ben Stiller. I'm guessing. I don't think Ben Stiller and he see eye to eye on a lot of things.
No, probably
so he's
not.
Probably not sitting with Stiller.
Probably. Yeah, that's probably the case.
I don't believe I don't line up.
Keep your eyes on Kylie there, Chalamet.
Yeah.
Keep your eyes on her while you're at the game.
Hold her tight.
Yeah. So I think that's cool. I think it's going to be a spectacle tonight anyway with all those Knicks fans. I don't really care. I mean, I don't have any sympathy for them that they're missing out on their watch party. It's like you can go. It's like
No, whatever. You can
it's
make
not
your
like
own watch party.
You
No,
can't
no,
watch
no.
the game. You can't go to a bar.
Game's not on.
There will be a watch party potentially for Game 4, or there will be a watch party for Game 4, which is a potential closeout game. Like, it's not like the city's taking all that away from you. So, I don't know. I don't have a lot of sympathy for Knicks fans on that one. If you want to go, you got to pay the ticket. You're Knicks fans. It's like a Lakers game. It's a spectacle. Part of your fan base is it's Chalamet and Stiller and Tracy Morgan and everybody else.
John Turturro.
So guess what? You have some high-end fans. You're going to get priced out of your stadium this time of year. That's what happens. That's what happens with the Lakers. That's what's going to happen with you. That's part of the Knicks experience. So I don't have much sympathy on that front, but I think it's going to be an unbelievable scene tonight.
If you want to go, leave now.
Well, that's true, too. You got to get there early to get through the security.
So to put yourself in like a Knicks fan shoes, so like obviously we're both in our 40s and they have not won in our lifetime.
Would I pay $10,000 just to get into MSG?
Obviously not.
Not even close.
I'm curious though, what's the number? So it'd be similar to like
I would never
Red Sox.
I would never get in. I'd pay like $500. I'd never even come close to getting in.
Yeah, like a PS5.
Yeah,
you'd be in for one PS5.
Yeah.
That even might be a little rich for my blood. Like I think
You
it's
spent $700 on a soccer ball.
Wow. I gotta see it first.
He's got you there.
I gotta see it first.
They have to truly exist.
But that's
for
an
Keith to
item
do
I
that.
can keep. That's not just like a 3-hour event that I go to and then
That's
I'm
true.
gone.
This is just a memory.
I'm also a homebody. I'm an indoor cat, Jones. I like watching the game at home and just having my own like beer and snacks at home. I have no problem doing that. But yeah, the atmosphere is going to be pretty crazy. But like, I don't know how you possibly justify that. But yeah, I don't have rent paid for the next 3 months. But man, I saw that Game 3. Remember when I went to Game 3? Not even a clinching game.
Cost of living already in New York. is
Oh
through the
no, they
roof.
lost.
It is through the roof.
They lost.
Oh, they got spanked. Wemby put up 20.
Wemby had a revenge game against them, but that's all right. So yeah, that I don't know. It's going to be must see. I was pissed the game wasn't on last night, and I knew that it wasn't, and yet still, I sit down at like 8:30, pop the TV on. I'm like, NBA Finals. Where's it at?
I didn't get the explanation I saw either.
Is it two extra days?
They're not playing on Sundays through the World Cup, which I get.
There's no World Cup games yesterday.
There was no World Cup game yesterday.
There
so
was
why
nothing
did you play
on.
yesterday? I didn't
It was like
understand
College
the
World
logic.
Series. I was like, what is this? Although I did have a new episode of From. Oh my God!
I heard it was
stuff happened.
I heard it was a quote unquote banger episode.
It was a banger episode. I don't know where you heard that from, but whoever said it was right.
It's 3
banger episode.
3 hens before the show, just clucking about it.
Just squawking away, talking about what.
Put it on your think about watching list.
You should think about watching that.
Maybe
you should think about it.
Maybe I'll think about it. Let's go to the phones. Joe is in New Hampshire. Hello, Joe.
Hey, Joe.
How we doing? How you guys doing?
Good.
This first-time listener, first-time caller as well.
Nice.
Yeah. My take is I believe the Spurs can honestly very easily take this series. And what it comes down to is I think shutting down Shamet and not allowing Wembanyama to get pulled out to the perimeter and then having them get an easy kick out. It's when he's down in the paint, that's when he's able to kind of control the floor. But when he's on the outside, that's when they're getting these easy kickouts, getting their three-point shooters going.
They got to control Shamet.
X's and O's, Joe.
Okay, I get it. Is
Call
it a
back
compliment?
anytime. Call back anytime. Listen anytime.
Is it
Feel
a compliment?
Do you think he liked the first hour of the show? How do you think he found us?
No, I don't know. I thought
Was it a
about
recommendation
I
from,
thought
like,
about. I thought about asking, and then I was horrified what he might say, so I bit my tongue.
Oh, you got a little,
I was
skittish?
like, I was like, what's he gonna say when I ask that question?
First time listener, though, but provoked him to call first
Right
time
away.
tuning in.
That's a high hit rate.
He's like, oh, these guys sound like they'd want to hear my take.
Is it a compliment?
No. No, it's not. No, it's not a compliment.
I don't think that was a
I
compliment.
think that was just more about himself. This is
Yeah.
my first time listening. This is my first call in. He doesn't want Wemby threes, or he does want Wemby threes?
I don't know. Shamet's the key to the game.
He's
if
not.
Shamet's dragging Wemby out to the 3-point line, then he's not under the hoop, and he's not altering shots. I was how I interpreted that.
Okay.
Kelvin is in Methuen. Hello, Kelvin.
Get him, Kelvin.
Hey, what's up, guys? I was watching Garnett and Paul Pierce on their podcast, and Garnett says something that is kind of true. It's no, he thinks no chances for San Antonio because the fans in New York, and he say Wemby not even gonna get out of the hotel, and that happened yesterday. It was full of people outside telling a lot of trash talk, but I don't like the line. It's -1.5 at home.
Okay, I saw
2.5.
I saw
see.
2.5 is also
Nick's
what I saw.
2.5. Oh, is that our 2.5 guy? 1.5 guy?
Is
Is
it?
that the 1.5?
Oh,
Yeah.
damn
That's
it.
the 1
It
point,
is.
yeah.
That is him.
He's like, don't trust the line. Don't trust the line.
I smell a rat.
no, this is his point about Wemby, and I don't know what Garnett and Pierce said, but that sounds.
The only thing I saw from Garnett is Garnett was criticizing Wemby for how emotional he was after winning the Western Conference.
Oh,
He's like, dude,
you're
you
not
haven't
done
done it yet.
Yeah, true.
I waited until after to lose my mind after a championship. I didn't do it after the Eastern Conference Finals.
But
That was
don't
his
you
point.
because it's going to be absolutely insane inside New York? Like you're going to be able to tell. Like if Wemby just folds up like a chair, then they're going to get swept. Like it's going to be 4 and done. If he has like a big game and is like looking at the crowd like he's Reggie Miller and going nuts, like okay, then buckle up. You might have a
That's
whole
true.
rest of the series.
MSG can bring that out in people.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
And it's not. I mean, Reggie would be the prime example.
Yeah,
but
Reggie's up there.
Kobe and LeBron and
Yeah.
some all-time greats go into that building and rip their guts out. Wemby has the potential to do that.
Yeah.
I personally wouldn't wager on it.
No, doesn't seem like it. And I mean, all season long, I thought it was going to be the Spurs because they had the Thunder's number, and I thought it was just going to be those two teams, and that's how I kind of viewed it. And then he had a big response, big series against the Thunder. I'm like, all right, it's over. But the Knicks have been more than up for the challenge.
617-779-7937. There's some NBA Finals thoughts with Game 3 tonight. Knicks up 2-0. We're going to take a quick 2-minute timeout, and when we come back, we can get into Keyshawn Boutte telling the media he will be at Patriots minicamp. What about Christian Gonzalez? We'll get to that again in just 2 minutes.
Miller time. People thinking.
I try not to buy into it, at the end of the day, I can control what I can control. As long as I'm doing what I'm supposed to do off the field, everything else will play out.
That was WBZ with a one-on-one with Keyshawn Boutte. Says he will attend minicamp.
All right.
I was waiting for the follow-up, which we didn't get there.
No.
But I was waiting for the follow-up. Well, are you actually going to do anything when you're out there, or are you just showing up?
Showing up.
For a hold-in. We did not get that exchange, which I was curious about. But Keyshawn Boutte will be there tomorrow when the Patriots are out there, Keith. And
mandatory minicamp.
Yep.
Is what we're dealing with. So, yeah, he will be there.
You
think Gonzo will be there?
Well, I think he'll be there. Yeah. I think they're both going to be there.
Yeah.
Do you think either one's going to do anything on the field?
Definitely not Gonzo. I'm not sure what the best path is for Keyshawn Boutte. It's not like he's going to get $100 million guaranteed. It's not like he has like high trade value or anything like that. Like I'm curious what the agents are saying to both guys. It's probably go with the side of just sit out and don't get hurt and let's let this thing play out. Clearly, I think Gonzo's a no-brainer.
He's
Kayshon
got
Boutte,
way too much money at stake.
Right, Kayshon Boutte's not getting a huge contract by the Patriots this year. He also may or may not get traded. If he does, it's for like a 6th-round pick. So I can understand he's a little disgruntled or whatever, but I don't know. You're going to get your way by just holding out. Now, I guess you can't get hurt, right? That's the ultimate thing with all these guys. When they're unsure of either where they're playing or how much they're going to be playing for, you don't want to rip a hamstring.
No, because I see both sides of the argument with Boutte. With Gonzo, I would be. He might not show up.
There's also that's in play.
He's going to cost himself about $110,000 by not showing up to mandatory minicamp, but he's also looking to make $100+ million guaranteed.
Oh yeah,
at minimum.
Yep.
On his next deal. That's the market right now with Trent McDuffie. So I'm expecting him to up that. He might up it by a ton. So like $100K to send your message home and use your leverage might be worth it for him. I think he'll be there. I think he'll be there and standing off to the side, going down to the lower field. Not doing anything, but I think he'll be there. But that's a guess. He may not. Boutte said he's going to be there, and I can see this one both ways. On the one hand, well, I'm here. I'm working out. I'm showing up. I'll do what's mandatory. I can still make catches out on the field, which maybe if other teams are looking at me and interested in beefing up their receiver room, maybe that does catch their eye.
Yeah, he's ready to go.
Exactly.
Yeah, right.
What kind of shape is he in? Teams are now going to know. They have no idea when he's away from the team. They have no clue. And so teams could start to get an idea. I could see Boutte doing that. I also could see him saying, well, the worst thing I could do is go out there and roll an ankle or pop a hamstring.
Mm-hmm.
I'm hoping somebody else at their minicamp does that, and now a team needs to get desperate to trade for a wide receiver. My best play is to not go out there and participate. So I can see both sides of the coin. My guess is both he and Gonzo aren't doing much these next 3 days.
No. So I don't think this is going to happen, but this is what I would say to Kayshon Boutte. Like, you could be the 3rd best receiver on this team. You could get you think second. You're going even higher.
I mean, I'm not predicting that.
No, that's
but
fine.
Do I think it's in play that he could have a better year than Romeo Doubs? Yeah.
Okay, so like even
could.
more so. Like I think you could sell him on being the 3rd guy on a team that throws the ball a lot. It's one thing to be the 3rd guy on a Jalen Hurts offense. The first guy was pissed. But if you're the 3rd guy in a Drake May offense, year 2 with Josh McDaniels, I think he's going to throw for well over 4,000 yards. Like, you're going to have an opportunity to have a big year on a really good team and then set yourself up for another contract, most likely elsewhere next year. But it's almost like if he wants out and he's not doing anything and then maybe he holds in or whatever tomorrow, you don't think you're better than Mac Hollins? You don't even think, to your point, you're better than Romeo Doubs? You don't think you're better than Kyle Williams? You don't think you're better than all these, like... I heard them on Greg's show today. They were like, do you think he makes the team? I'm like, what?
Yeah.
If he doesn't, like, quit, I think he would make the team.
Wiggy was talking about him as a camp body. Right. Yeah.
I think he's better than that. Like, the guy he was the 2nd best receiver on the team last year. He had one of the best catches that we've ever seen in a playoff game with the Patriots. He was the 2nd best deep ball guy in the NFL a year ago. I think he's on the team. He just might not be satisfied with
his
the 4th
role
most targets or
and
whatever.
The stats that he wants to put up going into a contract year. So, no, I think he's absolutely on the team.
Bet on yourself. It seems like you're already soft quitting.
Well, if he isn't participating tomorrow, I agree. Yeah. If he's out there participating, let's see, because he might still have that good chemistry with Drake May, and he might be ahead of, not necessarily on the depth chart, but in terms of playmaking, ahead of Romeo Doubs. So, look, he's not going to be better than A.J. Brown. Barring A.J. Brown losing a season.
Better not be.
Right.
That says a lot about A.J. Brown.
I wouldn't forecast he's going to have a better year than Romeo Doubs, but I don't think that's crazy. Romeo Doubs has been buried on depth charts in Green Bay, for God's sake.
Yeah,
so
but that's just it. Like, there's plenty of examples.
It's crazy Kayshon Boutte could have he's already got a leg up with his connection with Drake May over this guy, and I've written off Kayshon Boutte before. I didn't even think he was going to make the team last year.
Yeah.
And then in training camp, Keith, it was so obvious even we saw it. You with your binoculars down there.
I saw it immediately.
We're like, this guy's making plays every single day, and he wound up having a really productive year. So, again, they paid Doubs. They seem hesitant to pay Boutte. If I had to bet, I would bet on Doubs, but I don't think it's crazy he has a better year than Romeo Doubs, and he should have a better year than Mac Hollins. He had one last year.
Yeah, he did. No, I think he's better than Mac Hollins. I think he's better than certainly Pop Douglas, Kyle Williams, and people keep throwing out Efton Chisholm's name. Like, he's higher on the depth chart than all those guys. And so if he's looking at it like Steph Diggs is gone, Brown and Doubs are in, and now you're like, oh, well, I'm not a part of the offense anymore. It's like, I don't know. Like, yeah, you lost one, you added 2. So, okay, if you're just going to accept it, you're one notch lower on the depth chart, but You still were a really valuable piece on the team last year. You have a great quarterback thrown to you. Like, you don't know where you're going to end up, and you're not like one of these guys that's good enough to sort of dictate where you go. You're not A.J. Brown being like, I want to go play for the Patriots.
Right.
And they're like, all right, let's make it happen.
No, I mean,
nobody
right now,
really wants you.
The rumor is maybe a 5th or a 6th, and that to me is not
So, like,
worth
anywhere.
it.
You could land with anybody. You could have one of the worst quarterbacks in the league, and then what's your value?
So Booty is going to be there. We'll see how much he's doing. Christian Gonzalez, we don't yet know. We can get into that with your phone call, 617-779-7937. Patty is in New Hampshire. Hello, Patty.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Good.
Yeah, so I agree with everything you're saying. I think, I don't know, Booty was a touchdown deep ball specialist last season. I think it would just be stupid for him to leave. He's going to be like a second or at least a third man on this team. Yeah, and I think it's just kind of cowardly to see Romeo Doubs as a threat to your spot on this team. He hasn't done anything special. So I think, Booty just got to just hold out. And you can be on a team that has a chance to do something special. You know?
So your phone is losing a little bit, but his,
See, I
his
go the other way.
His subject line said get rid of Booty, which he says he agrees with everything we say.
Oh.
I'm not getting rid of him. If all I can get is a 5th or a 6th round
No, but
pick.
he said it's sort of a bad sign by Booty is if you get a little bit of competition and now you're like,
I'm out.
It's like, dude, you made it. You grinded as a 6th round pick, and I know that you thought you could have been a 1st round pick, but you made it into the league. You passed. There were guys.
Where
that
was
were,
he on the depth chart last year at training camp? 7th?
Oh, super low.
Like he was
super low.
He was way down that
How about
depth
the
chart
year
last
before?
year.
You had Jalen Polk and Javon Baker were ahead of him on the depth chart. Like you were way better than those
I think
guys.
they probably both
Pop
were
Douglas was
at
ahead?
training camp last year. You know?
Yeah,
So,
it is strange that all of a sudden it's like a guy that seemed like he was up to the challenge now is like, I don't fit here anymore.
Well, maybe tomorrow he will be up to it.
All
Maybe he'll be out there and participating and making plays, and he's going to make a statement. Perhaps. I wouldn't expect it, but maybe. On Gonzalez, you think he will be here, Keith? Or you think he's going to eat the 110?
Hold in. No, I think he will be here.
Show up.
I think he'll be
work
in
out on the
attendance
backfield. Okay, so if he's in
on
attendance,
Miami.
think he's going to talk?
No, I don't. I don't think. Now,
do you think he should?
We interviewed him for a whole season and he didn't really talk. So
He barely talked.
I
That's true.
don't know.
Do you think he should?
Yeah, if you're there, yeah, I think you should talk.
I think
It'd
if
be
you
very
want,
entertaining.
Also, if you want to, I mean, and look, maybe
Let's hear him.
it would poison the negotiations.
It's true.
but
We don't know how far or close they are.
If you want to start to put a little pressure on the Patriots, sure, go ahead and talk. You want a contract?
Go to the next question.
Let them know. Let them know what you want. Give people some idea.
I'm in.
I think because we haven't heard much from either side, I think there's probably enough good faith between the two sides that he's not going to go blow it up with like some standoffish press conference. But I can tell you, Keith, I mean, Will Fork did this, went like scorched earth when he got franchise tagged one year. Scorched earth, pissed. And he wound up getting a deal out of the Patriots like a month or so later.
Yeah.
So that approach can work with the Crass. And I wonder if Gonzalez takes that over the next few days. We got to find out if he's there first. That starts with mandatory minicamp tomorrow in Foxborough.
So tomorrow, by the way, the schedule is Mike Vrabel at 12:45, Patriots defensive assistant coaches at 1:15, practice at 1:40. That's when the media can go watch, and then around 3:30 or so, players are going to speak.
Okay, so in the
we'll
middle
find
of
out.
Rich and Ken with Ted, maybe tomorrow, and certainly the days later on this week, you might get a live Gonzo sighting. 617-779-7937. Another thing to keep our eyes on at minicamp over the next few days is A.J. Brown and his presence on the practice field. Why are people so concerned about A.J. Brown and his fit here? We can get to that next.
This Father's Day, let Dad relax by the grill, not wrestle with the toilet. Because nothing ruins a perfectly good cookout like a clogged drain. If your sink's backing up, your shower's slowing down, or your pipes are throwing a fit, call the pros at Drains.
Keith here on WEEI. We are brought to you by Jackson Lumber and Millwork. You can visit Jackson Lumber and Millwork for all your residential remodeling or commercial building materials and supplies. At Jackson Lumber and Millwork, providing solutions and delivering results. Since 1946, A.J. Brown going to be out there tomorrow at Patriots mandatory mini camp, where we've been told anyway, from Kayshon Boutte himself, that Kayshon Boutte will be out there tomorrow. We don't know how much he'll be doing. Christian Gonzalez, we don't even know if he'll be in attendance. Never mind, know what he'll actually be doing out there. Will we hear from Boutte? Will we hear from Gonzo? I'm intrigued by that. We just heard from A.J. Brown last week. We've even seen him out on the field a little bit, Keith. And I'm surprised at how tepid some people are about the addition of A.J. Brown. And it makes sense. You and I are very high on the move.
Love it.
I'm not worried about them overpaying, if you even think it's an overpay. I'm not worried about his knees, which we'll get into coming up, at least not short term. And it makes sense. When we tiered off wide receivers, we think he's a no questions asked top 10 receiver.
I loved it.
In fact, we have him in the top 8.
Top 8. Top 2 tiers wide receivers going into this year. Yeah.
Comfortably in the top 10.
Yes.
And so it makes sense that I don't have the same qualms that others do, but he's had some off-field headaches and incidents with his quarterback who used to be his best bud, and he shot his way out of Philly, and his knees are allegedly bad, and Howie Roseman boxed around the Patriots, even though Howie Roseman wanted a first-rounder in 2027, didn't get it. Even though he initially asked for a first and a second-rounder, didn't get that. He got a first in 2028 and a fifth, which is nothing. So I'm not as concerned about that. But let me ask you, Keith.
All right.
NBC Sports Boston from time to time, they do their Stratomatic simulations, okay?
Yes.
So they simulated out the whole Patriots season.
Oh, okay.
For A.J. Brown, you tell me how you'd feel about these numbers in year one as a New England Patriot.
All right, let's hear
And
it.
I can give you more names if you want them.
Okay.
88 grabs.
I like it.
1,255 yards.
Yeah, I like it.
8 touchdowns.
I like all of that. I'd sign up for all of that.
I would sign up for that right now.
That's an upgrade over Steph Diggs, who was good. And really, last year, you would think there would be like a absolute huge quantity of NFL receivers with 1,000 yards, but it really wasn't as many as you thought. And so, and Diggs was like right at 1,000. So if you're talking like,
so was A.J. Brown.
So if you're talking 1,250, that would have been 6th in the NFL last year. Oh, no. Sorry. I was looking at rushing yards. 1,250 would have been also 6th. So, like, would have put you right. If he's 6th in receiving yards and 8 touchdowns, which was more than anybody had last year.
And almost 90 grabs.
Great.
Yeah.
Perfect. I'd 100% sign up for that. And I think it's realistic. I don't think it's like, oh, best case scenario, it says. I think there's even a higher ceiling than that, but I would more than sign up for it.
I agree. Especially in the touchdown department, I think there's a potential for a higher ceiling there. 90 grabs. I wonder if he's still that kind of player, but okay. Like 90 grabs, fine. The yardage, I think certainly there's upside. Touchdowns, I think there's upside.
Diggs had 85 grabs.
Yeah, that's true. And Diggs basically was a part-time player last year.
And I think he'll probably be a little bit closer to the line of scrimmage. I think A.J. Brown would be a little bit more downfield than Steph Diggs would. So you could see like the catches being similar, but the yards being more. And the touchdowns, I would think the touchdowns are certainly going to be more. Diggs only had 4 touchdowns.
If you want to play this out more, Romeo Doubs, 59 for 682 and 5, which was ahead of Kayshon Boutte, and maybe the simulation would agree with why he wants out. 25 for 350 and 2 touchdowns going into a contract year.
That's low. Yeah,
if he thinks he's on pace for those kind of numbers, although a competitor might expect more.
Yeah, sure. Hard to get Alec Pierce money when you're.
That's not too much lower than what he had last year. I mean, he had touchdowns, but he only had 33 grabs or something last year.
Yeah, but how many yards did he have?
Yeah, I thought he was up
500.
Yeah, I was gonna say I thought he was up around 600 actually. So that, but that's
551. You guys are both right.
Yeah,
right in the middle. He was 33 catches, 551, and 6 touchdowns. So he had more touchdowns than Diggs. That's just regular season too, because then the playoffs, obviously, he had the big touchdown.
While we're sticking with this, I want to circle back to A.J. Brown here in a moment.
All right.
But a few more stats. Would you take this out of Drake May in NBC Sports Boston simulation?
Yep.
4,300 yards, 4,301.
All right, so that's slightly lower than last year.
65.2 completion percentage.
Much lower than last year.
Quarterback rating of 93.9.
Much lower than last year.
So close to 93.7.
Ah, damn.
And here's where I would probably question it. 27 TDs against 14 picks. So the picks go up, the TDs go down.
I don't want any of that.
You don't want any of that.
That's all worse than last year. I don't think you think every number is going to be worse than last year.
I think it's possible the numbers could be worse, but we
with
still look
AJ
at,
Brown. See, this is where I would argue. I would say,
but they are also going against
better teams.
So,
but I would say
he wasn't going against bad defenses last year.
True.
Ooh, he was going against some bad defense. Going against plenty of bad defenses last
Yeah,
year.
but like Cleveland, Atlanta, like those were dump teams, and they got no credit for beating those teams. But those defenses were good. And now you get then the counter would be, well, playoff time, good defenses and bad performances.
Ate them up.
No, but I don't. I think that's way worse than last year. So quarterback rating isn't everybody's favorite, but if he goes from 113 to 93, it's a huge drop.
Well, and those turnovers go up a lot.
14 picks?
Right? 14 picks from 8. Is that what he had last year?
Yeah, so I would sign up for the A.J. Brown stats. I would not sign up for the Drake May stats.
Okay. I also wouldn't sign up for this. It has him going 9-8.
Oh, that's the worst part.
9-8. They lose 4 games in a row from week 7 to week 10, which would be at Chicago, at Miami, home against Green Bay, at Detroit.
At Indiana.
Good point.
Chicago doesn't play at Indiana.
In Hammond, Indiana. But 9-8, they split with the Dolphins in this scenario. So
I don't care for this Stratomatic.
I might even sign up for the Drake May numbers because that does mean he made it through the year healthy. And I know some people are more concerned about that than I am, but like at least you have him every week. The numbers drop from last year, but that's not like a crazy drop. That's still 4,300 yards and almost 30 touchdowns, and like there's rushing numbers mixed in there too.
But
9-8 with a split against the Dolphins. Get out of my face.
Splitting with the Dolphins, a QB rating that's 20 points lower when you have Brown and Dobbs, right? Like I think Dobbs' numbers could actually maybe be a little bit higher, or at least like if he's the true second receiver on this team, I would hope the numbers are raised from what that
they have him pacing closer to if he played his whole rookie season than last year.
Drake May?
Yeah, because he had 15 touchdowns, 10 picks in 13 games, but he only started 12 of them.
Got it.
With 2,200 yards and 66% completion percentage.
Yeah, but that makes sense. Like if that's what he ends up doing, if he ends up almost doubling his turnovers, then yeah, they might only win 9 games. You know, but if he has a year, even if it's a step back from last year, but it's like in that ballpark, like that's when you're talking about double-digit wins, threatening to win the division again.
How concerned are you? And obviously the Stratomatic isn't concerned about A.J. Brown. How concerned are you about the knees, Keith?
I'm not. I mean, Tennessee claims they were scared about it, and then he became a Hall of Famer with Philadelphia. And so at some point, I'm more worried about receiver or running back or like non-quarterback skill position guy hitting 30 and like how many more years you're going to have after that. That's why when everybody was like hot and bothered about what they were going to give up for A.J. Brown, the first round pick this year, next year, whatever, I was like, I think he's going to be an elite receiver for 2 years. That's whether he has degenerative knee issues or not. Like I think he's going to have 2 awesome years and maybe even another year after that where he's like still productive. It's still like really helpful for you. But no, I'm not that worried about the knees. That's what everybody's been saying. The guy plays almost all the time.
Okay, he does. And I have a feeling people think he's a lot older than he actually is. So, Keith, I whipped up a little game here.
I love a game.
Let's play Guess Them Ages.
Guess Them Ages. How old the person might be.
Guess Them Ages.
All right.
Are these Boston athletes older or younger than A.J. Brown?
Okay.
Play a little game.
Okay.
Jaylen Brown. Is he older or younger than A.J. Brown?
Jaylen Brown, no relation.
Nope.
Is older than A.J. Brown.
Jaylen Brown is older. He is 29. He turns 30 in October.
Happy early birthday, Jaylen.
Jaylen Brown, who we talk about as a young player for the Boston Celtics,
Yes.
older than A.J. Brown.
Good one.
How about Charlie McAvoy?
Charlie McAvoy is younger.
Charlie McAvoy is slightly younger than A.J. Brown.
Right.
Same age.
I'm good at this game.
Age 28. He turns 29 in December. A.J. Brown turns 29 later on this month.
Happy early birthday to A.J. as well.
David Pasternak. Let's stick with the Bruins.
Oh, Pasternak.
Older or younger than A.J. Brown?
Paster's been at it a long time. He's got to be older.
Much
Oh,
older.
okay.
30 years old. He'll be 31 in May of next year. David Pasternak, much older than A.J. Brown.
Okay.
Keith, Jaron Duran.
Jaron Duran, bit of a controversial character.
He is.
He is also older than A.J. Brown.
He is. He turns 30 in September.
Happy
He
early
is
birthday,
just
Jaron.
about a full year older than A.J. Brown.
And
final one.
Still making some youngster mistakes.
Jason Tatum.
Oh, Tatum actually is younger.
Keith, you've aced it. Jason Tatum.
I know my Boston ages.
Same age. He's 28, just like A.J. Brown is today. But he will not turn 29 until March.
You know what? Speaking of ages, College Tom this morning was asked how old he would date.
I heard that.
So he broke up with the girlfriend who apparently was texting him good morning, and he didn't like that.
He
so if
said,
you missed the Greg Hill show,
too clingy is what
she
he
would
said.
say, "How's your day going?" And he was like, "Get away from me. I need some privacy." So he's now on the market. They might do a dating game for College Tom.
Yep.
So he's 23 or soon to be 23.
He said 23 years old. I was surprised.
He's a young buck.
Still that young.
Can't even rent a car.
No.
He could want to, but they wouldn't let him.
Correct.
And so Greg was like, "Well, how old would you go?" And he's like,
What did you, before you answer, what did you think he was going to say?
40?
I expected like at least 30. I expected him to be like at
55.
least 30.
Oh, yeah, what would I say?
He's like, I'm 23 years old. What would I date up to? I expected him to say at least 30. What'd he say?
26 or 27.
What a child.
I'm like, dude.
Barely even in demo.
I'm like, come on, my guy. And Greg was like, oh.
He's like, wow.
And then Wiggy's
Wiggy
like,
goes,
no, now you don't want to go like 55, 60?
Dip a toe in the 60s.
Dip a toe in the 60s.
So yeah.
But anyway, so yeah, AJ
Tom
Brown.
not as strong on Guess Them Ages.
People do think he's older.
Basically, every high-profile athlete in the city that you might think is a franchise player, he's the same age as all those guys. He's younger than some. He's the same age as McAvoy and Tatum sitting here today. They're all 28. I thought about asking about Roman Anthony, but that's a complex one, Keith.
No,
he's
it
very
is.
young, but his
Yeah.
body, he has a body of like an 80-year-old. So I thought about getting Roman Anthony in the game too. Trick
now,
question.
counter though, like football ages versus like, basketball, baseball ages, a little bit different, right? Like I think the shelf life for these players is lower. Outside of quarterback, right? Tom Brady sort of changed the game on that. And there are plenty of quarterbacks that can play really well into their 30s. But if you're like a running back or a wide receiver and you're closing in on 30, like your career is more likely, or like your elite seasons are more likely coming to a head. Whereas baseball, you could probably get a few more years in.
What is Diggs? I'm looking that up right now. Diggs is
32.
He's already 32. So and Diggs in his prime, I think was better. AJ Brown was better in his prime than Diggs. I mean, certainly right now, AJ Brown better than a 32-year-old Diggs. Yeah, I would say
Diggs'
yes.
first year in Buffalo was insanity.
Ridiculous. 1,535 yards, but AJ Brown put up back-to-back almost 1,500 yards in Philly.
He did.
So I would argue AJ Brown better in his prime, and he might still be in his prime. Diggs is out of it, and so what? If he's on the Diggs timeline, football player to football player, he's got another 3-4 years.
Well, that's what my thought was when I was talking about how like these next 2 years you could be talking about like all pro caliber, and then that third year might be what Diggs just gave you.
Yeah,
because there was that argument.
Yeah, that's not elite, but that's still very productive.
No, but like some of the counter, because AJ Brown surprisingly wasn't like a unanimous trade, right? There were people that were pushing back on it, and one of the bit of pushback you heard was, why didn't they just sign Steph Diggs and not give up the pick? I'm like, well, you're going to get in my mind, two much better years, and then maybe what Diggs already gave you a year ago in these next 3 years for A.J. Brown.
617-779-7937. You can jump in here on Jones and Keith. We'll get back to the Red Sox. Plus, on the way next, a Stanley Cup final, Keith, that we thought no goals would get scored.
Well,
turns out it's a million goals, fire wagon hockey, back and forth, a wild comeback over the weekend. Let's get to the Stanley Cup final and what it means for the Bruins coming up next.
Tonight, Sox and Rays, the Mass Mutual pregame show with Christian Arkin.
Jones and Keith here on WEEI. Wild Stanley Cup final, Keith, playing out between the Hurricanes and the Vegas Golden Knights, the Golden Canes, as we've been referring to it.
Golden Canes.
2-1 now in favor of Vegas, although that was almost an all-time collapse over the weekend.
Unreal. So the first two games of the series, 2-goal lead, as you and I have stated every day on the show, the most dangerous lead in all of hockey. You don't even want to be up 2-0.
You'd rather be up 1 goal than 2. I think that's been hammered home in this series.
Or you're going to quickly get up 3, I guess? Because if you're up 2, forget about it. So both teams are up 2-0.
Well, I would have maybe thought 3 quickly, but then game 3 played out.
Well, then egg on my face. So then game 3 rolls around. I'm sitting there watching it like a hockey fan would, and it's 4-0. I'm like, I'm done with this game.
I thought the same thing.
I will be done with this game, and I will not return to this game. And then lo and behold, 4-4, double overtime.
So I had it on. I definitely stopped paying attention, though. And then all of a sudden, I'm like, oh, it's 4-1. Oh, it's 4-2. Oh, it's 4-3. Like that. It was 3 goals in 39 seconds or whatever it was. Unbelievable.
Yeah, it really has been.
And so you're like, wait a minute, what? And then they force overtime, and then they pull out, Vegas does, pull out the victory in double OT. So it's just been a shockingly entertaining Stanley Cup final. Didn't see it coming.
No.
Didn't think Carolina and or Vegas with their play styles, the way they pack it in, the way Torts wants to coach it. Like, I didn't think for a second it would be interesting or watchable to the point where I'm like, oh, there's another finals game coming up tomorrow, game 4 tomorrow. And now it's like on my radar, like, oh, this is kind of like the NBA Finals.
It is.
Must watch, which I did not expect or anticipate.
Neither did I. Yeah, each game has been great so far. I thought the Hurricanes were going to roll in the series, and so it shows you how wrong I've been about both series. But the fact that they're down 2-1, I do think they're the better team, so I wouldn't be surprised if this one goes 7. If they're half as entertaining as the first 3 games, like, you're really in for an all-time series. And, like, there is that element of this team, the Golden Knights, had Bruce Cassidy. He had already won a cup, and the season was almost over, and they're like, no, we're going to fire this guy. And we, at the time, we spent a few minutes on it, but we're like...
I mocked it. I thought it was a horrible,
what are you doing?
Terrible idea.
And you're replacing it with Torts?
Right,
Like, what is this move?
I honestly was like, what? You're firing Cassidy, whatever. You're replacing him with this guy.
But they were
this
a playoff team when they did it.
Laughingstock bozo bum of a coach, which is what he's been. And now he's got them on a wild run, and you're right. They were a playoff team when they did it.
The Western Conference was not very good, right? It was top-heavy, whatever. But they were one of the teams that was in the playoffs. You're like, what an odd thing. Like, a guy that just won it a couple of years ago, and now they're 2 games away from winning it again? That's pretty insane.
If you're Carolina, what do you do tomorrow night in Game 4? You go back to Anderson?
I guess. Oh, no, you know what? Maybe not. Maybe not.
They've gone with him all postseason. He's had a horrible cup final.
Yep.
But he was barely give up any goals prior to that. I'm guessing they go back to him in Game 4. Maybe they've already said it. I missed it.
I didn't hear.
I'm guessing they go back to him, but
yeah,
I don't think it's going to be much of a leash because the second they yanked him out of that game, they woke up. So, yeah, I've found it to be a pretty fascinating, interesting Stanley Cup final.
Well, like you said, the amount of goals that we've had in this series, it's been insane.
I thought every game was going to be 1-0, 2-1, grind at 1-1 game into double overtime where no one can score. Like that's
we got double overtime.
That's what I thought this series was going to be, and far from the case.
So it also is every other. Maybe it's going to be like Nick's stat from before, where it's every other game they just go all the way through. So
it very well could
night
be.
Would be time
so
for Carolina.
What do
just
you
ignore game 2 and 3, and you're eventually right.
Right. What do you make of it for the Bruins? Because we asked about this. Like, you look at the New York Knicks and what they're doing. What does that say about the Celtics? I think it's actually good news for the Celtics that a team like the New York Knicks is winning the title. I thought they were eons away from teams like the Spurs and the Thunder. I don't think they're eons away from the Knicks. If the Knicks are better than those teams out west, I think that's actually good news for the Celtics. How would you apply this to the Bruins, or would you not?
Yeah, I mean, you could try to a little bit because you can play the 6 degrees of separation thing a little bit, just because the Bruins were in the playoffs. They lost to the Sabres. Sabres lost to the Canadians, and the Canadians lost to the Hurricanes, and now the Hurricanes are 2 games away from losing to Vegas. So if you do it that way, which I don't think you can really do, but they'd be like 5 teams separated,
too many degrees
from winning the cup. But it's also hockey playoffs, which to me have been passed by the baseball playoffs as far as crapshoots are concerned. But still, it is a get there and see what you can do, whether it's the hot goalie or one crazy scoring line or something like that, and maybe you can advance. Because we looked at the Bruins this year as just a success that they made it to the postseason. you and I thought they had a pretty good first-round draw. It was a team that really wasn't long for the playoffs, but they did advance out of the first round. I didn't think that was going to happen with Buffalo, but we were looking at the matchups that they could have had. Had they played Carolina, I don't think anybody would have picked them.
Nope.
You would have been like, all right, that's going to be 4 games, and then like, thanks for coming out. So I still think it's going to be what happens this offseason. Like, what are they going to be able to do? There's a lot of big names that like fake trade rumors that are out there. So if you can acquire one of those guys or be a big player, I don't know about free. I'd look more towards trades than free agency. But either way, if you can do that, maybe I'll change my tune. But depending on how different the roster is, I think they are, fairly far away.
One of those trade targets, Keith, you're talking about, Dylan Larkin. He has submitted his teams for his full no move.
Wait, so I heard Scott McLaughlin and Terp talking about this yesterday.
You don't trade your captain unless your captain demands it, I guess.
Okay, they were talking about his no trade list, but they didn't know the teams yet. I didn't realize this is out. Who are the
Florida?
teams? Yeah.
Wait, this is who he can't. Wait, I'm sorry. This is who he can't go to.
No, this is where he will waive it
where
to
he
go to.
Will go to.
Okay,
that makes
3
sense.
teams: Florida, the Wild, and the Vegas Golden Knights.
So not the Bruins.
Boston on there?
No, they are not.
Do you want to refresh? So not Boston. So he would not waive his no trade clause to go to Boston.
Everybody's trying to get to Vegas.
I tend to think, why? See why? They're it's already their 3rd Cup final appearance in less than a decade.
9 years, 3 cups.
They're closing,
or 3 cup finals.
They're closing
maybe
in
2.
on their 2nd cup. They're halfway to their 2nd cup,
That's
or
right.
halfway in this series.
Are they the best?
Their 2nd cup
dynasty of the 20s. Vegas Golden Knights, or what was the Lightning? Where
Lightning won 2,
Yeah,
Panthers
yeah.
won 2. Both those teams won back-to-back, if I'm not mistaken. So I'd still say those are a notch up, but I mean they're in the mix with those teams.
Because they got the 3rd appearance in there too.
They lost to the Capitals.
No, but that wasn't in the 20s. That was their first year, right? In 18, I think. So
people will tell you can't win with a good goalie or a highly paid goalie, and yet Tampa and Florida both did.
Yeah.
So I am not, moving on from Swayman necessarily. My takeaway would be exactly what you said, Keith, and this is how I feel about the Red Sox too. Oh, Jones, why do you care if the Red Sox just sneak into the playoffs? They're just going to lose in the play-in anyway. Well, they might. I'm not telling you they won't.
That's why they play the games, folks.
But teams go on runs in these baseball playoffs, right? The Diamondbacks came from the wild card round. They weren't even good. They were there in the World Series just a couple of years ago. So that can happen. This is a sport where it can happen. If Vegas wins, Keith, by a team that was 3rd in their own division in a not very good Western Conference, and they fired their coach like a couple weeks before the playoffs started, and they rekindled their magic and went on a run and took home the Cup final, that would reiterate to me that the way the Bruins are doing it, I think is the right way to do it. They don't need to strip it down and start all over again. Build off a team that made the postseason last year. Your goal should be to advance instead of losing in round 1. And keep on that path. I mean, that would be the takeaway to me from this Stanley Cup final if Vegas takes it home.
Oh, that's true.
Carolina might just be a cut above you.
They could be.
I'm not sure Vegas is. At least they weren't most of this regular season.
It's been a pretty crazy story. Yeah, so all right. So team of the decade, Tampa Bay won the first 2 and then lost. Then Florida lost 1 and then won the next 2. So they're dead even. 2 wins, 1 Stanley Cup loss just in the last 6 seasons. So Vegas, if they win, would be 2 wins. So you had... In what would that be? 7 champions? You'd have 3 teams each winning twice?
Yeah.
Oh,
pretty good.
Interesting.
617-779-7937. Your thoughts on this Stanley Cup final and what it means for the Boston Bruins. Again, here on Jones and Keith. We'll get back to the Red Sox in just 2 minutes. Did the Red Sox do enough in the Bronx this weekend?
No.
Probably not. But we'll get into that again in just 2 minutes. High noon, Jones and Keefe here on WEEI. I would agree. That, as
quick.
they say,
Yeah.
escalated quickly.
Yep. I've heard that before.
In the 8th inning yesterday at Yankee Stadium, bullpen implodes. And I wouldn't just lump it on this new kid, Lasorsa, who came in, first pitch, boom, 3-run shot.
He didn't help.
To Jazz Chisholm, who apparently was using Aaron Judge's bat. He decided to walk up there and use Aaron Judge's bat.
He used Aaron Judge's lumber. Wasn't Jazz Chisholm a big torpedo bat guy? Remember when he was going crazy last year?
Remember when torpedo bats for like a week, we were like, oh my
It's
God,
gonna change
these
the
things are
game.
awesome. It changed nothing.
Like, it's not like he's up there with the old Sea Corps from like 1998.
But yes, he was a torpedo bat guy. I think that whole Yankees squad was a torpedo bat team. Yeah.
Well,
yeah. He used,
also have a short porch. That might help.
He used Judge's lumber though. You're right. Yesterday for that.
Got a few home runs left in it. Of course, Judge won't need it for about a month and a half.
Nope. Not going to be the case. So, look, the game was already over, would be my point, because Slayton already butchered the whole thing. The home run to Bellinger, you thought probably still not a chance, down 2-1, but maybe. Then he gave up the insurance run, 3-1. You're like, well, this is done.
It.
And then on top of that, more base runners that ultimately came around on that Jazz Chisholm home run. Red Sox lose 6-1. That's after a pretty entertaining win on Friday. Rain out, sandwiched in between. Did the Red Sox do enough this weekend? Nick called it effectively a series win. They won on Friday.
That's what Nick said. It's not a series win. It was a push. Series push.
I was telling you what Nick
said. I know what Nick said.
They're 1-1 in TBD.
1-1 in TBD.
I thought maybe with Chad
No,
Tracy.
we're going to lose that game eventually.
Yeah, they are going to lose that game.
I thought maybe with Chad Tracy they'd never lose to the Yankees, but that went aside very, very quickly.
Yeah, that ended.
But you could start to tell yourself in the middle of that game, like Suarez, I think, outpitched Schlittler. I know you agree on that. You said that earlier.
Yeah.
I think Schlittler, despite giving up the one run yesterday, if you told me it's 1-1, they scratched out a run against him, he didn't mow down 12, and he was gone before the end of the 6th inning.
Yeah.
I would have taken that. That's how good he's been this year. That's how good he's been against the Red Sox. I would have taken that. They got into the Yankee bullpen. Not only that, but Suarez went deeper into the game. Guerrero came in pumping 103.
Yeah.
And then it's Slayton Chapman. You're like, okay, well, they're not going to give up any runs here. And it's at least going to be an extras and a coin flip in the Bronx. Maybe they break through and scratch out a run in the meantime. You're starting to talk yourself into a 2-game sweep in the Bronx. No Judge. Red Sox are better on the road. Maybe they get a little momentum. And then, stupid me, anytime you start to think they have a little momentum, of course they don't.
No, they just don't. It's been too many times, right? Like all year long. I mean, to get to this point and still be 9 games under 500, like they're not good enough. And it seems like any kind of argument for them to be a buyer is really only because of how bad the American League is, right?
Yeah,
that's the only argument for it.
My only argument, yeah.
I mean, I guess, if you're trying to focus it just on the team, you could say, all right, now that Bayo's out of the rotation, you have a chance where at least 4/5 of your rotation is good, and maybe depending on what Bennett does, at least a better chance than whatever the hell the Bayo start was, or bulk, the opener type thing. But they don't score enough runs. They just don't. And then the classic case with any bad team, if you can't hit, then all of a sudden you do hit, but that's the day you can't pitch. Or the team that can't pitch, all of a sudden you do pitch. It's like, oh, that's the day the bats dry up. So,
or you are at least playing even with Cam Schlittler and you turn it over to the bullpen, and then all of a sudden Justin Slayton, who's hardly given up any runs this year, gives up 4.
Yeah, so it's just, I don't know if you have enough to then be able to pass by 6 different teams in order to make the playoffs. You're not exactly getting the most positive updates on 2 of your injured players.
No.
The guys that are out there.
No, somehow, Romy Gonzalez is ahead of both of them. Like somehow,
we might see him
somehow
first.
Romy Gonzalez is ahead of both Roman Anthony and Garrett Crochet. That happened this weekend.
Tanner Houck and Cutter Crawford before we see Roman Anthony.
Well, I don't think we're seeing either of them.
Probably not.
Maybe Sandoval, though. You might see Patrick Sandoval and Romy Gonzalez before you see these two.
Scoople's pitching before Crochet, and he had surgery on his arm.
He recovers like Wolverine.
He's already on a rehab stint.
Let's see if he has any setbacks there, Nick. I don't know.
But like they can't play at home. Now, this weekend series wasn't at home. But I'm just saying, like, if you're trying to project out the next 20 games, and you're like, all right, how can you get closer to 500 on the season? Because in the American League, if you're 500, you are a playoff team. So, like, how do you do that? But, like, am I confident that they can go whatever it would be, like 15-5 over the next 20 games? No, I'm not.
No, me
Absolutely
neither.
not.
But I guessing we would have said similar things about the Red Sox last year. We probably did.
Yeah.
On May 7th last year, the Red Sox were 30-35. AL was better, so they had a better record. They were only 5 games under 500 versus what was it, 9?
Right.
But the American League wasn't as bad as it is this year.
Yeah.
And that team went on to win 10 out of 12. I'm reading here from Bradfo. And then after a brief post-Rafael Devers trade hiccup, the Red Sox won 13 out of 15. So they had 2 giant hot streaks, one before they traded Devers, one immediately after. And that pretty much was how they finished with a 90-win season or wherever they finished last year, 89 wins, whatever they were.
So
That's basically how they did it.
So you said that was their record today, last year? Was that what your number was?
He said heading into May last year. Yeah.
Oh, heading into May.
Yeah.
All right, so last year on June 9th, so we are almost at the 1-year anniversary of Roman Anthony getting called up.
Yep, and the Devers trade was
so
right
Devers
around
was
then, too.
traded on Father's Day. Roman Anthony was called up right before that. And so when you're trying to look at this team and say, do they have a guy hitting moonshots in Worcester, right? Because that's what it was last year. We're like, Roman Anthony, wasn't there that day we came in and he had a 500-foot home run, maybe call this guy up?
It felt like help. Yeah, we were threatening to go to Worcester to
we
go
were.
get him. Yeah.
Both Meyer was called up prior to that, and not that he had an unbelievable season, but there was at least this fresh blood that could come up and help the team in Meyer and Anthony, and not Nicholas John Sogard, all due respect, or Mickey Gasper, who's done the best he can, but guys like that. It seems like your reinforcements are pretty much here, and maybe you would have a little bit more optimism if Roman Anthony and Garrett Crochet were both playing really well and on their way back. They both really aren't on their way back, and they weren't having good seasons anyway.
Neither one was very good at the time, correct?
Yeah, so it's I get the comparisons to last year, but also there's a few major differences.
No, so Bradfo was writing about how on May 7th this year was right after they swept the Tigers, and they haven't taken off. Yeah. Last year on this date, they were 32-35. They were 3 games below 500, again, in a worse American League.
Yeah, all right, so 3 games under, but still you weren't a good team, but compared to 9 games under, and then you don't have the top prospect in baseball about to make his debut and then be a guy that you all of a sudden could really rely on. As good as the pitching staff is right now, last year you had at the time the Cy Young favorite leading your rotation every 5th day. So
right, this year you have a guy, at least until you send him down to Worcester, you have a guy who can't even start a game every 5th day.
Right. And you had a little bit more power, and you're well, the lineup itself isn't drastically different, but somebody like Trevor Story went from a 25 home run guy a year ago to really just a net negative. And then, because I would say Bregman and Contreras are essentially a wash, but then it's just some of your other guys that have kind of really let you down.
Contreras has been one of the best bats in the American League. Yeah. And, I think they need to upgrade the lineup if they're going to go on a run. Now, this is why I'm starting to lose faith in my guy Breslow, Keith. And when I say, I'm not waving the white flag yet. They're only 4 games out in the AL. But part of my calculus for that is they're going to make a move soon. I said they got to make one before they get A.J. Brown. That's already coming on.
What are you talking about? They made a move.
For a bat.
Maybe he can hit.
Good game by good trade rather by Breslow, and he can't hit any worse than he pitches.
He looked ready,
as we came to find out.
Yeah,
but no, part of my calculus is we're now under 100 games to go in the regular season. Okay, so it's no longer early. We're still not at the midway point yet, but there's 99 games to go, I think, in the season. So you're running out of time to make up those 4.
Yeah,
and again, part of the idea is you'd bring in some bats to help. Because you so clearly need help on offense, it's not funny.
When you hold the Breslow fan club meetings,
it's me, it's Scheim.
Oh, Scheim's still in there?
Yeah,
because he sent him the pants.
Correct.
Because he gifted him pants.
Yeah, Scheim.
So you guys
Scheim is actual payola plugola.
That's true.
Yeah. Scheim was paid out.
Hopefully, Odyssey doesn't look into that.
No one's paid me out on anything. I just last year I got sick and tired of all the Cora defenders over the years. I picked somebody on the other side.
Yeah.
And second of all, I got annoyed at people saying how bad of a GM he was, and I'm like, well, he got Crochet and he got Bregman, and I don't really understand the complaints. Yeah,
no, he had a good offseason.
So last year I had this epiphany where everybody was trashing him. I'm like, well, he actually had some good moves. Yeah. This year, not so many good moves.
No, and also, I don't know if you attended all your meetings, but you could say John Henry was in the club.
At one point.
I'm not so sure that he's in the club based on what's happened over the last couple of weeks.
When he gave the green light to the Globe to write that Craig Breslow needs an interpreter.
He's an English-speaking person
he's a English-speaking man is what he is, running your baseball team.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Robot.
I'm sorry.
Some would say robot.
Careful, you're going to get yourself canceled.
A synthetic?
English-speaking bot is what he is.
Yeah.
And,
You've seen the Alien universe. There's all kinds of different ones, right?
And he lost Theo, which we'll circle back to later on this hour. No, I think all bets are off when the Breslow fan club used to meet. You're right. It was me. It was John Henry. It was Theo. It was Scheim.
Yeah.
And now it's just me and Scheim.
So, Jones, there is, in the Alien Earth universe, there's hybrids who have a human consciousness transformed into a synthetic body.
Okay.
There's cyborgs who are humans with mechanical augmentations.
That feels like him. He feels
and
like a
then there's
cyborg.
the synthetics,
The
which are the
cyb-
fully artificial androids.
You think he's fully artificial?
No, so maybe a hybrid?
I thought cyborg.
Oh, you think cyborg?
That's what I was voting
Human
for.
with mechanical augmentations.
Yeah, that's what I was voting.
Anything can be mechanical. I'm part cyborg myself.
617-779-7937. The split not enough. Is it time to wave the white flag? Keith already has a long time ago.
Long time ago. Yeah, Jones is still hanging on for, what was it now? What's the magic number, Nick? 10 and a half?
I said
10.5 and 5.5.
I said 10 and 5 is my limit. So anything over
they're
that.
going to reach tonight.
So
Anything over that,
meaning
I'm out.
they need to be 11 games under 500?
No, Nick's right. 10 and a half.
How do you mean 10 and a half
out.
under
Sorry,
500?
five and a half games out, and 11
I was trying to give him a line.
11
Ah,
games
I got
under.
it,
Yeah. He was giving me a better line. 5.5 games out.
All right, so tune in on Wednesday.
I will not tolerate.
Okay.
But right now, I'm still
baseball where they lose yet again.
Look, I thought this weekend they might get swept, and so thank God they didn't. I'm still in for that.
Do you think that first-time caller, first-time listener from earlier in the day will be tuned in on Wednesday to have Jones wave the white flag?
Yeah, I
think
think
he's still tuned in.
It'll be his third time listening. No, I don't think so.
I think
I think he left.
I think we won him over.
Yeah, well,
I'll tell you.
hard to say.
I drove home. What day did we get out early last week? And when you
Yeah.
flip around the dial,
Thursday.
I was checking. I had to make sure to check to see if one other station was even on the air.
Oh, that
with
happens.
with the amount of silence.
A lot of dead air.
I had to check to
Yeah.
make sure they were even on. And I was like, wow, that's a lot of silence. Wow.
Yeah.
So maybe that's why the guy checked us out.
Maybe.
617-779-7937. We got all your phone calls here on Jones and Keith. We'll be back in a quick 2 minutes with the Red Sox, it seems, preparing to sell Aroldis Chapman and more. Again, just 2 minutes.
Coming.
in the bottom of the eighth and a couple runs in the bottom of the eighth, obviously. But no, I don't think it feels that way. You still have to, in our position, look at, like, we're going to go get on a plane, get to Tampa, and try to win a series, and look at it and say it's a good road trip against a tough AL East stretch. Like, that's how you have to look at it. So, that's what we'll do.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
That was Chad Tracy after the game yesterday. It was a good baseball game, Keith.
Oh, I had a lot of fun.
You lost to your bitter rivals 6-1.
Yeah.
Fell apart.
Just imploded there at the end.
Good call to go to La Sorsa, by the way, Chad Tracy. Well, we're at it.
Yeah.
Great button pushing there. And he just comes in the next day, and or later that day, rather, after the game. And he goes, well, I mean, it was a good baseball game.
Good game.
Oh,
Which
good.
one of their one run was your favorite? Was it the one? Because that's not going to be good enough.
As we said earlier, that one with an accurate throw doesn't even happen.
He's trying to get him thrown out.
They're getting another guy cut down at the plate because Rafaela would have been out by 10 feet, like every guy is, just about.
I'm telling you, that guy must have like a walking order to be like, anytime somebody touches third base, you send him home because we have no faith in anybody driving him in after the fact.
We can't string together
if you see
2 or 3
guy,
hits in a row.
As soon as he hits second base, I want you waving him. Like, that's got to be from on high. There's no way he really thinks all these guys should be scoring.
No, especially when he watches them all get thrown out at the plate.
And he's standing on the mound waving them in. Like, hey, bud, get out of there.
Which apparently that is allowed.
I guess you can do it.
I guess you're allowed to do that. That's shocking to me.
Well, I mean, especially at Fenway Park where
you can't see into that left field corner.
And they do such a good job anyway at scoring runs at Fenway.
It feels like this guy really can't see.
No,
and that explains why he's waving everybody in. That would explain it. That's Chad Epperson?
Chad Epperson.
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to be your third base coach next
I was going to say,
season.
I don't know how many of these names we really need to commit to memory.
No.
With this Red Sox ball club, the way that they're
The
going.
audition process going poorly, I would say, for everybody that's been elevated. I don't think any of them are going to be back.
Since I track them, you want the updated Chad Tracy numbers?
Yeah, what are the Chad Sox up to?
They're 17 and 19.
Eeks.
Alex
Cora.
Alex Cora again was 10 and 17, so it is better. Thank you, Keith.
It is better.
And they have a positive, believe it or not, they have a plus run scoring differential, 137 to 133.
I don't believe
under
you.
Chad Tracy.
Yeah, all right. So they're doing something right.
I wouldn't go too far with it.
No.
But that's those are the numbers. The numbers are the numbers. I'll continue to update.
Numbers are the numbers. There's no doubt about that.
They no longer serve my purposes. I'll continue to track those daily.
Until they have another interim manager this season.
They
can't do that, can they? I mean,
could.
you can do whatever you want.
They could,
Yeah.
but to your point earlier about Breslow, if you're why would you fire? Part of the attractiveness of the job would be the GM or chief baseball officer can pick their manager.
Yeah.
So don't start playing that game.
Oh, you'd have a player manager for the rest of the season.
But so
they're already as bad as they were in the early 1900s, so let's really turn the clock back.
Yeah, they haven't been this bad at home in almost 100 seasons. So now, though, that they're 17 and 19, that if you take that record and if you just did that all season, you would still miss the playoffs.
Yeah,
so there was a time
what
where
would that even get you to?
I think what did I just look this up? This is like a
High 70s?
Yeah, it's a 4. Yeah, so right now they would have like the same record as the A's, who are 31 and 34. Like if you played it out that way, so you'd be a game out, but you'd still have a lot of traffic around you. So you'd be more in it than you currently are. But yeah, I don't think you're really in it.
Okay, and I'm starting to wonder if the Red Sox think they're really in it based on some of the reporting over the weekend. Let me circle back to the Bradfo story I was reading from before.
Okay.
He said, according to a major league source, teams in need of high-leverage bullpen arms have been told to not currently bother. Don't even currently bother asking about.
Please don't call about possible trades.
For Justin Slayton, which, again, this was written
before yesterday.
Oh, he had his conversations. The story was written after, but these conversations he had over the weekend before Slayton's blow up. Whitlock, who's hurt, and Chapman.
Pitch. Slayton on his
crummy pitch.
Yeah.
Told not to currently bother
right.
asking about these guys. That would suggest the Red Sox still understand the opportunity that presents itself. He says, what could this roller coaster trend, or what if it continues rather into July? He went into all those numbers I was giving you about getting hot ultimately after the Devers trade. He said, could it happen? Maybe. He said, but will it with this group? It currently seems like a trickier proposition. So he says that Chapman currently not available, but that could also align with what was reported by Bob Nightingale over the weekend, because Bob Nightingale says Aroldis Chapman is expected to join his 8th different team and potentially be in the postseason with a 6th different team. He's the top reliever available on every contender's target list. So it's possible that right now he's not currently available, don't bother, but by the deadline he will be available and he'll be on another team.
I think what you can at least get everybody to agree on is make a move. And then this way, we know which direction you're going in. I would be of the trade Chapman away camp, as well as a bunch of other players.
Yeah.
You would be of the acquire a bat and see if you can get something going here, because you're just you're not even treading water. Like, the American League sort of, I guess, allows you to not be fully eliminated, right? Like, only the Angels, maybe like the Royals, but like the Angels are probably out. Everybody else kind of is in it, more or less, even though there's so many teams around there. But it's like, as it's constantly constructed, not good enough. So do something about it.
I agree. This has been my contention now for a while. I would have done something weeks ago with this team. And I would have added weeks ago to this team.
Well,
and I'm not talking La Sorsa.
No, not La Sorsa.
Which, by the way, the text line is giving us La Sorsa nicknames. We don't need to come up with
Don't
a nickname.
need them.
Not
Don't even need to remember it.
He might not even be on the team by this afternoon.
But I guess like a couple weeks ago, we were probably screaming for moves as well. But you could argue, like, all right, how many other teams are really making moves in May? I think you can kind of push the buttons. You push the envelope a little bit more now. Like, if Rafael Devers can get traded in June,
this
you can
is
make
when Devers was traded last year. So, yeah, you're now at that point where you can do it. We're past the Hillenbrand date.
Speaking of the Giants, there are teams
right around the Devers date.
There are teams in the NL that are clearly out of it as well. So it's not like everybody's in it in both leagues. Like, there would be teams that are willing to make some moves on either side of it. But right now, the Red Sox are doing nothing.
So Nightingale thinks he could move, will move by the trade deadline. And, yeah, I would say Chapman's the kind of move that Breslow, even if you think he's walking the plank, that's the kind of move I would let him execute, right?
Yeah.
I don't think that's too big of a move to be like, whoa, the new GM has to come in and trade Chapman. Like, you want to nail that trade, but I don't think like a big level move to me would be like, if you're pulling the plug on some of these younger players, stuff like that. I would never let Breslow trade early or Toley. He's not allowed to do that. Franklin Arias.
Anthony, Meyer.
Right.
What about Jarren Duran?
Duran.
Do you let him trade him away?
Well,
like, he's not under contract long term.
Again, he apparently had a deal executed to trade him away, and the manager got in the way.
Right. But now he's not here.
And now everything you read from Jeff Passan is that they have way too high of an asking price on Duran.
Well,
so
it's complicated.
You might need a different GM to actually trade him.
But now it's also complicated because depending on which path you're going down, Roman Anthony's not back anytime soon. You kind of need Duran on the field.
That's what I think. My answer would be deals like Duran and Chapman, I would let Breslow make moves on, but he doesn't have carte blanche to do everything, especially with young players in the organization. As we found out when we played Guess Them Ages earlier today, Duran's actually older than A.J. Brown. He ain't that young. So players like that, Breslow should be allowed to make moves.
I also feel like Breslow is not – he's going to be one of the guys that does not want to trade Chapman. He's going to be like, I just brought in Sonny Gray. Why am I going to trade him? I need to win as many games as possible for my job. So I don't even think he would have the mindset to sell, even if all the messages or all the signs are pointing to that's what they should do.
617-779-7937. You can jump in here on Jones and Keefe. Are they getting ready to sell, specifically with Aroldis Chapman? What should they do there? What would you do if you were in Breslow's spot? Plus, we can get to Brian Bayo, finally, no longer a member of the Boston Red Sox. He's in Worcester. He talked about it this weekend. We'll get to that next.
WEEI. WEEI.
New England Sports Original.
consistency that we saw for a long stretch last year, and have a lot of belief in Brian as a major league starter, but felt like he was putting a ton of pressure on himself, and this was no longer like the best place for him to reset and work through the struggles.
How's Craig Breslow over the weekend in the Bronx discussing Brian Bayo to Worcester. Breslow and his job security. Very hot button topic here in Boston. We'll get back to that in a little bit. Speaking of which, I imagine Rich, Ken, and Ted Johnson going to ask Buster Olney about that when he joins them today at 3 o'clock.
Very good.
So mark that down. You can listen live here on 93.7 or on the Odyssey app. Again, Buster Olney with Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson today.
Top 5 Buster?
At 3 o'clock. Top 5 Buster. Yep.
Buster Bunny from Tiny Toons.
Buster Rhymes. Close enough.
Buster Posey.
Buster Posey, great one. Hall of Fame. Not a great baseball executive. He traded for Rafael Devers.
No, terrible move.
Kind of doesn't know what he's talking about.
Yeah.
He's probably in there.
Yeah.
Buster
Bluth. Buster Bluth from Arrested Development.
Was there a boxer, Buster Douglas?
Buster Douglas.
Yeah, how was he?
Oh, he knocked out Mike Tyson.
He knocked out Mike Tyson.
He was like, you couldn't even bet on it. He was such a big underdog.
There it is, Buster Douglas.
Knocked out Mike Tyson.
I knew
that might be top 5 Buster.
I knew that was a name.
He might be knocking out Mike Tyson in the sky now, for all I know.
Oh, no.
I don't think, Billy, you'd know that better than me.
I think we got that, though. Buster Bluth, Buster Douglas.
He's so great.
Buster Rhymes.
He's fine. Buster Douglas, Buster Bluth.
Buster Rhymes.
Yeah. We're working that in.
Yeah, that counts.
We're gonna make that count. Yeah, that counts.
So Buster Douglas, Buster Bluth, Buster Rhymes, Buster Bunny, and Buster Posey. So no, Buster only probably not top 5.
Oh, you don't think he gets? Wow,
he's in the mix.
Well, Rich and Ken and Ted and getting at least the 6th Buster.
They can ask him about that.
Comes your way today.
Do you think that's his full legal name? Where do you come up with Buster?
Great question. I was trying to think if I knew the answer to that. My guess is that's a nickname.
You think so?
Yeah.
Or is it short for Busterson?
Robert Stanberry Only III, a.k.a. Buster.
I believe he's a Vermonter, right?
His name's Stanberry?
If I'm not mistaken. I think he's a
Robert
Vermonter.
Stanberry, I clicked on something. Robert Stanberry Only III. I clicked on his Wikipedia web page and
he left out the only thing. So, like, is the whole thing made up? His entire name is made up? No, okay, I got it. Thank you, Nick.
Yeah,
That's
very good.
That's
stuff.
what I get for clicking on it while reading it.
Good stuff, Nick.
Good one.
Yeah.
I was trying to find out if he's from
David Busters.
Vermont. It says DC.
David
Busters.
Oh, it says DC. I thought he was from Vermont. David
Buster
Busters, great one.
Keaton coming in.
You want to read that third one down?
I would have.
Or the one Dice just said?
Come on, guys. It's a radio show.
Those are ones that can't be read, you guys.
Profanity.
Yeah,
My goodness. My goodness.
Easy.
Okay.
These people are insane.
Speaking of profanity, it's usually what we were hurling at the television or radio.
Yeah.
Every time Brian Bayo got out there. Brian Bayo, Keeve, we already played Craig Breslow earlier today, was like, we just got to get him loving baseball again. Basically, he doesn't love baseball, according to Craig Breslow.
But he's putting too much pressure on himself, so he almost care too much. It's like, what's your biggest weakness? I try too hard and I care too much. You're like, okay. Yeah, see, all my weaknesses are actually strengths.
Yeah.
But for Bayo, the whole thing is so bizarre still. I don't think anybody can really explain it other than it's got to be between the ears. Because he still can pitch well, but only in the second inning, which you would think if you told 99% of starters, hey, we're actually not starting you today, but you're coming in the second inning, they would have a meltdown about that.
You think they'd be so pissed?
Yeah, they'd be like, this isn't what I do. And they would react really poorly. Nick Pivetta, we brought this example up a bunch. A couple years ago, they tried that with him. They're like, hey, you're not really good as a starter, so let's try you as a reliever. And he like kicked and screamed about it, but then he went out there and pitched really well. This one is so strange. Because there's enough examples of it, too, where he had 3 really good bulk games in a row, and then they were like, now let's try starting him. And it blew up in their face. And then they're like, all right, let's go back to the bulk thing. And he was lights out again as a bulk guy. And then for some reason, they're like, let's start him again. And then shockingly, it was like the worst one that he's had.
But you say for some reason, you know the reason. They didn't win games either way. They were 2-10 when he pitched this year.
True.
So I actually think, believe it or not, last week was progress. He's off the team now. And
But I
so
thought what
they
was
lost
strange-
that game in the meantime, and that was a big game.
Yeah.
But I think this is progress because they need him off the team.
I think ultimately it's the right call, but just the way they were using it. But the fact that they even stumbled into this exercise is worth exploring. So the first 3 times they did it, the Bayo as the bulk guy, Giovanni Moran was the opener. 3 straight times, and he sucked each time.
Bad every time.
Yeah, like I don't even know why he got a second one. I really don't know why he got a third one. And then they're like, all right, let's go with Carmen Sandiego for the 4th one. He also sucked at it.
That didn't work.
So I don't know. I think you were more likely in my mind to find an opener that could do it than you were to get Bayo to all of a sudden learn how to pitch in the first.
Oh, the openers we've used don't work. Then try another one.
Again, you and
me and Hog are the same.
You and the Hog man.
He's a little more
share a brain on
colorful
that
than I
one.
am about
Yeah,
it, but I agree with him. I thought Weissert made so much sense. You know, Brennan Bernardino, I don't know, was it last year or the year before? They asked him to do it a bunch. He would sometimes go 2 innings. Like, he was decent at it. I hate the idea of the opener, but we're in this weird spot where Bayo can't throw the first.
You're trying to get the most out of your team and out of Bayo.
But that's fine. Like, they're losing all the games that he pitches in. You're a bad teammate because you're setting up these guys that should be middle relievers. You're making them start, so it's messing with them mentally. Like, because Moran was a decent reliever. Horrible opener, decent reliever. Same with Samaniego.
Samaniego got demoted to Worcester while this guy got to stay on the big club.
That's not fair. Plus, he's showing up as catcher. He's showing up as manager. So it's like, you know what, dude? Like, go figure it out in Worcester.
After the game, again, that wild press conference via the translator.
Yeah.
Who will make another appearance here in a moment. He was translating more for Bayo now in Worcester is what he's doing. He also got demoted, I guess.
Oh, different guy.
Oh, was it? It was a different translator?
Yeah, different guy.
Oh. Okay. Worcester translator.
Was this guy more ready to go than the other guy?
Well, the other guy almost swallowed his tongue when he was talking the other day. But he's like, question about starting or relieving? What do you mean question about starting or relieving? Why do you keep talking about starting and relieving? What's all this fuss
I don't
about?
blame the guy.
Am I a reliever or a starter?
I swallow my tongue sometimes.
I think I know that I can turn it around.
I don't blame him. I only speak one language and I can barely do it.
Okay.
So that guy's trying to master two
Why
of
do
them.
you think he started to choke on his tongue? Do you think, Keith?
He's trying to censor himself or censor Brian.
You don't think he just lost it where I could do that speaking?
Yeah,
you think he was trying to dress up what he was
Yeah,
about to
because
say?
remember we ran into this mess last year when Rafael Devers was speaking, and then people were like, "That's not really what he said," and it's like it gets interpreted with a little bit of a spin on it.
No.
Yeah, that whole thing.
No,
well, that I did not
that
need.
helped. I didn't need a translator for that. That was great that Devers decided to break through.
So Breslow has his English interpreter. Then you have multiple guys on the team with their Spanish interpreter and trying to make it all make sense.
True. So different interpreter down in Worcester. Here's what Brian Bayo had to say about the day he found out he was getting demoted back to AAA in Worcester. Here's how that went.
No, it was a really tough day. A really tough day. I had a bad outing, as you all know. We were getting ready to travel, and the trip right now in New York is a family trip, and we're all set up to get ready to go up there. So when I got the unfortunate news, I even shed some tears, got a little emotional because, like I said before, I have so much love and passion for this game. And to get that bad news was really tough, but we're better today.
Emotional.
Did he say a bad outing?
I think that's what he said. Yeah.
This has been like 12.
Yeah, it's been basically the whole year is what it's been.
It's like a bad outing wouldn't send you to the minors. I feel like it's been one after that. Really, anytime you've been asked to start the game, it's been bad.
You also caught in there.
Yeah,
he
missed
said,
the family trip.
Well, and I have such love and passion for the game. That's really like directly contradicting what Breslow's like. You got to go love the game. He's
Good
like,
point.
I do love the game.
Loves it too much.
Maybe I love
You gotta
it.
love it the right amount. You're loving it too strongly right now.
Yeah.
You gotta love it some,
right,
but not the most.
This is not to bring it back to college, Tom,
Okay.
but this is a lot like that.
Yeah.
That poor gal who was texting him every morning.
She said good morning.
Maybe she loved a little too strong.
Did you think that was too much coming on strong when she said good morning and hope you have a good day?
I didn't.
So
I
I'm
thought-
looking for love.
I
but
thought when Tom described her as she's cute.
Tough.
I thought that was
tough.
I thought that was probably the nail in the coffin. Probably not
Cute?
the texting.
Cute. I like
Cute when your voice goes up.
Did you hear when Mega was like, well, what if he was like described as like cute and sexy? And I'm like, who's ever been described as both? I'm like, when does that happen? Like, cute, like she's like
hot and sexy.
Hot and sexy.
Not
yeah,
cute and sexy.
yeah.
You don't hear that often.
Cute but also hotter than hell.
Right. Cute and quirky. Cute and funny.
Cute and funny is a good one.
Yeah.
Cute and like won't ask a lot of questions. Super nice though, like super.
Yeah, that was no. So I don't think
cute.
it was about the texting so much. I think he gave it away.
Yeah, but I thought he liked this
elsewhere.
girl like the first 3 dates.
Yeah, well, I don't
So
know.
did she like get less cute?
It was good.
I don't know what happened there.
We saw her in the daylight. I don't know. I don't know what's going
Oh,
on.
she could have been a two-face.
Yeah, could have been.
Could have been a
I
two-face.
don't know. I don't know.
Happens.
Technically 4 dates. They met at a wedding, and that was like the whole night apparently.
4 dates. And then she was like, "Good morning."
Yeah.
And he's like,
I'm out.
Take it easy, lady.
You're suffocating.
Can't even breathe. Can't even wake up in the morning. It's
anyway.
not a text. It's insanity.
Anyway, that's like Bayo with baseball.
It's the same thing.
He's suffocating.
Every morning,
Yeah.
baseball's like, "Good morning, Brian. Have a great day, Brian." He's like, "God, change my number."
What? So what do you think the issue is? Because you said something earlier that is interesting. Like, how they even figure out in the first place? Like,
To try this?
Maybe don't start the first inning. Like, how did they even know to go there?
Well,
What the
because
hell's going
he
on
had a
with
lot
him?
of bad first innings, right? So I mean, maybe the thought is,
Yeah, but
and
here's,
is
here's
no, I
another
know.
sneaky thing with him. He's bad in like every inning. If you go inning by inning, he's bad in innings like 1 through 5. His
yeah,
ERA is
true.
not good in any of them. Not
So,
good in any of them.
this-
It's
Well, that's
better
when he started.
It's better than the first. No, that's his ERA.
No,
this
I
year.
know, but they were way higher
The
until
starting
he started
Yeah,
to
yeah,
get
yeah.
dragged
opener.
him down. I see.
But
Yeah.
now, is this like a super, like, I guess it doesn't even have to be super stats, but if you're just, say you're facing Philly, for example, and you're like, you know what, let's just avoid Schwarber and Harper the first time through, and then we should get now you're going to have to face these guys eventually, and that's what was really puzzling, is he would stay in long enough to face these guys twice.
Right. They're not going to be like, oh, it's a righty on the hill.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm sorry, it's a
We're
lefty
not
on the
playing
hill.
them.
We're going to sit Schwarber and Harper. Like, maybe that was their idea.
No, so-
that didn't work.
It is really strange, but I think it has to be a mental thing, because physically, he still gave you 4 different appearances this year as a reliever where he had a sub-1 ERA. Like, he was really effective in those games. And then, a couple of his horrible performances were both against Baltimore, right? Like, Baltimore, like, owns them. But even still,
There was a 5-homer game, and then whatever that last thing was that got him ticketed down to AAA.
just a mess. Yeah, but for a guy who's been a starter for, 4 years in the majors and making, like, 28 starts a year for 4 years, and then this happens? So, like, how many starts in a row in Worcester do you need to see him have a good first inning? And then, thank you.
Great answer.
And then,
that's the number, yeah.
on top of that, if he gets called up later this year to pitch for the Red Sox, does he start? I would assume yes. Otherwise,
Yes.
why send him to Worcester? And then, if he gives up all run in the first inning, is everybody just looking at each other like, I guess we gotta
One
put this
run?
guy down? I mean, send him down.
Yeah.
Send him down.
No, 1 run, I think we'd all be like high-fiving each other.
1 run.
If he got
That's
out of
true.
that game the other day against Baltimore with 1 run, I was considering that a win.
Yeah, that would have been.
Yeah.
Considered what it turned out to be.
Well, if Chad Tracy knew how to challenge plays, maybe it would have been.
Yeah.
But
They're not
neither
good
here
at
nor
that
there.
as a whole squad.
No, although
They're consistent.
if you want one little positive from yesterday's game, I'll go with my man Trace on this, where he's like, "Oh, good baseball game
It
yesterday."
was pretty competitive, yeah, until it wasn't.
Have they ever won more ABS challenges than yesterday?
Oh, yeah, something was in the water
something
there. Yeah.
Something happened. They won like 1 million ABS challenges yesterday. I was like,
It
what
was
is
the
this
ump being bad.
Well, maybe that's
It
what
was
it
just
was.
a bad ump. Really
umpire.
bad ump.
617-779-7937. Jones and Keith live in the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios. No fee unless you win. Let's get back to Craig Breslow and Theo Epstein. Feels like Craig's days are numbered, certainly according to Jared Carabas. You'll hear more of that coming up. How does he describe his relationship with Theo? That's next.
What if he doesn't keep his job?
Oh, if he doesn't make it to the deadline?
Yeah.
I'd be surprised by that at this point. They bring somebody in within the next 7 weeks. Oh, you did the thing. You just did the face.
Did you hear something, Jared, with Mr. Henry in New York for the series?
You did the face. What are you doing? What are you doing right now?
What?
Yeah. What are you saying?
What do you mean?
Speak up.
Wham!
I don't know what you mean. By the way.
All right, so what's Carabas know? He was, well, actually, he wasn't asked anything. I think Steve Peralt was just surmising Breslow's going to be allowed to do the trade deadline. He's like, well, what if he doesn't get the trade deadline?
Kind of went Lee Corso not so fast, my friend.
What are you doing? What are you doing right now?
He just made some noises. But that happens. We all do that.
What are you saying?
What do you mean?
You can interpret a lot by some of those noises.
I agree.
And so he's like, let's not just whistle past the fact that the guy's going to be here for the trade deadline, which is now less than 2 months away. And therefore, if he's not going to be here at the trade deadline, like, what does that mean? Like, is he going to be gone soon? Is he going to be gone depending on how this series with Tampa goes or the next homestand goes? Like, is there going to be time before the deadline that he's not even in charge? That whoever's coming in to be the buyer or the seller might not be Breslow?
Who do you think that would be?
What do you mean?
Like, if it's not Breslow, do you think they're just hiring a GM out of the clouds to drop in the middle of August?
All of a sudden, and I didn't read as much into it as I should have. I think you were on it more. Theo Epstein shows up out of nowhere.
Making a lot of media appearances all of a sudden.
He's on Carl Her Daddy, and he's talking, and then he's like quoted in this story about how
in the Globe for Tim Healy. Yep.
He's not really on Breslow's side, and we're like, oh boy.
Yeah.
Like, if you lost Epstein, and if John Henry's okay with all this.
I'm sorry, let's get that right. Theo
Breslow, we think, lost Epstein.
And Breslow was asked about Theo in that story. Theo wasn't quoted in that story, actually, right? It was credited that Theo has lost some faith, and then Breslow was quoted.
Sorry. That was the source, though, said that Epstein has lost faith, and then Breslow was asked about it. But either way, like, all of this stuff is coming to a head.
All of a sudden, Theo's name's come up a lot. So who would be the I don't think Theo's going to do it long term. I don't think he's the future GM, CBO of the Red Sox.
I think it's so far beneath him. Yeah.
But could he go downstairs and finish out the season or run the trade deadline if Breslow's fired? Probably. Who else is going to do it?
I think he could, and I think that's something where this comes back to John Henry, sort of like bringing him back in this whole thing. And he's obviously helping John out with more than just the Red Sox. But in this case, what needs the most help right now? What do you have the best resume of all time to sort of help us out with? And then, we'll let you go with the search. Now, what it kind of backfires a little bit would be Breslow was here in large part because of Theo.
Yep.
So as great as Theo is as being a general manager in the past with the Red Sox and the Cubs, is he going to be able to find the best replacement? Is he going to be the one in charge? Because Sam Kennedy's another guy that he took some credit, right, for hiring Breslow. So if Theo and Sam hired Breslow, why would we think the next guy is going to be any better? Like Chaim Bloom and Breslow? Can you get Dombrowski back? Is he available? What's he up to?
Yeah, you need a Theo type. You need a Dombrowski type. You need a real big market professional general manager.
But this kind of situation doesn't happen every year, obviously, where you fire your manager after whatever it was, 30 games, and then you might fire your GM after 60 games or whatever that might be.
So I asked you this earlier. And by the way, Rob Bradford did a great job getting a one-on-one with Breslow and asked on the record about his relationship with Theo. And basically he said he thinks the relationship is good, and he doubled down on it, and he doesn't believe the media reports. And I'll paraphrase what was said there. But it was a good get by Rob. Fast forward, and this is purely hypothetical. I know you've already given up on the year. But if they somehow made the playoffs, they dug their way out on this date last year from 3 games under 500 to making the playoffs relatively easily. They were the second wild card last year. And it's a way worse American League this year. If they were to make the playoffs, Breslow's back as GM, correct?
I think so.
Me too.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if they're going to get there.
I was going to say there's a long way to go, though, between now and then.
But if they got there, I think they would. The thing is, if by the trade deadline they're so far out of it, they know they're not making the playoffs, I could see them pulling the trigger.
Yeah.
I don't know if that means like tomorrow, but I could see them pulling the trigger before the deadline. I'm not shocked at all that Carabas is making all those noises and hinting that maybe he doesn't get the deadline.
But I also feel like he's in a spot where we've talked about this with Don Sweeney. We've talked about this with really other GMs of other teams. If you're not in a position to make the big move, why would we even let you be in the position at all to make any move? So let's say there is a hypothetical Yordan Alvarez trade out there. You don't let this guy do that? And then still in the back of your mind, you might fire him right after?
Depends on what's in it. If it's
it'd have to be
Toley or early, no. If it's Arias, no. Like, I'm not letting Breslow run those kind of trades. Again,
but that's why I'm saying,
selling off Chapman for prospects, I'd let him do that, even if you know he's probably not your long-term GM. Selling off even Durant, I'd probably let him do that, although he's way too high on Durant.
But then you're not going to make the playoffs, and then if you're just going to fire the guy at the end of the year anyway.
But somebody's going to make the trade in the meantime, so who's going to do that? An interim GM?
Yeah.
Theo I'd let do it, but one of Breslow's other henchmen?
Yeah.
What's the point of that?
But
Like, you might as well let Breslow do it.
Yeah.
Like,
I guess,
unless you have the new GM ready to go at the trade deadline, I don't think that's realistic.
Yeah, but then it's almost like having like a lame duck GM or a lame duck coach, and now you're like, or you're going to make this big move. You're going to trade Chapman, and you got to get a haul of prospects in return. He's like, guys that I'm never going to see. What do I care? Not that he's going to approach it that way, but like you might not be as invested in that trade.
No, I mean, you say he won't. He might. I don't know. He might be like, F you guys. I'm gonna screw you over on the trade. But
maybe get some scrubs back.
So look, I'd let him run. I personally would let him run that kind of trade. Selling off Chapman for prospects, selling off Duran for prospects. I would not let him control the future of the franchise.
But
Roman, Marcelo, Toley, Early. Who else am I missing? I thought I said Meyer.
Raffaella.
Another good one.
Yeah.
Arias, and if you're talking like minor leaguers, Ianson, I'm not letting him do that.
But if they miss the playoffs, do you think that he's fired?
Yes.
Okay, so if you let him trade Chapman, you're already saying you're not going to make the playoffs.
This is why. So I agree with you on that. I think if they're waving the white flag before the trade deadline, he might be gone.
Because then I think you're right. There then becomes like sort of just overall like logistics of like what does the draft look like? What does some of these other like minor league promotions look like? What is some of this other stuff? But it's like if you don't want this guy and you want to start your search for the next guy, I think you can figure it out. And maybe Theo's part of quote figuring it out.
I think it's fair, and I think that might be part of the way to get Henry to actually do it. All right, John. I recommended the guy. I'm Theo now. I recommended the guy. I'll go downstairs from my role, and I'll be the chief baseball officer / GM for the next couple of months to bridge the gap until we hire a replacement.
But I
could see that.
To play John Henry's side for a second, if you're like, I'm listening to you, Craig, you want to fire Cora, I agree with you. Let's do it. And then they fire him. They've just played, 36 games without him? Or 26 games? 36 games.
That sounds right.
36 games.
That sounds right.
Like, what did John Henry think the record was going to be?
I don't know. I personally thought it'd be better than this. They're 17 and 19.
Yeah.
So that's 36 games. I thought it'd be better.
Maybe they'd be like 19 and 17. I didn't think they were all of a sudden going to be like a wagon just because Cora was gone. I thought they'd be better, and they are better. But they still have a lot of the lineup deficiencies as they've had before.
One quick one, because part of the reason, again, I was pro Breslow is
pro-low.
I am pro Breslow.
Yeah.
Is because, number one, there were so many Cora people who were like, it's not Cora's fault. I'm like, it is. And number two, I thought he had a good offseason last year. Bregman, Crochet, Chapman. He actually made a good in-season trade with Devers. He traded away all the pieces that were good, but he actually made a good in-season trade. And then Narvaez was another piece.
Yes, he was.
The latest from Narvaez to the Athletic, we haven't talked about this yet.
Oh, yeah.
He was asked about his reduced playing time. He says, I haven't talked to nobody and nobody's talked to me. But I get it. I'm a part of the team, and I understand what's going on. I just have to be ready. No one's telling me anything. If something changed, clearly something changed. I don't know. I just got to be ready for the opportunity, and that's it. Well, what changed is you strolled in late to a meeting early in the year.
Yeah.
Where Cora sat you down. And
the other thing
Nicky
is
Gasper is way out producing you. Like, what do you mean you don't get it?
You can't hit.
Does somebody have to tell you that he can hit and you can't?
You can't hit. It's pretty simple.
He takes pitches and gives you a good at bat and you don't?
No.
Now, he airmailed the throw yesterday into center field.
I don't think he's Pudge Rodriguez back there.
Which is not great, but no one needs to have a conversation with you. It's obvious. Look at the numbers. It's obvious.
No, Keyshawn Boutte is more of a case to complain than Narvaez has.
1,000%. 617-779-7937. More of your phone calls here on Jones and Keefe. Let's get back to the NBA Finals. Game 3 tonight. Are the Knicks actually going to pull this off and bring home a title for the first time in a half century? That's in just 2 minutes. Again, 2 minutes here on Jones and Keefe.
Dig into the 99 restaurants. $14.99.
Sox begin a 3-game series against the Rays in Tampa Bay. Connolly Early gets the start in the series opener against the Rays' Ian Seymour. Mass Mutual Red Sox pregame show with Christian Arcan will begin at 5:40. First pitch tonight is at 6:40 right here on 93.7 on the Odyssey app and across the Shaws and Style Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Shaws and Style Market, proud to be local since 1860. Tell me this wouldn't sound nice. Reduce joint pain, improve libido, restful sleep, and lower anxiety. Weight loss may be the goal, but the added benefits by doing it with Awaken 180 are endless. Awaken180weightloss.com. I'm Billy Lanny, and that's what's in our feed on WEEI.
This is Jones and Keefe
on WEEI and streaming everywhere on the Odyssey app.
Brunson dribbles, pulls up, jump shot. Back of the rim, won't go. Wemby the rebound. 12 seconds remaining. Stolen by Brunson and knocked down by Wemby. Brunson will shoot free throws with 9.5 remaining.
Huge turnover. I also think they weren't totally clear on if they wanted a timeout or they wanted to push it.
Fox gets it. Bridges on him. 4 seconds. Fox to Wembanyama. Pulls up. Jumper. Won't go. Rebound taken by Vassell. It's over. It's over. The Knicks survive. This magic carpet ride continues. 13 straight victories, and they lead 2-0 here in these NBA Finals.
What a finish to that game over the weekend.
Holy smokes.
Knicks were down 14 in game 1. They were down 12 in game 2. They come back and win both. That game was, even. Wemby had the ball, forced it, turned it over, fouled Brunson. Brunson hits 1 of 2 free throws. Knicks go up a point. He has a chance to win it in regulation and winds up missing the elbow jumper, which on top of that is also an area where he's receiving some criticism because you're 7'4", 7'5".
Yep.
How about a catch closer to the rim where your size is a factor instead of settling for an elbow jump shot?
Tough.
And so I think this is twofold. I think the Knicks are exactly what we thought in terms of their resilience and Brunson being the best player on the floor in clutch spots. So you can't play them close down the stretch. They don't die. And when they're in a one-possession game, Brunson's going to figure it out. I felt that way about that team for a few years now against the Celtics. I'm like, the Celtics are better, but in a one-possession game, Brunson's the guy I want out there, even over Tatum, even over Brown. And I'd say the same thing over Wemby in this series right now at this stage in their career. So it's not only that, it's also that Wemby kind of has been terrible. He was better in game 2 than game 1, but he was horrible in those clutch moments. And yeah, I wonder how he's going to handle MSG, which is going to be a real hornet's nest tonight.
So you can kind of talk that one up, I guess, both sides. Like if you're on the Spurs side of things, if he's been terrible and you've had these 2 close games where you had double-digit leads and you blew them, like, all right, so if he plays a little bit better, maybe you hold on to those double-digit leads. Or if he plays great, maybe you just blow him out. Like maybe it's that way. Or is he just the young guy that's not ready for the finals? Like a whole list of players. List of great players who made it to the NBA Finals, lost the first time, then came back and won multiple titles. And he's just as young, if not younger, than all those guys. So maybe that's the case. Plus, the guys he's leaning on, not all of them, but a lot of the other great players on his team are also really, really young. It's a young team.
An absurdly young team.
So maybe there's a little bit of that where he'll just be better suited next year. He needs to kind of, wear it in this NBA Finals. The lights are the brightest. He has a few really dumb mistakes. I fault him even more for the turnover, trying to get the ball up the castle more than even the missed shot. Whatever. Maybe, I don't think that was, guys miss shots, right? But he had a decent look at it, missed. But that was dumb. Castle wasn't even looking at him. He's just trying to get the ball out quick and whatever. But they have had leads in this series so far. But there's something about the Knicks. The Knicks
double-digit leads.
As
They've
the
had
Celtics,
massive
no,
leads,
the
yeah.
Celtics had 2 20-point leads a year ago and lost to the Knicks. So there's no lead safe when you're playing New York. They've just played so well as a team. Last week we talked about even going into the series where I didn't think it would be a series. I thought they'd get smashed in 5 games. I've been dead wrong about that. And I think really my takeaway out of all this is more, I just haven't given the Knicks enough credit. I look at their roster, I kind of compare it to the 04 Pistons, who were really good for a time, but it's not Duncan or Kobe or LeBron or Curry. It's 5 really good players who fit together. Jalen Brunson is an all-NBA player, but the other guys are all fringe, if not even all-stars.
It's a really good analogy for what they are.
Yeah.
And that Pistons team, I mean, the run that they had, they went conference finals, won finals, lost finals, conference finals, conference finals, conference finals.
Oh, they were in it every single year. Yeah. They were in it every single year.
For 6 straight years, they were in at least the conference finals. They won a title. They also lost an NBA finals.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, I don't know if the Knicks are going to have quite that run, but I think it's a great analogy for what this team is. I've said for a while, I don't think the NBA is magically a one-and-done league, but the Knicks feel like a one-and-done team. If the Spurs won, they feel like the kind of team that could bring home a couple.
Sort of like a team of destiny type thing with the Knicks, and they break through, and this is their year, and you get there, you don't want to lose because who knows when you're going to get back necessarily. But yeah, I mean, this very well could be their year. They happen to catch a team that is just not ready for it, but I think they will be ready for it. And so at some point, and maybe they're going to look back on this one and be like, remember when we lost to the Knicks in 26? Oh yeah, that opened their minds up, and then they ended up winning 3 out of the next 5 or something like that.
Right. Knicks are now on 13 in a row. They were down 2-1 to Atlanta way back in the first round when Cora was still manager of the Red Sox, and it was
that's nuts.
During the NFL draft is what all that was going on. So that's the last time they lost a playoff game. They've ripped off 13 straight. They won 3 straight against Atlanta to win that series. Sweep, and now up 2-0 on the Spurs. And tonight's going to be wild. Tonight's going to be, I don't know if the game's going to be great, Keith. I can't predict that. But tonight's going to be all-time. Trump's there.
Yes, he is. They drastically have to
You're
change
gonna have
security and everything else.
You're going to have all these celebrity Knicks fans, Ben Stiller, Timothy Chalamet, Tracy Morgan, et cetera, et cetera. You're going to have them all there. And some of them haven't even seen a championship in their lifetime. Does Stiller even remember a Knicks title? I don't even know.
No, I mean, maybe.
How well does he remember it?
Yeah.
I have no idea. And certainly Chalamet didn't live through that. So these guys are now going to be front row for that game tonight. It is Madison Square Garden, NBA Finals. And, yeah, it's going to be an all-time, at least to start, electric atmosphere. I don't know how the game's going to go. Maybe the Spurs whoop them. Maybe the Knicks go up 3-0. I don't pretend to know that. But that's going to be, I think, an all-time kind of remember where you were moment when the game tips tonight.
Well, that's why I think for Wembayama specifically, this is going to be, for this series, you're going to be able to tell which way this is going. Now, it's already game 3, so if they lose game 3, obviously forget about it. But does he use this, and is he up for the challenge? And the crowd's going to be going insane. People are spending $10,000 just to get in there. The Knicks haven't had a team like this in God knows how long. So does he kind of buckle under that? Already, the lights are too bright in San Antonio. You now go to New York. Does he just kind of crumble? Because then there's only 2 more games left in the series. If Wembayama isn't up for this challenge, then that's it, and it'll be a sweep, but not the sweep I predicted. It'll be the other way around. Or does something happen to this guy and he's now
flips the switch
and flips off the fans and literally goes nuts and is just sort of we start calling the Wemby game, because more than any other player in the NBA, he can control a 2-minute stretch of a game.
Both ends of the floor.
Oh, you could block a shot, hit a 3, block a shot, hit a 3, block a shot, hit a 3. And you're like, what was that? What did we just see? He looks like one of the Monstars playing in Space Jam. He does. He is that kind of extension. So he could do that, or he could just get frustrated and, Karl Anthony Towns gets under his skin and Mitchell Robinson gets under his skin, and then Jalen Brunson hits a couple big shots and the place goes insane.
So, look, I wouldn't pick the Spurs in this series. I think they're plus 380 when we looked it up earlier to win the series. I wouldn't pick it, but I certainly, if you're asking me, do I think it's definitively over and do the Spurs have a chance? My answer would be, yeah, they have a chance to turn this series around, but I would pick New York, now up 2-0.
I mean, that Bucks-Suns series a few years back, remember, there was 2-0 Suns, and everybody's thinking that Giannis and the Bucks were dead and buried, and, maybe that's sort of similar to Wemby, where you're like, all right, the best player in the series was Giannis. And you're like, all right, if he turns it around.
So is the Knicks winning good or bad for the Celtics?
So I think it's overall bad, because I already thought that the Thunder and the Spurs were better than the Celtics, but I thought that might end the list. I think the Knicks would then add to it. And so now you're like, the Celtics need to really improve their team, because now they might not even get out of the East, let alone play in the NBA Finals. Now I think it would be, I have to finally give the Knicks the credit that they deserve, and I would say the Knicks are the clear team in the Eastern Conference, plus whatever comes out of the West, which I think will be better, because SGA and Wemby are both pretty young, and the next year, both versions of those teams could be better. And now you are, if you're doing an NBA power ranking, you are at best 4th. You're trying to argue for 4th.
So I do agree with that, but I also think you're closer to 1 if the Knicks win than if the Spurs win. Does that make sense? I think you're closer to number 1 because the Spurs are a level you might not be able to reach. I think the Knicks are a level you can reach, and maybe I'm shortchanging New York.
See, that's why I've found myself victim of that.
I think New York is a level you can reach. Maybe the Spurs and the Thunder and that Western Conference basketball is something that, as currently constituted, you can't. And I say currently constituted, the Celtics have to make some changes, but you have to break up the Jays, for instance.
Mm-hmm.
I think if the Knicks win, that's actually a good thing for the Celtics. You're not the Knicks, and you're not as good as them right now. But I don't think you're a million miles away from the Knicks. You might be a million miles away from those other teams. So I actually think this is a good development for the Celtics.
But split up the Jays.
When you think about the early 2000s Pistons that we were talking about, so they only won the title the one time, but they were always kind of in it. So if you were those other Eastern Conference teams, it was all right, we got to somehow get through that team, then
and the Lakers,
then face Kobe or
and
Duncan
San Antonio.
or Shaq. Yeah. So I think it might be more of that, where there's just now more of a murderer's row. We talked, you couldn't ignore the fact that the Celtics run to the title. Obviously, you got the benefit of teams either being hurt or not the strongest teams along the way. Now it just feels like whatever your path might be is going to be more difficult. You're going to have to really earn it.
I think that's fair. 617-779-7937. More your phone calls there. We can get to Patriots minicamp, mandatory minicamp. It gets going tomorrow in Foxborough. We know Kayshon Boutte is going to be there. He confirmed that last night. In fact, he's spoken again with WBZ TV. So you hear some new, fresh audio from Kayshon Boutte, who will be there. We're not sure about Christian Gonzalez. We'll get to all that in just 2 minutes here on Jones and Keefe.
This hour is brought to you by Chase Sapphire.
I wouldn't call that a ringing endorsement about his Patriots future from Kayshon Boutte, but he did say he wants to stay a Patriot.
I wouldn't miss it for the world. Of course, I missed the stuff last week, but this week I'll be there. He's like a lot of speculation. Is that what he said? Or like a lot going on? It's like, well, I mean, how much of that is on your side?
Yeah, right. You're not there. We're not speculating. You're physically not there when you've been there the past. Good job by Rochi asking that. That's the second WBZ interview with Kayshon Boutte where they didn't ask.
Not bad.
No, but where they didn't ask if he's going to be out there.
Oh, that part. Yeah, no, you would like that. Maybe a quick.
No, I'm going to be there.
Are you
okay.
gonna practice?
Are you going to actually do anything?
Nah, I left that out.
Because we got this tweet. Saul Goodman tweeted this at us, Keith.
Saul Goodman
said, you guys should read the CBA.
Oh.
Kraft owns all the cards. All fines are now mandatory for mandatory minicamp, and now you have to pay. You can't do like a few years ago where they would forgive all the fines. You can't do that. No, I understand.
Can you hold in?
So what they do now...
Can you hold in still?
Who did you say the other week was credited for the hold in? Was that Jalen Ramsey?
Jalen Ramsey, summer sighting, was the original hold in.
The OG when it comes to the hold in.
Good businessman.
So Kayshon Boutte's going to be there. That doesn't actually tell us anything. I expected him to be
was
there.
Was it Judon that held in a couple years ago?
That sounds right. When he was like sitting on the pads or whatever.
Then he came out.
Told him to leave practice.
Yes,
that's right. Good one.
That was a very distracting hold in.
Honestly, despite the multiple reports from WBZ that Kayshon Boutte is going to be there, where he says it in his own words, they're not reports. I take that back. Interviews where he says it.
Yeah, we haven't really learned anything.
No, I thought he was going to be there. Yeah. I think Christian Gonzalez is going to be there. Although
Did you
I
read
would
the
say,
CBA?
I would say, I haven't. I got to go back and read that. Okay. Maybe in the next break. I can't do that in a 2-minute break. Maybe a longer break. I can go through the whole CBA.
True.
But when it comes to Gonzalez, I'm less sure he'll physically be there because he might be able to foot the 100K or 110K, whatever it's going to be. He's about to get $100 million on his next deal, guaranteed. So he might skip. I still expect him to physically be there. I expect Booty to physically be there. The question is, all right, they're there. Are they going to do anything? Or are they going to sit on the lower field or sit on the pads like Matthew Judon did and hold in? My expectation is they're both going to be there doing nothing.
Yeah, I would think Gonzalez has no chance of doing a single thing. Booty, probably not. If I had to guess, it would be no. That one's a little bit different. Like, I'm just surprised that this is a guy that after the season that he had, which maybe we overblew it a little bit, but I think based on expectation, he was great. He was one of the best deep ball guys in the league last year.
Again, we said this earlier in the show, but just to reiterate, when we were at training camp last year, like, I didn't think he was going to make the roster.
No, and it flashed right away. You're like, oh, he's making a lot of plays.
And he was making plays day after day after day early in camp. Yeah. He earned his way onto the team, and he had a very good, not great, but a very good season.
Now, is he maybe going overboard with how good he is and what kind of contract he could get? Probably.
Well, he was a 6th-round pick that he said he convinced himself he would have been a 1st-round pick.
Yeah, but you weren't.
Where he was nowhere near it. So maybe he's overrating himself, yeah.
You weren't. And so, all right, you look at what happened last year. You were really like the 2nd receiver on the team. And Steph Diggs is gone, but they bring in Brown and Dobbs. You can't compete with Dobbs. You can't maintain your spot with Mac Hollins and ahead of Kyle Williams and ahead of Pop Douglas. Like, the second they signed Romeo Dobbs, and then when the trade finally went through for A.J. Brown, did Pop Douglas quit? Did Kyle Williams quit? Did Efton Chisholm quit?
I don't think so. They've all been there.
As far as I know, they've
so,
all been there. I think they're all still into it. So I don't know why Kayshon Boutte wouldn't say, I'm going to go out there and compete. Who cares what the contract is? Remember that in Seattle, like years and years ago, they gave Matt Flynn all that money, and then Russell Wilson won the job?
Yep.
Like, sometimes you don't just give it to the guy that you're paying a lot of money, because I could see Kayshon Boutte being like, well, look at what they invested in Romeo Dobbs. Okay, you can still outperform him, and maybe they don't give you a big extension. Maybe they do, maybe they don't, but I think you're in a position to succeed here. I think the Patriots would keep him. I don't think they would cut him.
I don't think so either. And I think there's a chance he could beat out Dobbs, but realistically, they're paying Dobbs to be a number 2 receiver here. Like that's
but
probably,
what about Mac Hollins?
Probably far-fetched. He should, as you said, maintain his spot ahead of Hollins and certainly Kyle Williams. Never mind Pop Douglas, who's a gadget player.
Right.
Kyle Williams may or may not be able to figure it out. So now it's Mac Hollins, who's I like, but is a career journeyman.
Right.
And go compete with Romeo Dobbs. Maybe you will be the number 2 receiver, and he's the guy who doesn't quite pick up the offense or isn't quite on the same page with Drake May. You know the offense. You have chemistry with May. So go compete. And furthermore, and I can see this one both ways. I can see him saying, well, I don't want to go out there and roll an ankle, and now I can't get traded. I can't get dealt. I'm not healthy. Whereas he's probably hoping a receiver shows up at somebody else's minicamp or training camp, rolls an ankle, pulls a hammy, whatever, and now that team's more desperate to trade for him. So I can see that. I also could see a world where his agent goes, well, you should go out there at mandatory minicamp, go through the paces, go make some plays, have some Twitter highlights, some Instagram highlights going around, show everybody you're in shape, show everybody you can still play, and that'll actually be better for your trade value, which right now the reports are a 5th or a 6th-round pick. I think Breer had that a week or so ago. Your trade market's basically non-existent.
Yeah.
So go drum up some interest by putting out a show at minicamp.
That's what I would think. And then bet on yourself, because some of those plays you made with Drake May a year ago were like highlight reel type plays. And to your point, like sort of like spark the interest a little bit, or just move yourself up the depth chart here where you're on a good team with a good quarterback. And because right now, if Boutte doesn't take the field and you're just doing like projections for the season, most people would say Romeo Dobbs is going to have a better year than Kayshon Boutte.
Yep.
But what if when you have a chance to be on the practice field together, you already know the playbook, Dobbs is learning it as he goes, and if you consistently look better than him, at some point they're going to have to play you more than him.
I mean, again, he started lower on the depth chart. He was like
half the guys.
He was like
last
6
year.
He was behind Polk and Javon Baker and guys like that last year. Never mind Mac Hollins and these names.
Yeah, it's a weird
and
strategy.
He moved past all of them except Diggs last year. So go in there and compete. I am with you on that. I don't know if that's the best business advice, but I am with you on that. Gonzo's a different story. Gonzo has nothing to gain by getting out on the field, and I think he has something to gain by holding court with the media. Show up, don't work out. Hey, Gonzo, the media is going to request him. I don't know if the team will make him available, but I think he should want to be available. Why aren't you out there? Oh, well,
Right.
because I want to get paid. And I'll be here and I'll go through the motions. I'm just here so I don't get fined, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
But I'm here, or I won't be out there till I get paid. And that puts some.
Nah, I'm not too much of a talker.
No, he's not.
No, he really is.
That
We
would
tried.
put some real public pressure
Yeah.
on Robert Kraft to get something done.
Mm-hmm.
617-779-7937.
Gonzo is a man of few words.
That's a fair way of putting it. Andrew is in Vermont, waiting patiently on the Red Sox. Hello, Andrew.
Well, I won't do another crazy hot take like I did last week. If we trade Aroldis Chapman, I would think they push back Whitlock and Slayton until Brian Bayo to shove it and put him as a reliever. Because there's no way he can be a starter.
Okay, I don't hate the idea of Bayo as like a high leverage reliever. I bet he'd hate it, and his contract does not for that. But I don't hate the idea of him as a high leverage reliever.
I don't know. I feel like
Has he ever been good in the high leverage?
like the mental game would not suit him well.
but like-
He can't even start. I don't think he can close,
Well-
and I don't even think he could be like a real setup guy.
But a guy to go get some righties, like I could see his stuff translating to that.
I
But
think-
now he's way overpaid for that, and yeah.
I think he could be a bulk guy. I think that's all he can proven so
not
far
enough.
this year. He could be a bulk guy.
Now, what was Andrew in Vermont's hot take? Was that
It was
the Wander Franco take?
Yeah, it
Yeah,
was.
that's what that was. I had forgotten about
He
that.
said the past is the past. That was his take on that.
Eeks. He's oddly not willing to do that with Brian Bayo.
No.
617-779-7937. We have all your phone calls here on Jones and Keith. You can jump in line for Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson. They're going to talk to Buster Olney today at 3 o'clock, so mark that down. We'll get you the clip du jour. And on the way next, it's time for Grab Bag.
Grab bag bag 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 grab bag grab bag.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Ratliff, Engineering Director at Nissan.
It's time for Grab Bag. Oh, it certainly is. Time for Grab Bag here on Jones and Keefe WEEI. Grab Bag is brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Red Sox in action tonight. Jones taking on the Tampa Bay Rays down at beautiful Tropicana Field. It is a 6:40 first pitch. That means it's a 5:40 pregame here on WEEI. The great Connolly early going for the Red Sox opposite lefty Ian Seymour. It's an opener.
Seymour? Oh,
he's
that's
an
an
opener.
opener.
Yeah,
Okay, got
he'll get you one, maybe two innings.
All right. The Rays are statistically still the best team in the American League, or like by percentage points, but they've lost one.
Yep. Go ahead.
I think they've lost 10 of 13.
Falling apart.
They've fallen apart a little.
Bit.
Which some of us, when
Can the Red Sox pounce? Can they take advantage of this?
The last time the Red Sox played this team, I'm like, this team's not even good. Look at their roster. This roster's not even good.
I look like two players on their team.
But even though the Rays aren't good, does that mean the Red Sox can pounce on them? Probably
not. Unlikely.
I'll probably be waving the white flag by the middle of this week. Probably, yeah.
No sleep till.
Grab Bag.
New York Knicks and the San Antonio Spurs play Game 3 of the NBA Finals tonight. President Trump will be in attendance, Jones. People are talking a lot about that as the Knicks have a
respect the office
13-game winning streak going on in the playoffs currently. The line has moved.
Oh, we saw 2.5 earlier.
It's 1.5.
Oh, I thought
the caller with his 1.5 point.
I thought we were going to play Guess That Line. Okay.
Strategy.
So I didn't know which way it moved.
Sorry about that. We could have played, but we're not going to play. I'm trying to tell you what it is.
Not the first time I've said
We already
it.
played one game today.
Yeah, true.
Let's cool it with the games. Come on, guys. Let's take it seriously.
You like Guess Them Ages earlier today? What a game.
Guess Them Ages was good. I won.
Good game, yeah.
I actually won Guess Them Ages.
You aced it, yeah.
Yeah, which I feel pretty good about. All right. Who wins tonight? Who are you taking tonight? We never asked that. Who do you got?
Knicks. I got the Knicks in this game.
I'm going with the Spurs.
Oh, hell yeah. Nice.
Going with the Spurs.
We're not gonna grab bag. No, we ain't gonna grab bag. We're not gonna grab bag anymore.
I like that one a lot. I like that one a lot.
I can feel the rage and the angst of the kids. Yeah, I can feel that coming through.
Guy's pretty fired up about it.
We're not gonna grab bag.
Okay, calm down.
No, we ain't gonna grab
I got
bag.
it. You can email.
We're not gonna grab bag
All right.
anymore.
You can send those in, those spirited grab bags, Keefe@weei.com. Send those in, and we will play them. Jones, one of my favorite things now, and this came out last week. I forgot to mention it on Thursday. 82-0. Are you familiar with this?
Oh, well, I was loosely familiar with it, but then I watched your very successful run.
I did a live stream.
Sick brag, bro.
Thank you. I did a live stream, 82-0. So the whole premise is it's a website, and you're trying to build a team that would project in the NBA to an 82-0 record. And so what it does is you get these spins, and it gives you a team at random, and then it gives you a decade at random. So if it was like...
Oh, so I can't just go be like, I want to get an 80s Celtic, give me Larry Bird. I get randomly assigned it.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So that's what's tricky about it. And so, like, it'll spin. You click it, and it spins, so that's fun to watch it. And you'll be like, all right, Milwaukee. And you're like, okay, where's this going? And then you click on it, and it's like 90s Milwaukee. So you're like,
crap.
I guess Ray Allen. So then you scroll through it, and it has a list of all the players that
Big
played
Doug
there.
Robinson?
And then you like, assemble your 5, and then it tells you what the record is. And so I played it for a while. And, yeah, Brian pulled it up on Twitch and on YouTube. So I was like, I'm going to do this live stream on the Dork Podcast YouTube, and it took me like 25 minutes, and I don't even know how many different combinations.
What was your worst spin? Did you have a team where it was like a 60-win team? Like,
I was say people are trying to do 0-82.
Oh, you could do that too. Oh, I probably, like, with just the hand I was dealt and the guys I picked, probably like high 50s maybe was like the worst
so
one.
that's in play, though. You could get just like a really bad spin and get
Well,
that.
it's like everybody who played at that time. So you could pick whoever you wanted.
Huh.
And so my winning combination was Luka Doncic, Damian Lillard in the backcourt with Wilt Chamberlain from the Warriors in the 60s.
Yeah, it was a good get.
Yeah, Chris Webber from the Bullets.
So I was surprised Webber got a team to 82-0, but okay.
Well, he was
fifth guy.
Probably the fifth
Wilt
guy.
is like the cheat code.
Yeah,
Wilt is a cheat.
Wilt
Yeah,
helps.
you want Wilt, you want Kareem certain years.
I watched your spin too.
I had no LeBron.
Lillard at the 2 was handy as well.
It was handy. I didn't expect it. So they tell each guy has like position eligibility, and then so I went there. And then I got George the Iceman Gervin for my small forwards, my
Nice.
last pick. That put me over the top.
Yeah, Caleb
Apparently,
Williams, you can't steal that nickname, by the way. That's
No.
the Iceman. George
There are other versions of this game which I need to try for the NFL, NHL, and Major League Baseball.
So you can go 162-0.
I'm going to try.
Okay, nice. Wow.
I'm going to try.
All right.
It's 1:30 on Jones and Keith. Grab bags are the best part of the day. Twitch ain't say I, but Jones doesn't give a frick what they say. Who will be the random baseball player of the day? Mego is going to get so blackout drunk tonight. She won't remember anyway.
The guy is drunk.
Kego catching strays. Or was that Kego? I'm sorry.
Kego.
Yeah.
Oh, I wasn't here on Friday. Was she getting real after it or what?
I don't know. I mean, I think it was
I
just
believe Mitch and Eamon were the two getting after.
Yeah,
it
I think it was,
most.
it was more of the same
gotcha.
Kego talk I thought on
Gotcha.
Friday. Yeah.
All right, Jones, we have a new Colorado Rockies all-time innings pitched leader.
Oh,
There's a
okay.
new man who can say, I stand atop the Rocky Mountains for having thrown the most innings in
Move on,
franchise.
Mike Hampton.
Get out of my face.
I don't want to see anymore. You
There's a
Baldo
new
Jimenez.
man
Okay.
who has thrown more innings for the Colorado Rockies franchise
There
than
is?
anybody else. Yes.
Anthony Santazzola?
It's not.
Is that what's his
Gotta be
name?
Kyle Freeland, right?
It is Kyle Freeland.
Hey,
Way to
Nick.
go.
Good job, buddy.
All right, you guys
Trivia
get the random
God.
player now.
Trivia God. What a pull.
Wow, Kyle Freeland.
Kyle Freeland.
How about that?
He celebrated. He is now at 1,312 and 2/3 innings for the
12
Colorado
ERA.
Rockies.
Who'd he pass?
It's 1:30 on Jones and Keith. It must be time for grab bag. Brian Bayo still stinks. He's now grabbing his bags. My kids forgot what it's like to eat for free at 99. Can't talk about sports anymore. Feeling like Kego after a road show. Let's move on to the random baseball player of the day, so Jones can show us all he doesn't know baseball.
That's fair.
Let's continue to talk about boobs on Twitch and hope LJ don't ban me.
Wow. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a winner.
Yeah, it is. Jones, sadly, according to the Stein line, Mark Stein, looks like Nikola Vucevic expected to explore free agency and leave the Celtics. Do you have a favorite memory of Vooch on the Celtics?
Well, I like when he would miss wide open threes. That's what I enjoyed, yeah.
I tell her, baby, 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 I'm a
grab bag.
How about I was excited about that one. You know what's sad is I can see how much time's left in the
one would
cut, and I
think
still talked over
you
it.
had the advantage
Weekend box office, Scary Movie, number one, $55 million earned.
Oh.
Masters of the Universe, a disappointing 29. Although
low.
I think the movie
That's low.
might be like a cult classic later on.
Okay.
I've not seen either one.
Yeah, I think the budget was $200 million though,
Yeah.
so it's got some work to do.
Back Rooms up to $26 million in its second week, and Obsession made $26 in its fourth week.
So still raking in dough.
Yes. Davey and I are going to talk about both these movies with a special guest. I'm not going to tell you who it is.
Lucas Giolito.
It's Stiz.
Oh, it's
no,
not.
it's Stiz. Yeah, it's Stiz. Yeah, it's Stiz.
Ted?
Heck yeah.
Stitz and Ted.
Oh, nice.
No, just
Good.
Stiz going to be on.
No, not both.
And so we're going to talk about those, and we're also going to do a summer summer TV preview. Last week we did movies. This week we'll do that.
Hey, He-Man. Isn't that Keith's sword? No. It's my sword. By the power of Grayskull, I have the grab bag.
All right, daily question here, Jones. Does Tracy Bingham follow me on Instagram?
Yes.
You?
No. Sadly, no. Though there is an update to this story.
Yeah.
She does follow the show account at Jones and Keefe. Also a good follow.
Yes.
Different, though.
Different.
These are separate accounts.
Less food reviews.
Less food reviews. Brian's been doing a nice job. If you during the breaks here on Twitch and on YouTube, you can see some of my old, like the food files, where I'm in there making drinks, mostly eating Frosties, doing that kind of thing.
A lot of that. Oh yeah, look, she does now follow the show at Jones and Keith.
Yep.
Wow.
And so she said last week, hey, guys, I miss you guys. And then we responded, call in anytime. She said, I definitely will my stud muffins.
Look at those emojis, too.
Oh, yeah. Smooch face.
Kissy emoji. Heart emoji.
Is that prayer hands?
I don't even know what
That's
not that emoji.
Time for grab bags on Jones and Keefe. Red Sox still suck. AJ Brown is a Patriot finally. But we can now, we ask, is Tracy Biden following Keefe on Instagram? Bob Ryan tweeting like a lunatic. Keefe isn't fat anymore. But Kingo is boost back in Maine. Ken Bolin and Butter Guy talking clams on Twitch.
That's 3 separate Kego references. I think Kego's taken off.
Burning it up in the Twitch chat.
Another opportunity for the Kego this weekend, right? They got another road show coming up.
Oh, sure, yeah.
It'll be pretty busy. Jones, Brendan Sorsby, the quarterback at Texas Tech who bet on football, is allowed to play this year.
They don't know what the they're doing.
I mean, I guess
understand that?
in there. I mean, Pete Rose is in the Hall of Fame, so
I think he's only missing the first 2 games this year for Texas Tech.
Put Shoeless Joe in. Put all these guys in. Forget
Clemens,
about it.
Bonds, Sorsby. Yeah,
I mean, let this guy play. Yeah. That's kind of outrageous, but yeah, he's allowed to play.
Putting the X-rated into X.
These guys are stupid.
Has Bob Ryan tweeted.
Or has he? Bob Ryan tweeted.
Oh, yeah, you did on Friday.
He's had a lot of tweets. Barry asked, can you name a random non-Hall of Fame Brooklyn Dodger? Oh, can he just ask the general people? Somehow Bob found this.
Yep.
Bob said, Van Lingle Mungo. Isabella tweeted out a definitely real picture of a couch covered in like different colored markers.
Okay.
And she wrote, my son did this to my couch. What should I do? Bob's response,
belt.
Where's the nearest orphanage?
Oh.
He wants to get rid of the kid.
Man, wow, even worse. Okay, wow.
Sarah asked, if a baby born in the morning is Monica, evening is Evelyn, on the floor is Florence, what do we call a baby born in a car? Bob wrote,
what did he say?
Carmen, as in Miranda or McCrae.
Ah.
What if one was conceived in the car? That's what I would ask.
Got it.
Let's see. Isabella also asked, what were the names of Donald Duck's 3 nephews?
Huey, Dewey,
You're
somebody.
close.
Who was the other one? Louie. Huey, Dewey, Louie.
Yeah, he said, oh, come on. Huey, Dewey, and Louie. Who doesn't know that is what he said.
Oh, I don't.
Emma wrote, here's a riddle. A cowboy rode into town on Friday. He stayed for 3 nights and rode out on Friday. How is this possible?
Whiskey.
Bob said,
his name is Friday.
Yeah, Bob said, I guess his horse was Sergeant Joe Friday.
There it is.
All right, you get some basketball tweets in here as well.
He doing 82-0?
Some MAGA ones. No, he did not. Last one, Royce Morgan said, true or false, you have Kareem Abdul-Jabbar ranked higher than Larry Bird among the greatest players in NBA history.
Bob's going to say false.
Bob doesn't really answer these. Bob said, Kareem is one of the 3 greatest centers when we had centers. Bird and LeBron are the 2 greatest forwards. Doesn't answer the question
well,
at
top
all.
2 forward probably greater than top 3 center.
Not necessarily if you have Russell and Wilt. I don't think so.
I'd take Bird over Kareem.
See my grab bag? Cost you $20. Woo!
All right, has Christian Gonzalez practiced with the team yet?
Not yet. Maybe tomorrow.
No, he hadn't. But any day now, I think he definitely could.
Grab bag with Jones and Keefe.
Let's find out who the best baseball player was from yesterday, Jones. Was it Sebastian Rivero? 5 for 5,
I think it
6
was.
RBI, no run.
That guy had a game. I think it was, actually.
Was it Carson Benj? 5 for 5, home run, 2 RBI, 3 runs.
Couple of 5-hit nights.
Matt McClain, 2 for 4, 2 home runs. Michael Soroka, 7 innings, 1 earned, 6 Ks. Or Noah Cameron, 6 scoreless with 7 Ks.
Let's go Rivero. Let's do that.
It's time for Jones and Keefe's
Random. Brandon Phillips. Eduardo Nunez.
Curtis Leskanik.
Baseball Player of the Day.
All right, Jones, former Ray, who also played for the Angels, Orioles, Tigers, Cardinals, Rangers, Reds, was a relief pitcher.
Okay.
Started 23 games in his career, but was most known as a reliever, including a 22-save 2001 with the Devil Rays, and a 19-save season in 2002 with the Devil Rays.
You said he never pitched for the Red Sox? Or Red Sox
He never did.
list,
No,
right?
he never did. Pitched against the Red Sox.
I always think of Rojo.
Cup of Coffee, 1996. Hung up the spikes after the 2006 season. So parts of 11 seasons in the bigs. Most of his time with the Tampa Bay Devil Rays, where he had an ERA just north of 5.
Oh.
But did have 42 career saves.
Getting some saves.
He had some saves. He'd close it down. He also, let's see, he made $7.2 million.
I know Nick wants to guess Fernando Rodney. Too early for him.
It's
not
not
enough saves.
It's
Say
not.
it again?
Ooh, Grant Ball 4. No, it's not. Oh. No, it's not.
Anybody got it? I'm going to cheat and look.
All right. Anybody coming in on
I
this
don't
one?
think
It's a tough one. A little stumper right off
I
the
think
rip.
you might have.
Rays fans would know.
A stumper. Oh,
Right.
text line did say we should play Keith the cake grab bag. Maybe we'll do that tomorrow.
Okay.
That did come in on
We can
Friday.
do that.
Roberto Hernandez.
Nope.
Esteban Yan.
He got it.
Oh, there it is. Twitch chat did have it. Good for you.
Esteban Yan.
Good for you, Twitch chat.
Congratulations.
Esteban is what it was.
Yeah.
Not
Not to be confused with Jan Gomes.
that's true. You don't
Esteban Yan
you don't wanna
Gomes.
confuse it with
It's
Yan
a
Gomes.
Jeopardy before and after.
That's right. Exactly. That's a good category.
That'd be great.
617-779-7937. You can jump in line. Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson. They come your way at 2. They talk to Buster Olney at 3 today. So stay tuned for that. Plus, we'll get to the clip du jour next.
I'm Pat Boyle here to help you beat the motion, bud.
right, back here on Jones and Keefe, WEEI. Before we get to our clip du jour, Jones, there is something brewing with the Red Sox right now.
Oh?
Nate Eaton.
Oh.
No, well, no, hold on. There's more to it than that. Nate Eaton is up with the big club. You can only have so many players up with the big club. We do not know what the corresponding roster move is just yet.
Okay.
Could it be a trade? Could it be somebody getting demoted that we don't know of? I don't know if anybody's hurt.
I would start with like La Sorsa getting punted back to Worcester. I mean, that'd be a name that jump right out.
La Sorsa?
Any one of the catchers. They're carrying 3 catchers.
They do have a bunch of catchers.
Including one who's like belly aching about not playing.
They do have a bunch of catchers.
So, like, I would go right to the catchers. I mean, is it possible?
They wanted to trade Connor Wong over the weekend.
Yeah.
Ooh, Connor Wong trade talks.
Is it possible? Okay, so maybe it's a trade. Maybe it's a demotion.
We were at that game that Connor Wong got a double.
We were at the one Connor Wong game last year.
Thought he might heat up after that.
You think they'd send down Meyer?
No.
I don't either. But,
no, I don't think so.
Maybe that's an option. So, okay, something's going on.
I don't know. So TBD. So you might find out this afternoon.
Okay.
What's going on. Let's get to our clip du jour. You ready for that?
Oh, sounds fantastic. What's the clip du jour?
I'm so glad you asked. It is the clip of the day. And today it's a classic case of, is it a compliment?
Joe is in New Hampshire. Hello, Joe.
Hey, Joe.
How we doing? How you guys doing?
Good.
This first-time listener, first-time caller as well.
Nice.
Yeah. My take is I believe the Spurs can honestly very easily take this series. And what it comes down to is I think shutting down Shamit and not allowing Wembanyama to get pulled out to the perimeter and then having him get an easy kick out. It's when he's down in the paint, that's when he's able to kind of control the floor. But when he's on the outside, that's when they're getting these easy kickouts, getting their three-point shooters going.
They got to control Shamit.
X's and O's, Joe.
Okay, I get it. Is
Call
it a
back
compliment?
anytime. Call back anytime. Listen anytime.
Is it
Feel
a compliment?
Do you think he liked the first hour of the show? How do you think he found us?
No, I don't know. I thought
Was it a
about
recommendation?
I
from
thought
like,
about. I thought about asking, and then I was horrified what he might say, so I bit my tongue.
Oh, you got a little,
I
little
was
skittish?
Like, I was like, what's he gonna say when I asked that question?
First time listener, though, but provoked him to call first
Right
time
away.
tuning in.
That's a high hit rate.
He's like, oh, these guys sound like they'd want to hear my take.
Is it a compliment?
No.
I'd
No.
agree. That's not a compliment.
First time
Hey
listener,
guys,
though.
I just heard that you're a radio show.
Always trying to add listeners, though. Maybe he just moved.
Yeah, I don't want to be dismissive and turn people away. That's true. He could have just moved to the area.
Maybe he moved in today, June 8th.
Maybe.
He moved in. He's like, college kids are gone. I'm coming in. Got a new spot.
Hey guys, never heard you before. I
Turn the
dialed you
radio.
up. I was surprised to get right through.
You had
Let
a
me tell you, happened shockingly fast. I didn't even think this would happen quite so quickly.
Yeah, I got it there real quick.
But okay, good for me.
Good Spurs take, and then he moved on.
Yeah, he got right up. Well, yeah.
Do you think we hear from him again this week?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so. I
Yeah,
think he had a good.
Can't imagine if
good
he
time.
tuned in today.
Especially if he's right.
Why he'd turn us off?
Especially if he's right.
That's true too.
Callers like to do that.
If Shamit's the key to tonight, we're definitely going to hear from that guy tomorrow.
At 10:01.
I would
Get
feel
ready for
pretty
that.
confident in that.
Yeah.
For sure. So anyway, we got some happenings with the Red Sox here today.
Your prediction's just La Sorsa, or is it a catcher?
No. My
One
actual
of the
prediction
catchers?
is one of the catchers. How long can you carry 3 catchers for?
I don't
Would be
know.
my actual prediction. But
Well,
my,
Narvaez had that comment too about I haven't heard anything. It's
Yeah.
like, well, maybe the next thing you hear is
Go
move in with Bayo.
Oh, you want to play?
Yeah, you and Bayo could figure it out
You
down
can
there.
play every day in Worcester, Narvi. So more on this, I'm sure, with Buster Olney and all things Red Sox when he joins Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson today at 3 o'clock. Mark that down. Should be good stuff here coming up in just a little bit. They come your way in 2 minutes. A reminder, we're brought to you by the 99 Restaurant. You can dig into the nines. They're $14.99 big deal meals like the grilled chicken teriyaki. Available every day at just $14.99. That's a big deal. You gotta love the nines. We are back tomorrow with a Tom E. Tuesday, Keith.
Yes.
A tier Tuesday. I think we're going to tear off running backs tomorrow.
Running backs.
Wide
Yep.
receivers went so well. We'll tear off running
People
backs.
are still commenting on that.
And we'll also get you a Kiefer Madness tomorrow at 12:45. Again, Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson come your way in just 2 minutes. It all starts tomorrow at 10 here on WEEI.
for a free estimate, 781-344-2420. I'm Ken Laird. That's what's in our feed at WEEI. Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson on the way next.
This is Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson on WEEI.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. It is Rich Certainly, Ken Laird, three-time Super Bowl champion Ted Johnson. Happy Chaos Eve up in New York City. This should be an absolute S show of the highest proportion.
Spurs comeback starts tonight. The jinx of Trump.
Yes, it does. Also, big show. Buster Only on the show.
Ooh, big hitter. Big hitter.
Yep, and who knows, with all this talk about there being some potential trades on deck with the Red Sox, we'll see what he's got to say about all of that. Also, Brian Scalabrine is going to join us right there at 4:30 and let us know. Speaking of trades, absolutely. And let it know. Real quick, I have to show you gentlemen this. First of all, did you guys have a good weekend?
Great weekend, bud. Thanks for asking.
I saw this on the way in, and I've got to find out who this person is. But somebody is driving around town in this car. Somebody is driving around in Lightning McQueen.
Is that what that is? I couldn't
He
quite
literally has the Lightning McQueen car.
Oh, yeah.
And he's driving around in that. Like, this is almost a direct replica. Now, I was driving beside him, so I did not see the front. I don't know if there's any eyes on the front. But everything, the Rusties, the number 95... That is driving around Boston right now.
So people know that's from the movie Cars.
Yes.
Right? Yep.
So
if you have
is that a Corvette?
Young kids.
It looks like a vet. So he has ruined his vet by making it a Lightning McQueen car. It is like the exact replica. There used to be a car that was around town that was a bright yellow, and it had like a Bruins logo like all over the side of it.
I've seen that.
It was like a Lamborghini, I think.
Yep.
And it had a Bruins logo. And I remember I talked about the air one time. I was like, I guarantee you that's Pasternak. And I'm like, I'll tell you what I can guarantee you. No member of the Boston Bruins is driving a Lamborghini with a Boston Bruins logo on the side of it. That'd almost be as douchey as wearing your own jersey out to the mall.
Is it douchey if you have a vanity plate that just says 52 on it?
Oh, I don't think so. If I made the NFL and I could put that on my plate, I would do that.
Because at one time, I got the vanity plate that had 52 on it.
That's not. I don't think that's douchey.
I felt like it was subtle. You can't, it's like no one's going to maybe make the connection. So I felt I was okay.
Sure, that's okay. Now, who was the player who wore his jersey to the mall? There was a Patriots player that was busted wearing his own jersey.
Malloy. No, was it Tully? No, Tully left
Tully
his
Van-Kane?
ring. He left his ring in the bathroom. That was just.
For some reason, when you said that rang a bell.
It's a running back. I'll look it up. I know who it is.
Yeah.
Was it like for an appearance? Where they were
No. It was because he wanted the world to know that he was a player on the New England Patriots.
Yep. I'll find that.
That's just the greatest. If you saw like a guy out there and just like, wow, you're wearing your own jersey. This is very strange.
Ken's license plate is Odyssey.
It's a company man.
Odyssey Blues.
Company. Okay, real quick, let's go to Tom on line one. He might know something about this Lightning McQueen car. Tom, what's happening, my man?
Hey, I've actually run into that guy before, all the way up in New Hampshire near Storyland.
I don't like the sound of this. Okay.
So my two boys worship at the time worship Lightning McQueen, and I must have done 80 miles an hour in a 50 just to catch up to this guy, and I lost him. I lost him going into Jackson, and I actually drove around for about 10 minutes, and I saw him parked in front of a hotel. So I put the car in reverse, drove up to the hotel, and I let my boys just take pictures of it. And he came out, and he goes, "Oh, hey, what's going on?" I said, we just are looking for a place to stay, and we happen to love your car. My boys love it. And he was the coolest guy ever. He gave us a flyer for, like, birthday parties and gave them a stuffed animal. The guy's the man. He lives
everything you're saying makes me sound like it's a red flag human being.
That's what I've been thinking the whole time.
Well, you know what? I was there protecting my kids in case it went. The guy was pretty cool.
I'm glad it was a good experience for you. But the first thing I'm thinking of is this guy's. Obviously, he's trying to attract attention, right?
Or ladies. Or the ladies.
No.
Well, how great would that be? Let's say you're like on like Tinder and like you've lined up this date with this guy and everything's going well, and then he goes to go pick you up and he pulls up in Lightning McQueen.
I think that's cool.
Vroom, and he's cranking "Life is a Highway." Vroom, vroom,
cash,
baby.
you know that?
Ka-chow.
Well, dude, he's shooting a shot, man. I mean, if that's what you're going to drive up in, then God bless you.
There was a dude when I was a kid. MTV gave away an actual Batmobile when the Michael Keaton Batman came out.
Oh, yeah.
And somebody in my town won it. And this guy used to like drive around in the Batmobile. And I remember when I was like a little kid thinking that was like the coolest thing ever. And then I remember when I like hit like 20 years old thinking that's probably the most loser move you can do.
If you got the Batmobile, you would definitely drive it around Boston.
I guess I would give someone like if I won it. But if I like made it myself, that I probably wouldn't do that.
No,
The
different.
Lightning McQueen thing is so fascinating because it looks just like it. Like he's and it's an expensive car that he's
Might
got.
I say, Radiator Springs Racing at Disneyland, excellent ride if you
It's the best.
have the chance.
It's legitimately
Please
the best.
partake.
It's the best
Excellent
ride. Yes. But yeah, so I don't like the fact that he's, it is weird. We're just hanging around the
just so people know, it was Derek Cullors, in case the Warriors jersey.
Oh, was it really?
Derek Cullors, running back out of TCU and Murray State. Yeah,
He's from out of town. That's all he had.
Great
That's all
kid.
that was clean. Isn't it?
Yeah, well, he didn't last very long. He thought, I'm going to take advantage of my short time here in the NFL, wear my jersey to the mall.
You know what? That's part of the reason that whole.
And it was really his warm-up suit. It wasn't his jersey. It was like just the Patriots warm-up suits.
Oh, that's not as bad.
That's still pretty
But it
bad.
had his name on the back?
It had his number, right?
Okay.
So it might have had his last name on it. So we all wore warm-up suits. So, it wasn't the jersey, but
Okay.
it was the warm-up suit, which we all thought was almost just as bad.
Yeah,
So-
I guess that is pretty bad.
because we were the only ones that had them. So if you wouldn't see another warm-up suit on anybody else other than a Patriot
You
player.
had to have that. That's why that whole Rob Gronkowski, Bibby Jones story was so funny. You remember how, like, back in the day, he quote unquote got in trouble when he was out in Arizona. He went and visited some of his buddies. He was only on the team for like a year and a half at that point. And he had that picture with the X-rated movie star, Bibby Jones, but she was holding up his jersey.
That's right.
And I remember we had him on the following week, and I said, okay, so Gronk, do you just travel with your own jersey like
part of the gift
everywhere?
basket. I don't
And
know.
he's like, yeah. And for some reason, with Gronk, it all made sense, and it all seemed to be just, yeah, all right. If it's Rob Gronkowski, sure, you can travel with your own jersey. All right, well, a lot happened this weekend, and also there's a lot happening today. So what do you say we talk about this disastrous Red Sox, shall we there, Stu?
What just happened?
Sports happened.
And Sports Happen is brought to you by Jeffrey Glassman Injury Lawyers, Boston's go-to injury attorney for over 30 years. If you've been hurt in a car or work accident, you gotta get Glassman. Call all sevens at 617-777-7777. Ronher Suarez gave you everything you needed.
Pitch. Line drive into left field that hangs up. Bellinger makes the play, and the Red Sox fall in New York. 6-1. Slayton gives it up in the eighth. Brilliant pitching by Ranger Suarez, and the Sox split this two-game series in New York.
All right, Will Fleming says Ranger. I hear Ron Hare and Ranger.
It started as Ron Hare to try to be like respectful of the language, but then I think Ranger came out and said, "Just call me Ranger." So
Okay.
I think now the announcers have pivoted.
I'll call him whatever he how he wants to become perfect. I just don't like if somebody has a name, I want to get it right.
Yeah.
Ranger Suarez it is. All right. Well, I mean, you could just feel it coming, couldn't you? Suarez was in total control.
No, I couldn't feel it. I mean, losing the game.
Oh, because you knew
Friday
something
night
was going to happen.
was a winner. Sonny Gray went down and stared down Yankees fans, and they win the game 5-3. They get some pop in the bats.
Well,
and I didn't see him getting pulled when he did either at the bottom of the order, which was just bizarre. He
That
had
was
90,
weird.
90 pitches. You gave this guy $130 million, and he can't go more than 90 pitches. And Tracy, after the game, said basically, "Well, this is kind of where we've capped him." They pulled him in the middle of the inning and brought in a guy to face the 8 and 9 hitters.
Yeah,
what is the deal with that?
I don't know. And he had no walks. He had 6 strikeouts. I think you think at that point he'd only given up 1-1, but then the bullpen just confirmed the Red Sox can't have nice things anymore. Justin Slayton just gave it that bomb. It was Bellinger, right? That he gave it up to.
Did you have that call? I think it's a funny call because
it's instant.
Slayton, basically, he just mowed down 2 guys right before that.
Yeah.
I mean,
it was a great at bat with Ben Rice. He fooled him.
Yeah, and he struck out
top of the order Goldschmidt.
Goldschmidt too, right?
Yeah.
So listen to Will Fleming right after he is just pumping the tires of Justin Slayton right here, and then this happens.
The pitch to Chisholm is skied deep to right field. It is pounded. It is way back, and it is gone. 3-run homer for Jag. 6-1 Yankees.
No doubter.
Good night.
Yep, good night indeed. And then Brian Bayo's replacement, Joe Lasorza, immediately gives up a 3-run shot, and the Red Sox, who, as you said on Friday, looked like they had the wind at their sails.
Should have had Lasorza open for Bayo, who I saw down in Worcester. I called the game Sunday, and Brian Bayo and I had a chance to catch up. Plus, Roach was there, so it was great.
You have a little audio?
Yeah,
one-on-one?
We got some. Well, no. It was
Did Roach ask him if he was thick with 2 C's?
I didn't bring that up. I think Roach was on edge when I came up and said hello. He was friendly, but not overly friendly.
You were going to mess up his, because he has probably like a nice little synergy with these players.
He's got a great get-up, by the way. He's got this thing where he has the microphone, and then he's got a phone thing, and then
Dude,
it
he's
rotates.
a pro's pro.
Yeah,
He's got backups to the backups to the backup.
No doubt.
In case the audio gets jacked up. But the Brian Bayo quotes are just kind of sad now.
He did a good job. I'm going to defend my boy. He sat there with the translator for 10 minutes.
Sure, boy.
Oh, you mean when you were there Sunday?
Yeah, Sunday, yesterday.
Okay,
and he was he took all the questions. He was very measured. He had a good attitude. He was out there working out.
He has a good agent. Somebody who told him, dude, you effed up big time when you got sent down. Like yelling at everyone, saying that you're great and everyone needs to stop questioning whether you're a starter. Like that wasn't a good look at all. So I do like the fact, at least, that it seems like he has kind of recollected himself and said,
well, then bring him back up to the big league.
Well, let's not go too far. He's on a bus currently to Rochester, so you got to feel for the guy. He's going to make his
That is
debut.
humbling, man.
That can't be good.
So he wasn't telling anybody to stop asking questions. Stop.
No, he was very pleasant, had a couple smiles.
He said he cried, right?
He said he did cry because he said, we're ready to go to New York. It's a family trip. I'm ready to go, and it's just was jarring, basically, which you can understand. I mean, he's getting pulled out of his big league job and sent to Rochester to face the Red Wings.
I feel like an a-hole now for even criticizing him.
No. I'm not trying to say you shouldn't have been. He absolutely should have been sent down.
He should have. He should have been sent down a lot sooner. But so you know, this might be just the thing he needs. This is embarrassing.
Yeah,
yes, it is. So maybe this is what wakes him up and snaps him back into place.
Absolutely.
But by the way, real quick, so Nate Eaton was in right field for the game I called yesterday. He's been called up to the team today. There is an impending move. And I was talking to Bradfo. He's on the phone talking to sources about whether there's a trade. Somebody had told him this certain trade was happening with Arizona. He called Arizona. It's not happening. So there could be some development today. Maybe Buster has more info at 3 o'clock.
Great day to have Buster Only on at 3 o'clock. And there's been some more talk about which players could be on the chopping block. As a matter of fact, Bob Nightingale, I think our story or our interview with him got picked up by some media outlets, and they're reporting on some of the things that he said about certain players who most likely are not going to be here very long if the Red Sox decide to start selling, which it sure does seem like. As the Red Sox right now, last place by a lot, 10.5 games behind the Rays.
4 games back in the wild card.
You know what? Yeah, but there's 5 people ahead of them.
That's fine.
In the wild card
Just get
race.
the 500, you're in.
Yeah, sure, that's right. Well, guess who the Red Sox face the next 2 days? The Rays, fun, which means that number could be 13.5 games back by Wednesday afternoon. All right, we'll see whether the Red Sox can redeem themselves. The game's on tonight, 6:40 first pitch, right here on WEEI. We got to get to the Patriots. They've got some real stuff starting tomorrow, and Kayshon Boutte, will he be reporting to practice? A report has come out, and we'll give you all that. We're not going anywhere. 2 minutes. We'll be right back.
This Father's Day,
dedicated to the Red Sox. The Harvester of Sorrow. Yeah.
Good one. By the way, I checked out tickets for Metallica and the Sphere. $1,200. It's not quite Knicks at Madison Square Garden, but that's like October, November.
Wow.
It is. What a hot ticket.
I'm telling you, if you are going
More than
to
U2.
Yeah.
U2
Yeah.
wasn't that much.
U2 was not that much. Well, U2 was there for like
3 months or
I think they extended it 6 months. They were there for a while.
Okay.
But here's the deal: if you go to the Sphere, Ted's been there, I've been there, and I'm going to give you a little insider tip. If you do go, the cheapest seats, in my opinion, are amongst the best seats if you are a huge fan of the band. Like
right in the front, it looks like those are the ones
Yes.
that are left, like the Eagles. I checked them out.
That's what you want. You
Really?
want see for me, the floor is not big at all. It's a matter of fact, it might hold like 1,000 people, and it's very small because they want to have like the seats. So they say you get the whole experience of the huge Sphere and everything like that. I was on the floor for U2, A, because it was the cheapest seat, and B, because I'm a massive U2 fan. I'm like, I can't believe I was like 20 feet from one of the biggest bands on the planet, standing right there. Those tickets at the TD Garden would be insanely priced. So I was right there with the cheapest ticket, and them saying that you need to be high up to get fully engulfed. Oh, no, you don't. That place swallows your ass whole.
You might not want to be that close to the Eagles right now, though. That's a little tight. Yeah, that's a little close to Joe Walsh.
Maybe.
I don't want to get us derailed, but I feel like this is the complete opposite. I had the seats in the back.
Yeah.
And I thought it was – look, I didn't have seats up front, but I had the best viewing experience from being up in the back because you get the Sphere.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not close to the band, but you get the whole experience of this being in the Sphere with the cinematography and the backdrop.
I guess what I'm saying is that it doesn't – I'm not discounting the seats in the back because they're obviously fantastic.
Awesome.
I'm just saying that you're still getting like engulfed in everything if you are on the floor.
Fair. That's fair.
You can't miss it. You can't avoid
That's
it.
true.
And if you love Metallica, if you're a massive Metallica fan, this is the rare time where the cheapest ticket is going to be right in James Hetfield's face. So if you're going to get a ticket,
There's not much left anywhere for Metallica.
I know, and I've got friends. We're trying to.
How long are they there
do
for?
something?
It's only a few
Yeah,
weekends.
Metallica's playing Mohegan, and it's like $600 for tickets there too.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean it's expensive, but
Stupid.
But the Sphere is one of those rare things. If it's a band you love, it's worth it. It's absolutely worth it. The videos are kind of cool looking, but just being there, it really just it kicks your ass. It engulfs you pretty good. All right, let's talk about them Patriots because they got the mini camp starting tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow.
And Keyshawn Boutte that's been the big question. And after the whole AJ Brown thing happened, everyone knows that Keyshawn Boutte's his whole thing's been up in the air, and I know that he apparently has been asking for a trade, or there's been rumors that they are looking around for trade partners. But Keyshawn Boutte says that he is going to be there. Our own Dan Roach, or your buddy Dan Roach.
Yeah, he was everywhere this weekend.
He was
He's the
everywhere.
only guy working. Good
That's
job.
right. So let's hear what he had to say to Dan Roach.
And are you going to be at practice Tuesday?
Yeah, yes, sir.
What's a lot of questions about your future? Obviously, if you don't want to talk about them now, that's cool. But
by the way, stop.
What do you make of all the
that
rumors?
doesn't sound like Dan Roach.
That's not Dan
He
Roach.
did an exclusive. He must have done a double interview.
That must be a different one.
Dan Roach would never ask a question and then say, you don't have to answer it if you don't want to.
No,
he wouldn't say
Dan would not do that. But whoever this is, nice job trying to be Dan Roach. Let's take a listen to the rest of it.
What do you make of all the rumors out there? What do you think about your future here in New England?
I try not to buy into it, At the end of the day, I can control what I can control. As long as I'm doing what I'm supposed to do off the field, everything else will play out.
Okay, that was an odd answer right there.
But I heard Roach's. He had a long just one-on-one with him, and Boutte sounded like he wanted to be here long term, and he's going to be there for sure.
I think we have a clip of him saying that. Let's take a listen.
How much do you want to be a New England Patriot? I want to be in New England for the rest of my career, I would say. I enjoyed it out here. Been here 3 years. Every day I'm here. I call this home. This is my new home, Grew up in Louisiana. Stayed there 20 years, but not Boston is my life, so.
I have not. It's funny. I apparently have not heard him talk enough, but he is country.
Oh, he's country.
Yeah.
Oh, he is country. I love country. That's Bayou. Very different. Might as well. And if you've never been there, it's like landing on Mars, man. It's a different world. But Keyshawn Boutte, I mean, here's the thing: the guy he's gritty. He's a tough SOB. I don't know. I feel as if his role is going to be diminished now that A.J. Brown's here. A.J. Brown's going to be the guy that runs the deep pattern. He's the guy that's going to go up and fight for the ball. I just think you have some redundancy with him. So, but I like his attitude. I like his mental makeup. I think he's limited in what he can do. And I think you can afford to move away from him. I really do. I don't think you need Keyshawn Boutte on this on this roster. I feel like everything he does, you have in A.J. Brown.
But if they keep him as insurance for injury, do you think that's a jerk move from the Pats, like you referenced when they cut your guy in 2002, Lawyer, right at the end of camp, right? And you said that was kind of dirty. But I kind of, from a Pats perspective, it's good for your business to keep Booty around in case somebody gets hurt.
If you don't like what you're seeing in Efton Chisholm, right?
Yeah.
Or if you don't like what you're seeing in Demario Douglas or Kyle Williams, then maybe you keep him. But I feel like, if you're going to keep Kayshon Boutte, then you have to let one of those other guys go, is my feeling. So some people might, Efton Chisholm, why not? But there's an intriguing part to Efton Chisholm's game that I'm curious to see if he's gotten better and stronger, because I think he could be a hell of a slot receiver, and I just think that's a piece that this offense needs that Kayshon Boutte does not offer.
Can I ask you this real quick? His attitude obviously has changed recently. I mean, it sounded like he wasn't going to be going. I mean, he didn't go to the optional camps, and now this one obviously he's going to. What happened, do you think? What kind of conversations has he had with his agent, people close to him over the last week since the A.J. Brown thing happened that made it so he is such a company man right now and wants to be a Patriot for life?
Well, you have to, if you want to sign a contract with the Patriots, then you better play nice, right? You better show up for mandatory camps, right? You better, you're a 6th-round draft pick. You're not like a first-round draft pick, so you don't have like a lot of leverage or a lot of pull. So, you want to kind of state your case by not showing up for voluntary OTAs, okay. But for the mandatory stuff, you better be there, and you better show that you're engaged, and you better show that you're in shape to get that extension, or else they'll look at it and be like, all right, well, there's got to be a give on his part to get what he wants in return.
But here's my thing. So you drafted him in the 6th round. It's a draft pick that worked out. Why get rid of him if he's buying in? A.J. Brown can mentor him. He can play behind him for a year or two, and then maybe A.J. Brown, you cut him loose, and he's your new X. And you lost the tight end. You're blocking tight end, so maybe Matt Collins now becomes the guy you play more in those situations, and you keep 6 receivers. And Kyle Williams is a developmental guy, and Bootie's there in case. I like keeping him. It's good.
And that might be very well what they end up doing. I mean, you make a good case for Matt Collins kind of being like a pseudo tight end. I could see that being the case. So, you know what? With him, I feel like you got to show up, do everything, and honestly try and get you an extension with this team, because trading for him, I just don't think there's going to be a lot of people out there at this point. Right. The rosters are set, so you really, to me, the opportunity to trade him already passed you by 2-3 months ago.
Mm-hmm. And do you think that if you're the agent of Kayshon Boutte, though, do you want to try to find a different home? Because you're obviously not going to get the numbers with A.J. Brown here, and there might be a team that can find a good spot for you.
It sucks. It sucks, Rich, because you can tell them not to, hey, you don't want to go out there and get hurt, but you're really not. That's really for first-rounders that have proved themselves, that are like Christian Gonzalez.
Yeah.
Don't go out there and practice, kid, because you're going to really forfeit a lot of money. For a guy like in Kayshon Boutte's case, even though he was supposed to go higher because of problems off the field, he went in the 6th round. So he thinks he's a better receiver than maybe where he was drafted. He's still a 6th-round draft pick. You don't have a lot of, sway. You don't have a lot of leverage to be like playing games with the team.
Well, speaking of Christian Gonzalez, there's a lot of people who can sit around and try to speculate and think and try to predict what is going to happen with him and whether he's going to get signed and get an extension by the team and set the market before the season starts. And then there's some people like Ted Johnson that uses straight up science, does his research, gets out the beakers and the Bunsen burners, and ends up digging deep and finding out decent reasons why he thinks he's figured out what is going to happen with Christian Gonzalez. He's got numbers to back this up as well, and we will get to that right after this.
WEEI, New England Sports Original.
WEEI.
Imagine that he would be here next week and that everybody feels like they get something out of it, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you. Appreciate it.
That is Mike Vrabel right there on 93.7 WEEI. Rich, Ken, Ted Johnson. And by the way, quick sidetrack about Mike Vrabel. There was a story that came out yesterday. Did you see this in the New York Post that was about Vrabel and Rossini? And it's the first one I've read that they've released that was just like, this is nothing. Like, this is...
They're trying to investigate internally with that one?
No, it was, yeah. The whole story was about how... Do you remember when Diana Rossini said that there was going to be... that she basically said that there was nothing that was happening between them. It was before at the very beginning when she said, "Yeah, this is all laughable."
Her opening statement.
Her opening statement. And then the guy from The Athletic or the New York Times came out and was just like, "We stand by her." And then the next day was like, "Well, new facts have come to light, so we're going to do a little bit of an investigation."
Internal audit.
So this article was about how people are frustrated inside of the New York Post or the New York Times that the investigation has not been completed. Yet when you read it, there's like no quotes from anybody who's frustrated. It's just like almost as if there was a timer that went off, like, "Hey, we haven't written about Rossini and Vrabel in a while.
Yeah, maybe.
Let's see if it's there." But the one thing that I did kind of get from it was that investigation report's going to have to come out sooner or later. Like, they're going to have to report on what they found. And then that just makes the story even worse because most likely they're going to find that there was an inappropriate relationship. And that just brings it all back up and everything. So if you think this story's over, it's not. It's over when she says it's over, and it's over when the reporting is over.
Well, it's over if she signed an NDA, and this internal report is going to be like some chat GPT summary of what we found. I mean, are they going to have anything legitimate to it?
I mean, they're investigating themselves. I don't think they want to make themselves in their report look bad.
It's going to say something like, there were lines of integrity that may have been crossed, and for that, she will no longer be an employee of the New York Times. That's it.
Yeah.
And it's not going to get into any kind of details. It's just going to leave it at that.
Did I read initially that there was employees at the Times that were kind of side-eyed about this story? Like they
knew?
I don't know. There's the Times is like this reputable. I mean, like it has a reputation.
Yeah.
And so when this story came out and they weren't doing anything, they were standing by her.
They're pissed.
I read that other people that worked for the New York Times were like, "What the hell's going on?"
Which I could see. I could totally see that.
Yeah.
Like if you've worked your whole life to try to keep your sources clean and try to, have some sort of integrity in that, and then this ends up happening.
You think they have like the Pulitzer Prizes just lined up in the entrance to the New York Times?
Sure.
Can we have one? And then there's Rossini's picture right at the end.
Right. All right, but that was the voice of Vrabel talking about Christian Gonzalez, and as we know, Christian Gonzalez is due for this extension, and he has been holding out. He's reportedly not going to be at camp tomorrow. And the question is as to whether or not the Crafts are going to set the market with the amount of money that they're going to give him, because that basically seems to be what they're going to have to do to keep him happy. There was a report that came out that not only does he want to be paid as one of the highest paid defensive backs, he wants to be paid as one of the highest paid defensive players in the league. In my opinion, I believe that's where the negotiation will start, and then it will end up going down to him being the highest paid defensive back. Now, Ted did something that a lot of people just wouldn't do. A lot of people just speculate and sit here and say, "Oh, there's no way he would do it." In my opinion, I speculated and said they're absolutely going to do it. But Ted went to facts and numbers and looked through history. And what did you find there, Ted?
Yeah, we'll see at the end of it what we think the conclusion is going to be. So last offseason, guys from the 2022 draft class that were drafted in the first round, so it's 3 years after they've been in the league.
Mm-hmm.
There were 7 players that signed extensions from the 2022 first round last offseason. Of course, so the exact same situation that essentially Christian Gonzalez is. He was a first rounder from the 2023 class, so it's appropriate to compare last year's signees to Christian Gonzalez. All right, so there were 7 guys. And this is when they signed. Derek Stingley, all right, signed in March of last year. March
they got
17th.
that done quick, huh?
Really quick.
Yeah.
So they got on that. I mean, that's really fast.
Yep.
Tyler Smith, a guard for the Cowboys. He signed him and Charles Cross, both first rounders from the 2022 class, signed in late April of last year.
Okay.
Garrett Wilson from that same class signed July 14th of last year. Sauce Gardner, same class. Same team for the Jets. He signed July 15th of last year.
And then was traded.
All right. And then he was traded midseason last year. And then Kyle Hamilton, and from the 2022 draft class, was signed last year, August 27th, so right before the season started, which I predicted earlier in this offseason that's maybe when Gonzo would sign, and then I reversed that. And then Trent McDuffie did not sign, who got a kid who was traded. To the Rams, right? He did not sign. He was traded this offseason to the Rams and then signed after he got to the Rams.
Once he got
this
there.
year.
Wow.
All of those guys, all 7 of those guys, well, let's see. The guys that signed after the minicamp started last year, so Garrett Wilson, Sauce Gardner, Kyle Hamilton, and Trent McDuffie, all of those guys participated and showed up for minicamps.
Wow. None of them held out.
The fines don't seem that bad to me. According to one article, I'm reading like $20,000 for the first day, then $30,000 the second day. It kind of escalates the more minicamp days you miss. According to Albert Breer, maybe that's changed.
Yeah. Why did I feel like I had the number like 107, 110,000.
I think that's the total thing. Like
if you miss the whole minicamp, it's over 100,000.
Correct.
Over
up to 107,000.
Can I ask you, out of all those guys, because I forget the amount of money. Like I remember, like Sauce, I remember a little bit, probably more than the rest of them. But did any of those guys have a number that was close to setting the market? Like anybody looking at the same kind of financial situation as Christian Gonzalez right now?
Well, those two corners, yeah, because Stingley signed 3 years, $90 million, so that's $30 million a year, and then when they traded and signed McDuffie, $31 million.
So it's pretty close. Yeah. You're pretty similar to the situation that Gonzalez did, and then none of them, they all went to camp.
They all went to camp. They all participated. None of them
so you could go and not get fined by just standing there, right?
My understanding is that they participated.
Wow.
So, Rich, do you think
it was not holding?
Is Gonzalez dumb if he actually practices tomorrow?
Yes.
It's like running routes.
In my opinion, I think he is. Yep.
That's crazy. If
you sit out. You sit out, you get paid.
Yeah, I think so, too.
Yep. I mean, the guy's got the power. He does. And if the Crafts don't pay him, somebody will. And I think that's the way he's looking at it right now. He obviously would like to stay here. He's probably a lot like Booty, saying, "I'd love to be a Patriot for life." That's what you say when you want to get paid.
When does
you ever heard players say that?
It's what is it? It's I don't know. It's off season 101. It's football 101. You always say you want to play for the team that's got you under contract.
Yep, and that's
always say that.
That is because they think that's music to the ears. Look at this guy. He bleeds Patriots. Let's get him in here. We're gonna keep making him a Patriot for life.
And he went to the softball game. He's a good guy. He's hanging around.
He's doing all the right things outside of it.
That shows something.
Yeah.
That shows that you're still kind of you're not totally far away and don't care about the team. That shows that you're still a little bit engaged.
I feel like he has all the leverage, and he won't lose it until he misses a regular season game, because then Pats fans will get pissed. If he misses the Seattle game, then all of a sudden he becomes the villain. But until then, nobody blames him for sitting out any practice.
Do you think the Patriots fans would get pissed?
If he misses games, yes.
Yes.
Now they will.
Games, I think they'll be upset. It just Yeah, I think players will be okay as long as you get back in time for the start of the season. Even though you've missed all of training camp, I still think guys will be like, "Hey, he gives us the best chance to win, so who cares? Welcome back."
I'm just wondering who's out there that would offer 2 first-round picks, because I remember you talked about what's he worth? Like, if you're going to trade him, what is he worth? And the 2 first-round picks was the first time that I was like, all right, well, maybe you don't need Christian Gonzalez. Like, that might be the only time that I would think, that might be the only thing you could get back that would make me say, all right, but I don't know if there's a team out there that would do that.
It's a good question. You got to have a desperate team who is in total win now mode.
Yeah, and
the Colts.
What mode are the Patriots in right now? Are they in win now?
Yeah. They should be in win now mode.
They just traded for A.J. Brown.
Right.
So you really, you should be motivated to sign Gonzo now.
That's exactly what I've been saying. But then
they have
again,
Drake May waiting, and he's going to cost a lot. So that's counterbalances your win now mode.
And it's also the Patriots. And it's weird though, because I'm looking at it through the lens of when Bill Belichick was here and the way that things are run there. We haven't had a huge sample size post Belichick yet on how they're going to be spending all of their money. So
A.J. Brown, though, gives you an example of Belichick would have done this A.J. Brown deal.
You don't think so?
Oh no, giving up a first-round draft pick and then sign him for what is he getting paid? $29 million this year?
Yeah, it sure doesn't seem like
No.
I feel like Dallas. I feel like you get Jerry Jones on the line to say, "Look, Jerry, you got to win. You're getting old.
Listen,
give us 2 firsts for Gunzo."
There's a lot of people looking at what the Rams have been doing for the last several years, the whole F them picks mentality. And sure enough, the year that they did that quote F them picks, didn't they win the Super Bowl? So there's something to be said about that as well. By the way, let's go to Jerome real quick on line 1. Jerome's going to talk about
Jerome has great quotes.
Jerome, what's up, my man?
Hey, Ken, how Well, speaking of great quotes, you and Teddy went off on on a couple of my points there.
Oh.
Keyshawn Boutte, who made two of the most athletic catches I've ever seen in Foxborough, and Gonzo there. Down here in Citro, we have a saying, you can't reach your horizons till you lose sight of the shore.
You know this guy?
Oh, yeah, he's a regular caller.
Oh,
especially,
is he? Okay.
Especially on the weekend.
Is that what
he always has a great quote just to sum it all up. Yeah.
Is that like a Navy thing?
Let me tell you, I got something if you can keep a secret.
Sure.
I got this out of. Do you know a guy? Happen to know a guy named Butchie Stearns?
Oh yeah. Of course we know Butch. Yeah.
Okay. Well, listen, we've got a little pipeline from Foxborough down to Maria's Sub Shop in Scituate. Okay. He's Jimmy Powers.
I am so confused. What is going on right now?
Just hang in there.
What is this?
He's going to tie it.
All right.
You can't see the horizon from the shore.
Okay. All right, Jerome. Yeah. Give me the quote. Let me hear the quote, baby. Quote me.
You cannot reach your horizons till you lose sight of the shore.
Okay, we heard that one. I thought you were going to give me a new one, Jerome.
Well, there's something about booty involved with that. So
but a pipeline to a deli shop.
Yeah. No, that's pretty much Jerome's calls, which I enjoy.
Okay, guys. I just saw you. I thought you were just like Ken Stradamus. Like I'd never heard of this guy before.
Yeah, he always calls and he has a quote.
Does he call our show and I'm just an idiot?
No, first time on our show.
Oh, okay.
But he usually ends the call with a quote.
Because I usually know our callers. Like those are the people I do know. Like it's not Paulie in the truck. The #1 Sports Talk Caller Award winner in 2025 or whatever that was. All right. We got to talk about what could happen tonight at Madison Square Garden. This is becoming just so much chaos could be happening this evening. I have to be honest, I'm very jealous of people who aren't around that area right now because I love seeing chaos firsthand. It is going to be a cluster F of the highest proportions, and we will get to that right after this.
Sports Talk Radio Caller of the Year.
That means heightened security was already planned. The police commissioner explained why the watch parties that were supposed to be held outside of the Garden have been canceled.
With the Secret Service made the decision for Game 3, where we have a presidential visit, that we could not support watch parties right outside of the Garden. But I think New Yorkers are used to presidents coming to town, and they understand that that generally means lockdowns of areas, and that's what you're going to see tonight at the Garden.
Oh, it's coming. You can feel it. The chaos, the tensions all up in New York City right now.
What are you feeling? An epic New York collapse?
Oh, no. I am one of these people, I've always said it, I root for chaos.
Yeah.
And everything is lining up for tonight to just be the biggest cluster F in post-game sports history. I cannot, for one, wait. It is Rich, Ken, and three-time Super Bowl champion Ted Johnson here on 93.7 WEEI. You can give us a call at 617-779-7937. What is already an unbelievable finals. Truly delivering on the promise. It has been, I don't know, first of all, I don't know how many of you guys were pissed that last night the game was not on. Like, it's a Sunday night.
I thought it was going to be on in the afternoon. I was looking forward to it. Then it was like, oh, man.
Yeah, it's a Monday night. We got to watch this thing.
Find a movie.
Yeah, right. I mean, or the Tonys. I mean, who wasn't in on that?
Yeah.
But
that's good though. Pink did a good job.
What's that?
Pink did a good job hosting the Tonys.
Oh yeah, Pink is. She's very talented. You would not ever hear me say one bad word about Pink. I think Pink is extremely talented. I do, and I do like Les Miserables. So I'm a theater guy.
Oh yeah, I got it, man. Mike Frable's much hotter than you, my stupid husband. Baby, he's a real man, and you really suck, my stupid husband.
On the Rossini playlist.
That's the Rossini. That's the I'm cheating on my husband playlist. That's the theme song. If I'm cheating on my husband, is the Pink song. There's not even a question. But so this evening, if you have not heard, well, first of all, if you haven't seen the videos outside of Madison Square Garden, even when they were playing in San Antonio, have been absolute chaos. Mm-hmm. And I'll be honest, I am somewhat jealous because even just 2 years ago, when the Celtics, were in the finals, being outside the TD Garden after one of those wins was just the best. And I went out there for each one of them, and I was talking to people and doing interviews. And then, I actually went to a watch party for the game that they won. There was right up to the right. I forget what they call that place. It's right next to Big Night. There's this big room that was there, and a bunch of Celtics fans and stuff were there. And I watched it there. Mm-hmm. So when it was over with, you were right in the middle of the chaos. It's truly the best. For you, Ken, or anybody who's ever lived through the Red Sox, winning one of the World Series, and you were out by Fenway Park.
Out with the people, yes.
It's truly,
especially in the summertime.
There's no question. It's one of the greatest joys. If you can't get into the game, and I bet you can't get into the game if you're a Knicks fan tonight, because the tickets are. I think the balcony seats are going for $8,000 to $9,000 to get in.
Over 10.
10 in the balcony.
Over 10,000, and that's not. And imagine if they win tonight, what Game 4 is going to go for. Mm-hmm. It's going to be absolutely absurd. Mm-hmm. So you've got all that going on, but now, because James Dolan is a moron, and I can't wait to get into James Dolan later on. James Dolan is the worst owner in sports. There's not even a number two. Not even a number. Number two isn't even close to James Dolan.
He's done well with the Rockettes.
Yes, he's a big Rockettes guy, and he owns the Sphere. But he steals all your information and does the facial recognition and all that crap. However, he invited the president to come out, and the president said yes. And Stephen A. Smith was all over TV. Do you have this? Give me the second clip, not the one where he thinks they're going to lose or whatever. Give me a little bit of Stephen A. Smith. I don't know if I want to hear the whole thing, but there's a lot of talking heads who are talking about the president showing up tonight. Let's go.
I don't like it at all. This is a sports network. This is a sports show. I'm not going to engage in politics or policy. This is strictly a basketball segment. This president has no business showing up in New York City. I am dead serious. It is selfish. It is narcissistic. It is ridiculous that he is coming to this game. I would say the same thing if it were Obama, George W., Clinton. I don't give a damn. We went back to Reagan. This is not a football stadium in some space in Texas where you got a whole bunch of outlays and all of this. This is the Garden. This is Midtown Manhattan. You have any idea what the congestion is going to be like in New York City here? I get off my radio show at 3 o'clock. I've been instructed that I got to go straight to the Garden for an 8:30 game because that's how bad traffic is going to be. Always ass.
There is now.
That's the point, no?
Because of the president being there, all of the watch parties have been canceled all around the Madison Square Garden. There is a giant fence that they have put up around the block outside of it that you can't get anywhere near it.
He finally got to build the wall.
Easy.
There is like highest level of security to get in and out of the place. Apparently, there is the Secret Service who is checking every single person that comes in, and the New Yorkers are pissed. And to that I say, excellent. Ooh, yes. Bring me your anger. Bring me your tears and chaos. Because you know what they're going to do? They're going to turn on James Dolan. I don't even care anything about it being the president. It's just the fact that there is something that this owner has invited to the Garden that has pissed off an entire fan base. Like, just when he thought he was going to win them back, no fun around the arena. Well, we're shutting down the city right around here. You can't even move. And that's the thing, too, is that let's just say for some reason, and it's very realistic that it could happen, what if the Knicks lose?
I'm telling you, I think
I'm putting that on the table.
This is the distraction the Spurs needed. This series is done unless something weird happens.
So some of the players have been asked about it, and I don't know if you saw any of the clips, but like some of the players are asked about it, and they're trying to basically ignore. They're saying, we're right now, we can't think about what's going on around us. We just got to think about the game. But that it is going to be such a distraction out there. Everything that's happening, the way everyone's talking, and if they lose, it's going to be unfreaking believable hearing New Yorkers lose their minds on James Dolan.
This is going to cancel out the Danhausen curse. I'm very upset.
It absolutely could.
What the hell was he thinking?
I don't know.
What the hell was
James
he
Dolan
thinking?
is absolutely the worst owner. And he's one of these guys, and we'll get into it later on because trust me, I spent some time remembering why I couldn't stand him with his blues band and his friendship with Harvey Weinstein.
What's the name of the band again? It's a funny
JD
name.
and the Straight Shot, where he like opened up for the Eagles at Madison Square Garden. Yes, I'm sure you earned your way opening for the Eagles. That's the arena that you own. But I can't wait. Because there's already videos of Knicks fans losing their minds that they can't go out there and they can't do chaos in the street because the chaos now is going to be even crazier. No matter what out there.
On the contrary, if they win, is Trump going to celebrate and claim he'll do some kind of?
So that's the other thing that's going to piss off Knicks fans. So let's say the Knicks do win. Do you remember what happened when the American hockey team ended up winning?
Oh yeah.
Who stole the spotlight?
That's true.
It was Cash Patel was in there woo! And then there were players that were on the team who were getting pissed off at comments that were being said that were leaked out.
They made a call to the president in the locker room, and then all of a sudden people were pissed that they said anything to the president.
So if you're a Knicks fan, there's no way you can win with this, and that's why it's so great. And that's okay. Now I'm feeling my Celtics fandom come back because now it's I want them to feel pain. You've had too much. I love Jalen Brunson. I do. I think he's a great player, and I wish great things for him. But now as a Celtics fan, F all of you. You sit there and you cry about however this goes. Because if you lose, you're going to scream and yell about it being James Dolan, and you're going to hate your owner, which is fantastic. And if you win, you know that somebody's going to try to take the shine off of what is truly an unbelievable finals win from that Knicks team.
So now you feel sorry for Knicks fans a little bit. They've become kind of.
And now I'm saying, yes, this is so great.
Yeah, but they're kind of
because they're going to eat their own. Do you remember? Have you seen Weapons? You remember when all the kids turn on the old lady and they're chasing her down like that? That's what's going to happen to James Dolan. And I can't wait for it to happen because he got so close to being somewhat loved. Bringing them a championship.
He kept himself out of the news for a long time, man.
He did, and then he just does this. And
this would be historic. Teams up 2-0 in the finals are 35-2. The last team to blow a 2-0 lead 2016 Golden State Warriors to Cleveland, but only two other teams have lost 2 at home, the Suns and the Magic in the 90s.
Yep.
So, like, they can't – historically, this has never happened to blow a lead like this.
If you are a Celtics fan, you should be listening to that Stephen A. Smith clip and saying, shut the hell up. I want chaos. I want to see absolute chaos. Win or lose, it's going to be chaotic, and that is just – it's music to my ears. Because it's just James Dolan is just such a bad owner. He really, really is. He was like good friends with Harvey Weinstein. He wrote a song. Right. He wrote a blues song called "I Should Have Known."
That's not appropriate.
You know,
At least he owned it.
It's not. I mean, come on. Dolan is just the worst. I could go off, but I'm going to save it for later on because we do have Buster Only coming on.
Yeah.
And this is a really a period of time where anything could happen with the Red Sox.
And in fact, Buster reported last week they're in the market for a right-handed bat. And I don't know how close they were, but that was the first I had seen of that. Like, they're really actively out there.
And that was Buster's report,
Buster's
too.
report, yeah.
Aggressively. Aggressively.
Yes,
well, we'll see how aggressive it is. We're going to have Buster Only on, and we are not going anywhere. We'll be back in just 2 minutes.
Are you ready?
FanDuel. Johnson, Boston Sports Original, WEEI.
And you can call us at 617-779-7937. It is that time of year, and unfortunately the team is really bad right now. So that means there's going to be a whole lot of talk about whether the team is ready to make a trade. There has been rumors that are floating around. There's been all sorts of speculation. Who's on the chopping block? Sell, buy, although nobody's saying buy right now. But if you want answers, you go straight to the guy who's at the top of the totem pole when it comes to insiders, and that is Buster Only from ESPN. And we are lucky enough to have him on with us right now. Buster, thanks for coming on with us today.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I appreciate the words. I would dispute that, but we move on to the Red Sox.
Absolutely, Buster. All right, so let's get right to a report that you came out with last week. That is that the Boston Red Sox are aggressively seeking an impact right-handed hitter on the trade market. Can you kind of expand on that and tell us a little bit more about what you know?
Yeah, so this is what I'm getting from other teams, that, generally speaking, there isn't a lot of trade stuff going on. And in fact, when Sam Kennedy came on and said, hey, there's more trade talk than ever, there's a lot going on, a rival executive actually called around thinking like, oh, man, I missed something. Like, what is going on? And when he checked into it, what he got back was the Red Sox are looking aggressively. And the Red Sox are kind of, on their own in that regard. And then I heard last week from a couple teams that they were signaling that they're willing to take on money. Today I talked to someone with another team who told me that it's to the degree that the Red Sox ownership has gotten involved, that they're actually, and I have not confirmed the name of the owner, so I'm not going to mention the name that I heard, but an owner actually, one of the Red Sox ownership group was actually calling around and trying to grease the skids to do something to add a right-handed bat, which, all of it, of course, I've gotten two reactions to all of this from other teams. One, which is, why didn't you just offer Alex Bregman more money in the wintertime?
Right.
And the second thing was, and then the second reaction was like, man, they are desperate.
Yeah, and does that surprise you how aggressive they are being right now, Buster?
Yes. In one hand, it does, because of the fact that during the winter, it felt like that they, thought that Durbin and some other, additions that they were going to have an answer, that they would have a good offensive team. I know, when we looked at the Red Sox going into the season, the big question was, will they hit enough home runs? And it felt like that question was being asked everywhere, apparently, except within the Red Sox front office. The idea that we're sitting here today, more than a third of the way through the season, and a Red Sox team, not team that plays in the monster ballpark, but the Red Sox, 30th in home runs, 29th in runs, and 26th in slugging percentage. Look, all you have to do is look at the history of the Red Sox to know that is not typical.
Oh, I know. And how can they be so bad offensively at home at Fenway Park? It really is. And it's been just, they just hit double-digit wins, which is absolutely absurd a couple days ago. But when you talk about these right-handed hitters that could be on the trade market, are there any names come to mind who the Red Sox might be interested in?
So, and I just want to make this clear. I don't have specific information that these players are available, but I know when I talk to folks with other teams, they're talking about, well, the Giants have, Matt Chapman, who has a full no trade, Willie Adames. People have said out loud to me, what about Bo Bichette, who's in the first year of a $126 million deal with the New York Mets? And it looks like, it's possible the Mets will be headed toward some kind of midseason sale. It was interesting. Nolan Arenado was the third baseman that no one seemed to want when he was with the Cardinals, and now he's having a good year with the Diamondbacks. At some point, does that conversation happen? Although Nolan, again, has full no trade. There certainly are names available, especially if you're willing to take on a bad contract. But as you guys know, when you look at the standings, there are not a lot of teams that are just saying flat out, hey, we're out of it. And they're not going to trade. For example, the Detroit Tigers, other teams have called about Tarek Skubal. Is he going to be available? When is he going to be available? And the Tigers are 5.5 games out of the wild card. They're telling other teams, we're not trading now. We're going to try to stay in this thing. Because the American League is so mediocre, I think that really is limiting any sort of player availability that we have so far.
Buster, what do you think other teams are asking for from the Red Sox in return? And, obviously the money could factor in on that as well, but do you think the prices are super high right now?
Yes, but I can't tell you for sure if the Red Sox have gotten that far, if I'm making sense, that, other teams, let's say they called, on an expensive player on another team, the response from the other team might simply be this time of year, we're not ready to talk about it. So I don't know if the Red Sox have actually gotten far enough along where other teams are saying, we'll engage you and we're willing to talk about, prospect A, B, or C. I have got nothing that it's that far along. All I've heard so to this point is that the Red Sox are being aggressive in trying to find some help and, as I mentioned, indicating willingness to take on money.
Hey, Buster, when Breslow let go of Alex Cora at the end of April, did you see that as a sign that if Breslow's going down, he's going to go down doing it his way? How did you see that firing at end of April?
It was about compliance. I don't think you can read it any other way that, Craig wanted control. And I know he's pushed back on that notion, but, you heard stories about, Alex not necessarily embracing everything that the front office was taking to him, that the coaching staff, Jason Varitek, they weren't embracing everything the coaching staff was coming to them. And maybe, given the fact that the Red Sox were off to a bad start, Craig might have looked at that as, well, you know what, if we're going to dig our way out of this thing, then we're going to need a compliant staff. And we have what we have. And I was thinking about this today before I got ready to talk, to you guys. I just remember, talking to folks in the Yankees organization during that postseason series last year and them talking about, man, this Red Sox team, it's going to be a beast going forward. You got Crochet, you got Roman Anthony, you've got, one of the most respected managers in baseball. It looks like they have some young players and they're taking a big step forward. And instead, where we are now, when you really look at it, they have a team that's, one of the worst offensively, which, you're not going to win with a Red Sox team that's like that. You have a team that, generally speaking, I think you guys would agree with me, they're hard to watch.
Yeah.
They don't score a lot of runs. And they fired one of the most respected managers in baseball. That's a list of accomplishments for a third of the season.
It's strange. We talk to Chad Tracy every week, and he obviously seems to be doing his best, and he seems like a good guy. I don't envy the situation he was put in thrown into the middle of. Are you getting any kind of source from, or any kind of sense rather, from people that you've spoken with as to what the environment is like right now inside the Red Sox organization?
Terrible.
What?
Terrible.
Wow.
It's not hard to tap into unhappiness in that organization where, whether it's people have been fired or people have been asked to take pay cuts or the current handling of the coaching staff. And I've been trying to, find any comparable in my time covering baseball to the situation we have now. And I want to make this clear. It might be that privately Craig has given assurance to Chad Tracy that he's on for the rest of the year. And maybe he's given private assurance to the coaching staff that they're on for the rest of the year. But we don't have any indication that's the case. And so what I've been calling around other teams is, can you imagine being a coach essentially on an NBA 10-day contract and, if things aren't going well, you might lose your job. It's ridiculous. Like, I don't know how that group of people, move forward, because you think about it. Do you get an apartment? Do you live in a hotel? How do you arrange housing? Do you invite your kids, your family to come join you? All that stuff when you're on an interim contract. And again, maybe that privately has been taken care of. It's not that expensive. Some GMs with other teams have said it probably would cost the Red Sox about $1.2 million to guarantee this current staff that they're going to work through the end of the year. But as far as we know, they haven't even done that.
Wow.
Which is kind of insane.
Yeah, what a weird environment to be in. Where do you think that comes from? Is that a Breslow? Do you think it's a Breslow call, or do you believe that would be ownership?
Well, in the end, it's, the buck stops here with Craig, right? Yeah. He's the guy in charge right now, head of baseball operations. That situation is something, and I know there have been other general managers who I've covered in a similar situation. They would go in ownership and say, hey, you know what? For the sake of the people involved, let's take care of them through the end of the year. And by the way, that doesn't preclude you from making moves. And Chad Tracy's someone who's very respected within the industry. People think that long-term he's going to manage in the big leagues, whether it continues with the Red Sox or other teams. But you just think about where they are, day by day. And if they want to make changes during the course of the year, guaranteeing the staff financially through the end of the year would not preclude that, right? You could tell Chad Tracy, you're the guy through the rest of the year. And then if mid-September, John McGraw pops up and you want to hire him to be your manager, you could still do that.
By the way, Buster, who do you think they would be interested in? Are there any name managers out there that are sort of waiting in the wings that they might want to take a look at?
No, I don't have any specific names yet. And I guess the big question, because everyone is wondering, with this being such a disaster, what's going to happen with Craig? And I know at the time that Alex was let go, I asked people, how does John Henry feel about Craig? Because that, in the end, especially within the Red Sox organization, where it always feels like it's Games of Thrones, I was told that John really likes Craig. But we've seen with Ben Cherington, with Dave Nabrowski, with Chaim Bloom, that can turn in a minute. And if you wind up getting a lot of empty seats at Fenway Park and continues to be unhappiness about that team, who knows what's going to happen.
And Buster, that Theo Epstein criticism kind of came out of nowhere too, didn't it?
It did. Look, Theo's a smart guy, and he has to have known how this was going to land. And I haven't talked to him, so I don't know exactly what the intention was there, but it certainly got a lot of people's attention around the sport, especially because there's a belief within the industry that, Craig was Theo's handpicked guy, and that when they went through the interview process, it wasn't like they had an exhaustive search where they talked to 100 people. The presumption is that Craig was someone that Theo wanted.
And what is the likelihood, do you believe, that there could be a chance that Craig doesn't make it through the season?
I don't have anything that suggests that that's going to be the case. But the speculation is all over the place, and I get asked about it by other teams all the time.
Wow, that is wild. Well, listen, the one thing I could say is this team may be bad, but my God, it is filled with drama. Between everything that's going on with, like you were talking of, and Brian Bayo not being able to start a game and getting sent down, it has just been nonstop there, Buster.
Buster, I'm curious. Have you ever seen anything like that? What's going on with Brian Bayo, where he needed basically a starter in front of him to pitch well? Have you ever seen anything in the past where a team had to do something similar like that?
So the closest thing that I can say that I covered, and it wasn't actually with a pitcher, but when something mental like that comes in, it was Chuck Knobloch with the Yankees, where he had the yips. He was a Gold Glove second baseman when they got him, and something infected him, right? That thought, that doubt. That was pretty incredible, and it's going to be interesting to see how they handle it going forward, because that's not an easy thing. I do wonder if at some point it would be good for him to have conversations with folks like Ricky and Keel, who dealt with those sort of mental hurdles.
Lastly, Buster, any real fire to the smoke about Ketel Marte? Could that be a match here with Boston?
Man, the Diamondbacks are trying to win, right? And Ketel Marte is as hot as there has been during the wintertime. As you guys know, the Diamondbacks went into the offseason saying, yeah, we're willing to talk about Marte. And they talked to another teams. And then Mike Hazen in January, basically understanding the need for stability, said, we're not trading Ketel Marte. I reached out to folks today to ask that question, and what I got back was Diamondbacks are not trading Marte.
Well, Buster, only great stuff. This is I have a lot to unpack from what you just told us, so we may take the next break doing that. But Buster, thank you so much for calling, and we love having you on.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me, guys.
All right, thanks. We'll talk to you again soon. Wow.
That was a lot. There was a lot.
All right.
Aggressive, though. They're in the hunt. The owner is involved.
Oh, I know.
One of the owners is on the phone.
The fact that the owner's on the phone
and not telling his general manager, probably.
Is that Linda? You think Linda's on the phone?
Maybe.
That could be the case.
Maybe.
All right. Well, that was chaotic. We'll take your calls. 617-779-7937. And we'll be back in just 2 minutes. We're going to sit right here. Let's unpack that when we get back.
Spring is all about...
that they're willing to take on money. Today I talked to someone with another team who told me that it's to the degree that the Red Sox ownership has gotten involved, that they're actually and I have not confirmed the name of the owner, so I'm not going to mention the name that I heard, but an owner actually, one of the Red Sox ownership group is actually calling around and trying to grease the skids to do something to add a right-handed bat.
Jeez, man.
Like it.
Do you like it?
Because who's calling the shots?
That sounds like...
Is it owners calling the shots,
that
or is it the general manager?
Ultimate in desperation.
Hey, at least they're engaged. At least John Henry was in Yankee Stadium this weekend with some young lad. I don't know who it was, but good. Maybe he's on the phone.
That was... Well, good for Buster, man. I mean,
that was great.
He didn't hold back. He knows a lot, and it right now seems like there's a lot of insiders who know a lot of stuff about the chaos that's going on right now with your Boston Red Sox. It's Rich, Ken, Ted Johnson. You can give us a call, 617-779-7937. So let's quickly just, for people you didn't hear it, let's just quickly unpack some of the things that we just found out. First of all, you heard that clip. Sounds like ownership is so desperate in getting a right-handed hitter that they have stepped in. They're looking to overpay. Who are the names? I asked him, who are some names that he believes could be on the market and available for the Red Sox if they indeed wanted to make a desperation move to get somebody in here.
Yeah, so he mentioned a couple San Francisco Giants, Matt Chapman and Willie Adames, Bo Bichette of the Mets, who we've talked about in the last couple weeks, I think.
Which he said was, the first year of a $132 million contract?
It is,
right?
but it's weird. It's one of those weird ones where he can opt out of it and probably will at the end of the season, so it's probably a one-year deal. And then Nolan Arenado, who's with the Diamondbacks, but they've been rumored with him for a while, like even before the Durbin trade. So it is interesting. I mean, Bichette would be a name, and it's a bad contract, I guess, in a way, but that's the kind the Red Sox love. Short term, you can get out of it, and it might give you a little shot. And there aren't any sellers. Like, the Mets are bad, but they're actually winning games, and there's nobody that's really out of the race in either league, except like Colorado and the Angels.
You know, if you were ownership or if you were Craig Breslow, the one thing that I would think I would concentrate on is trying to calm down the nerves and the chaos of what already is a chaotic season, especially when you rock the boat so much and you fire a coach. Don't you think that you would have some sort of plan or some sort of method of turning down the tension? And what is happening right now, according to Buster Olney, is it's just making it worse. Ownership and Breslow have got Chad Tracy on what sounds like a 10-day contract that just basically you're fired in 10 days, like that's what you're getting paid for, and then you're done. And that to me is just utterly ridiculous when you've gone this far into the season without getting a new manager. He's going to be your guy for the rest of the season. And Ted, you had a great point as to why you think that they have not committed to making him the manager for the rest of the season.
The only thing I can think of is if this is the case, I mean, come on, shame on you, Craig Breslow, but it's to keep Chad Tracy sharp, to keep him, you feel like if you just give him the intern tag, that maybe he relaxes, maybe you don't get the best, but if he always is feeling like he's got to sing for his supper, that his job might be on the line, that you get a better Chad Tracy. That's the only thing I can maybe think of why you wouldn't commit to the guy.
But it makes for someone who's constantly on edge and anxious, which I don't think, and I think that you can, and Chad seems to be a good guy who has, and Buster only even said it, like he's a guy who's got a bright future ahead of him. He'll probably end up be a real manager full-time for some sort of team, coming up. But right now, what a horrible position you threw this guy into to try to figure it out. At least give him the comfort of knowing, hey man, we got your back.
But unless he's not. I mean, I don't think it's out of the question that they bring in somebody else midseason. It wouldn't be another interim guy, but if they find a veteran that they like,
But if they haven't found him by now.
Well, I think they're giving him a chance to prove himself.
He's still got about 100 games. I mean, you're not even halfway through the season yet. So it's I don't know.
It sucks for Chad. He's probably living in a hotel. I agree. It's probably, his family's uprooted, but he was just in Worcester. He's not that far away. I mean,
it just still, you want somebody when you get a job to say, hey man, we got your back. You do what you do best. And that eases the tension of everyone around you. And right now, it just, I asked him, I said, what is the environment like right now? And I couldn't even finish my sentence. He goes, terrible.
Horrible.
He goes,
With
terrible.
Charles Barkley, terrible.
It's absolutely terrible there right now.
I didn't like
Let's
that.
go to Rob in Swampscott. What's up, Rob? How you doing, man? Line 2.
Hi, guys.
What's up, bud?
So Breslow has painted himself into a very interesting corner because first he gets rid of Cora and he loses his excellent coaching. And before that, as a predecessor to this whole debacle, they can't even sign Bregman, who's basically a player coach last year and helping everyone with their hitting. Now they've got players going off and finding their own hitting coaches. Bregman's not there. Cora's not there. Anthony's hurt. What's the biggest asset or ability that a pitcher can bring to his team? What is it?
Wins.
No, availability. Availability.
Sure.
So knock Crochet out, knock Sonny Gray out because he was gone a month. Oviello didn't even start the season.
I failed a quiz. I don't think I can finish this call. Unfortunately, I failed. Thank you, Rob, for your call. I'm sorry. I've ruined the call. I got quizzed and I got it wrong.
Yeah, wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Wins.
It's availability, not wins.
They go together.
Yeah, I guess
you're around.
so.
You have a chance.
That's a pet peeve of mine when people do that in an argument and they're like, "Well, what?" I don't know.
I'm sitting in shame. And I couldn't shake it. And so everything he said after that, he sounded like the teacher from the Peanuts. I was like, wah, 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 because all I could hear is me getting that question wrong. I should have known it's availability. All right. We got a break. Let's take a quick break from baseball for a minute because the Red Sox are getting kind of depressing, to be be honing.
Actually, beginning full of drama.
Well, no.
They split the weekend.
There's part
of it. Hang in there,
buddy.
There's part of it.
See the 8th inning yesterday? Yikes.
Hey, at least they didn't lose on Saturday.
Well, you got that going for you.
Or Friday.
It's really, it was like a push. The weekend was
it was a push.
Push, if you want to do it that way.
That's all it takes in the American League.
All right, let's talk a little bit about A.J. Brown. By the way, Brian Scalabrine is going to join us at 4:30 in just about an hour from now.
Awesome. He promised a month ago to come back and talk Giannis.
He did, and there's a lot of Giannis news out there as well. We'll also talk to him a little about the Knicks as well. But let's get into some A.J. Brown, some NFL stuff right after this. I always like to know what I'm listening to. What is this, Stiz?
Oh, this is a classic, Rich. This is MOP Ante Up.
Okay. MOP?
Mash Out Posse.
Okay.
Not
bad?
I knew that. I was just like this hand.
Well, listen, you surprise me every day. The blues man over here just sits here and he's down with what was the song you were rapping the other day?
Ice Cube. Today was a good day.
Yeah. Well, that's white guy rap.
Yes, that's exactly.
I knowing the lyrics of that doesn't really surprise me that much. All right. It is Rich, Ken, and Ted Johnson. You can give us a call at 617-779-7937. And tomorrow, camp starts. It looks like you're going to have Kayshon Boutte's going to be there with the Patriots, but Christian Gonzalez is not. But somebody who will be there is A.J. Brown. And A.J. Brown, it was kind of wild when he came here. I think it was Josh McDaniels who was talking about this. And, I was even saying, it had been a long time since the Patriots had an offensive weapon that you just knew was going to give defensive coordinators nightmares. And I thought that the last person that was like that was Rob Gronkowski. And I remember we were talking about Edelman, but I think Edelman became great partially because Rob Gronkowski was great. And I think that if it was just Edelman and there was no Rob Gronkowski, he would still be a very, very good player. But the two of them truly, brought each other's game to the next level. But Gronk there's no one like Gronk. And I've even heard defensive coordinators talk about how difficult it is to have a weapon like that, like Rob Gronkowski, to scheme against it. And what was kind of funny was that right after we were talking about that, Josh McDaniels, do you have the clip there?
I do, yeah.
Yeah, Josh McDaniels was talking about how A.J. Brown did indeed remind him of Rob.
I think they're all a little different, and I say they, meaning I've been fortunate to have a chance to be around some really good ones. I'm not sure if I've been around one that looks just like him. Maybe the closest thing I've seen is Gronk. So this is a big guy.
Yeah. So
that's a lot of pressure to put on somebody, even though A.J. Brown's already a star and has established it. And he's not, he's 6'1". He's not really Gronk. I'm kind of surprised he said that in a way. You know what I mean?
But he's big for his position.
Yes.
For his position, yeah. Compared to Gronk,
size-wise,
Gronk is obviously bigger. But when you see A.J. Brown, you go to training camp, you'll be like, oh, that's A.J. Brown right there. You don't even have to. You can put a different number on him, and you know that's A.J. Brown just because he'll stand out amongst his group there.
Well, there is one other person that believes that A.J. Brown is similar to Gronk in many ways, and that gentleman's name is Rob Gronkowski.
Josh McDaniels comping you to AJ. Did you see this?
I respect that comparison. Josh McDaniels, he knows what he's talking about, and I understand what he's saying because A.J. Brown's a big body out there. He's a force to be reckoned with, and he's a guy that takes attention, from the defense, even when the ball is not going to him. Even though it's a run play, you're still going to have attention. You're still going to put guys out there to make sure that there's no audible check, to make the play go over to A.J. Brown and give him the opportunity. And just the presence, the big body presence, brings another level, to the offense. And A.J. Brown, he's that big body guy who can move. And it's hard to, be that big and to move. And Josh McDaniels saw it with myself, so he sees it in A.J. Brown as well. I love that comparison. That was really cool to see him say that.
Does that get you excited, Ted?
Oh, are you kidding? Absolutely does.
Big body presence.
I love this pickup. I don't care if the Eagles won the deal. The Patriots got a hell of a good player. And I think his knees are going to be fine, and I think he's going to be highly productive. And I think the most exciting thing I am about this deal is that he's going to make everybody around him better, right? So he's going to bring – he's really the first guy they've had here in a while that is going to draw consistent double teams in the red zone, on 3rd down and 3 or more, in critical situations. They're going to kind of push coverage towards A.J. Brown, and that'll open things up for other guys. So it's not just about A.J. Brown getting his. It's about what A.J. Brown does for everyone else in the offense.
What does this camp mean for, as somebody like you who's played the game before, what do you learn from camp this early in the year? What when you're a coach and you're watching these guys play, what does this round prove to you?
It shows that do you have smart guys? Do you have guys who know what the hell they're doing? Do you feel like you have a team that's starting to form? Do the guys congregate together? Do they enjoy each other? Do they like being around each other? That's is there a connection with some of the new players and say the quarterback? Does does A.J. Brown and Drake have to take a minute to get on the same page, or are they instantly boom? They just kind of know where each other's going to be and that kind of thing. So I don't know. How close of a team are you going to have, and how smart of a team you're going to have, and what can you do is from a schematic standpoint to get the best out of these guys.
You play with some great teams, so I don't see this happening a lot. But have you heard of somebody showing up to camp being completely out of shape?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
What's that like when they show up? Like what's that day like for that guy?
It's funny. So my rookie year, I'll just tell you a real quick story. There's a conditioning test. The conditioning test is hard enough so that if you're not in shape, you will not pass it. It was the draft class before me. I was told this story. It was the 2 third-rounders the Patriots had, and both of them, these 2 third-rounders, failed their conditioning test. Both of them got cut.
Okay.
So they don't do that as much anymore because the draft picks are so valuable. But they'll put you on a bike, and you will be on a bike, and while everyone else is practicing, and it's embarrassing. And you're on the bike when practice is over, and you're on the bike at night meetings, and you're on the bike.
What is the test? Is it just weight, body comp, or is there like a 40-yard dash, or what do you guys?
It's different. It used to be 300-yard shuttles with 2 minutes in between. 50 back, 50 back, 50 back, and you had to do it. Running backs had to do it under like 51 seconds. A lineman had to do it under a minute. And so you have to get under, and then you have 2 minutes rest, you do it again. You have 2 minutes rest, you do it again. And a lot, you see guys on that third one, like somebody just jumped on their back, man. Really? And so that last 200, kind of the 200 yards they have, the legs get heavy. And so if you don't pass that, if you don't come in shape, it tells everybody that you're not taking your job serious. Yeah. That's what it does. It's just an indicator of who took the offseason serious and who did it.
Was it Eddie Lacy? Was he the player that showed up so out of shape? And people were going back through his Twitter account, and he was like tweeting about, one of his tweets was, "I love that China food," and it was like a picture of, instead of Chinese food, it's China food, and it was like a picture of all the food he'd been eating, and he would just been tweeting about all the food he'd been crushing.
That's right. They put like weight bonuses in his contract.
They did. They had to try to control him via his contract, but that's now a thing, right? You're contractually stipulated to, they can cut you, right, if you don't keep yourself in shape now.
Yeah,
the way these contracts are.
These draft picks are so valuable. They don't play hardball as much. If a guy comes in out of shape, they don't cut you like they used to just to prove a point.
Yeah,
they work with you. They coddle you. I mean, you don't see the field when you're supposed. You can't get cleared to practice until you pass the conditioning test or get down below the weight you're supposed to. But yeah, dude, if you come in and you're overweight, it's embarrassing.
But it's always linemen, right? It's always it's unfair to the big guys.
Yeah.
These poor guys come in and they're supposed to eat. They're supposed to be huge, and yet now you're going to shame them.
Well,
make them ride a bike all day.
You're supposed to be huge to a point, right? I mean, there's a point in which you can go past that where you're it's the fat is not it's not helping you. It's making it worse.
How long was there ever a period of time after the season was over where you said, for this amount of time, I ain't doing nothing? Are there any players that ever do that? Just for a month, I am taking an entire month off.
I think that's a little bit too much. I always say
Really?
2 weeks. 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
2 weeks to do nothing.
Okay.
And then you get right back into it. The best thing you always tell people, you never want to get out of shape ever if you can't help it. So 2 weeks is the most, because anything more than 2 weeks, then you start to pick up bad habits.
Yeah, it becomes twice as hard to get back and lift up the weight, lift weights, and everyone knows that if you haven't worked out in a while, those first week of workouts are always the toughest.
Yeah.
Yes, Tiz.
Didn't Belichick, or does it still happen today, Ted, where players would get fined for being overweight?
Yeah, you do. You get per
by the pound?
Per pound per day.
So it's like remember when the ground round used to have you you paid your weight when you went in there, which by the way is a horribly embarrassing thing to do to kids. Let's get the fat kid on here. It was
Here comes Chunk.
That's worse than the one kid at the pool who wore the T-shirt. It's embarrassing.
Wait a minute, the ground round had a promotional thing?
They did. It was like you paid for what you weighed.
Oh boy.
And I think it was just for kids, right? It was which is even worse. They're having these body dysmorphia and all that stuff. You're 12 years old.
Wow, just to get to the shepherd's pie, huh? They had to shed all that weight.
That's right.
So, wow, but you do have a weight that they want you at, and it used to be if you came in overweight, you would get fined so many dollars per pound that you were overweight, and for how many days that you were overweight.
I just think some of these, obviously being in shape is something that they have every right to put in the contract. I mean, there's no question. But do you remember when who was it with the Arizona Cardinals? It was quarterback Kyler Murray. Yeah, Kyler Murray. Yeah. Didn't they put something in his contract?
Well, it's for studying.
Yeah, it was like you were only allowed to play a certain amount of hours of video games, and you were required to study film a certain amount of hours. Like, it was, that thing got leaked out, and it made them look so bad.
Mandated 4 hours of independent weekly film study.
They had to mandate that.
And could not play video games, browse the internet, or watch TV while doing so.
Oh, my God. I got to think that's a rarity from a bad organization, right? That's not something that you see around the NFL a lot, correct?
Never seen that. Never, ever once seen that. That was a surprising little stipulation they put in there.
Roll back real quick to big body A.J. Brown. Do you think he'll lead the team in touchdowns? Will they feature him in the red zone?
Absolutely.
Because Gronk that one year had 17, which is just ridiculous.
Yeah.
Brown had 11 was his peak a couple years.
So, like a lot of people are comparing this move to the Randy Moss move. Randy Moss came here after he'd been in the league 10 years. You got A.J. Brown coming here after he's been in the league 8 years. Both of them had issues maybe with their attitude and their desire, and then some of them had, they both had histories of injuries coming into the Patriots. Randy Moss,
he had 23
touchdowns.
Unbelievable.
His first year with the Patriots. A.J. Brown I'm not saying he's getting 23, but he should get at least double-digit touchdowns this year.
Oh, you would think so.
Because the Patriots were terrible. They were one of the worst teams in the red zone.
Yeah,
a big reason you got A.J. Brown is because of the red zone.
Mm-hmm.
You got to be better in the red zone. This offense was good between the 30s, not too good from the 20-yard in.
Well, tonight is going to be absolute chaos at Madison Square Garden. I'm looking at the news, and the story is right now isn't about the basketball. It's about the chaos around Madison Square Garden. I'm looking up, and they're showing all of these fences. That Dolan has caused. I can't get enough of this. The minute that the fans almost started to like James Dolan, the owner, it has backfired drastically on them. Who knows what's going to happen? But if you forget why James Dolan is the worst owner in sports, I'm going to remind you next, because I reminded myself. And as much as I've been saying, you know what, you should root for the Knicks to win just because it'll make the Celtics ownership pissed off and do something, I've completely changed my mind. You should be rooting for misery from anything having to do with the New York Knicks, aside from Jalen Brunson, who obviously is a fantastic player and seems like a good dude. All right, we'll get to that right after this. I want all of your mind. Hell yeah. It is 937 WEEI 617-779-7937. You can contact us on the Odyssey app as well. It's a great place to press that little follow button and our show gets shot right to your phone. Also launch a take grenade, press that little microphone, and we get your take and play it on the air a little bit later on in the show. It is Rich, Ken, and Ted Johnson, and tonight is going to be just an unbelievable scene at Madison Square Garden. I couldn't be more excited for Game 3, not just for basketball reasons, because truly this is everything you want as a basketball fan. You've got an up-and-coming future superstar with an extremely young team versus, to be quite honest, a guy that I think is going to be viewed in a completely different way when this is all over with. Jalen Brunson is going to be amongst the people they're going to speak with, especially if they end up winning a championship. My God, and in New York, you know, the mythology grows because you did it in the biggest city. But Jalen Brunson has proven to be one of the more clutch performers of this current generation of basketball players.
He didn't even have a great game, too. His percentage was not hot, but then at the end, when it counted, he had a couple big buckets, that one little fade over Wemby.
Hey.
Yep. One free throw, got it done at the end.
The best team in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, they
New York
were.
Knicks. I mean, that's so they.
Well,
they never let go of the rope. They always hang in there. They're gritty.
But I've been saying, Ted and Ken, for the longest time, that I've been rooting for the Knicks simply because I want to see the Celtics improve. I don't want to see them go back into next season being exactly what they were. A three-point lobbing, no big man in the middle, absolute garbage fest that got embarrassed in the first round by a team they never should have lost to. So by my logic, having the Knicks, a team in your division, win it all, hopefully that'll piss off management so much that they'll make some sort of moves.
This is why this is hard for me to reconcile 3 days after the playoffs, because I'm pissed.
Oh, he sounds pissed.
Do I say it? Yes.
I'm pissed. But I have had I did some soul searching yesterday because I started to see all of this chaos that's been going on around Madison Square Garden, and it made me smile because I do want, for selfish reasons, the Knicks to win, but I don't want the Knicks to win. I don't like the Knicks. I don't like the Knicks at all. I don't like their fans. I'm not a matter of fact, I can't stand their fans. Their celebrity fans I can't stand. There's a lot of things I can't stand about the Knicks, but most of all, I can't stand the owner. The owner is by far the worst owner in American sports, and I dare any of you to name somebody who's even close to as bad as James
Dolan. When you say worst owner, do you mean strictly on the court, on the field, or are you
a horrible human being?
Human being, okay, then that's tougher.
Like just a horrible human being.
Yeah, the Clippers used to have a bad.
Zone Sterling was there. He's not there anymore. Yeah. Which, by the way,
I mean, Jimmy Haslam is
Dan Snyder for a while there.
Dan Snyder's a bad dude.
I mean, Sterling.
Richardson, the old guy from the Carolina Panthers, not a good dude.
Do you remember when Donald Sterling did that interview with Anderson Cooper and he thought it was going to be a good idea? And he's like, when Magic Johnson had those AIDS, what was his terms? He had AIDS.
Marge Schott was a bad owner for
her. She was bad, but right now,
currently, it's tough. I think you're right.
Dolan is the worst. There's not even a question that Dolan is the worst. And and what he is doing right now to Knicks fans is hysterical because, as I said, I'm glad it's all happening because I root for chaos and I kind of want the Knicks fans to suffer, and they are pissed right now because he's invited the president to come to the game tonight, and what that has done is it has canceled all of the watch parties that are all around Madison Square Garden. Have you seen the videos of what's been going outside of Madison Square Garden when they weren't even playing at home? Mm-hmm. Like it's like the streets, it was a sea of humanity. And there was a guy who had one of those rental bikes, a blue bike, that was like on top of the crowd. And he looked like E.T. and Elliot as they were moving him around.
Crowd surfing on the blue bike.
Oh, it just looked like a blast. Like if you were a Knicks fan, that's the place you want to be. And the fact that their kids, like all of that, and it now looks like a war zone. They have built a metal fence a block around Madison Square Garden, and there's all these crazy security things that you got to get through. Like the Secret Service is checking everybody. There's like almost no bags are allowed in tonight. It's absolute chaos. And Knicks fans are on TV, and they're all BS about the entire thing. And as I said, I look up at ESPN. That's the story right now. The story is not who's going to win. It's just how effed up everything is. And I absolutely love it because James Dolan, for a split second, almost got a little bit of love, and now they're turning on him.
Well, Fat Joe's defending him. I don't get this, but, celebrity fan, shout out to Mr. Dolan, greatest team owner in the game, very misunderstood. They villainized Mr. Dolan like a Bruce Wayne, like a Batman movie, and this is Gotham. This man, all these watch parties, this man takes care of us.
Oh, he's gotten a free tickets out of him. This is De'Aaron Fox. He just talked about all the new security and stuff.
The Knicks, but it's just New York City.
Yeah, I mean, it's New York. So regardless of who's here, it's going to be, it's going to be loud. It's going to be, rowdy. I think the president being here just makes it inconvenient on everybody else. Like, we got obviously more security. We got send stuff early. I think our buses are a little earlier, so that's that. Other than that, when you come here and you play against this team, regardless of if they're good or when they're not, it's gonna be a building that comes ready to support the team.
So the Secret Service took the lid off my chapstick. Are you guys having to go through the same thing?
The less stuff you can bring, the better. Obviously, we're getting screened like it's TSA. It's little inconvenient for the people that's got.
I love it. It's throwing everybody off. Wow. Tonight's going to be so weird. The basketball's probably going to be sloppy at the beginning. I'm telling you, it's just, I root for chaos. But then I thought of James Dolan, and I came up with a list. And here are really the top 4 reasons you should hate. You should hate James Dolan. Number 4, he was good friends with Harvey Weinstein.
That's number 4?
That's number 4.
I thought that was, what do you have, the All-Star ballot?
These are not in most important to least important. These are just 4 reasons.
Oh, okay, 4.
Because that could be number 1. He was friends with Harvey Weinstein.
They were like best buddies, weren't they?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, there were lawsuits that were brought upon them together, as a matter of fact. There was a Weinstein lawsuit where a woman alleged that Dolan introduced her to Weinstein, who identified himself as one of Dolan's, quote, best friends, and that the encounter led to her assault. It's an active litigation. Both men deny everything. So, he was, really good friends. Matter of fact, he sat on the Weinstein Company's board of directors. He was later named in litigation, alleging he was aware of Weinstein's behaviors. His defense was when a masseuse, reported Weinstein assaulted her, was essentially, he has issues. That was it.
Yes.
And to the point where, okay, let's get to the next one, because it kind of has to do with Weinstein. Number 3, rather. He's a lifelong billionaire who started a blues band, as if he knows anything about the blues.
This isn't necessarily bad, but but in this case,
JD and the Straight Shot is a band that somehow ended up opening for the Eagles at Madison Square Garden and other huge bands. Can you imagine if you were the Eagles and the guy's like, yeah, you can play here, but we have to open for you. Me and my crap band where I wear a bowler hat. And I sit and I sing the blues, seeing that I've always been a billionaire because my dad was a billionaire.
Yeah.
So to his band and what it has to do with Harvey Weinstein, when Weinstein got in trouble, James Dolan had the balls to write a song called I Should Have Known, as if he had no idea what was going on. Can we hear a little bit of this amazing song there, Stiz?
I should have known, I should have known, I should have thrown myself across his tracks, stopped him from these vile attacks. I should have known, we believed and didn't see through the lies he told us all that led him to his endless fall. I should have known.
Dude, you were part of several lawsuits. You knew.
That's wild.
Dude, you knew.
Is that him just kind of hey, I wasn't involved. I should have known.
That's him. All right.
Exonerating himself.
Let's get to the number 2 reason. He's next level petty, and I've got a lot of examples of this. But let's start first with, before we get to the basketball side, let's get to the JD and the straight shot side. So JD and the straight shot, his super cool blues band, because just a couple rambling guys around. We're doing it for the sandwiches and love, and because we love the blues.
It's in our life.
They were playing at a festival. I wonder how he got on the festival. So he's playing at this stage. Remember, he does not own this festival. It's outdoors. And a guy shows up with a sign that says, please quit your day job, sell the Knicks. And just stands up like near the stage. Nothing too distracting, but he's got a sign. Listen to what James Dolan says from the stage.
Why are you here? You're a fan of music and you're holding up that sign? Don't you think that that's a little negative? You don't, anybody else here think it's a little negative? I'm going to invite you to leave. What do you say? So everybody else can have a good time. Okay, can you do that now?
Nobody's on
Goodbye.
Are you a fan of music?
As the Gestapo comes in to take this guy
and
away.
Nobody's on James Dolan's side. James Dolan one time was playing with his JD and the straight shot at this bar, and there was a reporter that showed up, and the reporter just started asking him some questions just about him being part of this band, and he got all pissed to the point where he took her notebook and slammed it, and then later on got escorted out of a bar that he doesn't own. She had every right to be there. She bought a ticket, and he I guess I don't know what he did, but he ended up getting this woman kicked out. On top of that, next level petty, let's talk about Charles Oakley. Charles Oakley, who is a Knicks legend, an absolute legend, and what he did to Charles Oakley. As you know, what was it, 90, the late 80s? Is that when he was kind of I'm sorry, late 90s? It was 88 to 90s.
Yep.
And he started becoming a vocal critic of Dolan and wanted him to sell the team. And he was always courtside, and he had these season tickets. And at one point, he was escorted from a Knicks-Clippers game after a run-in with security, and it was all caught live on TV. It was one of the most uncomfortable things you'll ever watch. And instead of trying to calm things down, Dolan suggested that Oakley had an alcohol problem and accused Dolan
abusive behavior.
Yeah, it said it was abusive behavior. Now, this guy has been a legend, and he still isn't allowed back at Madison Square Garden. He got rid of Oakley because of that. On top of that, he's next level petty with his facial recognition stuff. Apparently, he's got this thing that at Madison Square Garden, and I know he has it at the Sphere too, so we've been scanned, Ted, you and me.
Oh, yeah.
He knows all of our
We're
details.
in the system.
Absolutely. Well, he deployed facial recognition technology to ban entry to lawyers who work at firms that have ongoing lawsuits against Madison Square Garden. So there was one time, I think there was a situation where somebody who just happened to work for this law firm that was representing someone who was suing Madison Square Garden, and they didn't let him and his family go in because he just happened to be associated. He's like, what the hell is going on? Why would you do this? On top of that, because of all of that, he threatened to cut off beer at a Rangers game. So the state liquor authority came after him over the facial recognition program, and his response was threatened to shut down alcohol sales at Madison Square Garden to punish fans. His actual quote was, "They don't care at all. We're talking about a small group of attorneys." So to prove a message to how bad lawyers were, he was going to cut off alcohol from his own venue at a Rangers game.
I should have known. I should have known.
This guy sucks, and I can't wait. Whatever happens tonight, I mean, it would be kind of funny if they lost. Because then everyone's going to truly turn on Dolan. They're going to say,
but him, yeah.
Well,
him for inviting him.
I think it's more Dolan. To me, it really has nothing to do with who he's invited. It's what happens because he invited him. Like a freaking idiot, he did this to himself. But boy, is it the greatest. Just the moment he thought he was going to sniff some likability, he has just shot himself right in that fat foot of his. That bowler hat wearing, fake blues band playing.
He may ban you from the Sphere. He might hear this segment and be like,
maybe he would.
Shirt leave out.
Then you know what? Then ban me. He's a douche. I mean, really, he is the worst owner in sports. So I have completely changed my opinion on whether I want the Knicks to win. I want them to lose so bad.
Good.
I really
Good.
do. And if it wasn't for that stupid mistake that Wembanyama made, throwing the ball into the back of his teammate, who knows? It could have been 1-1. Miracles can still happen. I can still root for the little guy, although he's truly bigger than everybody else. All right, we are not going anywhere. We'll be back in 2 minutes. By the way, Brian Scalabrine is going to join us here in just a few.
feed.
Brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. In the feed, Red Sox and Rays starting a 3-game set tonight at the Trop. Connolly early opposing lefty Ian Seymour. 6:40 first pitch across the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Shaws, proud to be local since 1860. Will Fleming, Will Middlebrooks on the call. Arcane, the Mass Mutual pregame at 5:40. Joe Lasorsa, we hardly knew you. Option back to AAA. Nate Eaton recalled for tonight's game. Tell me this wouldn't sound nice. Reduced joint pain, improved libido, restful sleep, and lower anxiety. Weight loss may be the goal, but the added benefits of doing it with Awaken 180 are endless. Awaken180weightloss.com. I'm Ken Laird. That's what's in our feed at WEEI.
This is Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson on WEEI.
And apparently we are making news. 617-779-7937.
Dolan heard it already?
Yes, Dolan is already after us. Buster only came on here about an hour ago, and to be quite honest, it was one of the more chock full of holy crap moment interviews we've had in a while. I don't even know where to start with this. So what's been picked up in the media has been a lot, and it's isn't it funny how like one clip can get out there and all of a sudden like every media place has it and is running with
amazing.
it. So
how fast that
I
happens.
haven't even seen it. You guys have told me that like all these places have put it out there, but the one clip that I think most people are talking about is the desperation that this Red Sox team seems to have right now behind the scenes in trying to do something, anything, to get this team to not be an absolute joke. And if you want to know what level things have gotten to, Buster only let us know that this isn't just a matter of a couple of people asking around if maybe there's a right-handed bat somewhere. It has gone to the highest levels.
Yeah, so this is what I'm getting from other teams, that, you know, generally speaking, there isn't a lot of trade stuff going on. And in fact, when Sam Kennedy came on and said, hey, there's more trade talk than ever, you know, there's a lot going on, a rival executive actually called around thinking like, oh, man, I missed something. Like, what is going on? And when he checked into it, what he got back was the Red Sox are looking aggressively. And the Red Sox are kind of, you know, on their own in that regard. And then I heard last week from a couple teams that they were signaling that they're willing to take on money. Today I talked to someone with another team who told me that it's to the degree that the Red Sox ownership has gotten involved, that they're actually and I have not confirmed the name of the owner, so I'm not going to mention the name that I heard, but an owner actually, one of the Red Sox ownership group is actually calling around and trying to grease the skids to do something to add a right-handed bat, which, you know, all of it, of course, I've gotten two reactions to all of this from other teams. One, which is, why didn't you just offer Alex Bregman more money in the wintertime?
Yep. Right.
And his second thing was, and then the second reaction was like, man, they are desperate.
Hello, it's John Henry. Is Roy Hobbs available?
Oh, he'd be great.
Can he bring his bat that's illegally made with a piece of lightning carved into the side of it?
Can you imagine if it was John Henry making calls? He's the one greasing the skids.
Is it me or does it sound like that's what he's intimating there?
No.
Would you respect him more if that were the case, though?
I mean,
can he hit the ball so hard that all of the lights shoot out onto the field inexplicably? Even the lights he didn't hit with the baseball.
He can barely talk to the media, let alone make a deal for a big right-handed bat.
But how emasculating is that for Breslow? If you have one of the owners making the calls for you, that's
because
the one side.
They know he can't do the job. Everything we've read, that Globe article that came out, everyone is saying he needs a translator. He can't do the job. Now, I mean, put it this way. What does that say to you when someone's got over your head, or actually the people above you are like, we got this. You just don't do anything to screw things up. We got this.
Now, it could be Theo. He is technically a minority owner. Yeah. So if that's the case, it makes a little more sense. And actually, I really love that because that means Theo is really helping and he's involved and he's active.
That'd be nice to know because I wish he was more involved. It doesn't feel like he is very, very, very involved. So this is fascinating. But he used the word, it feels like they're desperate. Like, do you guys get the sense that they're desperate?
Well, they are if they're the only team calling about a bat and they're willing to take on a bad contract.
If that's true.
I don't think desperate's the word. Embarrassed.
Well, okay.
I think they're embarrassed right now.
Do you think they thought they had because the word is that they projected a team that was going to win between, mid-'90s games,
well,
right?
I mean, they made the wild card last year. They took the Yankees to the third game.
So
they had Crochet.
And then they let go of like the heart and soul of the team and Alex Bregman. So, but they thought before the season that they had a really good team. At least that's what the projections and Craig Breslow told ownership. And you think ownership is like, man, we thought we were going to have a really good team, and this team sucks. And so now they're embarrassed, and they're at this point in which they feel like they got to get involved.
Jackson signed at Fenway probably put him over the edge.
It could have. Tell me what you think of my team. I mean, does it sound like, now that you mention it, Ken, that's a really good observation, that it might have been John Henry picking up the phone and calling Theo and saying, Theo, how do we get out of this?
Yeah.
Which
you
is
should
still
feel
embarrassing.
But you should still feel pretty good as a Red Sox fan if Theo is the one
when they
calling
do
around.
the deal.
Of course.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. It just feels like, just like Buster said, why did you let go of Alex Bregman? Like, I don't know. Why are you desperate now? Like, weren't you desperate before this season? Like, why now?
I don't get it. Stiz, what's that?
And then also remember, Teddy, this is what Sam Kennedy was telling us about Bregman being let go back in February.
No, look, if Alex Bregman wanted to be here, ultimately he'd be here.
That's it. Yeah, that was the everyone jumped onto that one. That was not a good soundtrack.
Well, one thing Buster said was they're a tough watch, and they've scored 4 runs or less 35 times. They're 8-27 in those games. So I think owners see the product and they're like, boy, we're losing people.
That's what I'm saying. I think it's more out of embarrassment that they're trying to make some sort of move. They hear us. They pay attention to the media. They pay attention to the fans. They see the people with the bags on their heads.
It's amazing how many decisions they make based off of being embarrassed, though.
Which, by the way, is a good thing.
But then they rush into some bad deals. They get embarrassed, so they make a deal, and then they regret it later.
And they trade Devers.
Like, how about having a plan, guys, before you get embarrassed?
I mean, it's true.
Well, their plan's got a hand injury. The other guy's got a lat injury, and he's out.
Their plan right now is just to catch up. All right, I want to play this clip, too, because this, as you can hear it in my voice, I kind of got taken off guard by just how quickly Buster only answered this question about what is it like right now within the organization? What is the environment like? We talk to Chad Tracy every week, and he obviously seems to be doing his best, and he seems like a good guy. I don't envy the situation he was put in thrown into the middle of. Are you getting any kind of source from, or any kind of sense rather, from people that you've spoken with as to what the environment is like right now inside the Red Sox organization?
Terrible.
What?
Terrible.
Wow.
It's not hard to tap into unhappiness in that organization where, whether it's people have been fired or people have been asked to take pay cuts, or the current handling of the coaching staff. And I've been trying to, find any comparable in my time covering baseball to the situation we have now. And I want to make this clear. It might be that privately Craig has given assurance to Chad Tracy that he's on for the rest of the year. And maybe he's given private assurance to the coaching staff that they're on for the rest of the year. But we don't have any indication that's the case. And so what I've been calling around other teams is, can you imagine being a coach essentially on an NBA 10-day contract, and if things aren't going well, you might lose your job? It's ridiculous. I don't know how that group of people, move forward. Because you think about it: do you get an apartment? Do you live in a hotel? How do you arrange housing? Do you invite your kids, your family to come join you? All that stuff when you're on an interim contract. And again, maybe that privately has been taken care of. It's not that expensive. Some GMs with other teams have said it probably would cost the Red Sox about $1.2 million to guarantee this current staff that they're going to work through the end of the year. But as far as we know, they haven't even done that.
Wow.
It's kind of insane.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bad place. We're back live. It's a bad place to be if you're the Red Sox. It's not a good.
Who wants to throw on $1.2 million if you're not sold on the guy? I don't blame them for having the intern tag on. Do you trust Chad Tracy right now to be your guy for the next?
I just think that you can tell him, "Hey, man, we got your back for the rest of the season."
I guess part of it is just he didn't really even know Chad Tracy. Like he just knew a little bit about Chad Tracy, but he didn't have a really strong relationship with him. So he brings him in, puts him as the manager, and I don't know, throws him into what I think is an impossible situation to have to navigate. So I think I don't know. I just think you put Chad Tracy in a bad place, and then now you're going to, I don't know, hold the job over his head.
Maybe at the All-Star break, we'll reassess. Like, hey,
maybe
just go week by week.
But what is interesting? You're reading a lot more. There's starting to be criticism because they're comparing Chad Tracy's resume to Alex Cora's, right? And it looks
Tracy 17 and 19.
And so people are going, well, maybe Chad Tracy can do more. So now I feel like there's a little bit more heat on Chad Tracy now than there was when he first got here.
Well, so what makes that even more damning is that we did ask him afterwards, hey, have you heard of any talk about a manager that the Red Sox might be looking at, like to get at some point this season? And he said, there's nothing that I've heard. So it almost seems like they're not even looking right now.
Right.
Or if they are, they're like wishing and hoping, and there's no real substance to any kind of talks they've had with anybody.
Mm-hmm.
And and if that's the case, then you should just tell him, hey, man, you're going to be the guy for the rest of the season. Okay?
They're all too busy. They're on the phone for a right-handed bat. I mean, God, they're making calls day and night.
If it's Theo, I got no problem with that. 617-779-7937. Brian Scalabrine in just a few will join us. We are not going anywhere. We'll be back in 2 minutes.
What if you could have...
WEEI, Rich, Ken, Ted Johnson, 617-779-7937. I saw that you changed the writing on what's happening at line one.
Oh, boy.
Sports Talk Radio Caller of the Year.
Oh, are you pissing off the Caller of the Year?
It says he's pissed you're keeping him waiting.
And, yeah, he had some things to add to his explanation of Sports Talk Caller of the Year 05.
But this call's going to take too long, isn't it? Should I take it? Let's take a vote. I like Paulie a lot. I do.
I think you should put him on a timer, though, Rich.
So I want Paulie to talk to us, but I also have a responsibility to our listeners that this doesn't ramble. So, Paulie, I know you can hear me before I put you on. You're the best, Paulie. I love you, and I know you got something really interesting to say, but we're going to have to put a shot clock on you, okay? Let's give you a minute. All right, Paulie? What's up, Paulie? How you doing, buddy?
We're going to put him on.
We got to put him on. How you do that? Okay. Paulie, what's up, buddy?
Okay.
What's up?
You know, I faced I was on hold for an hour and a half. You give me at least a minute and a half. But anyway, first, Teddy, no matter how you spin that A.J. Brown trade, it was an overpay.
I know.
And the comp is not Rob Gronkowski, but my boy, who I thought was the best player coming out in the draft as a receiver the year he came out of Florida State, Anquan Bolden.
Okay.
Now call of the year. That was on Dennis and Callahan. John Dennis announced it. Jerry Callahan was on with him, and Mita Burrell. They announced it. It was about 6 categories.
Yeah, Paulie?
Paulie?
What happened?
I thought you got. All I can hear was music.
Oh.
Now, anyway, It was about 6 categories. They went crisscrossing the country. WEEI won something, like Executive of the Year, Station of the Year, and then they came to Caller of the Year, and they said, I won Caller of the Year for 2005 for the United States.
Awesome. Well, Paulie, congratulations. That's awesome. Thank you for clearing that up.
I know why Donald Trump is going.
All right, that's where the minute ends. Thank you very much.
Minute 7, overtime.
Oh, Paulie. I do like Paulie. I do, but you gotta rein him in. I've got a responsibility.
National Call of the Year.
You'd be the first to bring him in. No one's rung him in.
Well, I mean, that's what you got to do. You got to put him on the old cliffhanger timer. All right, Tim, we were just talking about the Buster Only interview, which sounds like it's gotten national attention everywhere. Because, it's pretty wild that ownership is apparently on the phone right now trying to get a right-handed bat. Tim, what's up, buddy? How you doing?
All right, guys. Hey, I'll make it quick. I tell you what, this team was done before they started the season. The only thing is now, I don't want them going and doing anything. Reason why is these guys are going to go out, buy a $5 million guy at a bat and go, okay, well, good. Wait till next year now and get 2 excellent bats that we really need, and don't sell off any of the good pitchers that they wanted to, like Early and Coley. They're ridiculous.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, Tim, thank you for calling.
Untouchable. You can't trade totally.
Like at what point do you if you were looking at this season? I got to think Aroldis Chapman is a guy that you're going to want to package up and try to find something for, right? He's a number one.
If you're out of it.
Dude, you're out of it.
You're 4 games back.
But there's 5 teams ahead of you.
Okay,
like I hate hearing this.
There's 100 games left.
Dude, they're 10.5 games out of first.
This is the same as last year. Basically the same thing.
Okay.
They just got hot before the All-Star break.
If you
wait until the All-Star break.
If you had to bet your home.
I'm not doing that.
Right? I mean,
I don't own one. I rent.
If you had to use your eyes and just look at this team and say, is there any hope that this team is a playoff team?
I still look over there and my eyes are on Roman and Crochet, and I like what I see. If they come back, somebody wrote mid-July now for Crochet, which is so depressing.
Probably mid-July for Roman. At least,
is that true?
It's going to be at least after the All-Star break. Remember when we talked to Chad Tracy and we mentioned that, and he didn't shoot it down.
The thing is, though, Contreras is so good for you this year. He's having a great year. All-Star. If you do add a legit bat, Ted, right behind Contreras, and you got a 1-2, that alone could make a difference. You maybe put you at a 5-run-a-game clip, and then you could seriously go on a run.
You got to do it now. I mean,
you got to do it now.
They're running out of time.
That's why the owners are on the phone.
This time last year, they went on a little run. They won 10 out of 13 games, so they can make. But you have to do it now. And I don't know if one bat. A lot of people think one bat's going to make a difference. It might help a little bit. I don't know if it's going to be enough to pull them out of the hole they're in.
They are treading water. You remember we talked about the stretch: Atlanta, Cleveland, Baltimore, New York.
Yeah,
5-6 in that stretch so far. Now Tampa coming up here. Tampa's been bad their last 13. They're 3-10.
All right, so if they get swept, if they get swept, that's the season's over, right? Like at that point, you're done. You're 13.5 games out of first, and your
first is gone,
and you'll be 7.5 games most likely out of the wild card.
With 95 games still to play.
You guys are the best.
Still a long season.
Now you play the Peanuts music. I need you to cue the Peanuts music this time.
If they get to 8 or 9 out of the wild card, then yes. That's white flag. You're close. You're 4 out. I mean,
you will be 7. You'll be. I mean, if everything stays the same, there's a chance you could be 7 games out of the wild card if they get swept.
Okay, if that happens, then yes. Then you're trading.
I think the best thing you have to still trade is Jarren Duran. Still, you still got a crowded outfield. Roman's going to come back. You're going to have 4 outfielders. You're going to have to do what you did at the beginning of the season, which was platoon guys. I just think Jarren Duran's still a guy that you should trade.
By the way, can we talk about how great the Trop is?
Please.
Seeing that, I mean, how many times a year do you see a ball go up and hit one of them catwalks right in the middle of play?
Catwalk talk.
or the guys thinking they're under it and they can't because the ball gets lost into the it's the same color as the roof, right?
Is it musty in there? Every time I see it, it's like you can see the turf has got mold in the corners, and there's that really depressing VIP section that's on the field.
So
Have you seen it? It's right past the third baseline dugout. It's just a bunch of crap tables. It's like the outside of not even nice enough to be in a Cheesecake Factory. It's like the outside of a Taco Bell.
What a mess. How do they get a new park down there, or just move. Just move out of there. It's so depressing.
And are the Rays still in the tank? Because that tank always looked like they were like everything was so foggy and cloudy, like they're all going to die. Just what a miserable existence. That is just the worst park. Like
first place Rays.
I know, and they're a very good team, and they did it right. Like, I mean, you want to talk about a team you can look at and go, oh my God, how are they this good? The way that was put together, but nonetheless, they are, and you're playing in that crappy stadium, and there's a chance. I think if they get swept, the Red Sox get swept, then I think you can take a look at this team and just go, the season's over. There's no way you can catch up after that. There's none. And I know you guys are making a face, but when you're 13 and a half games out and you are over 7 games out of the wild card, and by that point, they'll be like 6, maybe even 7 teams ahead of you. Because right now there's 5 ahead of you for the wild card.
Mm-hmm. Texas, Toronto, the A's, Baltimore, Minnesota. I think even Houston's ahead of you. It might be 6 teams.
You're talking like 5 weeks ago, Craig Breslow fires Alex Cora and then basically says, we got to see what we got. We got to turn this into a season. You talk about a guy that just has been thinking that this team is going to turn it around.
Yeah.
I don't know if a 3-game sweep is all of a sudden going to be like, okay, yeah, let's abandon this year. I don't think that's going to happen.
What is surprising with the lockout looming, and John Henry is so involved in the Economic Reform Committee, and he wants to get TV money shared. Instead of having to write a $75 million check every year, he wants to just pool the TV money and share it, that he would be that desperate this year to win. Why? If he knows baseball's going away for a while, what do you think it is about in his personal life or in his portfolio that now is the year he's picking up the phone and calling teams?
As I said, it's just embarrassment right now.
He's just embarrassed in the short term.
He's embarrassed. Everything anyone's writing about this team is embarrassing.
Or like I mentioned last week, he's got a lot of property around the ballpark that he's buying all the properties, right? He's making it all these real estate ventures, so he needs those properties to be worth something. And the better the team is, the more the value of those properties around the ballpark
that's
are.
Good.
All right, the White Mamba joins us. Brian Scalabrine on the show with us next.
Who sells Michelin tires at the guaranteed lowest price? Town Fair Tire. Who gives you the most free services for the life?
could ask, but I'm going to do it anyway, Scal. Giannis.
Oh, here we go.
What would you think of a Giannis trade?
Let's talk later about that. How about
Still
that?
too soon.
Too soon?
How about in like a month we'll have a whole new conversation about Celtics off season. You guys have Rich and you have Ted. Ken, sorry.
That's all. The last time I saw Scal, he put me in a headlock, so that was pretty much the headlock. By the way, I played this intro song for Scal once, and he loved it because this used to be his intro song, or his like high school theme song or something like that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he loves this song. So when he calls in, we'll ask him about it.
Okay, I did not know that. Okay, I should know this song.
This was like late 90s,
It's a
early
famous
2000s.
song. I should know this, and I've heard it many times. But who is this?
This is Little Troy. Kind of like a one-hit wonder, but
Okay.
a huge song when it came out.
He wasn't down with Curtis Blow.
No, I don't believe so.
Basketball is my favorite sport. See, that's a type of rap style that needs to be reborn. Now I'm talking like this, and I'm rapping like this, and I'm rapping. When they kind of just talk with an inflection that goes up and down. Yes, I'm here and I'm rapping. Kind of like Mr. Winslow when he made a rap song on Family Matters.
Oh, did he?
Oh, yeah.
I
There was
don't
that
remember that
video.
one.
That's right, where he made a rap video. There was always an episode back in the day where like somebody made like some rock video or rap video, and Mr. Winslow, he had skills. I'm not sure if you knew that. I mean, everyone was an Urkel fan back in the day. Yeah, Brian Scalabrine is going to be joining us here in just a moment. But the Giannis stuff, man, every day there seems to be some new news. And
someone else is weighing in, different, you know.
Brian Windhorst has come out and listen, say what you will. Not only is Brian Windhorst a Greek god, but he also has very good sources. And he had this to say about Giannis. Do you have the clip right there?
Yeah, now he was responding to Barkley because Ted first texted me about this, that Charles Barkley basically thinks the Celtics should go get him. I don't know if he thinks that they are going to go get him.
Take a listen. You'll see it.
Here's Barkley's over the weekend.
If I'm the Bucks and I can get Jaylen Brown for Giannis, that's probably the best you're going to do because he's a great player, and you probably want a bunch of draft picks. I'm not sure what collateral the Celtics have, but if you get Jaylen Brown, you're getting a great player. I'm not sure I would trade Giannis in my conference and have to play against him and Tatum for the next 10 years. I'm not sure how smart that is if I'm the Bucks.
What's going on with Barkley, by the way?
I don't know. Is he okay?
Yeah, he
He's
didn't
lost a
look
lot
good
of weight.
in that.
He's lost a lot of weight.
And he also has been sounding on. I thought he just lost his voice the other night when he was talking, because it's obviously very loud in the arena. And I was like, oh, but he doesn't sound great. But in that clip, he doesn't sound
He
great.
doesn't sound good at all. No, and he just looks meek.
I hope he's all right.
Looks tired.
Maybe just
He's all
woke
right.
up. But yeah, then Windhorst responded about what he's not hearing in regards to Giannis.
The thing is that Jimmy Haslam wanted draft capital, which they got. They got 3 picks, and he wanted a guy who was younger than the franchise player and under control. So he traded for a 2-time All-Pro who's under control.
Mm-hmm.
When you look at how the Bucks may approach this trade, this is what they want. They want another star player who is younger and under contract control. That would fit Jaylen Brown. It makes sense on its face. Chuck is thinking the right wine. But when you talk about Giannis, you have to realize he has 1 year on his contract. He can be a free agent next summer. He has to want to go to the place. He has to be willing to. He can sign an extension in October. He has to be willing to extend his contract. Is he willing to extend his contract with Boston? Unless the answer is yes. And by the way, Boston has to be willing to pay him $270 million. I'm sure they probably are, but he has had injury problems. He is in his 30s. I just would want to get that check mark. Until I hear those two things, I can't get that this is going down the track.
You know what's wild is that I heard this report about how he would prefer, and I think it might have been Windhorst, he expanded on it, saying that he would prefer to go to Miami, and he said, Miami could present to him, hey, we have Tyler Harrow here, and I just want to say, are you a moron? You would rather pick Miami. You think you have a better chance of winning in Miami than winning with Jason Tatum. That to me just sounds nutty. And I love Eric Spoelstra. I think he's a fantastic coach. He's one of the best, top 2, top 3 coaches in this league.
And they have Bam.
And they have Bam. But, I mean, if you got Bam and Giannis, to me, it's
weird.
It just seems like a really weird mix. And everyone wants to go there because the lifestyle's great. Obviously, the money's better in Florida because you don't have to pay state tax. But as far as wanting to win, this is the place. Like this, I can't think of another spot, at least the ones that have been mentioned. I mean, if you want to get crazy and say, why don't you go to like Oklahoma City or something like that? Like, there's been a lot of crazy talk about trying to go one of these like finals teams or one of these semifinals teams. It just, to me, it seems like this is the place where you'd want to go. Now,
but if the Celtics aren't interested, that seems to be
that's the word on the street.
Yeah, it's like they just want to keep the Jays together. And they want to try to find someone less expensive and younger to fill that role to protect the rim. Which, by the way, if you can find someone who's talented down there, someone who's better than Neemias Queta, then fantastic. You do it. Tell me who it is, though.
And if the owner will greenlight adding that money and going over aprons and paying luxury taxes, because unless they trade Derek White or something like that, they're going to have money problems. They have the ability to add payroll, but does the owner approve that?
Wasn't that the report that also Derek White was off the table?
That's what Windhorst said to CLNS. He said, I have not heard one mention of Derek White or Jaylen Brown getting traded.
Okay, that's different than there being a leak that somebody in the organization said they're off the table, because to me that usually means that they're trying to drive up the price. If it's Brian Windhorst just saying he hasn't heard anything, that's different. That seems a little more legit, like they'd want to keep him here. And by the way, Derek White should not be off the table. I love Derek White, and he's probably my favorite player from that championship team. But, man, he's expendable. There's really only two guys on this team that I think are worth keeping if you want to try to go for a championship, and that's Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown. And I'll only give up Jaylen Brown if you get a true star in return.
But the hard part is the Knicks are good because they're so deep, right? They have 5 good starters, but they're just deeper than you are, it appears, right now.
They also have great players at each position.
Yep. Right.
That's the main
part.
They're
well assembled.
They're not. It's not a bunch of wings.
Yes,
exactly. It's not just everybody plays the same position. It's literally a point guard with wings with a center. It's like the old school basketball. Everyone has a defined role on that team.
So if you lose Derek White, that's not helping you beat the Knicks. I mean, you better get something back in return that's really, really good. I mean,
I
but
think
the
you
money,
can.
I guess, you spread around in a better way.
Yeah, I don't think that I don't think he's expendable. I think you could. I love Peyton Pritchard, but I think you could probably get something good for Peyton Pritchard.
He's got a great contract.
He does. He has a fantastic contract. So, I mean, I only believe that, Jason Tatum's truly untouchable. Jaylen Brown is untouchable unless you get a megastar here. And I don't even know if that megastar is Giannis. I'm not feeling great about it, but I also don't want to see the same old, same old. And it truly sounds like they're going to do that. Unless they get some sort of young, mysterious, rim protector who we don't know about, who's inexpensive. Well, and once again, I have not heard a name yet that makes sense or that is doable. But who knows? Brad Stevens is pretty good at this, so we'll see if we can figure
Ted
something
pointed
out.
out 2 weeks. Giannis will come to a conclusion by the draft, which is the 23rd. So in the next 2 weeks, we'll find out where that piece happens, and then everything will start to fall after that goes.
Let's hope. That'd be nice if they could clear that up with Giannis so we can get on with our lives.
Yeah.
We know what the hell we got. I think it's going to be the same old. Run it back. I do. That's
Run
what
it back
think.
with tweaks.
Because I think that's at the end of the day, that's the safest play. I think it's such a big risk to, go after Giannis. I just don't think there's going to be a team. The Milwaukee Bucks wouldn't do a straight up trade for Giannis and Jaylen Brown.
No.
We talked to their guys that cover the team.
They think that he's worth so much more than Jaylen Brown.
Way more than Jaylen Brown, right. So,
but if you run it back and you don't extend Jaylen, which that is coming up, that decision to add 2 more years to his deal, I just see a year where there's some drama, right? It's the 10th year of these guys together. Now we have the favorite season. It's just going to be a very tedious year.
Do you think that the Celtics are still a desirable location for superstars?
I think
what? I mean, at one point they weren't at all. Remember, Gordon Hayward came and it was like, wow, a free agent signed here.
But that's different. Now you got Tatum as a star. They just won a championship.
I thought the Q rating for the Celtics was as high as it's ever been at the end of the regular season. Tatum comes back and he accepts a secondary role.
Yeah.
They're winning games. Their offense is kind of running through JB. It just, you have these young guys. They're energetic, and it's. I mean,
Rich chased the whole city.
Dude, everyone thinks, look at the Coach of the Year. You got everybody's talking about Joe Mazzulla.
Right.
And then the playoffs happen, and it's like, boom, nosedive.
That's what happens when you lose to Philly.
Yeah, and the way you lose to Philly, like it was such an embarrassing way to lose. And think about it; it's like 2 years in a row where you lost in embarrassing fashion in the playoffs.
Yeah,
I mean, to have those 2 20-point leads blown away by the Knicks, I mean, that was awful.
Even worse, Dylan Larkin of the Red Wings going over to hockey has 3 teams on his no-trade list, and it's Minnesota, Florida, and Vegas. No Boston. Like
like where he wants to
where
play?
He wants to go.
Yeah, where he would go. Yeah.
How does that happen? Like, so Boston is. You're right. Not exactly destinationville right now for some of these.
I mean, you wouldn't want to really play for the Red Sox. You know, the Celtics, I still think because you got Tatum, you still got that. And for some reason, in that players poll, people freaking love Joe Mazzulla, which is really strange.
Yeah.
I thought if anyone on this team that would have taken the biggest hit would have been Joe Mazzulla, but they seem to love the guy. I mean, obviously the Patriots people want to play here, and
AJ Brown.
the Bruins.
Thank God.
That's a little shocking.
It
Original
is.
6 that you're getting that kind of hate. All right. Once again, Brian Scalabrine will join us. I think he's running a couple minutes behind, and we will hopefully have him when we get back.
WEEI.
It is 93.7 WEEI. Rich Schurtenlieb, Ken Laird, three-time Super Bowl champion Ted Johnson. 2 out of the 3 of us can call this gentleman a good friend of ours.
Well, we're not enemies, but
well, listen. Apparently, you were making him kind of pissed off last time you talked to him about Giannis.
I just asked for a little Giannis take. He said he'd get back to us in a month. Here he is.
That is true. Well, on the hotline with us right now, the one and only White Mamba, Mr. Brian Scalabrine. Good morning, or good afternoon, rather. I'm used to saying morning. Good afternoon, Mr. Brian Scalabrine. How you doing?
I don't know how people take it, but 2/3, I would take that any day of the week. Are you kidding me? That's a good day. 2/3? I'll take that.
Hell yeah. Well, Brian, this is a last time we had you on. Flamethrower Take Ken over here said, "Hey, what about this whole Giannis to the Celtics thing?" And I believe your answer was, "Talk to me in a couple of months." Well, Ken since then has been covering himself in peanut butter, excited
every day
to
Giannis
finally
update.
have a Giannis update with you. How are you feeling about the whole Giannis to the Celtics talk that's going on?
It hasn't changed for me at this point. He still has gotten a lot of injuries. I do like what he can do. He is a former MVP, but Jaylen Brown plays all the time. Giannis has missed a lot of games. Does Ken know his playoff record in his last 10 games? Does Ken know the last time he was out of the first round? Giannis in games played. Everyone says when they lose, well, Giannis needs to be healthy. They're 1-9 in their last 10 playoff games. So, listen, Jaylen Brown had a great year this year. I'm not sure that's the direction the Celtics will go, but I don't know. I will say this: if Brad and Joe decide to go that direction, if that's the decision, then they're making, like I said before, they know a lot more than I do. But for me, I don't know if I would do that because of just the age, the injury history, and then you also got to remember the NBA's changed a lot, right? It's a more shooting league. They take guys out. They know how to guard guys that can't shoot. It's a very different league than it was, I want to say, like 4 or 5 years ago.
How do you magically solve what's going on then now without having some sort of drastic change? You know what I mean? It's like I hear this talk about the Celtics wanting to find, like a younger, less expensive rim protector that they can get in there. But, I mean, do you have any idea where they would get that from?
I mean, don't they have their biannual so they can get like a Mitchell Robinson if the Knicks decide to not bring him back? Like, that's a guy that's a free agent, that's a rim protector that could play, 19 minutes a night. So if that's your only question about our roster, then that's an easy solve.
What about Time Lord? I know that there was some talk about potentially bringing him back.
Great. 100%. I think the Celtics do believe in their medical too. So, his obviously he has an injury history and stuff like that. But and my understanding is, and I've seen the guys work and what they put into, like, remember Luke Cornett had a bunch of injuries before he got there. Nemias Queta, I'm not sure his bill of health was perfect, but, he really developed. So I think if they believe in their medical, which I think they do, I mean, there's about 10 Australian dudes on the plane. I know they're all doing the same thing. So there has to be a reason that they're doing that. So I would think that they would believe in their medical. And across the NBA, if you look, 30 teams would tell you if Rob can stay healthy, he's the best value in the NBA. Every team would tell you that. Like the Lakers would. Everyone's just hesitant about health. But as far as production at what he would make, that is something that's definitely out there.
What do you make of the Knicks being so good right now? Because I've got this theory. I've had it for a while. Is that I almost want the Knicks to win because there's no way if you're the Celtics organization you can ignore that. And I love arms races.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So what do you think about them being on this tear and potentially about to win a championship?
Can I follow up with a question because you got really intrigued me? Do you think that the Celtics will look at it like that? One, and then when you see the Knicks on a tear, I've been asking people, what do you potentially see? Like, what is the thing that separates for you?
Well, okay, so the first part of that, do I think that they would be inspired to make some sort of move because someone in their division wins a championship? What's going on in the background, Scal? What's happening there? You getting hijacked, or
I'm in New York. I'm heading over to the game.
Oh, are you really? Are you there right now?
I am, but I'm navigating the whole Trump thing and all that. So yeah, I'm doing work.
Okay, let me answer that other question later. I want to know what it's like. What's it like on the streets right now? Like, are you around Madison Square Garden?
It's insanity. Like, I'm not a political guy, but it's kind of amazing that this dude just like when you understand the scrutiny that like fans got to be in their seats like 2 hours before the game. Ticket prices are like $50,000 for like 8th row. This is insanity, but it's like the heightened sense and all that, and working and what we can bring and the credential TSA pre-check. I thought it's nuts down here.
How did you get a ticket?
It's not that I have a media credential, so if I do watch the game, I'll be up in the. I work for Sirius XM.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
I do my morning radio show.
Oh, that's great. So
we do. We're up. I don't want to take your guys' listeners, but we're on from 6 to 7:30, and then from 8 to 8:30.
Okay, all right, that's right. But what's so wild is like when I look up on the TV here, I've got like ESPN and a couple other ones.
Mm-hmm.
They're not reporting right now on the game and like whether what this means. They're reporting on the chaos outside. Like I'm looking up and there's this fence that is around Madison Square Garden. Are you seeing this?
Yeah. The NBA Finals in general are insane. People getting to their seats, like celebrities, they want to get to their seats right at the end. They want to go to their special clubs. Like everyone is on lockdown, and everyone has to do not what they want to do. It's what the Secret Service has decided for them to do. So, and you know how people are. When you drop $100,000 on some tickets, you want some flexibility here. So, I actually think. Like I definitely think that he's going to get booed, and only because of the inconvenience of him having to put all these people out. But I will say this. If here's some games like I've been a part of, right? Like NBA Finals, like people do get to their seats pretty early in general, and I do think like the environment and the people being out at their seats for warm-ups, it's going to throw San Antonio off a little bit. There's going to be I know it's the finals, but I think there's going to be a different buzz in the arena because you got like. Let's say 10 to 15,000 people show up early, and they're going to be out there watching warm-ups.
Oh,
so,
God.
Hold on, let me get this photo.
I didn't even – someone's asking you for a photo?
Yeah. So anyway, I do think I think there's going to be it's going to be an environment like I've never seen before.
And the thing is, too, is San Antonio's so young, so it's going to make it even extra tough for them because they haven't tasted anything like this before.
No, and they're in a desperate situation, being down 0-2. Like, there's a lot of things. Like, this would be a really interesting Wemby game. I think he's an all-time great player, but he has to address some things that bad turnover. And usually, star players that come back, but he's young, doesn't have a lot of experience. So this is I love drama in the NBA, like how people respond to adversity. We create these large narratives based off of it, but I'm super excited about just like how the game unfolds. And you talk about the Knicks, right? Like they are on a tear. Like this winning streak is ridiculous. This is like unprecedented what they're doing. And it'll be interesting to see if they can maintain that because all year long they were super inconsistent, but they've been great. And the answer to the question I had for you is their defense has been 10x better than it was in the regular season. Yeah. And it's transition defense, Karl Anthony Towns outplaying Wemby. Like there's a lot of things that are happening. I think a lot of it has to do with the defense.
I also see something that I used to see in Paul Pierce and Jalen Brunson, and that is the gimme the damn ball syndrome. Like the guy you can tell if it's the end of the game, he wants the ball. He wants to make the big play. He lives for that. I I absolutely think of guys like Kobe. Jalen just seems to have that in him.
Yeah, I agree with that. When I was in Chicago I played for Tom Thibodeau, where Rick Brunson was the assistant coach on the team, and Jalen would come in. He was still a high school player, and he'd come in, and like you guys know me, I love to play one-on-one, with the scallenge and play pickup and all that. Well, I played pickup with Jalen, and he was ridiculously good. Footwork, processing and all that stuff. I didn't know he'd be this great, but I knew he'd be a lot better than what people thought, and being a second-round pick and Dallas not wanting him. But even what we're seeing right now, he's been like this forever, but it's weird to see a kid that can transition from high school to college to the NBA when no one thought he was good, and he just keeps exceeding those expectations. Hard to do.
Scal, you asked what we liked about, what we thought about the Knicks and the roster. Look, it's obviously it's different than the Celtics in the sense that, you got a true point guard with Jalen. You got a stretch five with Big Cat. And then, you have you have a finisher with Brunson. They're the best fourth quarter team in the NBA, and the Celtics were the worst fourth quarter. So, you look at it, and it's like more of a conventional offense, like the old days, center, with the point guard, which the Celtics I feel like don't have, and that's what I wish the Celtics had, and I think they're missing.
Yeah, but then you would have to give up one of your wings.
Yeah.
Because Cat is a $50 million big. He's an All-NBA big. He's up for a $261 million extension. By saying you want a guy like that, you're basically saying our team that we build are going to be built with one of the wings and a big like that, which is hard to do. I'm not sure the Celtics will build their team like that. I think they would look for more versatility throughout the wings. If they keep Jalen and Jason, you have the versatility there, and then you can have 3 or 4 bigs, right? That all can contribute. Time Lord, Neemias Queta, Luka Garza. You can roll guys in like that. Is that good enough? I don't know if it is or isn't. Oh my God, this is madness.
Well, Scal, we'll let you go because I know that you got to be sitting down in like 5 minutes, or you're not going to be able to get in time.
I'm good. I'm doing like a show. Like, how you guys sometimes come on site.
Yeah.
And do a show at a bar.
Yep.
I'm doing that before I go into the game.
Oh,
so
hell yeah.
I'll be all set.
Awesome. Well, listen, enjoy it tonight. It is going to be utter chaos. The Knicks fans, part of me feels great as a Celtics fan that they're suffering so much, but the fact that they were told that they couldn't have watch parties around Madison Square Garden tonight is just unreal.
It is unreal. I do agree with you.
All right, Scal, go take your pictures with your fans, your adoring fans around you.
You got it.
All right, Scal.
All right,
Thanks for talking
sounds
to you.
good. All right,
That's crazy that they're making people show up 2 hours before the game for security reasons.
Yeah, that's like Super Bowl 9/11 kind of stuff.
I want to watch, as he said, the shoot around for the San Antonio Spurs. How freaked out are they going to be with a full arena of people?
They beat OKC Game 7 in the Hornets' nest that is Oklahoma City. So,
dude, it's not this.
It's
that was
not
a tough
the same,
environment.
but they passed a lot of tests though already to get here.
I can't think of a home crowd that seems to be as rabid as this Knicks crowd right now. Like
overly rabid.
Overly. Like watching what they've been doing on TV when they're not even playing in New York.
This is like, Apollo Creed and Rocky IV going in to face Drago. Just a little too much.
Yes,
you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
And one thing that Scal said that I definitely did not think of is because all these fans have to be in the building earlier, they are all going to be in there watching the Spurs, shoot around.
We were just saying
when they're not normally used to that. That's going to be ridiculous.
It's going to be chaos. And I can't wait to watch tonight's game. Like, I really can't. Like, it's already a great matchup, but just the environment, like, it's like something's gonna blow, and I can't, and I want to see it when it happens. All right, 617-779-7937. Buster Only. He is a man who is breaking news about the Red Sox. 2 minutes away. We are not going anywhere.
That was the moment.
brought to you by Boston Prolotherapy. Red Sox and Rays getting closer to a 3-game series opener tonight at the Trop. 6:40 first pitch across the Shaw's and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Shaw's, proud to be local since 1860. Couple news and notes today. Roman Anthony not swinging a bat yet, says Chad Tracy. Garrett Crochet improving, but still not throwing. Crochet is on the trip. Also today, the announcement that Joe LaSorsa optioned the AAA need Eaton recalled. If your doctor said surgery was the only solution for your joint pain, get a second opinion. Do what Ted Johnson and thousands of others have done. Eliminate your joint pain with Boston Prolotherapy. Online at bostonprolotherapy.com. I'm Ken Laird. That's what's in the feed at WEEI.
Rich and Ken with Ted.
It is that time of year, and unfortunately the team is really bad right now. So that means there's going to be a whole lot of talk about whether the team is ready to make a trade. There has been rumors that are floating around. There's been all sorts of speculation. Who's on the chopping block? Sell, buy, although nobody's saying buy right now. But if you want answers, you go straight to the guy who's at the top of the totem pole when it comes to insiders, and that is Buster Olney from ESPN, and we are lucky enough to have him on with us right now. Buster, thanks for coming on with us today.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I appreciate the words. I would dispute that, but we move on to the Red Sox.
Absolutely, Buster. All right, so let's get right to a report that you came out with last week. That is that the Boston Red Sox are aggressively seeking an impact right-handed hitter on the trade market. Can you kind of expand on that and tell us a little bit more about what you know?
Yeah, so this is what I'm getting from other teams that, generally speaking, there isn't a lot of trade stuff going on. And in fact, when Sam Kennedy came on and said, hey, there's more trade talk than ever, there's a lot going on, a rival executive actually called around thinking like, oh, man, I missed something. Like, what is going on? And when he checked into it, what he got back was the Red Sox are looking aggressively. And the Red Sox are kind of, on their own in that regard. And then I heard last week from a couple teams that they were signaling that they're willing to take on money. Today I talked to someone with another team who told me that it's to the degree that the Red Sox ownership has gotten involved, that they're actually, and I have not confirmed the name of the owner, so I'm not going to mention the name that I heard, but an owner actually, one of the Red Sox ownership group is actually calling around and trying to grease the skids to do something to add a right-handed bat, which, all of it, of course, I've gotten two reactions to all of this from other teams. One, which is, why didn't you just offer Alex Bregman more money in the wintertime?
Right.
And the second thing was, and then the second reaction was like, man, they are desperate.
Yeah, and does that surprise you how aggressive they are being right now, Buster?
Yes. In one hand, it does because of the fact that during the winter, it felt like that they, thought that Durbin and some other, additions that they were going to have an answer, that they would have a good offensive team. I know, when we looked at the Red Sox going into the season, the big question was, will they hit enough home runs? And it felt like that question was being asked everywhere, apparently, except within the Red Sox front office. I mean, the idea that we're sitting here today, more than a third of the way through the season, and a Red Sox team, not team that plays in the monster ballpark, but the Red Sox, 30th in home runs, 29th in runs, and 26th in slugging percentage. Look, all you have to do is look at the history of the Red Sox to know that is not typical.
Oh, I know. And how can they be so bad offensively at home at Fenway Park? It really is. And it's been just, they just hit double-digit wins, which is absolutely absurd a couple days ago. But when you talk about these right-handed hitters that could be on the trade market, are there any names come to mind who the Red Sox might be interested in?
So, and I just want to make this clear. I don't have specific information that these players are available, but I know when I've talked to folks with other teams, they're talking about, well, the Giants have, Matt Chapman, who has a full no trade, Willie Adames. People have said out loud to me, what about Bo Bichette, who's in the first year of a $126 million deal with the New York Mets? And it looks like, it's possible the Mets will be headed toward some kind of midseason sale. It was interesting. Nolan Arenado was a third baseman that no one seemed to want when he was with the Cardinals, and now he's having a good year with the Diamondbacks at some point, does that conversation happen? Although Nolan, again, it's full no trade. There certainly are names available, especially if you're willing to take on a bad contract. But as you guys know, when you look at the standings, there are not a lot of teams that are just saying flat out, hey, we're out of it. And they're not going to trade. For example, the Detroit Tigers. Other teams have called about Tarek Skubal. Is he going to be available? When is he going to be available? And the Tigers are 5.5 games out of the wild card. They're telling other teams, we're not trading now. We're going to try to stay in this thing. Because the American League is so mediocre, I think that really is limiting any sort of player availability that we have so far.
Buster, what do you think other teams are asking for from the Red Sox in return? And, obviously the money could factor in on that as well. But do you think the prices are super high right now?
Yes. But I can't tell you for sure if the Red Sox have gotten that far, if I'm making sense, that, other teams, let's say they called, on an expensive player on another team, the response from the other team might simply be this time of year, we're not ready to talk about it. So I don't know if the Red Sox have actually gotten far enough along where other teams are saying, we'll engage you and we're willing to talk about, prospect A, B, or C. I have got nothing that it's that far along. All I've heard so to this point is that the Red Sox are being aggressive in trying to find some help and, as I mentioned, indicating willingness to take on money.
Hey, Buster, when Breslow let go of Alex Cora at the end of April, did you see that as a sign that if Breslow's going down, he's going to go down doing it his way? How did you see that firing at the end of April?
It was about compliance. I don't think you can read it any other way that, Craig wanted control. And I know he's pushed back on that notion, but, you heard stories about, Alex not necessarily embracing everything that the front office was taking to him, that the coaching staff, Jason Varitek, they weren't embracing everything the coaching staff was coming to them. And maybe, given the fact that the Red Sox were off to a bad start, Craig might have looked at that as, well, you know what, if we're going to dig our way out of this thing, then we're going to need a compliant staff. And we have what we have. And I was thinking about this today before I got ready to talk, as I got ready to talk to you guys. I just remember, talking to folks in the Yankees organization during that postseason series last year and them talking about, man, this Red Sox team, it's going to be a beast going forward. You got Crochet, you got Roman Anthony, you've got, one of the most respected managers in baseball. It looks like they have some young players and they're taking a big step forward. And instead, where we are now, when you really look at it, they have a team that's, one of the worst offensively, which, you're not going to win with a Red Sox team that's like that. You have a team that, generally speaking, I think you guys would agree with me, they're hard to watch.
Yeah.
They don't score a lot of runs. And they fired one of the most respected managers in baseball. That's a list of accomplishments for a third of the season.
It's strange. We talk to Chad Tracy every week, and, he obviously seems to be doing his best, and he seems like a good guy. I don't envy the situation he was put in thrown into the middle of. Are you getting any kind of source from, or any kind of sense rather, from people that you've spoken with as to what the environment is like right now inside the Red Sox organization?
Terrible.
What?
Terrible.
Wow.
It's not hard to tap into unhappiness in that organization where, whether it's people who've been fired or people who've been asked to take pay cuts or the current handling of the coaching staff. And I've been trying to, find any comparable in my time covering baseball to the situation we have now. And I want to make this clear. It might be that privately Craig has given assurance to Chad Tracy that he's on for the rest of the year. And maybe he's given private assurance to the coaching staff that they're on for the rest of the year. But we don't have any indication that's the case. And so what I've been calling around other teams is, can you imagine being a coach essentially on an NBA 10-day contract and, if things aren't going well, you might lose your job. It's ridiculous. Like, I don't know how that group of people, move forward, because you think about it. Do you get an apartment? Do you live in a hotel? How do you arrange housing? Do you invite your kids, your family to come join you? All that stuff when you're on an interim contract. And again, maybe that privately has been taken care of. It's not that expensive. Some GMs with other teams have said it probably would cost the Red Sox about $1.2 million to guarantee this current staff that they're going to work through the end of the year. But as far as we know, they haven't even done that.
Wow.
Which is kind of insane.
Yeah, what a weird environment to be in. Where do you think that comes from? Is that a Breslow? Do you think it's a Breslow call, or do you believe that would be ownership?
Well, I mean, in the end, it's, the buck stops here with Craig, right? Yeah. He's the guy in charge right now, head of baseball operations. That situation is something, and I know there have been other general managers who I've covered in a similar situation. They would go in ownership and say, hey, you know what? For the sake of the people involved, let's take care of them through the end of the year. And by the way, that doesn't preclude you from making moves, and Chad Tracy's someone who's very respected within the industry. People think that long-term he's going to manage in the big leagues, whether it continues with the Red Sox or other teams. But you just think about where they are, day by day, and if they want to make changes during the course of the year, guaranteeing the staff financially through the end of the year would not preclude that. Mm-hmm. Right? You could tell Chad Tracy, you're the guy through the rest of the year, and then if mid-September, John McGraw pops up and you want to hire him to be your manager, you can still do that.
By the way, Buster, who do you think they would be interested in? Are there any name managers out there that are sort of waiting in the wings that they might want to take a look at?
No, I don't have any specific names yet. And I guess the big question, because everyone is wondering, with this being such a disaster, what's going to happen with Craig? And I know at the time that Alex was let go, I asked people, how does John Henry feel about Craig? Because that, in the end, especially within the Red Sox organization, where it always feels like it's Games of Thrones, I was told that John really likes Craig. But we've seen with Ben Cherington, with Dave Nabrowski, with Chaim Bloom, that can turn in a minute. And if you wind up getting a lot of empty seats at Fenway Park and continues to be unhappiness about that team, who knows what's going to happen.
And Buster, that Theo Epstein criticism kind of came out of nowhere too, didn't it?
It did. Look, Theo's a smart guy, and he has to have known how this was going to land. And I haven't talked to him, so I don't know exactly what the intention was there, but it certainly got a lot of people's attention around the sport, especially because there's a belief within the industry that, Craig was Theo's handpicked guy, and that when they went through the interview process, it wasn't like they had an exhaustive search where they talked to 100 people. The presumption is that Craig was someone that Theo wanted.
And what is the likelihood, do you believe, that there could be a chance that Craig doesn't make it through the season?
I don't have anything that suggests that that's going to be the case. But the speculation is all over the place, and I get asked about it by other teams all the time.
Wow, that is wild. Well, listen, the one thing I can say is this team may be bad, but my God, it is filled with drama. Between everything that's going on with, like, what you were talking of, and Brian Bayo not being able to start a game and getting sent down, it has just been nonstop there, Buster.
Buster, I'm curious. Have you ever seen anything like that? What's going on with Brian Bayo, where he needed basically a starter in front of him to pitch well? Have you ever seen anything in the past where a team had to do something similar like that?
So the closest thing that I can say that I covered, and it wasn't actually with a pitcher, but when something mental like that comes in, it was Chuck Knobloch with the Yankees, where he had the yips. He was a Gold Glove second baseman when they got him, and something infected him, right? That thought, that doubt. That was pretty incredible, and it's going to be interesting to see how they handle it going forward, because that's not an easy thing. I do wonder if at some point it would be good for him to have conversations with folks like Ricky and Keel, who dealt with those sort of mental hurdles.
Lastly, Buster, any real fire to the smoke about Ketel Marte? Could that be a match here with Boston?
Man, the Diamondbacks are trying to win, right? And Ketel Marte is as hot as there has been during the winter time. As you guys know, the Diamondbacks went into the offseason saying, yeah, we're willing to talk about Marte. And they talked to another teams. And then Mike Hazen in January, basically understanding the need for stability, said, we're not trading Ketel Marte. I reached out to folks today to ask that question, and what I got back was Diamondbacks are not trading Marte.
Well, Buster, only great stuff. I mean, this is I have a lot to unpack from what you just told us, so we may take the next break doing that. But Buster, thank you so much for calling, and we love having you on.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me, guys.
All right, thanks. We'll talk to you again soon.
At Milligan and Higgins, they understand sometimes good people find themselves in tough situations. That's why they specialize in OUI and criminal defense. Attorney Jay Milligan is one of 2 board.
Sports Original, WEEI.
It is 93.7 WEEI. Rich, Ken, Ted Johnson. You can call us at 617-779-7937.
I get up on 7, yeah.
In the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios, no fee unless you win. Save that. We're going to come back to Rush because we have to talk about the.
They launched last night.
They did, but I do want to take Brad in the vineyard real quick. Brad, what's happening, man? How you doing?
I'm doing great, guys. How are you?
Thanks, bud. Doing good.
Super, super good show. First of all, I wanted to just give credit to Buster. I don't know if people know this, but I ran with him at Northfield Mount Herman, like a private school. He was an amazing runner.
Oh, really? Buster Olney? Really?
Literally ran with him.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they won the Nationals that year. Buster was better than I was.
Did he go by Buster then?
Yeah, he sure did. I mean, he was kind of unassuming, but a super nice guy. Anyway, I just wanted to pass that along, give him a little, give him some credit where credit is due.
Sure.
And then, so I wanted to know if this has ever worked out. Has a team ever fired their well-respected manager at the beginning of the season, replaced him with a minor league guy, and had success?
Okay, so Brad, that's a good question. And the only example that I can think of, and it's not in baseball, so it might be 2 completely different things, is when Ime Udoka left and Joe Mazzulla came in. Because Joe Mazzulla wasn't even the assistant coach. He was like on the second row. He was like, like how many people down? I remember when they announced him as the interim head coach, there were a lot of people scratching their heads going, this guy?
Mm-hmm.
And sure enough, he comes up and then, 2 years later, ends up winning a championship? Was that 2 years after the Ime Udoka situation? It wasn't long.
It was, second year. Baseball-wise, John Schneider, the Blue Jays manager, was a call-up. It was an interim, and he got to a World Series, didn't win, but he's been their guy for a while. Snitker with the Braves. It's happened more in hockey. I definitely have seen that, where, no-name coach comes in and takes them to success.
Do you consider Tortorella?
Not Tortorella. That's kind of different, but that's working as well.
Yeah, that whole situation's strange. All right, I will mention that because you just played it. So you just played a little working man there. So Rush had their first show last night, their big reunion show, first time in What's it been, like 20 years since
20
they played?
years.
All right, so, as we all know, Neil Peart is dead.
Neil Peart.
Listen, I mean, I know him personally, so that's why I call him.
You do? Really?
Purdy, it's up Peart. I used to ride a bike with him when they would drop him off like 30 miles away from the arena. And he would, get ready for the show, riding his bike in. So the Rush is back, and I know that you have a ticket to the show at Madison Square Garden.
Right.
So get ready for some facial recognition.
Yeah.
And Ted's got a ticket to the show here. I did not decide to spend $4,000 on a ticket because
it was only $860.
I can't believe you paid $860.
But that was 15th row, though. That's close,
I've seen Rush 3 times before. Like, I am a fan of Rush. I do like the band. I'm not a mega fan, but I do like Rush. So I was very curious. I wanted to see what the set list was. And you know what? Rush did what a lot of these bands do wrong. I remember when Bruce Springsteen came and played Gillette Stadium, I looked at his set list and I knew 3 of the 30 songs that he played. Rush, they are bringing the effing hits, baby. I'm going down, it goes Limelight, Subdivisions, Free Will, Spirit of Radio. Now you can skip, they do the entire 2112, which you can skip. I don't want that.
What do you skip that? That's a great album.
They've got Dreamline, Time Stands Still, YYZ, Tom Sawyer, and then they end it with Working Man, which is ironic because that's the one song that I don't think Neil Peart wrote the lyrics for. I think that Neil Peart used to write the lyrics for Rush. He wrote all the mystical wizard stuff. That was all Neil Peart, except for Working Man. But the big news is that they have a new drummer, and Neil is known as one of the greatest drummers. Many people thought he was the greatest drummer of all time. And they have a new drummer. Her name is Annika something. I forget. But it's a woman, and she's filling in. And let's hear a little bit of what Tom Sawyer sounds like. You got any of that over there?
That sounds pretty good. She hit the fills properly. That's not a good recording of it. I mean, that's like recorded off some guy's phone. I mean, in the 80th row.
I nerded out a little bit. I watched some of the videos, and everyone universally is extremely excited. I'm going to be that guy.
Oh.
I should have known.
Yeah, what do you want, JD?
I mean, it's no JD in the straight shot. And I'm saying that nobody can be Neil Peart. Nobody.
Correct.
And she sounded like she did about as good as someone can do.
Certainly adequate, certainly passable.
That's a pretty big drop in quality.
She sounded better than Getty, really. Getty didn't sound very good.
Yeah, Getty's not going to be
but Getty's
near.
But she's young. She's expected to be. Everyone's
she hit hard, too, man. She hit those skins hard.
Sure. I mean, listen, come on. You should have gotten Danny Carey of Tool. You should have gotten Danny Carey of Tool in there.
They retired. They were done. I'll take anything. Whatever they've got, I'm going to be happy.
I will too, but
I'm not critiquing the fills of Annika Niles.
I think there's an overpraise going on the internet. I think she was perfectly fine. I think she's good.
It's also the first show. Give her.
I know. Once again, you're right.
Wait till next month.
It's the first show. Let's wait. Then she'll, obviously get those fills right there on time. I mean, I'm used to perfection. Neil Peart, perfection.
It's the best ever.
All right, 617-779-7937. I did that to humor you because I know, Ken, you were very, very excited about this Rush concert. All right, we will take your calls next. Also unload some take grenades, and we've got. We'll wrap it up here with a little bit about this Knicks game tonight and the security. It is absolutely crazy. We just talked to the White Mamba, Brian Scalabrine, who was just about to get in the security line, and it looks. There was a guy who was a reporter who was stopped by a Secret Service while just standing in the. His ear pod had dropped off. It was Shams Charania. His ear pod had fell out of his ear, and he went to go pick it up, and Secret Service came and stopped him and said, "You can't stop here. You need to move along." Like it's like the Gestapo out there right now. All right, we'll get to all that right after this.
93.7.
It's 93.7 WEEI. Rich, Ken, 3-time Super Bowl champion Ted Johnson. You can always go back and listen to us on the Odyssey app, and it was I got to admit, there's some shows I walk away like, all right. Some shows I go, And there's some shows I'm like, yeah, this one was pretty good. This is one of them.
Well, Buster Alone was great. Worth a listen. Go rewind and check it out on the Odyssey app. Clips are making the rounds. Quickly, might I say, who's circling the drain and league leaders brought to you by Drains by James, Eastern Mass leader in residential and commercial drain cleaning and pipelining at drainsbyjames.com. At Drains by James, they give a poop about your pipes. Red Sox, Rich, 27 games, 3 runs or less now. Third worst or third most in baseball. So circling the drain there. It continued last night.
Yeah, it is just not a good thing to see. And listen, what the environment is like right now inside the Red Sox organization. Terrible. What?
Terrible.
That's a great. Terrible. He honestly took me by surprise. Like, he was ready. Buster was ready to tell me just how awful things were in the clubhouse there. He came prepared, I'll tell you that much. And we also talked to Brian Scalabrine, who, he's still not feeling the whole Giannis thing, and it seems like the more and more reports we get, it doesn't seem like he's
He started, though, with somewhat positive, like, yeah, I like Giannis. He does some good things. But here's why I wouldn't do it. He was not vehemently against it like he was the last time. So I'll take that as progress.
Yeah, that does seem like progress. I did see the picture that you just sent us, Stiz, of Wembanyama getting patted down by the Secret Service, which is pretty fantastic. It's really... Like these lines of everyone getting it. Scal said something so amazing. If you didn't hear Scalabrine on last hour, Scal is going to the game, the Knicks game tonight. And apparently to be at the game, you have to get there. You're supposed to be in the arena because of all the security with the president there. You have to be there 2 hours early. So just imagine if you are the Spurs and you're at shoot-around, which usually it's like, there's not many people in the arena at all.
Right.
You're going to have a full frothing at the mouth Madison Square Garden while you're just at shoot-around. How
true.
Weird is this going to be?
Early, yeah.
Oh,
and
yeah.
You can't trust Wemby because Macron may have given him something. You never know with all the politics going on. Can't trust anybody tonight.
No, you cannot. And by the way, our Take Grenades today brought to you by Milligan and Higgins, OUI criminal offense attorneys. Go to milliganandhiggins.com for a free consultation. We don't even have time for the grenades, man. We are just like flying through things. What's up, Christian Arcane?
What's going on? I want to know why Trump's why is he going to this game? Like the things that are going to be chanted at him tonight, it's got to be some sort of PR thing, right?
As I said, I don't even care that it's him. I just think it's hysterical that James Dolan didn't realize how this was going to backfire on him with all of the security. And like the main thing is shutting down all the watching parties. If you've watched the videos, even when they weren't there and they were playing in San Antonio, everywhere around Madison Square Garden was like the biggest party in the city. And for that to be gone, it just seems like no one's going to be happy at the end
If you're
of
a bar owner, aren't you pissed? Because they shut down it's almost like a block radius around Madison Square Garden. How many bars are in that radius, do you think, that now there is going to be no foot traffic allowed?
As I said, it makes me smile because James Dolan was about to get a little bit of love and adoration for putting this team together, and now even he can't help shooting himself in his big fat toe.
This is a must win.
Yes.
If the Knicks lose tonight, Spurs comeback is on.
Well, if they lose tonight, you know what the talk's going to be? Why they lost. It's going to be because you had all this chaos beforehand. It was just crazy.
Totally.
That's what's going to end up being. And you know what? As I said,
swing the next election.
I root for chaos, and tonight's going to be awesome to watch because it's going to be chaotic. And I do think that it could shake the Spurs more than the Knicks because they're so young. First of all, it was going to be scary anyway being in Madison Square Garden. I've never seen a fan base this frothy, this chaotic, this crazy.
But are they
When's the last time, honestly, you saw a fan base go this crazy?
But the fans that are getting in have spent $10,000 to get in. These are not
I'm talking about
rabid.
the people
people around
who are going to be blaming everyone for this loss. It's going to be insane.
It's why it's like the Cameron crazies, but times 1,000. You know what I mean? It's like that kind of energy. It's like college almost. That's how intense they are.
It's kind of like Red Sox 04. It's close, 53 years without a title. That is a lifetime.
That might be the closest that I could think of as far as a frothing fan base.
Yeah.
It might be the Red Sox in 04.
Like how I keep saying frothing.
Frothing.
Double frothing.
I want a beer. What can I say?
It's the frothy.
But you're right, though. Spurs, youngest team in the NBA Finals since 1977. Since the Blazers of 77.
How great is it to be the Spurs, man? They're all on rookie contracts. The starting five. That's crazy.
Enjoy it while you can.
I know, absolutely. This drive home, by the way, brought to you by Town Fair Tire. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody. Did you hear our Buster Only interview?
Yes, ridiculous how far the roller coaster I was on with that. So I don't know what to expect, but we are going to talk about that in pregame. By the way, did I not hear Closer to the Heart in that Rush playlist?
No, I don't think I saw Closer to the Heart.
I have the full playlist.
How do you not have Closer to the Heart? It's one of their best songs.
No, Closer to the Heart.
Right.
Not on the set list.
And a great Trailer Park Boys episode, too.
By the way,
tonight.
That set list brought to you by Cars for Kids. The easiest way to get rid of your old car. Donate today. Your car can be picked up tomorrow. Donate now at carsforkids.com. That's cars with a K. Come on, Red Sox. Let's get back on track, baby. Got those Tampa Bay Rays and their musty ass. I don't even know what you call it. Just
frothing
slop house with catwalks and baseballs hit constantly. Everybody have yourself a fantastic evening. Let's go Spurs. Let's go Chaos. Let's go. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye.
Follow us on Insta at WEEI Sport.
Pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. Christian Arcan here with you in our Brighton studios. And the Red Sox tour of the AL East continues tonight as they head down to Tampa for the first of a 3-game set with the suddenly slumping Tampa Bay Rays, who have lost 10 out of 13 and are now in a tie for first in the AL East with the Yankees, who the Red Sox just visited. After a 5-3 win on Friday night, the greatest rivalry in sports got rained out Saturday, setting the stage for Ranger Suarez and Cam Schlittler yesterday. Suarez and Schlittler were both very good good. 6 1/3 innings of one-run ball for Ranger while striking out 6 Yankees. The one run coming on an RBI single from Paul Goldschmidt in the 5th. Willie Abreu also almost made a great catch on that play. Schlittler, a similar line of 5 2/3 of one-run ball, 5 strikeouts, his 1 earned run, an RBI double from Wilson Contreras in the 6th inning. Ranger would exit in the 7th after striking out the leadoff man, Jazz Chisholm. Tyron Guerrero retired the next 2, ending the inning. Red Sox bats unable to get much going off of Schlittler, also couldn't do much against the New York bullpen. Then in the 8th inning, Justin Slayton came on, and the whole thing imploded. Slayton struck out the first 2 batters he faced, but you need 3 in this game, and the 3rd batter was Cody Bellinger.
1-0 to Bellinger. He's hit 8 homers this year. The pitch is number 9. Way deep to right field. Willier can only watch it. It's out of here. And it's 2-1 Yankees. Cutter in the middle of the plate, and the Yankees pull ahead.
Number 9 on the year for Bellinger, breaking the tie late in the game and also setting off an avalanche of runs for the Yankees. That makes it your play of last night's game. Brought to you by Nissan. At Nissan, they make cars that thrill. Experience the thrill for yourself today. Shop NissanUSA.com. 2 singles and a walk later, it's 3-1 with 2 on, and Chad Tracy went out to get Slayton, who gave up 4 runs on 3 hits in 2/3 of an inning, along with a walk. That's the second time in his last 4 appearances that he's given up 4 runs in less than an inning of work. Newcomer Joe LaSorsa, and easy come, easy go these days. He would come on in relief for Slayton, and with 2 on and 2 out, promptly gave up a 3-run homer to Jazz Chisholm, who was using Aaron Judge's bat, I just read, which doesn't make sense because Jazz Chisholm comes up to Aaron Judge's waist. But that made it 6-1, and there's your final score. Red Sox collapse in the 8th. Another bullpen meltdown as they split the 2 games in the Bronx. Red Sox drop back down to 27-36 on the year. 4 games back in the wild card. Tonight, the Red Sox road trip continues in Tampa, so here's your opening take, brought to you by Fruity Rainbow 5-Hour Energy. Sip the fruity candy-coated chaos. Bob Nightingale at USA Today reported on Sunday that the Red Sox are expected to be sellers at the trade deadline on August 3rd. That contradicted a report from Jen McCaffrey on Saturday that the Red Sox have been fielding calls on Aroldis Chapman, Garrett Whitlock, and Justin Slayton, but that they were not on the block. Nightingale characterized Chapman being traded as a near certainty, and then what do you know, Buster Olney goes on WEEI this afternoon with Rich, Ken, and Ted and says that he's hearing the Red Sox are looking to add a right-handed bat. Either way, the clock is ticking, and this team does have a decision to make. John Henry spotted at Yankee Stadium yesterday, and this season it seems like when Henry is visible, that's generally bad news for someone on this underperforming team. And whether it's on the field or off, it definitely seems like the winds of change are in the air, and the Red Sox have had plenty of chances to avoid it coming to this. That includes tonight in Tampa, which brings us to tonight's pitching matchup, brought to you by Town Fair Tire. For the best prices on tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody. For the Red Sox, Connolly Early getting the start. He of the 5-3 record and 3.26 ERA. His last start was in Baltimore, 5 1/3, allowed 4 earned runs. Before that, he was 3-0 with a 1.78 ERA. He threw 7 shutout innings against Tampa Bay earlier in this season. He struck out 8 batters in that start, and it was a 2-0 win, the only win in the previous series between these teams. For the Rays, it'll be Ian Seymour, the lefty, who will be the opener in this one. He of the 3-0 record and 5.23 ERA. He's going to be the opener with Mason Englert expected to handle the bulk of the innings. Englert has been used as a long reliever and fireman mostly so far this year. In the lone start this season for Seymour, he get 2 innings, 1 earned run in a 7-2 win over the Marlins. He is a Massachusetts native, grew up in Westboro, went to St. John's and Shrewsbury, and made his major league debut last year at Fenway Park on June 9th. Nearly a year ago exactly. He earned the win in that debut after allowing just 1 unearned run in 2 innings. Tonight's first pitch is at 6:40. First pitch is brought to you by Jeffrey Glassman Injury Lawyers, Boston's go-to injury attorney for over 30 years. If you've been hurt in a car or work accident, got to get Glassman. Call all sevens at 617-777-7777. You can watch Red Sox pregame on Twitch. Just follow WEEI, brought to you by Subaru of New England. Subaru summer is finally here. Details at SubaruofNewEngland.com. Peyton Tolley. It's been a bright spot on a team that has not had a lot of those this year. Both starting pitchers, the young starting pitchers, including the guy going tonight, Connolly Early, have shown some real promise this season in a challenging season where it's been hard to really find a lot of joy and have a lot of fun. That has not been a problem for Peyton Tolley. And in tonight's Baseball Isn't Boring 2-Minute Grill with Rob Bradford, he talked about just that. Here he is.
There's nobody I'd rather be talking to.
Nobody.
Nowhere
I'd rather be than right
Nobody I'd rather talk to than Peyton Tolley. I think one of the things that people appreciate about you, other than the fact that you get outs.
I'm glad that's number one.
Well, number one most. I don't know if you know this. It's a results business.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. But it's that you play baseball the way that people who go home and play baseball would want to play. Do you ever feel? When did you feel like, hey, it's okay just to have fun? That's what I'm getting to. It's okay to have fun.
It's okay. I mean, it is a game. Like I'm gonna show like my joy and why I love the game. I'm also gonna try to do it in a respecting the game manner.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to ever try to show up somebody. Like if I do something, it's because I'm enjoying myself. I'm enjoying the game. I'm having a good time. Like I try to check myself and like, okay, like am I going too far? Like because I feel like I try to have feel. That's like, you know, I go back 2 years ago and meeting Garrett Whitlock for the first time. My first question was, what can I do that's bad feel? Like,
oh really?
Yeah, like what? Like I want to be respectful.
That's a big question.
Like, how do I not step on any toes, get out of the way? So I just try to like